After finding out I was the fake young master, my 8 previously cold and abstinent sisters all turned into crazy little brother fanatics, not only waging war against the real young master for my sake, but even fighting each other every night to get close to me. Right now, 4th sister looked at my embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Little brother Muge, just now, you were under my skirt hugging my leg, scared like a little quail. You were just too adorable. My face immediately flushed red. Although it was pitch black under there just now, the warm and full sensation of the touch, even now, thinking back, my heart still beats a little fast. Muyoyan saw my confusion and said with a smile, "Little brother Muge, my wedding dress is too heavy. It's not convenient to talk while wearing it. Can you help me take it off?" I was immediately stunned. 4th sister, this isn't a good idea. My dear friends, the bot comments have finally been turned off. Before, opening the comment section was just a flood of emojis spamming the screen. Now the comment section is so clean. Before, a long press would bring up 3 icons. Now that's finally been turned off. Before, because of those bot comments, I couldn't see your text messages. Now whatever thoughts you have, post them in the comment section. I can see them all. Finally, I wish you all can eat a lot without getting fat, and that romance is always by your side. Let's start the main story. Muyoyan immediately pouted, pretending to be angry, and said, "Just now you were hugging my thigh so tightly, and now you know it's not a good idea?" I was immediately unable to refute it. I could only brace myself and step forward, awkwardly helping Muyoyan undo the buttons and laces at the back of the wedding dress. When the huge pannier was removed, the sight of the rolling waves before my eyes still took my breath away. I hurriedly averted my gaze and silently recited, "Do not look at what is improper." Muyoyan seemed very pleased with my embarrassment, so she walked to the side of the bed and sat down, elegantly crossing her beautiful legs. Right after, she patted the spot next to her. "Little brother Mugi, sit. What are you standing there for?" I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. At this moment, Muyoyan suddenly linked her arm with mine, looking at me with a determined expression. "Little brother Muge, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I'll say it directly. I don't want to leave any regrets. I don't love that Jiazae. He's just a playboy who only knows how to indulge in pleasure." It turns out that just now, Muyoyan was trying on her wedding dress after learning that I was not her biological brother. She, who was originally a sacrifice for the Mu family's marriage alliance, completely fell from grace. The first thought in her mind at that moment was to give her most precious thing, before getting married, to the person she loved, and at the same time to take revenge on that scumbag Jia Zai. So she called me over directly, but who would have thought that before anything could happen between them, her fiancé Jia Zai would suddenly come knocking. In a hurry, Muyoyan could only have me hide under that huge wedding dress with its frame. Thinking of this, I immediately understood Muyoyan's plan. So I tactfully advised, "4th sister, marriage is a serious matter. You should still think it over carefully." "Think what over?" Muyoyan said while smiling at me. "Little brother Mugi, you like me a lot too, don't you? Otherwise, why would you lean in so close just now? Were you captivated by my scent?" I couldn't help but blush again, and in my mind, I couldn't help but carefully recall the scent of perfume mixed with the unique body scent of a beautiful woman and a fragrance I had never smelled before. It really was very fragrant. Looking at my shy appearance, the rims of Muyoyan's eyes slowly turned red. For the sake of the family's interests, my parents sacrificed my happiness, forcing me into a marriage alliance. I'm truly unwilling to accept it. Why can't I marry the person I like? As Muyoyan spoke, her whole body suddenly pressed against me. "Little brother Mugi, consider this your 4th sister begging you. I don't want to get married with regrets. I don't want to, in the long marriage ahead, regret not being brave for once today. Besides, after I get married, I won't come looking for you anymore. I swear." I was immediately put in a difficult position. On one hand, thinking about Muyoyan having to marry Jia Zai, the kind of man who changes women faster than he changes clothes, my fists immediately clenched. On the other hand, Muyoyan usually treats me very well, and I couldn't bear to see her as a tool. Because I have this confidence, once Muyoyan has had me, she would probably become completely addicted, so after getting married, she would very likely cheat on Jia Zai often. Muyoyan saw that I wasn't saying anything. She suddenly knelt down in front of me. "Why can he, Jia Zai, fool around outside, while I have to marry him as a virgin? Why can I choose the person I like?" I watched Muyoyan use the most vulnerable posture to speak the most rebellious words, and my heart immediately ached. And just as I was about to reach out and hug her, my phone rang at the worst possible moment. I immediately sobered up a bit, then I quickly stood up. "4th sister, I'm going downstairs for a moment. I'll be back later." Muyoyan watched my departing figure and immediately started sobbing. As for me, after closing the door, I didn't feel good either, because just now I almost couldn't hold back. But reason told me I couldn't do it. Once it starts, there will be no end to it later. I sighed helplessly, then turned around to go downstairs. But just as I reached the top of the stairs, I ran into Jia Zai, who was about to come upstairs. When Jia Zai saw me, his expression immediately twisted. "Oh, isn't this the great young master of the Mu family? No, wait, the great young master of the Qian family, right? My dear brother-in-law-to-be, long time no see. I looked at him expressionlessly. Actually, the Mu family finding the real young master, Mujiji, was all thanks to the Jia family. It was the Jia family's hospital that, during a health checkup, accidentally discovered that my blood type didn't match the Mu family's. As a reward, Mu Yangquan said that as long as the real young master was found, he would marry one of his daughters to him. After that, the Jia family mobilized their entire intelligence network, spending a lot of effort to help the Mu family find their long-lost son, and Jia Zai and Mujiji had even discussed kicking me out of the Mu family before they came here. Seeing that I didn't respond, Jia Zai continued to mock me. Being able to marry a wonderful wife like you, Yan, I really have to thank this fake brother of yours, good little brother. What's wrong? Do you hate me a lot? Hate me for making you fall from heaven to hell, unable to continue leeching off the massive Mu family, being their rich young master anymore? Ha ha ha, the more you hate me, the more excited I get. Don't worry, once your fourth sister marries me, I will definitely dote on her well. Do you think I'm a scumbag? Unworthy of your fourth sister? But the reality is, it's useless for you to be upset. From now on, when you see me, you must respectfully call me brother-in-law. Looking at the crazed man before me, I started to feel a little regret. Just now, I actually rejected Mu Yoyan. Now it seems I was ridiculously stupid. Dealing with this kind of scum, why should I even talk about morals anymore? In an instant, some kind of switch in my heart was completely flipped on. Then my tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed, and right after, I lifted my head, looked at Jia Zai who was still laughing maniacally, and a pitiful smile suddenly appeared on my face. Jia Zai's laughter immediately stopped. He was a bit stunned by my smile. He also felt a wave of inexplicable annoyance and unease. But I didn't look at him again. I walked straight past him and went downstairs. Jia Zai stood there dumbfounded. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. What was that guy smiling about? But he couldn't figure out the reason. He could only scratch his head in frustration, deciding not to think about it for the time being. Getting to the main business was more important. So he put on a gentle and thoughtful expression and walked towards Mu Yuyan's room. As soon as the door opened, Mu Yuyan was now wearing a gray sportswear set at home. Her eyes were red. Clearly she had just had a good cry. The moment Jia Zai saw her like this, he immediately pretended to be heartbroken and reached out to touch Mu Yuyan's face. Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Tell me quickly. Mu Yuyan tilted her body to the side, dodging Jia Zai's hand. I'm fine, just a little tired. Jia Zai wasn't angry either. Instead, he smoothly retracted his hand. Yuyan, I know my reputation wasn't good before, which made you suffer. But that was all before marriage, I promise you. From now on, I will absolutely only love you. I will never cheat. Seeing Jia Zai swearing so solemnly, Mu Yuyan had heard these kinds of promises until her ears bled. What man doesn't say that before marriage? She was just about to open her mouth to mock him, but Jia Zai spoke first. Don't disbelieve me. I'm not just saying it, I'm telling the truth. And to put you at ease and also to put my parents at ease, they prepared something for me. As Jia Zai spoke, he unbuckled his belt. Mu Yuyan was startled and instinctively took a step back, watching him warily. What are you doing? Jia Zai directly revealed a very large pair of safety pants, then explained with some embarrassment. My parents spent a lot of money to have this specially, made in Switzerland, a male version of a chastity lock. Except when I'm bathing, I can never take it off. Moreover, this lock is very smart. It can only be opened using my watch's facial recognition, or with the accompanying key. As Jia Zai spoke, he brought the watch on his wrist in front of Mu Yuyan. You see, for you, I've kept myself, chaste for a month already, and every night my father personally supervises me. Only when I'm in my own room can I open it for a while to take care of things myself. Mu Yuyan was completely stunned. She had only heard of this kind of thing in some unofficial histories and strange tales. She never expected to see the real thing today, and it was even a high-tech version that could connect to a watch. Jia Zai saw that Mu Yuyan's attitude had changed a little and immediately looked at her with deep affection. Yuyan, I was immature before, but now I understand. I will only love you, I swear. I will be faithful to you for my entire life. Saying that, Jia Zai lit up the watch screen and opened the unlocking app interface. I've decided after we get married, this unlocking authority will remove my parents. Without your consent, I can't do anything until the day you truly trust me. Mu Yuyan was made a little embarrassed by his actions and was also a bit speechless, putting her face into it. This. What is all this? But Jia Zai's attitude was very firm. He held the watch in front of her. Yuyan, input it, this is my sincerity. Mu Yuyan could only reluctantly lean in to let the camera scan her face. With a beep, the facial information was successfully entered. Only then did Jia Zai satisfactorily take back the watch. Then he took out a key from his pocket and placed it in Mu Yuyan's hand. This is the physical key. I'm also giving it to you to keep, my dear wife. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Mu Yuyan clutched the key and let out a faint, Got it. You can go out now. I want to be alone. All right then. Jia Zai turned around contentedly and trotted out. After all, To be able to marry Mu Yuyan and also get the support of the Mu family, wearing a chastity lock for a month was nothing to him. He'd even be willing to wear it for life. But the moment he opened the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. Just then, I happened to be coming upstairs and ran into Jia Zai. Jia Zai's heart skipped a beat, and his disgust for me instantly surged. But in front of Mu Yuyan, he didn't dare to show it, so he immediately put on a kind expression. "Hello, brother-in-law." But I didn't look at him, but at Mu Yuyan behind him, then smiled lightly. "Hello, brother-in-law." When Mu Yuyan heard it was me, joy immediately blossomed on her face. "Little brother Mu Gay, come in quickly. Fourth sister needs you for something." Jia Zai, standing at the door, didn't think much of it, but from an angle that only the two of us could see, he sneered contemptuously. "A piece of trash kicked out of his home. Still dares to show me attitude. Once I and Mu Yuyan are married, he'll find a way with the real young master, Mu Jiji, to kick him out of the house." As soon as Jia Zai left, I stepped in, then without a word, I locked the door. Seeing this action of mine, Mu Yuyan's heart immediately skipped a beat, and her eyes looking at me were full of anticipation. "What's wrong? Have you thought it through? Are you here to fulfill fourth sister's wish?" Before the words were even finished, I took the initiative to approach, because I wanted Jia Zai to know everything he was proud to be getting, I had already gotten to first. After a full 2.5 minutes, I reluctantly let go of Mu Yuyan, then I said panting, "Fourth sister, I want to see you in your wedding dress." When Mu Yuyan heard these words, she was first stunned, then she burst out laughing. "I never thought our little brother Mu Gay would be so naughty. What are you thinking in that head of yours? But since you've agreed to fulfill my wish, then of course I won't disappoint you." Saying that, Mu Yuyan stood up straight and walked towards that huge wedding dress. I followed, helping her put the heavy wedding dress back on. But when the wedding dress was back on, Mu Yuyan suddenly moved, looking at me with a perfectionist's expression. "Little brother Mu Gay, this wedding dress is too big. The frame is also cumbersome. It's not easy to move in. How about I change into the toasting outfit? That Shiyuhei outfit is very flattering." Seeing this, I nodded. Okay. Soon, the Mu Yuyan before me had changed into a Shiyuhei outfit as red as fire. The outfit hugged her slender body. The skirt below was just right, having both the solemnity of Chinese formal wear, while not losing a bit of modern sexiness. Her whole person was immediately indescribably beautiful. I immediately stared in a daze. Mu Yuyan's heart was incredibly sweet at this moment. She picked up her skirt and twirled in front of me. "Little brother Mu Gay, is it beautiful?" "Beautiful!" I praised sincerely. The next second, I scooped Mu Yuyan up into my arms and walked towards the large, soft bed. Mu Yuyan let out a cry of surprise, her hands instinctively wrapping around my neck. The red Shuhei outfit and the pure white bed sheets formed a sharp contrast. The temperature in the room seemed to suddenly rise a lot at this moment. 2.5 hours later, Mu Yuyan was like an obedient kitten, lying on her side in my arms. "Little brother Mu Gay, were you handsome just now?" I nodded without hesitation. "Handsome, but only 9 out of 10. Mu Yuyan frowned petulantly. "Why only 9 out of 10? I smiled and stroked her hair. "It was originally 10 out of 10, but now a layer is gone." Mu Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then she giggled. "So does Mu Gay regret it?" I shook my head. "No regrets. After all, things have come to this. Saying I regret it would be like slapping my own face, wouldn't it? Besides, asking myself, do I really regret it? It seems not at all." After hearing my answer, Mu Yuyan directly gave me a light kiss on the lips. I knew it. Little brother Mu Gay loves me the most. Fourth sister. So about your marriage with the Jia family. At this time, I still asked the question I was most concerned about. The smile on Mu Yuyan's face faded a little. She lay back down in my arms and sighed melancholically. "The wedding must still be held, but I want you to say one thing to me." I reacted immediately. It seems fourth sister not only wants my body, but also wants my heart. And the sign of a man loving a woman is having a desire to possess her. So I slowly began to speak. "Fourth sister, I want to allow Jia Zai to touch you." Mu Yuyan smiled upon hearing this. "Don't you worry. I'm only marrying over there. But I won't give myself to Jia Zai. I will forever belong only to you." Hearing that, I nodded with satisfaction. Then my gaze suddenly fell upon the key on the vanity. I picked up the key and played with it. "Fourth sister, what is this?" Mu Yuyan lazily turned over, lying on her stomach on the bed, propping her chin on her hands and looking at me. "The key to Jia Zai's chastity. Lock, chastity lock." I was immediately interested. "Tell me more." Seeing this, Mu Yuyan recounted the entire process of Jia Zai showing his loyalty in front of her just now, including that high-tech facial recognition and also this backup physical key. After listening, I couldn't help but laugh. I originally thought Jia Zai was an arrogant, overbearing idiot. I didn't expect him to also be someone controlled by his family. To marry Mu Yuyan, to get the support of the Mu family, he could actually go to this extent. Can this even be considered a man? Mu Yuyan looked at the meaningful smile on my face and also started laughing. "You find it interesting? Then I'll leave it in your keeping from now on. I was immediately stunned. Leave it in my keeping? That's right. Mu Yuyan nodded matter-of-factly. It's useless for me to keep it anyway. It's annoying just looking at it. I'll give it to you to play with. I looked down at the key in my hand, and the smile on my face couldn't help but widen. Leaving it in my keeping, doesn't that make me like an air traffic control tower? Completely controlling Jiaze's takeoff rights? If I want it to fly, it flies. If I don't want it to fly, it has to stay parked in the hangar forever. I immediately felt that this was much more interesting than beating Jiazai up. So I nodded without hesitation. All right, then fourth sister, I'll take this. But just as the two of them finished getting dressed, there was a sudden loud knock on the door. Hearing the sound, I quickly unlocked the door and then opened it, and a pretty face immediately appeared before me. At this moment, Mukexin was standing at the door, her big round eyes blinking as she looked at me. Little brother Muge, why are you coming out of fourth sister's room? My soul immediately flew out of my body. Eighth sister, I came to see Sister Yan Yan's wedding dress. Mukexin said, oh. Then she tiptoed to look into the room, and happened to see Mu Yo-yan leaning on the dressing table. Her gait was a little strange, so she asked doubtfully, what's wrong with fourth sister? I just saw her walking unsteadily. Her face was also flushed. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, that's because fourth sister's wedding dress is too heavy and tight. Wearing it for too long has restricted her blood circulation. That's why she can't stand steadily, right? Mukexin blinked her eyes. Then why is fourth sister wearing her hair in two braids like that? I remember she hates this hairstyle the most. She even said it's too childish. I was immediately at a loss for words. That's a new hairstyle fourth sister is trying out to go with the wedding dress. Don't you think it's very unique? Mukexin clearly had no doubts. Let's go eat. Everyone is waiting for you two. But just as we reached the top of the stairs, Jia Zai happened to be coming up from downstairs. The moment he saw Mu Yo-yan, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Mu Yo-yan's face was flushed and radiant, her eyes shimmering with affection, and her whole body exuded an astonishing charm from the inside out. It was a unique kind of radiance, one that only comes after being completely satisfied and nourished. Jia Zai was immediately overjoyed, and his heart was ecstatic. He felt that it must have been his sincere confession just now and the great sincerity of the chastity lock that had completely moved Mu Yo-yan. Then he looked at Mu Yo-yan's beautiful and captivating face and stammered, Yo-yan, what were you and younger brother Muge doing in the room? Mu Yo-yan's expression didn't change, her heart didn't race as she spoke. I was trying on some of the gowns for the wedding and asked younger brother Muge to take a look, to give me some opinions. After all, younger brother Muge has the best eye for things. His taste is very high class, far better than those designers. Hearing this, I immediately added, that's right, the Shuhei outfit fourth sister tried on just now was so beautiful it even shocked me, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. When Jiazai heard this, he smiled even more happily. Really? That's great. Then I'm really eager to see it. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Yo-yan with an expectant expression. Can you put it on for me to see now? Mu Yo-yan shook her head with a fitting touch of shyness on her face. No, wait until the wedding day. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiazai was completely wrapped around her finger, and his anticipation for the wedding immediately soared. The four of them went downstairs to eat together. After dinner, Jiazai thoughtfully suggested taking a walk in the manor to digest the food. Yuyan, let's go for a walk. Mu Yuyan nodded, then very naturally looked towards me. Younger brother Muge, come with us. Before I could even speak, Jiazai quickly chimed in. Yes, younger brother Muge, come along, the more the merrier. The Mu family manor was very large, and along the way, to show off, in front of Mu Yuyan, Jiazai talked non-stop. You two wouldn't know, besides business, my racing skills are also top-notch. That Verstappen guy from F1, you two know him, right? The world champion, last year in Monaco. We even had drinks together. He's a great guy. He even took a picture with me. Jiazai boasted wildly, spitting as he talked, completely lost in his own world, utterly oblivious to his own arrogance. But he was completely unaware that Mu Yo-yan and I, walking beside him, were secretly holding hands behind our backs. At this moment, my fingers were gently drawing circles in the palm of Mu Yo-yan's hand, occasionally giving her soft palm a gentle squeeze. Mu Yo-yan tried to suppress her laughter, while having to pretend to listen attentively, occasionally nodding along. This made his heart beat faster, and he was extremely excited. Jiazai bragged for a long time, and seeing that Mu Yo-yan and I had a lukewarm reaction, he decided to change the subject. Talk is cheap. Someday I'll take you two, to the track for a spin, to let you feel what real speed and passion is. Hearing this, I said casually, I don't have a driver's license. Mu Yo-yan also played along. I cherish my life quite a bit. I don't like things that are too stimulating. I prefer to ride a bicycle slowly and enjoy the scenery. As she spoke, Mu Yo-yan suddenly changed the subject. I really like Pogachar. Watching him ride is such a pleasure. I immediately caught on. I like bicycles too, but I admire Vingegaard more. His climbing ability is just too strong. Jiazai was stunned. Pogachar? Vingegaard? What are those? He hadn't heard of any of them, but he reacted extremely quickly, immediately realizing this was a new opportunity to curry favor with Mu Yuyan. So Jia Zai had to immediately jump on this topic. Bicycles? I'm good at that too. I have several top-of-the-line mountain bikes in my garage, all custom-made from abroad. In short, as long as it's a sport related to speed, I'm very good at it. Yuyan, I can take you cycling someday. Mu Yuyan listened for a moment, then suddenly smiled mischievously. So when you cycle, what position do you like to use? Jia Zai was immediately stunned. What kind of positions are there for cycling? So he answered without thinking. Isn't it just sitting on the saddle and pedaling? If you want to be a bit more particular, you lower your body, keep your back straight to reduce wind resistance. Mu Yuyan shook her head. I prefer it when people stand up to pedal, especially when going uphill. Look at Pogacar and Vingegaard. When professional racers are attacking or sprinting, they all get off the saddle and stand up to exert force. That's how you get power. You're still too inexperienced. I suppressed a laugh and added, Brother-in-law, fourth sister is right. Standing up to pedal is my specialty, but although standing can help you sprint, sometimes when the slope is too long, your legs will still get a little tired from pedaling for a long time. As I spoke, I looked at Jia Zai with an extremely innocent gaze. Watching the Tour de France recently has gotten me hooked, brother-in-law. Let's schedule a time to go for a bike ride in the countryside. Mu Yuyan couldn't hold it in anymore. She quickly turned her head away, her shoulders trembling, almost bursting out laughing. Oh, 750, this naughty little rascal is too much. But Jia Zai only felt that I was being friendly towards him, so he generously patted his chest. Of course, no problem, we're all family. It's only right to help each other out. Next time, the three of us will go for a ride in the countryside. When you get tired from pedaling, I can help push you from behind. I smiled happily and agreed, yes, brother-in-law. After the three of them finished their walk, Mu Yuyan and I saw Jia Zai off to his car, and as soon as Jia Zai got in the car, he started to cram knowledge about cycling while looking forward to the next cycling experience. He had to train himself to become an expert by then. Meanwhile, as soon as I got home, I saw 8th sister Mu Kexin suddenly walk towards me. Younger brother Mu Ge, you're just in time. Come to my room quickly. There are some advanced math problems I can't solve. Hurry and tutor me a bit. As she spoke, Mu Kexin grabbed my hand and pulled me into her room. As soon as I entered Mu Kexin's room, a sweet, girly fragrance hit my face. At this moment, Mu Kexin sat cross-legged on the carpet beside me, then raised her small face and looked at me seriously. Brother Mu Ge, Mujiji is coming back tomorrow. You're not sad, are you? My heart immediately warmed up, and then I shook my head. There's nothing to be unhappy about. Liar. Mu Kexin pouted. I don't believe you. Suddenly going from the young master of the Mu family to the fake young master, you must feel a sense of loss in your heart. But don't worry, no matter how others are, I will definitely be the same as before, and I will treat you even better. Speaking of which, Mu Kexin suddenly gave me a mischievous wink. But actually, I think this is even better. Before, we were brother and sister, but not anymore. Think about it, you suddenly have 8 beautiful and rich older sisters with no blood relation. This is a huge gain, isn't it? The gloom in my heart immediately dissipated quite a bit. 8th sister, you're the only one with such twisted logic. It's not twisted logic. Mu Kexin huffed coquettishly. All right, let's get to business. Hurry and teach me this problem. I've been thinking about it so hard, my hair's about to fall out. Seeing this, I smiled and took the workbook and started explaining to her. After the tutoring session, Mu Kexin suddenly pulled something out of her bag and stuffed it into my hand. Brother Mu Ge, I've prepared a gift for you. I looked down. It was a car key with the prancing horse logo on it, which I couldn't be more familiar with. Sister Kexin, you. Mu Kexin directly pulled me to the window, then pointed to the not-so-distant car parked at the garage entrance. Ferrari 488 Pista, it's your college entrance gift. Don't all boys like cool cars like this? From now on, you'll be our family's college student. I held the cold car key, but my heart was burning hot. First was 4th sister's multi-million Richard Mille, now it's 8th sister's multi-million Ferrari. And at this moment, Mu Kexin looked at my stunned expression, while in her head, a grand play was unfolding. No more acting, time to lay the cards on the table. Before, we were siblings, so we had to keep a distance. Now that there's no blood relation, why keep up the act? Mu Ge is so handsome and kind, why should I give him up to someone else? When I, still dazed, holding the multi-million-dollar watch and the nearly $10 million Ferrari key, returned to my room, I felt like I was dreaming. Yesterday I was still a fake young master about to be kicked out of the house. Today I have both a luxury watch and a luxury car. My sister's love is so heavy, yet so sweet, especially 4th sister. As I thought about today's madness, I couldn't help but feel my face heat up. Early the next morning, as I walked to the dining room downstairs, there were already a few people sitting at the dining table. It was eldest sister Mu Yulu and her live-in husband, whom she hasn't consummated the marriage with, Yan Huigong, as well as 4th sister Mu Yoyan and 8th sister Mu Kexin. The moment I appeared, Mu Yoyan's eyes immediately lit up. That burning gaze made my heart skip a beat, and I immediately recalled everything from yesterday. I felt my cheeks start to heat up again. I could only lower my head and walk past quickly, pulling out a chair to sit down. At this point, Mu Kekshin immediately greeted me sweetly and pushed a glass of warm milk in front of me. "Brother Muge, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" I nodded awkwardly. "Good morning, eighth sister. Last night's sleep was fine." As soon as the words left my mouth, the atmosphere at the dining table immediately became a little strange, especially Yan Huigang. At this moment, in his eyes as he looked at me, there was an unconcealed trace of contempt. And at this moment, eldest sister Mu Yulu, who was always quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Younger brother Muge, come here for a moment." Seeing this, I obediently walked towards her. Mu Yulu then called me directly to a hidden corner next to the living room, and then looked at me gently. "Younger brother Muge, are you in a bad mood?" I shook my head. "No." Eldest sister, still being stubborn. As Mu Yulu spoke, she suddenly reached out her hand, took out a handkerchief, and then gently wiped the corner of my mouth. "You have milk on your face, and you still say you're fine." I immediately froze. The Mu Yulu in my memory was always strict and rational, but a gentle action like today's was truly unprecedented. Mu Yulu saw that I was silent. She sighed helplessly. "Whether Mu Gigi comes back or not, you are a child of the Mu family, and you are my Mu Yulu's younger brother. I know you're not happy, but remember, no matter what happens, eldest sister will always be on your side." As Mu Yulu spoke, she took a folder out of her handbag and stuffed it directly into my hands. "This is for you." I was stunned for a moment. "Eldest sister, what is this?" Mu Yulu smiled faintly. "A gift. Mu Gigi has one, so you can't be without one either." Hearing this, I directly opened the folder, but as soon as I pulled out what was inside, my pupils contracted instantly. It was a property deed, located right next to Jiangcheng University Town, a newly built hotel-style service department building, and in the owner's section were the two big words, Mu Ge. I immediately looked at Mu Yulu, stunned. "Eldest sister, this is too valuable." Mu Yulu looked at me seriously again. "Take it. You're about to start university. You need to have a place of your own. The money isn't important. The main thing is to give you some assets to stand on your own feet, so that no matter what happens in the future, you will always have a safety net." At this moment, my heart was completely filled with the love of my sisters. Yesterday, it was fourth sister's multi-million-dollar watch, eighth sister's nearly $10 million car, and today, it's eldest sister's entire building, worth several hundred million. Heavens, what kind of fairy god sisters are these? Are they holding a gift-giving competition here? And just as I was overcome with emotion, two fragrant breezes came from behind me. "Younger brother Muge, what are you talking privately with eldest sister about here?" Just then, seventh sister Mu Karen and sixth sister Mu Ki suddenly came to my side and very naturally linked their arms with mine. Then Mu Ki looked at me curiously. "Younger brother Mugi, look at your touched expression. Did eldest sister slip you something good again?" But Mu Karen didn't say a word. She just pulled me outside. Let's go. Come for a walk with us. Get some fresh air." Mu Yulu stood in place, watching the backs of her three younger siblings as they walked away. Countless thoughts immediately flashed through Mu Yulu's mind. This kid has really grown up. He's even become a man who can make a girl's heart flutter. If I had known earlier that we weren't related by blood, if I hadn't recruited this live-in son-in-law, Yan Huigang, for the sake of the family's interests, then maybe. Mu Yulu and Yan Huigang had been married for 2 years, but they always slept in separate rooms, let alone marital intimacy. They had never even held hands. Yan Huigang was considered to be content with his lot. Apart from having some ambition, he hadn't done anything out of line. Unless Yan Huigang betrayed her, she didn't want to cheat on him. That would be a betrayal of her own principles. But now, Mu Yulu truly regretted it. Watching the younger brother she had watched grow up, about to become the prize of her younger sisters, her heart immediately felt blocked by something. On the other hand, I was now between Mu Ki and Mu Karen, and I finally couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, did you all discuss this together?" "Discuss what?" Mu Karen asked, feigning ignorance, her big eyes blinking, full of innocence. Hearing this, I looked at her seriously. "The gifts, everyone's giving them like it's a relay race." Mu Karen burst out laughing, her whole body hanging on my arm. "Oops, you found out. We did discuss it together. Mu Gigi is coming back. Mom and Dad will definitely make a big fuss. We were afraid you'd be unhappy and feel neglected, so we discussed it and decided to just treat you twice as well. I have truly received my sister's kindness." At this moment, my heart felt warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. So I looked down at Mu Karen, who was still rubbing back and forth on my arm because she was leaning slightly against me. From my angle, I could even see down her t-shirt collar, catching a glimpse of her deep, snowy white cleavage. Who could possibly withstand that? I hurriedly looked away, silently chanting not to look at what is improper. And just then, a black MPV slowly drove up and stopped not far from us. Immediately after, the sliding door opened. The first to get out was a woman wearing a neat business suit dress. It was third sister, Mu Tangxun. After her, a person wearing sunglasses and a mask, completely covered up, jumped out of the car. That person yanked off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face that could captivate all beings, then spread her arms like a little bird and flew towards me. It was fifth sister, Mu Yukian. Before I could react, a fragrant breeze hit my face. Then, a soft, warm body crashed into my arms. I saw Mu Yukian hugging me tightly and gave me a loud peck on the cheek, performing a French-style greeting kiss. Younger brother Muge, I missed you to death. I immediately turned to stone on the spot. Is this the fifth sister that fans online call an ice queen that can only be admired from afar? This image has collapsed more completely than the East African Great Rift Valley. And on the other side, third sister Mu Tangchun just walked over with her briefcase, but she came to a stop in front of me and didn't say anything, just used those deep, quiet eyes to look at me silently for a moment. At this time, another car at the villa entrance silently drove up. It was a Bentley. As soon as the car door opened, a woman in a light blue long dress stepped out of the car. It was second sister Mu Yuyi. Eldest sister Mu Yulu. Inside saw that all the sisters had arrived and came out of the villa. Everyone's here, come in. After entering the villa, Mu Yulu cleared her throat and was the first to break the silence. Since everyone's here, let's get down to business. I called everyone back today to welcome Mu Jiji. Mom and Dad's intention is for us to show a family attitude, and I've also had someone investigate his background. Mu Jiji is 18 years old. He has the same birthday as younger brother Mu Ge, a high school dropout, hangs out all year round at internet cafes and pool halls in the west of the city. He associates with some unsavory characters. His main job is collecting protection money at nearby middle schools. After she finished speaking, the living room fell into a dead silence. The expressions on each of the sisters' faces were quite something. A hooligan who collects protection money? Is this their real younger brother? And the first person who couldn't hold it in was seventh sister Mu Karen. She was laughing so hard she was falling over, her whole body collapsing onto the sofa. Oh my god, collecting protection money? What kind of young and dangerous movie script is this? Does he think he's very handsome? I bet you 5 dimes. He definitely has a tattoo, like Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. After saying that, Mu Karen suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a loud kiss on the cheek. Our little brother Mu Ge is still the best. A top student, handsome and clean. This is what a young master of the Mu family should look like. Mu Kekin also wrinkled her cute little nose, her face full of disdain. That sounds so scary. He won't bring those bad habits home, will he? I don't want the house to smell like cigarettes and alcohol. Little brother Mu Ji always smells so nice, so fragrant. Fifth sister Mu Yukian's expression was now darker than the bottom of a pot. She took off her sunglasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose. What kind of international joke is this? You're making me be sisters with a thug who collects protection money? If this news gets out, will I even have an image to maintain? My commercial value will evaporate instantly. As Mu Yukian spoke, she ruffled her hair in frustration, then turned her head to look at me, her gaze instantly becoming incredibly gentle. Thankfully, our little brother Mugi is so outstanding, it's so respectable to take you out. When my next movie starts shooting, he'll let you visit the set and make all those little vixens die of jealousy. Fourth sister Mu Yoyan, who was always as gentle as water, now had a gaze that was incredibly firm and sharp, her hand resting on her knee, unconsciously clenched into a fist. I don't agree to let him move in. Someone with poor character will ruin the family's reputation. Most importantly, what if he bullies little brother Mugi? I absolutely will not allow anyone to harm little brother Mugi. Little brother Mugi is so young, so adorable. To have him live with a thug? It'd be a miracle if he isn't bullied to death. Her gaze made my heart tremble, and the scene from last night uncontrollably flashed in my mind. Right now, I felt that fourth sister was like a mother lion protecting her cub. Anyone who dared to touch her cub, she would fight them to the death. At this moment, second sister, who had been silent, Mu Yuyi, finally spoke up timidly. Actually, a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. Maybe he didn't have the means before. We should give him a chance. But before she could finish her sentence, she received several unfriendly glares. Mu Yuyi was so scared that she immediately shrunk back, her voice getting even quieter. But our house isn't a place just anyone can enter. Safety is the most important thing. Little brother Muji. He's always been very well behaved, very reassuring. Hearing my sister's comparisons, I was immediately speechless. My god, this Mu Gigi hasn't even arrived. He's already been verbally gang-beaten 100 times by my sisters. As for me, they've lifted me up to the heavens, praising me as if there's no one like me in the world. This feeling is great, it's true, but the pressure is also mountainous. Mu Yulu saw her sister's reactions, and only then did she speak slowly. Alright, that's enough. We can't change Mom and Dad's decision. Mu Gigi will definitely be moving into this house today. Speaking of which, she suddenly turned her head to look at me, her gaze also instantly softened. But that doesn't mean little brother Muga has to suffer. You will always be our little brother. No one can change that. The denunciation session in the living room had just ended, but a hint of tension and a united front against a common enemy still lingered in the air. Although my sisters didn't say it, their exchanged glances had already reached an external consensus. The strategic understanding was to dote on me alone. At this moment, I sat in the middle of the sofa, surrounded by all sorts of fragrances and fervent gazes, feeling like a piece of Tang monk's flesh, both happy and under immense pressure. Just then, the sound of a car came from outside the villa. The engine noise going from far to near, finally stopping at the door. The living room immediately fell silent, everyone's eyes turned towards the door in unison. The first person to get out of the car was the head of the MU family, Mu Yang-kwan, followed by Mother Bao-ju, her face showing a few hints of unconcealable excitement and anxiety. As soon as she got out, she turned and reached back into the car, her cautious demeanor, as if she were about to welcome a rare treasure. Gigi, slow down, don't hit your head. Then, a figure emerged from the car. It was Mu Gigi. At this moment, he had one foot on the ground, curiously raising his head, when he saw the villa, as huge as a castle before him. His eyes immediately widened, his mouth unconsciously fell open, revealing an expression of someone who had never seen the world. Then Mu Gigi spoke in a thuggish tone. Mom, Dad, is this our house? It's so damn cool. Bao-ju, her eyes full of heartache, stroked his head. That's right, Xiaoji, this is your home. You'll live here from now on. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Mu Yang-kwan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his son's outfit and way of speaking, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Before we go inside, change out of these clothes first. Change what? Mu Gigi looked confused. This outfit of mine is so handsome, I wore it on purpose. This is my most formal outfit. My bros in the neighborhood all say I look the coolest in this. The corner of Mu Yang-kwan's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just let out a sigh. Mu Gigi's attention was quickly drawn to the luxury cars parked there, especially the bright red Ferrari 488 that eighth sister Mu Kexin gave me. His eyes were filled with greed and envy. He wished he could rush over and lick it a couple of times right now. Damn, a Ferrari. Whose car is this? It's so cool. In the villa's living room, eldest sister Mu Yulu heard the noise outside and was the first to stand up. He must be here, sisters. Let's go out and greet him. Second sister Mu Yuyi stood up hesitantly. Third sister Mu Tangchun remained expressionless, put down her teacup, and stood up decisively. Then the other sisters sporadically, reluctantly stood up. At this moment, seventh sister Mu Karen and fifth sister Mu Yokian muttered at the same time. What a hassle. Only fourth sister in the whole room, Mu Yoyan, remained seated as still as Mount Tai. She just sat there on the sofa with absolutely no intention of moving. With a helpless expression, I glanced at Mu Yoyan. After Mu Yuyan caught my gaze, she let out a barely audible huff, as if she were pouting, and also as if she were expressing her dissatisfaction, but in the end she still stood up and followed the crowd. But when the eight sisters saw the person with the bleached blonde hair and then let out a gasp of astonishment at the villa's magnificent appearance with an expression of someone who had never seen the world, the eight sisters' eyebrows furrowed in unison. That yellow bowl-cut hairstyle, tight-fitting skull t-shirt, those skinny jeans that could strangle someone, this visual assault could be compared to a spiritual atomic bomb. Even eldest sister Muyulu, who always remained unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before her, was silent at this moment. In her sharp eyes that had seen countless people, for the first time, a 3-second daze appeared. Is this the bloodline of the Mu family? Was there a mix-up twice? And the first person to break the silence was fourth sister Mu Yoyan. Pfft! Ha ha ha. She just laughed while shamelessly pointing at Mu Gigi in the distance. My god, is this the lead DJ who escaped from some nightclub in the urban rural fringe? Is his hair cosplaying as Enoki mushrooms? Seventh sister Mu Karen also laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. I'm done for. I'm done for. I feel like my eyes have suffered a work-related injury. I need a kiss from little brother Muji to recover. Sisters, tell me, with his pants that tight, isn't it uncomfortable to walk? Fifth sister Mu Yukian took off her sunglasses, her face full of despair. I declare from this day forward, I'm cutting ties with the Mu family for an hour. Eighth sister Mu Kexin also whispered to me, Little brother Muge, he looks so weird. He doesn't look like a good person at all. You're still the most handsome. All right. Eldest sister Mu Yulu finally spoke up, cutting short this joyous roast session. She took a deep breath, as if wanting to use this breath to suppress the speechlessness and disappointment in her heart. Regardless, he is mom and dad's son. Let's go. Let's meet him. After saying that, she took the lead, striding forward with her long legs and walked towards the door. The remaining sisters looked at each other. Although their faces still held smiles and looks of disdain, they still followed. And on the other side, Mujiji finally woke up from his luxury car dream and followed his parents to the villa door. When he saw the 8 women walking out of the villa, he was completely stunned. Are these my 8 sisters? They're so beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than the teachers on my hard drive. At this moment, Mujiji's eyes were staring straight ahead. He felt like he was about to drool, and he unconsciously put on what he thought was a handsome expression that he often used to flirt with girls on the street. Then, Mujiji's gaze was like a scanner, brazenly scanning back and forth over the 8 sisters, while enthusiastically waving. Hello, sisters. I'm Mujiji, your real younger brother. That gaze was filled with unconcealed lewdness and scrutiny, and that naked desire, causing the sisters' expressions to instantly turn cold. Mu Yangquan and Baoju also realized their son's gaffe, their faces becoming extremely awkward. Xiaoji, speak properly. Ah yeah, aren't I just getting to know my sisters? Mujiji looked unconcerned and even proactively extended his hand to shake theirs. Eldest sister Mu Yulu emotionlessly extended her hand, shook his. The feeling was cold, a brief touch and then an immediate release, as if completing the most formulaic business ritual. Second sister Mu Yuyi timidly extended her hand. The moment her fingertips touched Mujiji's palm, she immediately retracted it as if shocked by electricity, bowing her head even lower. Third sister Mu Tongchun also had a standard handshake posture. Her gaze was calm and ripple-free, as if she were receiving a visiting citizen. When it was fourth sister Mu Yuyan's turn, she crossed her arms, looked down at Mujiji's outstretched hand, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Then, she slowly raised her delicate hand, with its exquisite French manicure, but she didn't grasp his, but instead extended her long index and middle fingers, as if holding a cigarette, and lightly touched Mujiji's palm, an action full of perfunctory and utter disgust. The smile on Mujiji's face froze. Before he could react, fifth sister Mu Yuqian wearing sunglasses stepped forward. She didn't even look at Mujiji, just used her gloved fingertips to touch his hand like a dragonfly skimming water, then immediately pulled back as if she had touched something filthy. The entire handshake ritual was filled with awkwardness. That disastrous handshake ritual finally reached its end amidst Mujiji's forced smile. All 8 sisters had been reviewed, now it was my turn. Mujiji's gaze finally left the sisters and landed on me, standing at the end. With just this one look, the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by unconcealed disgust and contempt. Why hasn't this fake product scrammed yet? Still dressed like a human, standing here pretending to be a young master. Who the hell does he think he is? Mujiji sneered inwardly. He wanted to put this fake in his place, in front of everyone, to let him know who the real master of this house is. But I was very calm, still wearing a polite smile on my face, and proactively took a step forward, extending my hand. Hello, my name is Muji. But Mujiji acted as if he didn't see my outstretched hand, nor heard what I said, directly turning his head to look at Mother Baoju beside him with an exaggeratedly petulant expression. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's go eat quickly. I heard the chef at home cooks delicious food. My outstretched hand froze in midair. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, an awkward atmosphere immediately spreading. A flash of surprise crossed my face, but I quickly regained my composure and quietly prepared to withdraw my hand. However, Mu Yuyan at the side, her eyes turned red in an instant. At this moment, she was like an enraged mother leopard, her entire body exuding a dangerous aura, looking as if she was about to charge forward. But second sister Mu Yuyi, who was closest to her, had quick eyes and hands and grabbed her tightly with one hand. Yuyan, don't get agitated. Although second sister herself was also trembling with anger, reason told her she couldn't make a big scene. Mu Yuyan struggled furiously. Let go of me. How dare he treat our little brother Mugi like that? On the other side, eighth sister Mu Kekten was also furious. Her small, sweet, and soft face flushed red, her cheeks puffed up. How dare this blondie? How dare he treat little brother Mugi like that? If he dares to do this now in front of mom and dad and so many sisters, then behind our backs, wouldn't little brother Mugi be bullied to death by him? Just thinking of this, Mu Kekten's heart tightened. The next second, Mu Kekten did something that no one expected. Directly ignoring everyone else, she quickly walked to my side, and then, under everyone's astonished gazes, she extended her small hand and took my hand, which was still suspended in midair. Little brother Muge, let's go inside. This action instantly dispelled all the awkwardness in my heart. I looked down at her and saw Mu Kekten looking up, looking at me with those big, clear, heartbroken eyes, as if to say, don't be afraid, I'm here. It wasn't over yet. Seventh sister Mu Karen also immediately walked over and linked her arm with my other one, deliberately saying in a sarcastic tone, Little brother Muge is so handsome and stylish, I'll take you inside to eat something delicious. Fifth sister Mu Yukian was even more direct. She took off her sunglasses using her phoenix eyes that were enough to mesmerize the world. She gave Mujiji a cold glance and then whispered in my ear, Little brother Muge, from now on, stay away from this kind of person. Hell, lower your class. My sisters, each with a word, immediately surrounded me, in the middle, using their actions to express their stance. The expressions on Mu Yangquan's and Bao Ju's faces were extremely ugly. They never expected that on their son's first day home, he would clash with their daughters and Mugi to such a tense degree. A group of people entered the living room. The atmosphere was so awkward you could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with your toes. After arriving in the living room, everyone sat back down. I was still surrounded by my sisters in the middle, while Mujiji was arranged to sit next to mom and dad, facing the sisters from a distance, as if separated by the Chu River and Han border. To ease the atmosphere, Bao Ju said to Mujiji with a smile, Xiaoji, introduce yourself to your sisters, so everyone can get to know each other. Mu Jiji was not socially awkward at all. As soon as he heard that, he immediately stood up from the sofa, cleared his throat, and put on that self-proclaimed handsome expression again. Hello sisters, my name is Mu Jiji. You can call me little brother Xiaoji. I don't have any great talents. I'm just somewhat known in the west side of the city. The internet cafes and pool halls over there all have to give me some face. If you sisters want to go there to hang out in the future, just mention my name. You'll definitely get a discount. Mu Yuyan directly rolled her eyes. Internet cafes, pool halls? Is this in any way compatible with well-born young ladies like us? Tacky, explosively tacky. As Mu Jiji spoke, he waved his skinny arms and legs, making a few boxing moves and a few basketball shooting motions that he thought were very cool. As a person, I hate those bookworms the most, who only know how to bury their heads in books. They have no masculinity at all, unlike me. The girls chasing me could line up from one end of the street to the other. His words were clearly aimed at me. Mom and Dad's faces went from awkward to ashen. Baoju tried to interrupt him several times, but he ignored her each time. The sisters listened until their toes were about to scratch through the carpet. Finally, Mu Jiji's heroic tale was over. He sat down smugly, awaiting the adoration and praise of his sisters. The result that welcomed him was a dead silence. Baoju could only awkwardly try to smooth things over. All right, Xiaoji has finished his introduction. You girls should also introduce yourselves to Xiaoji. Let's start with Yulu. Eldest sister Mu Yulu spoke without emotion. Xiaoji, my name is Mu Yulu. I'm your eldest sister. I currently help manage the family company. Although it was brief, everything that needed to be said was said. Mu Jiji was very respectful. After hearing from one person, he looked astonished and asked all sorts of questions. Wow, eldest sister is so amazing. So, are you very rich? Third sister, do you work for the government? Are you a high-ranking official? If I get bullied in the future, can I come find you? But when it was fourth sister Mu Yuyan's turn, she was just leaning back on the sofa, not even looking directly at Mu Jiji, just snorted through her nose. Mu Yuyan. Mu Jiji was stunned for a moment, but didn't give up and asked again. Fourth sister, you're so pretty. What do you do for a living? Mu Yuyan directly turned her head away and began to study her nails, completely ignoring him. The atmosphere became awkward again. At this moment, Baoju's voice carried a hint of pleading. Yuyan? Only then did Mu Yuyan impatiently utter a few words. Unemployed. Finally, it was my turn, but I had just stood up when Mu Jiji waved his hand impatiently. No need, I want to go have breakfast now. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Mu Yuyan absolutely couldn't take it anymore. She pointed at Mu Jiji's nose and scolded angrily. Mu Jiji, how could you be like this? Apologized to Mu Gi. Immediately, Mu Kexin, seeing Mu Yuyan cause trouble, immediately stood up and chimed in. How did little brother Mu Ge anger you? May I ask why you keep targeting him? Again and again? The atmosphere immediately became as tense as a violin string, extremely ugly. Mu Jiji was stunned by this scene. He never imagined that I, this fake young master, would have such a high status in the sisters' hearts. He just said one thing and stirred up a hornet's nest. I didn't mean that. He hurriedly waved his hands in fear, and in his haste, he cleverly pointed to the pile of gifts in the corner. I was just too excited to see that pile of gifts. I couldn't wait to open them. It's really not that I don't respect Brother Mu. This excuse was so clumsy it made people want to laugh, but it finally gave both sides a way out. Mu Yangquan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, I directly stood up, still wearing a gentle smile on my face. It was as if everything that just happened had never occurred. Then I walked to the middle of the living room, looked at Mujiji's panicked face, and said calmly, "It's okay. My name is Muge. Welcome home." This sentence of mine was like a slap, hitting Mujiji hard in the face, and the other sisters, who originally just had the mentality of watching a show, now felt an unknown fire ignite in their hearts. Muge is the fake young master, but it wasn't his choice, nor did he steal Mujiji's life. He is also a victim who was deceived. Mujiji, if you're angry and resentful, go find our parents. Go find fate. Why are you taking it out on Muge? Are you sick? From the moment they met until now, in just a few short minutes, this blonde kid had targeted Muge time and again. One time, he directly ignored him. Another time, he humiliated him in front of everyone. And what about Muge? From beginning to end, he maintained his composure and dignity. Even after being humiliated, he could still say things like, "Welcome home." He is too well-behaved, too kind, and it makes people's hearts ache. The sisters' hearts immediately, completely leaned to one side. They looked at my calm and gentle face and had only one thought in their hearts. No. This child is too honest. He will definitely be bullied to death by this street punk in the future. We must protect him well, cherish him in the palms of our hands, and not let him suffer even a little grievance. But Mujiji completely didn't understand the turbulent storm in the sisters' hearts. At this moment, he was in a state of complete bewilderment and panic. Shouldn't this fake be? Shouted down and beaten by everyone like a rat crossing the street. Why were the fourth sister with the hottest body and the cutest eighth sister both acting like they were so aggressive while defending him? He immediately panicked a little. But Mujiji's street smarts quickly helped him calm down. He quickly calculated in his mind. Fourth sister and eighth sister are on Mugi's side. That's indeed a surprise. But just now during the argument, the other six sisters didn't say anything, especially eldest sister and third sister. With that aura, you can tell at a glance that they have a say in the family. They didn't scold me, which proves they are definitely on my side. Besides, that fourth sister, I heard mom and dad mention in the car, is about to get married. A married daughter is like spilled water. She won't be able to meddle in the Mu family's affairs anymore. Calculating it this way, Mugi's side only has one, the young eighth sister Mu Kexin, to back him up. And on my side, there are six sisters. 6-1, the advantage is mine. I'm still guaranteed to win. After thinking this through, the panic in Mujiji's heart immediately vanished, replaced by an even stronger sense of smugness. He felt that he had seen through the complex situation of the Mu family and had a firm grasp on the initiative. Half an hour later, a long dining table was filled with a lavish breakfast, Chinese style, Western style, incredibly diverse. The moment Mujiji saw the table full of delicious food, his eyes lit up. Without a second word, he pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started eating immediately. His eating posture could truly be described with the phrase too horrible to look at. The sisters on the sofa were all stunned. Mu Yoqian directly frowned, a look of physical discomfort on her face. Only Mother Baoju looked at her son's ravenous eating, her eyes filled with heartache. Eat slowly, Xiaocat. Eat slowly. Don't choke. From now on, you can eat like this every day. Look how skinny you are. You must have suffered a lot outside. Mujiji mumbled a reply. But the movements of his hands didn't slow down at all. A meal ended in this strange atmosphere. The sisters basically didn't eat much. Just watching Mujiji's mukbang was enough to make them full. After breakfast was over, Baoju looked at the happy and harmonious scene, a satisfied smile on her face. She clapped her hands and said to everyone, "All right, Xiaocat has just returned. You sisters have all prepared gifts, right? Quickly take them out and show your little brother." Mujiji's eyes lit up again instantly. He was extremely moved in his heart. See, I told you so. In their hearts, the sisters still care for this biological brother. The coldness and perfunctory attitude just now were definitely just an act to test me. Now that I've passed the test, they're about to start spoiling me. Then he immediately stood up from his seat, bowed deeply towards his sisters, his voice full of sincere emotion. "Sisters, you are truly too good. You even prepared gifts for me. I am truly so touched. Thank you, sisters. I am truly so happy." After speaking, Mujiji raised his head. There were even tears of emotion sparkling in the corners of his eyes. He thought the next scene would be the sisters vying to warmly stuff gifts into his hands. However, what he saw instead were the strange expressions on his sisters' faces. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with awkwardness and speechlessness. But Mujiji was still immersed in the touching sisterly affection he had created, completely unaware that he looked like a fool. He had already seen at the villa's entrance that bright red Ferrari, brand new and shiny, even the tires were gleaming black. You could tell it was a new car at a glance. Although Mujiji didn't even have a driver's license, he was a veteran online car critic. His biggest hobby was usually on car forums and videos, giving his expert opinions. This Aventador is no good. The naturally aspirated V12 is already outdated. The gear-shifting logic is like a piece of shit. The little 100 km/h acceleration is fast, but can't you feel the turbo lag? On paper, it's not as good as the 720s. He used his old, dilapidated computer that even lagged while gaming, typed on the greasy keyboard, commenting on luxury cars worth millions and tens of millions, as if he were the reincarnated god of Mauna Kea. In reality, his only vehicle was an old electric scooter that would run out of battery after 50 km, and the brakes were entirely foot-powered. But today was different. He, Mujiji, had leveled up. That Ferrari was definitely the homecoming gift from his sisters. He had already thought it through. Later, he would drive the car to the west side of the city to show off in front of his buddies. Just as Mujiji was daydreaming about the future, Mother Baoju spoke up. All right, stop sitting around, give the gifts. Xiaocat has just returned. Let's go in order from youngest to oldest, starting with Kexin. Mu Kexin, having been called, reluctantly stood up from the sofa. Mujiji's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at Mu Kexin with a face full of anticipation, like a pug waiting to be fed. Mu Kexin was nauseated by his despicable gaze, but she still followed the plan and gritted her teeth to speak. I've prepared a car for you. Boom, it was as if fireworks exploded in Mujiji's head. A car, she said. A car. It must be that Ferrari. I'm ecstatic. He knew that eighth sister was the youngest, the most simple-minded, and would surely pity her long-lost biological brother the most. But on the outside, Mujiji maintained a moved expression, with tears in his eyes, while his heart was already blooming with joy. That multi-million yuan Ferrari, this life is worth it. Then let's go outside and see. Mu Kexin's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of cunning. Okay. Mujiji hurriedly jumped up. A group of people walked imposingly out of the villa. Mujiji walked at the very front, head held high, chest puffed out, feeling that his life had reached its peak. The sisters followed behind, each and every one of them reluctant. I walked at the very back, looking at Mu Gigi's smug and petty appearance. Then at the slightly upturned corners of eighth sister's mouth ahead, I had already guessed about 70 to 80% of what was going on. There's a good show to watch. The group walked up to the bright red Ferrari 488. Seeing that curvy body again, that proud prancing horse logo. Mu Gigi couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed forward in a few steps, as if caressing a lover, feeling the shiny car body all over. Then he placed his butt and sat right on the hood of the Ferrari, even patting the hood, saying with a smug look, "This car is so awesome." He didn't see at all that as soon as he made this move, the expressions of all the sisters changed. Such a waste. Mu Gigi remained oblivious. He jumped down from the hood and spread his arms wide, intending to give Mu Kexin a big hug. "Thank you, eighth sister. Eighth sister, you treat me so well. I love you to death." Mu Kexin, as if avoiding the plague, nimbly jumped back a step, avoiding his bear hug. Then she tilted her head, using those big, innocent eyes to look at him, and slowly opened her mouth. "Who said this car was bought for you?" The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The smile on Mu Gigi's face instantly stiffened. Mu Kexin was seen raising a slender, fair finger, pointing to a corner not far from the Ferrari. "That one is yours." Everyone followed the direction she pointed, only to see a vehicle of high-end and considerable value parked there quietly, an electric scooter. Pfft. Fourth sister Mu Yoyan and fifth sister Mu Yukian looked at each other and couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into laughter. Although the other sisters didn't laugh out loud, the corners of their mouths twitched incessantly, and their trembling shoulders revealed the extreme joy in their hearts. Even eldest sister Mu Yulu, who was always serious, had the corner of her mouth curve into a faint smile. Mu Gigi stood there dumbfounded. His eyes darted back and forth between the Ferrari in front of him and the lonely electric scooter in the distance, his mind a complete blank, feeling as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in just 1 second. Kekin's mother, Baoju, turned pale with anger. She pointed at Mu Kexin, her voice also trembling. "How could you treat your brother like this? Are you teasing him?" Mu Kexin immediately put on the appearance of a harmless little white rabbit, blinking her big eyes aggrievedly. "I'm not. Mom, I heard that my brother doesn't have a driver's license. I can't give him a car that he can't drive. That would be very impractical. So I specially went to pick out this latest smart electric scooter. A full charge can go 150 kilometers. It's very high-end." She paused for a moment, then added, "This scooter isn't cheap. It's almost 30,000 yuan. It used up all of my allowance for this week." Once these words were spoken, no one could say she was wrong anymore. That's right. Without a driver's license, giving a supercar is indeed inappropriate. An electric scooter is so practical, and it costs 30,000 yuan. For a girl who just started university, that's already a large sum of money, full of sincerity. Eldest sister Mu Yulu also came to smooth things over. "Mom, Kexin just started university too. She doesn't even have a car herself. To be able to spend 30,000 yuan to buy a gift for her brother is already very thoughtful." She of course knew that the Ferrari was bought by Kexin for me, but at this moment she absolutely couldn't say it. Otherwise it would only bring more hatred upon me. Mu Gigi stood on the spot, only feeling his face burning hot, turning red and white as if he had opened a dye shop. He felt like he was a clown stripped naked in public, surrounded by mocking gazes. He was instantly furious enough to burst. But he didn't dare say anything. He could only swallow his pride, then forced a smile that was uglier than crying, walked over to the electric scooter and said with a forced laugh, This gift is also very good. I like it a lot. Thank you, eighth sister. Wait, after I get my driver's license, can eighth sister buy me a Mercedes to drive, okay?" But Mu Kexin didn't take the bait at all. She blinked her eyes and said with a serious expression, "I'm not sure if I'll have money in the future. I still have to buy handbags and cosmetics. If you want to buy a car, ask Mom to buy it for you. Mom has money." A single sentence directly blocked Mu Gigi's path. His smile completely froze on his face. Absolutely no face was given. The group walked back to the villa's living room, the atmosphere colder than a Siberian cold front. He walked at the back, head bowed, his face alternating between red and white, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, he felt that in his 18 years of life, he had lost all his face today. The sisters walked ahead. The ones who laughed easily were still trying to hold it in, their shoulders shaking. Mu Yoyan and Mu Yukian didn't even try to hide it. The gloating smiles on the corners of their mouths were just short of being carved directly onto their faces. After everyone sat down again in the living room, no one said anything. The scene was awkward to the extreme. It was still Mother Baoju who gritted her teeth and tried to smooth things over. All right, don't take it to heart. Let's continue with the gift-giving." After speaking, Baoju's gaze swept across her daughters, finally landing on seventh sister Mu Karen. It's Kieran's turn. Mu Karen from under the coffee table pulled out a large box. "Here for you." She pushed the box in front of Mu Gigi. Mu Gigi looked at the box printed with the image of an alien head and was stunned for a moment. "What is this? The latest computer? Top specs? With a 360Hz monitor and a 5090 graphics card?" Mu Karen yawned. I see you seem to like hanging out at internet cafes. Just play at home from now on. This set is at least over 100,000 yuan. For a normal person, it's an astronomical price, but in Mujiji's eyes, this was no different from giving alms to a beggar. But he could only force a smile. Thank you, seventh sister. Next was sixth sister Mu Kai. She gave a set of the latest, drone and a full VR set, also of considerable value, but it was also only around tens of thousands of yuan. When it was fifth sister Mu Yuqian's turn, this big superstar was extremely perfunctory. She had her assistant hand over a small, exquisite box, wearing a professional smile on her face. This is the latest Fruit 17 Pro Max. The top model is for you. Mujiji took the phone, sneering inwardly. A phone at most 20 or 30,000 yuan, she dared to give this as a gift. It's estimated he had already started keeping a tally in his heart, writing names in his little black book. Then it was fourth sister Mu Yoyan. She walked in high heels, sashaying over to Mujiji, looking down on him. Then she took a small square box out of her handbag. Little brother, for you. Mujiji opened it to see. It was the latest Fruit smartwatch. This gift wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. A few thousand yuan. But compared to the multi-million yuan Richard Mille watch she gave me, it wasn't even a fraction of mine. Mujiji's face turned completely black. He felt this wasn't a gift. This was a blatant insult. Mu Yuyan didn't pay it any mind. She turned and walked back to her seat. After giving these small gifts, it was finally the turn of the first three sisters. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in Mujiji's heart. The previous ones were unreliable at a glance. The truly big gifts must be at the end. Then third sister Mu Tongchun stood up. She handed over a black bank card. There's 1 million yuan in here. Consider it your allowance. I hope you can learn some good things in the future and stop hanging out with scoundrels. Mujiji's eyes lit up instantly. This is how a real sister should be. So he hurriedly nodded and bowed to accept the card. Thank you, third sister. I will definitely listen to you. Next was second sister Mu Yuyi. She gently handed over a car key. I bought a car for you, a Mercedes E-Class. It's already parked in the garage. You can drive it after you get your license. Although a Mercedes E isn't as good as a Ferrari, it's still a luxury car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Mujiji's mood improved a little. Finally, it was eldest sister Mu Yulu. As the most powerful eldest sister in the family, she just nonchalantly pushed over a document folder. A 180 square meter apartment in the city center. It's already been transferred to your name. A large apartment in the city center worth 10 million yuan for Mujiji. This was the largest asset he had ever seen in his life. Although compared to the entire building given to me, it was a world of difference. But Mujiji was still so excited that his whole body trembled, and he immediately felt he was back on top. The gift-giving session finally ended in a strangely harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, Mujiji sat on the sofa, looking at the house deed, car key, and bank card in his hand. The small abacus in his heart was clicking away, and his mind was also spinning extremely fast. He had already divided the 8 sisters into 2 factions. Who was good to him, who was not good to him. He had already finished ranking them in his heart. His gaze also instantly became extremely cold and sinister. At this moment, Mujiji still wore a moved smile, but in his heart, a towering hatred had arisen. He thought he had hidden it very well, but didn't notice that I was sitting opposite him, looking at him with a calm and profound gaze. The gift-giving session, like a comedy, finally ended. The sisters sat in small groups, either playing with their phones or talking quietly, completely treating Mujiji as if he were air. At this very moment, fifth sister Mu Yuqian stood up, putting on sunglasses that could cover half her face. I'm leaving. I have a schedule to complete this afternoon, she said as she picked up her bag. Hey, leaving so soon? Baoju hurriedly stood up to stop her. It was so hard for the whole family to gather. Stay for lunch before you go. I can't, Mom. Everything has already been arranged over there. The contract breach fee is very expensive. Mu Yuqian's tone was very firm. The father who had been silent all this time, Mu Yangquan, finally couldn't help but speak up. His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and authority. Can't our Mu family support you? You always have to show your face outside, making yourself so busy you don't even come home. When Mu Yuqian heard this, not only did she not get angry, on the contrary, she turned around and took off her sunglasses, making a funny face at her father. Blah, I like it. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Being a star was her dream since she was little. She even felt that being a rich young lady at home was very boring. When Mujiji saw this, he felt his opportunity had come again. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa and approached with a solicitous expression. Fifth sister, let me see you off. Mu Yuqian glanced at him, her eyes completely devoid of emotion, and just faintly uttered 2 words, no need. After speaking, she walked away in her high heels and headed towards the door without looking back. Mujiji's outstretched hand awkwardly stopped in midair. The expression on his face froze once again. This is the nth time, today, that he's been publicly executed. Mu Yuqian walked to the door and was about to open it when she suddenly stopped. Then she turned around, and under everyone's gaze, she raised her index finger and beckoned gently towards me, an extremely simple gesture, yet filled with a hint of teasing. I was stunned for a moment, then pointed to my nose and mouthed the words, "Me?" Muyukian nodded. The corners of her mouth under the sunglasses curved into a meaningful smile. I walked over. Everyone's eyes were focused on me. As soon as I reached the door, Muyukian very naturally reached out her hand and took my arm, her whole body pressed intimately against mine. "Come on, walk me to my car." Her voice carried a hint of a smile. Her warm breath brushed against my ear. My body immediately stiffened. I could feel the almost murderous glare from Mugege and the varied gazes of my sisters. Muyuyan was the first one to get jealous. But Muyukian didn't seem to care and held my arm, then opened the door and walked out. The sunlight outside was beautiful. Muyukian's van was parked not far away. She didn't get in the car right away, but held my arm and strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Only then did I have time to carefully observe my fifth sister beside me. No wonder she could become a superstar. In terms of looks among the 8 sisters, she was definitely the most beautiful one. At least a 9 out of 10. It was a photogenic face, perfect from every angle. Her features were as exquisite as God's finest masterpiece. Her skin was as white as high-quality suet jade, almost translucent under the sun. Her figure wasn't like fourth sister's. Muyuyan had the magnificence of a D cup. She looked like a B cup at most, but she won with her perfect proportions, slender and just right. No wonder at only 23 years old, she already had 30 million fans on Weibo. She was recognized in the entertainment industry for her ethereal beauty. She was a versatile actress, singer, and idol, extremely popular. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a grip on my waist. I looked down. Muyukian's other hand had wrapped around my waist at some point. This wandering hand was way too blatant. "Little brother Muge, your figure isn't bad." Muyukian leaned close to my ear, her breath fragrant like an orchid. "These abs, are there 7 of them? Let me feel." I was made uncomfortable by her bold action and could only respond with a joke. "Fifth sister, do you usually use the unspoken rules like this with the young handsome men in your company?" When Muyukian heard this, she was stunned at first. Then she burst into a peal of clear, pleasant laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, you little brat." She laughed so hard she swayed, her soft body leaning completely against me. Not only did the hand on my waist not let go, it even tightened its grip. "That's right, this is exactly how I use the unspoken rules with them. So what about it, little brother Muji? Do you want me to use them on you a little?" I felt my face flush slightly. My God, who could stand this? "Fifth sister, if you keep this up, I'm going to have to charge you." I could only continue to use jokes to hide my embarrassment. "Charge me?" Muyukian raised an eyebrow and smiled even more cheerfully. "All right, name your price. Do you want a Lamborghini or a Patek Philippe, or do you want to be the male lead in a movie?" As she spoke, she gently traced my Adam's apple with her finger. "As long as you serve me well, I'll give you anything." I was completely paralyzed. I realized that compared to fifth sister, fourth sister's direct attacks were truly child's play. Fourth sister wanted something to happen with me, but at least she still had a bit of a maiden's shyness and a longing for love. But fifth sister, she gave off the feeling of an experienced hunter who was playfully toying with her chosen prey. She really wanted to eat me alive, to play with me. What she enjoyed was this process of control and conquest. "Fifth sister, aren't you afraid I'll take you seriously?" I took a deep breath, deciding to turn the tables. "Take me seriously? I hope you do. I'm just afraid you don't have the guts." She said this and stopped walking, turning to face me. The two of us stood very close, so close that I could clearly see her long, thick eyelashes and her expressive eyes. "Little brother Muge, did you know? You're not like the other men who want to climb into my bed. Their eyes are full of lust, greed, and calculation when they look at me. They want to get fame and fortune from me, but your eyes are very pure when you look at me." Saying this, she reached out her hand and gently caressed my cheek, so pure that it makes me want to corrupt you. I looked at this stunningly beautiful face so close to mine, and her eyes full of aggression and teasing. This woman knows how to handle men. She knows she's beautiful, and also knows how to turn that beauty into the sharpest weapon. Muyukian exhaled her orchid-like breath, her warm breath, with a faint scent of gardenia, constantly teasing my nerves. "So, have you decided yet? Do you want to be the male lead in a movie, or do you want a sports car in a mansion? As long as you nod, tonight I'll let you experience what it's like to reach heaven in a single step." And this scene was being clearly watched by someone not far away, behind the second-floor curtains, clearly. At this moment, Mugege's face was completely dark. Jealousy. He was about to explode with jealousy. Among the sisters, the only one he knew before being acknowledged as family was fifth sister, Mu Yukian. After all, she was a superstar. Her image was everywhere on TV and phones. He even remembered Mu Yukian, that face, both pure and sexy, he had once. Thinking about it now, it was indeed a bit sinful. That was his biological sister. But she didn't like this, newly found, soft-looking biological younger brother, and instead was so intimate with an imposter. hugging his waist, touching his face. On what grounds? He deserves to die. Mugege was trembling with anger, the jealousy and hatred in his eyes almost spitting fire. Then, he stealthily slipped out of the living room, found a deserted corner, and took out his phone with its cracked screen. Next, he secretly aimed it at me and Mu Yukian in the courtyard. Click. He had taken a picture of their intimate scene. In the photo, Mu Yukian's entire body was pressed against mine, with her hand on my waist. That pink top revealed her, smooth, bare back, and slender waist. Although my expression was a bit reluctant, I didn't push her away at all. Mugege looked at this photo, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Mu Yukian, aren't you a superstar? Don't you have tens of millions of fans? I know that idols like you are not allowed to be in a relationship. Being in a relationship is called a scandal. If this photo gets out, we'll see how you can still be your fans, goddess. And you, Mugi, you pretty boy, we'll see how you can stay in this house after this. Mugi put his phone away with satisfaction. He felt he now held a trump card that at any moment could blow these two to smithereens. He adjusted his clothes, put a harmless smile back on his face, and returned to the living room satisfied. In the courtyard, I finally escaped from Mu Yukian's clutches. I walked her to her van. All right, we're at the car. Can I go now? What's the hurry? Mu Yukian pulled me back again, directly pulling half of my body into the car. The car door slid shut with a whoosh. Next, Mu Yukian pushed me onto the soft leather seat. Then she sat straddling me, pinching my still dazed face. At this moment, the smile on Mu Yukian's face faded a little, and her eyes became serious. Little brother Muge, listen carefully. That Mugege is not a good person. The way he looks at you is full of jealousy and resentment. He will definitely find ways to cause trouble for you in the future. You can't be as docile as before, understand? If someone bullies you, you have to fight back. You have to be like a man. Be a little braver. Even if the sky falls, it'll be here to support you. I looked at her, an inexplicable warmth spreading in my heart. It turned out that her outrageous actions just now weren't just to tease me, but also her own way of supporting me, telling everyone that I, Muge, am under her protection. I can't guarantee for others, but your fifth sister will definitely always be on your side. Mu Yukian paused for a moment, her gaze becoming extremely determined. Even if mom and dad are completely focused on that blonde kid, you don't need to be afraid. Your fifth sister here hasn't spent a single penny from the family for a long time. The money my studio makes in a year is more than the allowance dad gives me. At worst, it'll support you. It'll support you. These three words were like a warm current that instantly flowed through my entire body. Looking at the beautiful face before me, seeing the undisguised protection and sincerity, in her eyes, all the jokes and teasing became incredibly real at this moment. I was moved. It turns out this fifth sister, who seemed so carefree, was so protective of me deep down. Did you hear me? You fool. Mu Yukian pinched my cheek again. I heard you. I nodded vigorously. That's a good boy. Mu Yukian smiled with satisfaction. She leaned over and lightly kissed my cheek. All right, I'm leaving. Call me if anything happens. Watching the car drive away, I stood there, touching the cheek she had just kissed. The scent and warmth of her lipstick still lingered. I chuckled and shook my head, then turned to walk back to the villa. But when I pushed open the door and entered the living room, I immediately felt three incredibly intense gazes. One was from the corner, a gaze full of jealousy and venom from Mugege. The other two gazes came from the sofa, from fourth sister Mu Yoyan and eighth sister Mu Kechin. The three of them were the ones who had paid the most attention to the actions outside just now. It's just that Mugege was jealous of me, while Mu Yoyan and Mu Kechin were jealous of Mu Yukian. Eighth sister Mu Kechin puffed up her cheeks, her small mouth pouting so much you could hang an oil pot from it. She looked at the faint lipstick mark on my face, the little vinegar jar in her heart completely overturned. Fifth sister is too sly to actually call brother Muji out alone and then hug and kiss him. That's too much. She's clearly not much older than me. On what grounds is she so bold? On the other side, Mu Yoyan's expression wasn't very good either. She elegantly crossed her legs, her long, slender legs wrapped in her dress, creating firm curves. The tip of her foot tapped lightly on the floor, revealing her inner turmoil. Mu Yukian, that vixen, daring to seduce my man right in front of me. She watched me walk in, a hard-to-detect glint of possessiveness in her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Mu Yuyan comforted herself internally. It's fine, that vixen Mu Yukian at most only teases with her words, taking a small advantage. But I have already completely devoured little brother Mugi. His body, his heart, they all belong to me. Mu Yukian's little tricks are nothing. Thinking this, Mu Yuyan's heart immediately felt balanced again. Returning to the living room, I felt like a Tong Sanzang who had just escaped the spider cave. Behind me was the van of fifth sister Mu Yukian, already far away, and in front of me were two gazes so sour they could almost materialize. Mu Yoyan and Mu Kechin. One was sitting on the sofa, elegantly crossing her legs, but her gaze was like an X-ray, scanning back and forth across my face, focusing on the faint lipstick mark on my cheek. The other was puffing her cheeks, like an angry pufferfish. The teddy bear pillow in her hands was about to be squeezed out of shape by her. Mugige's gaze wasn't as complicated. It was pure jealousy and venom, like a poisoned dagger, wishing it could carve a few pieces of flesh from my body. These three gazes made my scalp tingle, so I could only pretend that nothing was wrong and quietly walk to my seat and sit down. At this moment, Muyoyan cleared her throat, being the first to break the silence. She lifted the teacup in front of her, took a light sip, then raised her eyes, looking at me with a faint, mocking smile. "Little brother Mugi, what brand is Fifth Sister's lipstick? The color is quite nice. It makes your skin look fairer." Damn, this woman really knows how to be sarcastic. I cursed inwardly and subconsciously raised my hand to wipe my face. "Don't touch it." Muyoyan spoke again. "It's quite pretty. Keep it as a souvenir. After all, not everyone gets the chance to receive a parting gift from our family's superstar." Hearing this, Mu Kexin, who was sitting nearby, wrinkled her little nose and also huffed. She turned her head to the side, showing me the back of her neck. I immediately started complaining bitterly in my heart. Damn it, I didn't do a single thing. I'm the victim here, okay? Although Mu Yuyan had the upper hand verbally, she was still very unhappy inside. She looked at my handsome face that everyone resented, and thinking about how that vixen Mu Yukian had blatantly hugged and kissed me like that, she felt as if she had overturned a whole jug of aged Shaanxi vinegar in her heart, so sour it was bubbling. No, this damn little brother is too much of a flirt. Eating him just once isn't enough. I must brand him with a mark that belongs completely to me, Mu Yuyan, so that other women won't even dare to think about it. Mu Yuyan thought this to herself, but the smile on her face became even more charming. "I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room to rest for a bit." After saying that, she walked straight upstairs in her high heels. Her graceful back was full of unspoken charm. After sitting on pins and needles in the living room for a while, I also found an excuse to slip back to my room. But just as I lay down on the bed, ready to process today's explosive amount of information, my phone buzzed once. I picked it up. It was a WeChat message. The sender was Mu Yoyan. The content was very simple, just one sentence. "Little brother, Mu Ge, come to my room for a moment." My heart skipped a beat. Here we go again. I could feel that behind this message there was definitely nothing good in store. But for some reason, besides nervousness, there was also a hint of mysterious anticipation that I didn't even want to admit to myself. I hesitated for a moment, but still got out of bed, and as if possessed, I walked out of my room and went straight to Mu Yuyan's door. I took a deep breath and knocked lightly on the door. The door opened very quickly. Mu Yuyan's hair was still soaking wet. She had clearly just taken a shower. A sweet and alluring scent, a mixture of shower gel and her own body, filled the air. My breathing immediately became ragged. "Come in. What are you standing there for?" Mu Yuyan turned and walked inside. Then she walked to the bed and sat down, and then patted the spot next to her. "Sit." I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. "Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Mu Yuyan looked at me with a faint, mocking smile. I said nothing, just felt my heart pounding. The atmosphere in the room was even more ambiguous than last time, even more dangerous. Mu Yuyan didn't tease me anymore. She dropped her smile and spoke faintly. "Yukian, is she pretty?" My mind raced, weighing every word. "Sister Yukian is a superstar. Of course she's beautiful. Is that so?" Mu Yuyan's tone was unreadable. "Then what about compared to me? Who's prettier? What kind of life or death question is this?" I screamed internally. "You both have your own kind of beauty. It's not the same type. Then tell me, what type am I, and what type is she?" Mu Yuyan pressed on relentlessly. I felt my forehead start to sweat. "You're the mature and charming type. Sister Yukian is the exquisite and beautiful type. That's not wrong." Mu Yuyan nodded. Then her gaze suddenly sharpened. "So, little brother Mu Ge, do you prefer the mature and charming type like me? Or do you prefer the exquisite and beautiful type like her?" I was completely frozen. I realized that no matter how I answered, it was a dead end. Seeing my flustered look, Mu Yuyan suddenly smiled, but her smile carried a hint of coldness. She suddenly moved closer to me, her soft body almost pressing against mine. "Little brother Mu Ge, do you feel that Yukian is better than me? Do you find her young and beautiful, and a superstar on top of that, more attractive than someone like me who's about to be married off?" "No," I immediately denied it. Actually, I found her status as a soon-to-be wife to be even more stimulating. Although I didn't want to admit it, I actually had a strange preference deep down, inherited from ancient times. "Then why did you let her hug you and let her kiss you?" The rims of Mu Yuyan's eyes gradually turned red. "Have you forgotten how you were under me last night?" The images from last night uncontrollably flooded my mind. I felt my body heat up instantly. "Little brother Mu Ge, look at me." Mu Yuyan reached out and lifted my face, forcing me to look directly at her. In her beautiful eyes, there was now a mixture of grievance, anger, and a thick, possessive desire. Suddenly, Mu Yuyan's emotions flared, and she violently pushed me down onto the bed. She lunged on top of me, straddling my waist, looking down at me from above. My whole body was stiff, my mind blank. I looked at the woman on top of me, teary-eyed but incredibly forceful. All the defenses in my heart crumbled at this moment. I ached for her, pitied her, and was even more deeply shaken by the reckless love she was showing at this moment. Finally, Mu Yuyan lowered her head and kissed me fiercely. This kiss wasn't gentle and exploratory like the last one, but was full of domineering appropriation and possession. An hour later, Mu Yuyan's room door opened again. The two of us came out, fully dressed. My expression was a bit dazed, my eyes were even a little vacant, as if I had been completely drained. But Mu Yuyan beside me was a completely different sight. She had changed into an elegant white long dress with delicate, light makeup on her face, the charm in the corner of her eyes and a bone-deep satisfaction and laziness that no makeup could hide. Then she very naturally reached out to help me, adjust my slightly messy collar, her fingertips accidentally brushing against my Adam's apple. "All right, let's go down to eat." She leaned into my ear, speaking softly in a voice only the two of us could hear. My body stiffened. I felt like my ear was on fire. Lunchtime once again turned into a drama of ice and fire. The Mu parents sat at the head of the table, with Mu Gigi seated between them, enjoying emperor-level treatment. "Gigi, eat more of this fish." Mother Bao Ju placed a large piece of fish in his bowl. "Gigi, this steak is delicious, you should try it." Father Mu Yangquan also rarely served food himself, but at the other end of the table, it was a different scene. I was sandwiched between Mu Yo-yan and Mu Keichin. My bowl was already piled high like a small mountain. "Little brother Mu Ge, eat this shrimp, I peeled it for you." Mu Yo-yan picked up a plump white shrimp and brought it right to my mouth. The sweet affection in her eyes was practically overflowing. "Little brother Mu Ge, try this dish. I specially had the kitchen make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." Eighth sister Mu Kexin, not to be outdone, piled a large piece of pork rib into my bowl. My mouth was full of shrimp, and my bowl was piled with a mountain of meat. I felt like I wasn't just eating a meal, but participating in an eating contest. The entire dining table was divided by an invisible line into two worlds. On one side was the blind, compensatory love of parents for their biological son, and on the other side was the possessive pampering of the sisters for their own darling. Mu Gigi's eating habits were as unsightly as ever. His mouth was full of rice and food, and he chomped away noisily while mumbling to his parents. Soup and rice flew everywhere. The sisters looked at him, and with a mutual understanding, lost their appetites. Lunch ended amidst this strange tug of war. After lunch, second sister Mu Yu Yi and third sister Mu Tongchun stood up saying they had to leave. Second sister had to hurry back to the wealthy family in Modu, and third sister also had to get back to work. "Let me see you off," Mu Yangquan said, standing up. "That's not necessary." Second sister Mu Yuyi gently shook her head. Her gaze swept across the living room, finally landing on me. "It's fine if little brother Muga sees us to the door." I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. So I walked with second sister and third sister out of the villa. The afternoon sun was a bit glaring. The plants in the courtyard exuded a lazy fragrance. Unlike the boisterousness of being with the other sisters, the atmosphere now was extremely quiet and restrained. Third sister Mu Tongchun walked on the far left, still in her woman's suit. Her steps were steady, her eyes looking straight ahead, and the stern aura of strangers, "keep away," she exuded, made her look like a walking iceberg, even colder than eldest sister Mu Yulu. Second sister Mu Yuyi walked in the middle, still wearing that long light blue dress. A gentle breeze blew, making the hem of her dress and her long black hair flutter gently, which made her look even more fragile and melancholic. She was like a Jangnon ink-wash painting, beautiful, yes, but always carrying an inescapable sorrow. I walked on the far right, and I could feel that both sisters beside me were intentionally keeping their distance from me. There was no intimate arm-linking, no ambiguous teasing, and even very little eye contact. They were like two real older sisters, who had no improper thoughts about me. This feeling made me breathe a sigh of relief. "Little brother Mugi is about to go to university. Congratulations!" It was second sister Mu Yu Yi who spoke first, breaking the silence. "Thank you, second sister," I replied. Mu Yu Yi nodded, then fell silent again. The atmosphere became a bit awkward again. Wanting to find a topic of conversation, I looked at second sister's gentle and beautiful face and said with a smile, "Second sister, you and brother-in-law have been married for a year, right? When are you planning to give me a nephew or niece? I'd love to be an uncle." To me, this was a statement, as normal as any other family conversation, carrying the well wishes and concern of a younger brother for his older sister. However, the moment the words left my mouth, I keenly sensed the temperature of the air around us suddenly drop. Second sister Mu Yuyi's footsteps suddenly stopped. The faint smile on her face instantly froze, then shattered like a piece of fragile glass. The light in her eyes quickly dimmed at a visible rate, replaced by a sadness and a bottomless self-loathing. This topic was clearly like the sharpest knife, stabbing precisely into the softest and most fragile place in her heart. Married for a year, Mu Yuyi's husband was out carousing, not coming home at night. In that house, she was like a gorgeous prisoner. She felt she wasn't pure, felt like she was a failure, and my careless words had shattered all of her pretense and strength. I immediately noticed her unusual behavior. I looked at second sister's instantly pale face and my heart sank. Crap, I said the wrong thing. Second sister, did I say something wrong? Mu Yuyi suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly lowered her head, using her long hair to hide her distressed expression. She took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, a smile had returned to her face. No, nothing. Her voice carried an unconcealable tremor. You didn't say anything wrong, I just suddenly remembered I had something to do. I was a bit distracted. I knew she was lying, but I didn't know how to respond. Just then, third sister Mu Tongchun, who had been silent, suddenly reached out and gently patted second sister's shoulder. She didn't say anything, but that action carried a silent comfort and strength. The car was already waiting at the gate. The air was so suffocating it was hard to breathe. We're leaving now. Third sister Mu Tongchun nodded to me as a form of goodbye. From beginning to end, second sister Mu Yuyi didn't look at me again. She opened the car door and almost fled into it. The black Bentley glided away silently, carrying the two sisters away, and also taking all the ease from my heart. I stood there watching the car's silhouette fade into the distance, my heart filled with doubt and a sense of unspoken guilt. I knew that my words had definitely, deeply hurt second sister, but I didn't know why. Wasn't it just a normal blessing? I returned to the living room, my mind still troubled by the strange atmosphere, when second and third sister left. I felt like a troublemaker, but I didn't know where I had gone wrong. With a heavy heart, I sat down on the sofa, feeling a bit dejected. In the living room, Mu Gigi was holding his newly acquired Apple 17 Pro Max phone, loudly scrolling through short videos, occasionally letting out a sleazy laugh. The sound was played out loud, audible throughout the entire living room. Eldest sister and fourth sister had both gone to their rooms to rest. Only the twin sisters, Mu Kei and Mu Karen, were still sitting on the carpet. The two of them quickly noticed my dazed appearance. Mu Karen's eyes darted around, and she gave her sister beside her a mischievous nudge. Then the two sisters, one on the left and one on the right, approached me like two little cats and directly sandwiched me in the middle. Yo, what's wrong with our little brother Mugi? So downcast, like a frostbitten eggplant. Seventh sister Mu Karen's voice had a hint of teasing. Today she was wearing a pair of denim shorts, and her long, fair, and straight legs dangled right in front of my eyes. Her whole body leaned in close, her soft arm resting on my shoulder, a sweet, fruity scent wafting into my nose. Before I could say anything, sixth sister Mu Kei on the other side pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke seriously. Based on the micro-expression analysis of your face and your posture, your current mood is very bad. I'm fine, I replied weakly. Still saying you're fine? Mu Karen stretched out her finger and poked my cheek. Your face is as long as a bitter melon. I'm just a little tired. That statement was true. I really was tired. After all, I was about to be drained dry by that vixen Mu Yuyan. Mu Karen didn't believe it. She extended her slender index finger and gently scratched my nose. Liar. Your expression is all but writing the words I have something on my mind on your face. All right. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Do you want seventh sister to play a game with you? He'll carry you to victory before I could answer. Fuck! A curse suddenly rang out from the corner of the room. The gazes of all three of us turned in that direction. Mu Gigi was sprawled on the single sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table. On the screen was a team fight in honor of kings, and the scoreboard proudly displayed 0-5. Do you even know how to play? The support is supposed to follow the marksman. What the hell are you doing wandering around like a ghost? His voice was loud and grating, full of irritability and impatience. The elegant, quiet atmosphere of the living room was instantly and completely destroyed by him alone. Seventh sister Mu Karen wrinkled her nose in disgust and whispered to me, "How about we go play in my room?" Although Mu Kei didn't say anything, her brows were also tightly furrowed. I was even more speechless. This guy truly had the three words, uncultured, carved into his very bones. Fuck! The enemy jungler is ganking me. Where is everyone? Where the hell did you all die? A bunch of teammates as stupid as pigs. Can't carry. Mu Gigi's shouting continued. As he cursed, he frantically tapped on the screen, making the phone clatter. Mu Karen was speechless, but didn't want to show it, so she turned her attention back to me. Her entire body was practically hanging on me, her soft body pressed against my arm. Although not as exaggerated as Mu Yuyan, the fullness and elasticity characteristic of a young girl still felt soft. Immediately after, she deliberately leaned into my ear, lowered her voice, and whispered, "Little brother Muge, don't mind him. Let's talk about our own things." Her warm breath tickled my ear as she spoke, making me itch and unconsciously stiffen. But it quickly became a little painful. Couldn't be helped. It was Mu Yuyan's masterpiece. Mu Kei on the other side couldn't stand watching anymore. She reached out and pulled her sister off me. Sit properly, don't be so handsy. Mukiai's posture was very proper. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and if you didn't know, no one would guess she was a nuclear physics student. She even gave off the vibe of a scholarly scum. The thought popped into my head unconsciously. Then I noticed that Mujiji had also turned his head, his gaze falling on the three of us. When Mujiji saw the two flower-like beautiful sisters, sandwiching me on the left and right with that seamless, intimate expression, his gaze immediately turned dark. Why? Although these two sisters weren't as mature and charming as fourth and fifth sister, they were still top-tier beauties. Moreover, they were twins, each with her own unique charm, and now they were surrounding a pretty boy like you. The familiar feelings of jealousy and unwillingness in his heart surged up once again in Mujiji. Then he squeezed out a smile that he considered very handsome, got up from the sofa, and walked towards the three of us. Aiming for the small gap between me and Mukaren, he squeezed his butt in without a second thought. His action was very rude, directly pushing Mukaren a long way to the side. A clear trace of displeasure flashed across Mukaren's face, but Mujiji acted as if he didn't see it. He brazenly leaned against the sofa and one arm very naturally tried to rest on Mukaren's shoulder. What are you talking about? That's so fun. Let me join in. Sixth sister. Seventh sister. His voice was a bit greasy. Mukaren's body shifted to the side, and the displeasure on her face quickly vanished. After all, he was her biological brother, so she didn't show her disgust. Actually, besides fourth, fifth, and eighth sister, the three who openly wanted to eat me alive, the other sisters didn't hate Mujiji that much. At most, they would complain a little, but in the end, he was their biological brother. Gigi, you haven't seen your room yet, have you? Mukai said, pushing up her glasses. Mujiji was taken aback. Huh? Room? Yes, your room is on the third floor. She pointed towards the stairs, on the same floor as mom and dad, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Mujiji's face. In his heart, he wanted to be closer to these beautiful young sisters. Being on the third floor with his parents wasn't bad, but second and third sister weren't usually home. But he couldn't just say that. Oh, alright, so who's going to take me up to see it? The maid will take you, Mukaren said, pointing to a maid standing not far away. Young master, please follow me. The maid respectfully approached. Mujiji looked at the maid, then back at the three of us on the sofa. Although he was a bit unwilling, he had no choice. He stood up and reluctantly followed the maid upstairs. The living room finally returned to its quiet state. Mukaren let out a long sigh of relief. Mukiai also relaxed a little. She took off her glasses and gently rubbed the bridge of her nose. Mukaren suddenly spoke up. Let's keep playing. Little brother Muge, let's play around. I nodded and picked up my phone beside me. Mukaren had already opened Honor of Kings. I'll carry you. Halfway through the match, Mukaren was ganked and killed by the enemy jungler. She wanted to save me, but ended up dying herself. This is so frustrating. Mukaren stomped her foot in anger, but happened to step on my left hand. Because Mukaren had also been kneeling on the sofa, her feet got sweaty from being pressed under her legs. I felt a damp heat on my left palm. I subconsciously wiped my left hand on my pants leg. This scene was seen by Mukaren. Her eyes widened, and she said angrily, "Little brother Muge, are you daring to be disgusted by me?" I was immediately stunned. Sister Karen, what are you talking about? When was I disgusted by you? I didn't realize at all that there was anything wrong with my action. Still not admitting it? Mukaren pointed to my pants leg. I saw you wipe it on your pants. You're disgusted by my foot, aren't you? Then her expression immediately darkened, and she pouted at me, saying, "A fairy's feet are fragrant, you know?" Her tone carried a hint of grievance and also a hint of pride. Do you know how many boys at my school want to smell them but don't even have the right? And you dare to be disgusted by me. Is it because you know that we're not related by blood that you're disgusted by me? Only then did I react, and hurriedly waved my hands. No, it was just an unconscious action. With that, I raised my left hand to my nose and took a deep sniff. See, I'm not disgusted. Mukaren pouted. I don't believe you. With that, she stuck both her feet out in front of me. This is the only way to prove it. I immediately looked awkward, not knowing what to do for a moment. Mukiai couldn't stand watching anymore. She thought, this is something only the most intimate relationships do. I haven't even let him play with my feet. On what grounds should I let my little sister go first? She just reached out and slapped Mukaren's feet, pushing them away. Karen, don't bully little brother Muga. Just then, both of their heroes had revived, so Mukaren also continued playing the game. Her mouth was still muttering, consider yourself lucky. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling my cheeks were a little hot. Mukiai glanced at me, her gaze a bit complicated. She had just noticed that I really seemed to be staring at Mukaren's feet, staring very intently. One could even say, staring in a daze. Could it be that little brother Muge is a foot fetishist? This is important information. Mukiai smiled. It seems she now had a weakness to exploit in the future. Thinking of this, she discreetly moved her foot towards me. She said nothing, just continued to play the game. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her foot quietly approaching. My heart was in a bit of a turmoil. I unconsciously averted my gaze and focused on the phone screen. On the screen, the match continued. A fierce team fight was about to break out. The three of us continued to play the game. Mukai played the game while secretly provoking me. She changed her sitting position, and that foot of hers would occasionally, unintentionally touch my leg. The cool, soft sensation made my mind wander. I glanced down a few times. Mukai was still seriously looking at her phone screen, her fingers moving like lightning. I could only assume she wasn't doing it on purpose, but the number of these unintentional times kept increasing. I knew Mukai was provoking me, so I also stuck my foot out and started to play footsie with her. But Mukai's toes seemed very nimble. I don't know how she trained them. It was like they had eyes, and I was always at a disadvantage, teased by her until my heart itched. Just like that, the game ended. My screen showed a 1-0 victory with a score of 4-3. I carried the whole match. "Ah, little brother Muge, you're too good," Mukaren praised, her eyes sparkling like stars. "This awareness, this execution, it's truly god tier." I chuckled and was about to say a few modest words when the sound of footsteps echoed down from the stairs. Mujiji had finished viewing his luxurious room on the 3rd floor and came down satisfied. Coming down with him were eldest sister Mu Yulu and 8th sister Mu Ketchen, who had woken up from their nap, and the live-in son-in-law, Ashtray. Mu Yulu was still in her suit, preparing to go to work. "I have to go to the company. Everyone, show Gigi around the house." Mujiji, on the other hand, flopped down onto the sofa and saw the game interface on the phones of me and the twin sisters. His eyes lit up. "Yo, playing Honor of Kings? A 5-person team? Let me in." With that, he pointed to Mu Ketchen beside him. "Add Ketchen and we'll have exactly 5 people. However, Mu Karen spoke first, not playing anymore. Mukai also took the opportunity to stand up. "Yeah, there's no game experience at all." After speaking, the twin sisters went upstairs. "Little brother Muge, let's go up too." Mu Ketchen came over, very naturally took my hand, and also led me upstairs. In an instant, the only one left on the sofa was Mujiji. He watched my back as I left, surrounded by the sisters, and that feeling of being isolated and ignored made him tremble with anger. Looking at the empty living room, the jealousy and hatred in his eyes were about to spew fire. "Why is everyone targeting me? What have I done wrong?" Mukehan grabbed my hand and pulled me straight up to the 2nd floor. Her hand was very small and soft, with a thin layer of sweat in her palm. A warm, damp feeling transmitted through our skin contact. Mukehan pulled me and pushed open the door to her room. A sweet fragrance hit my face, like strawberry-flavored fruit or hard candy melting in the air. I was pulled inside by her, and the door was closed. Unlike 4th sister Mu Yuyan's room, which was full of mature female charm, Mukehan's room was entirely a dreamy princess castle. As soon as she entered the room, Mukehan let go of my hand. She kicked off the small white leather shoes on her feet, and her whole body, like a boneless kitten, jumped straight onto the large, soft bed. Then, Mukehan hugged a giant strawberry bear, burying her small face deep into the plush fur of the teddy bear. Her muffled voice came through. "Who would want to play games with Mujiji? That foul-mouthed guy." As she spoke, she kicked her small feet wildly in the air, like a little rabbit throwing a tantrum. I looked at her pouting, angry expression, and the bit of unhappiness I felt from having my game interrupted also dissipated a lot. To be honest, I'm also very annoyed with Mujiji. His badness is blatant, not hidden at all. But on second thought, I felt a bit complicated. After all, I really did take over 18 years of Mujiji's life, enjoying what he should have had, the love of his parents and the doting of his sisters. Now that he's back, having some resentment and hostility towards me seems understandable. I think as long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, just pulling petty tricks with his words or in games, if I try to put myself in his shoes, it seems I have no standing to truly hate him. I let out a sigh, walked to the bedside, and sat down. He's your biological brother after all. The moment these words left my mouth, Mukehan suddenly lifted her head from the teddy bear, her delicate little face filled with indignation. Her small mouth pouted, so much so that you could hang an oil pot from it. "So what? Even a biological brother can't bully you like that?" With that, she crawled up from the bed and knelt in front of me. This posture made her whole body look even more petite and adorable. She wasn't like 4th sister Muyoyan, who had a magnificent body that made one's blood boil, nor was she like 5th sister Muyokyan, who had a perfect, model-like figure. The feeling she gave me was like a small, soft, and fragrant cake. Every inch of her skin exuded a sweet breath, making me want to take a bite. I saw Mukehan extend her small, slender, fair hands and gently stroked my head. "You're too good-natured and too well-educated. Since you were young, you grew up under the protection of our parents and, us sisters, you have no idea how bad people outside can be. I only learned after I went to college how complicated people's hearts are. Especially Mujiji, I've asked around. He used to be a hoodlum outside, and even had connections with gangsters. Fighting was a daily occurrence for him, and he's full of dirty tricks." Seeing her worried look for me, a warm current flowed through my heart. Among the 8 sisters, each one's way of being good to me was different. Eldest sister was a strict warden, 2nd sister was melancholic care, 3rd sister was silent support, 4th sister was direct possession, Fifth sister was domineering teasing. Sixth and seventh sisters were boisterous companionship. But only with eighth sister Mukahan could I feel that I wasn't like a younger brother, but rather like an older one. It's okay. I smiled and reached out to stroke her hair. I'm about to go to college. I won't see him anymore in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Being petted by me, Mukahan comfortably narrowed her eyes like a cat being stroked, but upon hearing my words, she froze for a moment and her small mouth pouted again. That's right, you're about to go to college. Then she suddenly opened her arms and hugged my arm tightly, her whole body wrapping around me. Yeah, my little brother Muge is a university student now, and we're even classmates at Donghai University. From now on, he'll be your senior. With that, Mukahan seriously extended her hand. Junior Muge, please take good care of me. My body stiffened. Oh my god, I thought to myself, this girl's way of acting cute is really deadly. Please take care of me, Senior Mukahan. Mukahan laughed happily, then rested her head on my shoulder. As she spoke, she used her cheek to gently rub against my shoulder, and the feeling of her soft skin made my shoulder feel like it was on fire. I realized that my earlier thought of treating her like a sister seemed too naive. The women of the Mu family are no simpletons. Even the one who looks the most harmless knows how to use her innate advantages to attack men invisibly. Oh, right. Little brother Mugi, why did you pat my leg just now? Her big eyes, sparkling like stars on a summer night, stared at me without blinking. I felt my cheeks get a little hot. I was indeed in a hurry just now, seeing Mu Kei-han was so angry she was about to argue with Mujiji right on the spot. I subconsciously wanted to stop her, but the closest thing to my hand was her fair leg. Now that she asked me like this, I realized that my behavior was indeed a bit inappropriate. I didn't do it on purpose. I just saw that you were too angry and didn't want you to have a direct conflict with Mujiji. I was in a rush then. Sister Kahan, you're not angry, are you? I looked at her carefully. That serious yet slightly panicked look in Mukahan's eyes was so cute it was against the rules. The little fox in Mukahan's heart was already wagging its tail. She found my serious and pure demeanor really interesting. She decided she had to tease me a bit. So, the smile on her face immediately vanished, and she put on an angry expression. Next, she got off the bed, stood on the carpet, made small fists with her hands, placed them on her hips, and tried to puff out her not-so-magnificent but still full chest. I'm angry now, she puffed her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. She stomped her feet, which were only in tube socks. Don't you think you're a bit tactless? If you were my real brother, touching me a little would be fine. But you're not my real brother. We're not related by blood. For you to casually touch a girl's fair legs like that is crossing the line, you know? If this were at school and you dared to touch another girl's leg like that, you'd get your legs broken. The more she spoke, the more worked up she got, her small face tense, but in her heart she thought, little brother Mugi hands are only allowed to touch my legs. If he dares to touch another girl like that, that girl would definitely be won over by him. No way. I must teach him a profound lesson so that in the future, he only dares to touch my legs. I was completely stunned. Why? Why did she suddenly become like this? Besides, speaking of being tactless, doesn't she also touch me all over every day? Stroking my head, rubbing her cheek against my hand, and just now she held my hand and wouldn't let go. This double standard is just too obvious. Looking at Mukahan's I'm angry, and the consequences will be severe expression. I felt a little guilty. I quickly stood up and apologized sincerely. Sister Keihan, I'm sorry. I was really too rash. I promise it won't happen again. Is sorry enough? Mukahan raised an eyebrow, her small chin lifted high. Then what should I do? I was a bit flustered. Hold out your hand, Mukahan ordered. I hesitated for a moment, but still obediently held out my left hand, the one that had just committed the offense. Mukahan held out her small hand and slapped the back of my hand a few times. Her hand had no strength. It didn't hurt at all when it hit me. In fact, it was a little ticklish, but she still put on a stern look. Do you remember now? Don't casually touch girls unless that girl agrees. I smiled and nodded. Got it. Mukahan nodded in satisfaction. I touched you according to the principle of fairness. You have to touch me back. My mouth immediately formed an O. Huh? What's with the huh? Mukahan glared at me and said with great conviction, Don't you understand what I'm saying? On what grounds do you get to touch me while I don't get to touch you? That's not fair. Just now I thought this soft and fragrant cake was like a little sister who needed protection. But now it seems this is not a small cake. It's clearly a tigress in rabbit's clothing. How should I touch you? I felt like my brain wasn't working properly. Take off your t-shirt, Mukahan said concisely. That's not a good idea. I subconsciously covered my collar. Mukahan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She put her hands on her hips and took a step closer. If you don't take it off, I'll go tell eldest sister that your hands are improper and that you touched me inappropriately. I finally understood this girl today is determined to act shamelessly. Reasoning with her is impossible, but I also know that telling eldest sister is baseless. She's just scaring me. But under Mukahan's threatening gaze, I had to give in. I slowly took off my t-shirt. The little person inside Mukahan's heart had already started screaming. Hey, I succeeded. I'm such a genius. I'm about to touch little brother Mu 9-pack abs. When my shirt was completely off, revealing my strong upper body, Mukehan's breath suddenly stopped for a second. She stared blankly, and even felt like she was about to drool. Mukehan unconsciously rubbed her hands together, stood up straight, and walked towards me step by step, trying to maintain a serious expression. Then she extended her small, slender, fair hands, as if she were appraising a precious work of art, and carefully touched the abs she had dreamed of. My body immediately tensed up. Now I finally understood, this seemingly harmless little rabbit was basically trying to take advantage of me. How scary, she's like a perverted girl. Mukehan's fingers gently glided over my abs, feeling the clear muscle definition. At this moment, the little person inside, her heart must have been blooming with joy. I'm definitely the first one to touch little brother Mugi abs. Fourth sister definitely hasn't touched them. Fifth sister only touched them through his shirt. I've won big time. Besides, this is also the first time in my life that I've touched a man's abs. This novel and exciting feeling made her brain a little oxygen-deprived. She observed so intently, her mouth slightly open, that she didn't even notice the clear saliva dripping down the corner of her mouth. She still tried to maintain a serious look on her face. Looking at her naive yet eager expression, I felt both angry and amused. Sister Han, stop fooling around. Are you unhappy after just touching me a few times? Mukehan immediately interrupted me, her tone fierce. As she spoke, she grew bolder, her hands no longer satisfied with my abs, moved upwards, touching my firm biceps, and then poking my full chest muscles. Tisk, not bad at all. Looking at her engrossed appearance, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister Han, you're drooling. Mukehan's actions froze, and she subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. It was wet. She really was drooling. Moreover, it seemed that wasn't all. The small face that was trying to maintain a serious expression finally couldn't hold it anymore. She burst out laughing with a pfft, her feigned angry face instantly melting like ice and snow, turning into a blossoming spring. She completely stopped acting. Her big, sparkling eyes unabashedly scanned my perfect upper body back and forth. As she looked, she let out a perverted laugh. That appearance no longer had a hint of a soft, fragrant cake, but rather like a child who secretly ate candy and wouldn't admit it, and also like a little devil whose plan had succeeded. I felt goosebumps all over my body. This contrast was too great. One second she was an adorable little princess, pouting because she lost a game. The next second she had turned into a perverted girl drooling over me. Mukehan finally got her wish. She didn't hide her admiration at all. Those big eyes of hers scanned my upper body again and again. Little brother Mugi, you're amazing. She praised sincerely, her restless little hands poking at my chest muscles. Your academic performance is so good, yet you still have time to work out. This physique is just too great. I felt like my body was no longer my own, as if I were a model on display on a shelf for others to look at and comment on. Can I put my shirt on now? No. Mukehan refused without a second thought, her tone resolute. She reluctantly withdrew, her hand that was lingering on my abs, but her gaze was still glued to me. It's hot in the summer. Isn't it normal for boys to be shirtless? At our home, why be so formal with your sister? Just sit like this and chat with me for a while. I was completely speechless. What kind of logic is this? I felt that in front of these sisters I had no ability to resist at all. Mukehan looked at my aggrieved but helpless expression, and her heart bloomed with joy. She pulled my hand and pulled me to a single pink, fluffy sofa in the corner of the room. The sofa was very small, designed to fit only one girl, but she didn't care. She pulled me and forced me to squeeze in. The sofa was immediately filled, our bodies pressed closely together. I could clearly feel the softness and warmth from the young girl's body next to me. Mukehan seemed to think it wasn't enough. She adjusted her posture and very naturally placed her two fair legs on my lap. This posture made my body go stiff. Looking down, her slender legs were wrapped in long white over-the-knee socks, resting unguardedly on my legs. Further up was an absolute territory that sparked the imagination. My gaze was forced to focus on her feet. Through the socks, I couldn't see their specific shape. I could only see a petite outline, being enveloped. Little brother Mugi, how do you usually work out? I want a good figure too. Mukehan's voice sounded in my ear, interrupting my train of thought. She seemed completely unaware of how suggestive her posture was. As she spoke, without any reservation, she pulled up the hem of her shirt, revealing her lower abdomen. Then, she pinched her stomach, pinching up a roll of soft flesh. She pouted and said to me with some annoyance, "Look at Sister Han's stomach. I didn't exercise much during the summer vacation, and I ate until I got fat." I glanced over. There was indeed a little bit of flesh. I mentally calculated. Mukehan is about 107 centimeters tall. She looks like a B cup, but she weighs 50 keys, which is about 2 to 2.5 kg heavier than fifth sister Mu Yukian, who is 174 centimeters tall. Compared to Mu Yuyan, who is 172 centimeters tall and has a magnificent D cup, she's also a few kilograms heavier. But I didn't dare say this. I had no doubt that, if I dared to say she was fat, this adorable-looking little rabbit would definitely bite someone on the spot. A little bit of flesh is good. It's so cute, I said with a strong desire to survive. You're not a big star like Fifth Sister, who needs to stay so slim. No, I want to be slim, Muki-han retorted, refusing to back down. You'll take me to work out in the future. Okay, I'll call you when I work out. Well, work out together. I could only nod in agreement. Yeah, that's great. The two fair legs resting on my lap twisted happily with excitement. Then she got even more carried away, wrapping her slender arms around my neck, her whole body hanging on me. Little brother Muge is the best. A warm and fragrant beauty in my arms, I felt like I was about to suffocate. Sister Keihan, can you put your legs down? This isn't very appropriate. It's not that I'm afraid of anything else. It's mainly that I'm afraid Muke-han, who wears a short skirt at home, isn't wearing safety shorts, and if I accidentally see something I shouldn't, she would definitely call me a hooligan again, and then take the opportunity to tease me. I'm a bit used to this game. Nope, Muki-han was just as I predicted. Not only did she not put her legs down, but she became even more provocative, wiggling her two legs wrapped in socks on my lap. Her little head also swayed, and in her big, bright eyes, there was a look of smugness, as if saying, I'm not putting them down. What can you do about it? I was completely helpless, feeling like I was in front of this tigress, like a fish on a chopping block, only able to let her do as she pleased. Little brother Muge, how exactly do you work out normally? Muki-han hugged my neck and asked curiously. Show me as an example. There's no special way. I mainly do some basic exercises like sit-ups and push-ups, then perform for me. Muke-han's eyes lit up. She finally agreed to get off me, letting go of my neck and also retracting her long legs that made me so restless. I felt like I had been granted amnesty, immediately stood up from that narrow sofa and moved my slightly stiff body a bit. To end this torture as soon as possible, I didn't say a word and lay face down on the carpet. My two hands supported on the ground, forming a standard push-up position. Then, I immediately did 10 push-ups cleanly. The form was standard. The speed was very fast. My breathing was not disordered at all. Muka-han squatted beside me, resting her chin on her hand, looked at me with interest. The lines of my muscles rippled with my movements, and her eyes sparkled with an excited light. Suddenly, she laughed. A new idea popped into her head. Brother Mugi, if you sat on me, could I still do push-ups? My push-up motion paused. I looked up at her, a bit surprised. Probably. I've never tried it. Then let's try it. Mu Kexin's interest was completely piqued. I didn't have any objections either. After all, she had already taken advantage of me so much, a little more wouldn't hurt. I got back into the push-up position. My back muscles were straight. Mu Kexin was overjoyed. She walked over to my side, bent down to study me, seemingly thinking about how to sit on me. How can I be stable? I want to put my full weight on you. I thought for a moment and blurted out, just like riding a horse. Straddle me. When Mu Kexin heard the words riding a horse, her mind started racing. I can ride Brother Muge now. Even though it's riding on his back, this is a historic first step. This is one small step for Mu Kexin, but one giant leap for the 8 Mu sisters. She is the first one to dare to try. Mu Kexin thought to herself gleefully. She prepared to lift her leg and straddle my back. But just as she lifted her leg, before she could sit down, she suddenly thought of something. Her delicate little face immediately flushed red. Ah, Brother Muge, stand up first. I need to use the restroom for a moment. I grunted in agreement, not understanding what was happening as I got up from the floor. Then I saw Mu Kexin, like a frightened little bunny, run quickly to the wardrobe, pull open the door, and take out something unclear. Then she blushed and ran into the bathroom. I found it strange. Isn't she just going to the restroom? What's there to blush about? I really can't understand this little bunny's train of thought. Soon after, from inside the bathroom came the sound of rushing water from the shower. But the sound of water only lasted for about 20 seconds before stopping. Clearly, she wasn't actually showering, so what was she washing? Probably washing her feet. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again. Mu Kexin walked out. The pair of white long socks over her knees had been taken off, placed by a pair of pink flip-flops, revealing her small, delicate, fair feet. Her 10 toes were round and cute, painted with black nail polish. Sister Kexin, did you take a shower? I asked curiously. Mu Kexin seemed a little embarrassed. She glared at me. Her cheek still held a lingering, faint blush. Don't ask, she said as she walked up to me. I had no choice but to lie prone again, getting into the push-up position. Are you ready? Mu Kexin's voice carried a hint of excitement and nervousness. I nodded. Then I felt a soft, warm body slowly press down on my back. Mu Kexin had finally straddled my back. Her legs clamped tightly around my sides. He. She couldn't help but giggle. This feeling is so new. I felt a soft and warm little mountain pressing down on my back. Although the weight wasn't light, it was still bearable. I took a deep breath, tensed my arms, and steadily did the first push-up. Ah, so amazing, Brother Mugi. Mu Kexin, lying on my back, exclaimed excitedly. I didn't stop. I continued with the second and the third. My form was still perfect, but my speed had noticeably slowed. When I was doing the third one, Mukexin, lying on my back, remained completely still. She suddenly said in a provocative tone, "Can you do it, Brother Mugi? You're so weak. You can even carry a 50-kilo sister." That sentence was truly the strongest stimulant. A man can't say he can't do it. Provoked by her like that, the competitive spirit in my bones was ignited. I gritted my teeth and did a few more in a row. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Mukexin's laughter on my back grew louder. Her entire soft body trembled with laughter. This made it even harder for me to keep my balance. But when I reached the 10th one, I finally couldn't hold on any longer. And at that moment, in the second-floor hallway, the twin sisters Mukaren and Mukiai were about to go downstairs to get ice cream from the fridge. They had just reached the door of Mukexin's room when they clearly heard the sound of laughter, loud and undisguised laughter, from Mukexin coming from inside the room. The two looked at each other, and both thought, "This isn't good. This laughter from eighth sister is not good at all." Without a second thought, they rushed to Mukexin's door. The two of them pushed the door open and barged in. Then they saw the shocking scene in the room and froze on the spot. At that moment, I was shirtless, lying prone on the carpet, and their fragrant and soft eighth sister was straddling my back, laughing her head off. I heard the door open and subconsciously looked up, seeing two identical faces at the door, but both with expressions full of shock. My mind went blank with a buzz, and I instantly lost all my strength. My whole body collapsed to the ground, motionless. I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "Mukexin, you're laughing so flirtatiously, don't you know?" Mukaren pointed at her sister who was still on my back and shouted with both anger and worry. Mukexin, still laughing heartily, climbed off my back. Her face was still flushed with excitement. Brother Mugi is so amazing. She was completely oblivious to her sister's anger, still excitedly sharing. He could actually do push-ups with me on his back. The expressions of Mukaren and Mukiai darkened. They looked at the absurd scene in the room, the jar of vinegar in their hearts completely overturned. How can there be such an intimate game? Eighth sister is too bold, riding right on top of him. It's a good thing it's just riding on his back for push-ups, but it's still too much. If we don't punish her severely, and the next step is the other way around, what will become of us? Both of them were mad with jealousy, but they had to maintain a dignified, older sisterly expression. Kexin Mukaren rushed forward, pulled me up from the ground with one hand, and then pulled the carefree, laughing Mukexin to the side. She put her hands on her hips, adopting an older sister's posture, and began to lecture. "What are you two doing? Have you no shame?" Mukiai also walked over. She pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her eyes behind the glasses carried a scrutinizing look. "Your behavior just now has exceeded the scope of normal sibling interaction. It falls under the category of extremely intimate physical contact." Mukexin and I could only lower our heads and obediently accept the criticism from our two sisters. There's no helping it in this house. Whoever is older has the right to speak. This is the naked suppression of bloodline. And I just happened to be at the bottom of the food chain. Just a moment ago, in front of me, she was like a fierce little tigress, Mukexin. But now, in front of her two sisters, she could only be like an elementary school student, obediently being scolded. The two sisters took turns, from the difference between men and women to the bad influence, lecturing me and Mukexin until we couldn't lift our heads. After they were almost done scolding, the twin sisters looked at each other. Their eyes met in midair, and in an instant, they reached an agreement. If eighth sister can do it, then so can we. On what grounds should a good thing be hogged by her alone? Then, the two of them changed their tone. Mukaren cleared her throat, a mischievous smile on her face. "But, this game sounds pretty interesting. We want to play too." Mukexin and I were both stunned. "What kind of logic is this? You two were just sternly criticizing us a moment ago. How could you change your minds so quickly?" Mukexin immediately spread her arms, like a little lioness protecting her food, standing protectively in front of me. "No way. Brother Mugi is tired. He's exhausted. Are you kidding? Brother Mugi back is mine alone. Other women better not touch it. Whether he has strength or not, your word doesn't count." Mukaren raised an eyebrow. "That's right. Let us ask him ourselves." Mukiai also chimed in. The twins were very determined, closing in step by step. Just as the three sisters were about to fight, the door was pushed open again. Fourth sister Mu Yoyan walked in, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After the intense exercise before lunch, her body felt numb all afternoon. After eating and showering, she hurriedly went back to her room for an afternoon nap. Now she was woken up by the noise outside. "What's going on? It's so noisy," she asked while yawning. As soon as the twin sisters saw Mu Yuyan, it was like they had found a mediator and a matriarch. They quickly ran over to tattle. Mukaren added some spice as she recounted what had just happened. After Mu Yuyan heard the story, her expression also darkened. She walked up to Mukexin, her eyes carrying a hint of blame. "Kexin, how could you be like this? Men and women should not be so familiar, don't you know? If word of this gets out, people will gossip about you. A man and a woman alone in a room, and with such intimate physical contact, the influence is so terrible." Mu Yoyan said seriously. Her words were stern. Standing beside them, I almost burst out laughing. I cursed silently in my heart. Sister Yoyan, you're really good at pretending. I wonder who it was that ate me all up, and ate me twice within 24 hours. How do you have the face now to say such things? Just when I thought Mu Yoyan would end the topic there, she changed her tone. But Mu Yoyan's gaze fell on my upper body, which was bare and perfectly sculpted. A barely perceptible hot flash appeared in her eyes. If Brother Mugi also gives me a ride on his back once, then this matter will be considered fair. I will pretend it never happened. Yes, we want it too. The twins, Mukaren and Mukei, immediately chimed in. Mukechin was so angry her little face turned red and she almost jumped up on the spot. Fourth sister, didn't you just say that if word got out, the influence would be bad? I did say that, but I also said that it's only a bad influence if word gets out. We just won't let word get out and it'll be fine. Having said that, Mu Yuyan looked around at the people in the room, a smile on her face. The people present here are all family, aren't they? Mu Kexin still wanted to resist, but how could she alone resist the joint suppression of her 3 older sisters? Then the 3 older sisters flanked Mu Kechin from both sides and took her to her princess bed filled with stuffed animals. Then they started tickling her, their main targets being the places she was most ticklish, her armpits and the soles of her jade-like feet. Ah, don't. Stop tickling. I surrender. Mu Kexin's laughter and pleas for mercy filled the room. In the end, she could only surrender helplessly, like a helpless wife, her mouth pouting high, looking furious. But in her heart, she could only use the spirit of Ah-Q to comfort herself. Anyway, I was the first one. This wife has agreed, so you can tease my husband. It was a complete spiritual victory. After dealing with the tiger blocking the way, Mu Kexin, the 3 sisters rubbed their hands excitedly, their fiery gazes fixed on me. I felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, surrounded by 3 hungry wolves. Sisters, I just did 10 reps. I'm really about to die of exhaustion. I don't have much strength left. Mu Karen was the first to be unhappy. She put her hands on her hips, walked up to me, and poked my firm chest muscles with her finger. What's wrong? You have strength to carry Kexin, but you're out of strength to carry us? This is favoritism, that's right. This is discrimination, Mu Yuyan also chimed in. My head ached. Then can I rest for a few minutes? You have to let me recover my strength. Fine. The 3 sisters looked at each other and generously agreed. 10 minutes later, I finally felt like I had recovered. I moved my arms a little. And on the bed, the 3 sisters couldn't wait any longer. Their eyes were sparkling. Mu Kexin was still sitting on the side with a sulky expression, pouting her soft, fragrant lips. She knew she couldn't stop them, so she could only take a step back. Brother Mugi is very tired. 5 reps for each of you is enough. No more than that. Okay, 5 it is. The 3 sisters generously agreed. After all, the point wasn't how many reps, but the process itself. Mu Yoyan was the first to step up. She had a seductive smile on her face and then walked up to me. After I laid down on my stomach, she sat cross-legged, right on my broad back. Let's start, Brother Mugi. I gritted my teeth and started doing push-ups. The first, the second. Mu Yoyan sat steadily on my back, bobbing up and down with my movements. The hem of her nightgown fluttered slightly, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. 5 push-ups were quickly completed. Mu Yoyan got off my back, a satisfied smile on her face. She wiped the sweat from my forehead. Our brother Muge is so amazing. Total boyfriend material. Satisfied, Mu Yoyan stepped aside. Next up was Mu Kei. The twin sisters had a habit of exercising regularly, doing yoga or jogging every morning. Their core strength was much stronger than that of ordinary girls. Mu Kei pushed up her glasses. She didn't sit cross-legged like Mu Yoyan, but knelt directly on my back. This move required a higher level of balance. Mu Yoyan and Mu Karen immediately stood on either side, ready to support her so she wouldn't fall. I started to exert force. Mu Kei knelt on my back, following my ups and downs, letting out a giggle. Clearly, she found it very exciting. 5 push-ups were completed smoothly. Finally, it was the last person's turn, the most mischievous 7th sister, Mu Karen. Her eyes darted around, and a wicked idea came to mind. She first copied 4th sister's posture, sitting cross-legged on my back. I had just done the first push-up. As I pushed myself up, Mu Karen suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Her body tilted, tending to lose her balance, and it looked like she was about to fall. Mu Kei at her side quickly caught her. Mu Karen said with an annoyed expression, "Aya, I'm so clumsy. I can't do this move." Then she copied Mu Kei's posture and tried to kneel on my back. This move requires a very high core strength. But with Mu Karen's physical fitness, she could have easily completed it, but she pulled the same trick again. I had just pushed up a little when she deliberately swayed, pretending to fall again. No. This is also too difficult. She frowned, looking troubled. Then she turned her head to look at me, revealing a pitiful expression. Brother Muge, I'm a bit clumsy. My balance isn't good. I can only use the safest method. You wouldn't want me to? Fall and get hurt, right? Of course. Be careful. I believed her, and even reminded her caringly. Then, the next second, I felt my body being tightly embraced from behind by a soft and hot body. Moo Karen's entire body was lying prone on my back. Her long, slender legs were wrapped around my waist. Her arms went straight through my armpits, hugging my chest. This posture was extremely intimate. The other three sisters in the room were all stunned. I also froze. I only saw Moo Karen press, her cheek against my back, her voice filled with a triumphant laugh. This move is the safest. This way, I absolutely won't fall. Seventh sister is a bit weak, so Brother Mugi will have to bear with me. Mukiai at the side rolled her eyes. This woman really knows how to play. She really knows how to feign weakness. Her core strength is clearly even better than mine. How could she lose her balance? She is clearly, openly taking advantage of Brother Mugi. Mukexen on the other side was fuming. How dare she? How dare she? I haven't even done this move. Why do these sisters have so many tricks? No, I will definitely do these moves with Brother Muge once in the future. Being held tightly by Moo Karen like an octopus, I did 5 push-ups. But luckily, Moo Karen was the lightest among the sisters. Although she was 172 centimeters tall, she only weighed 46.5 kilograms, even a bit too thin, so it wasn't too strenuous for me. Just as this absurd yet seductive game was about to end, a head suddenly poked in through the doorway. It was Mujiji. He looked inside and was completely stunned. What did I just see? Mugi, that pretty boy, is shirtless on the ground, and seventh sister Moo Karen, the great beauty of the Shanghai Theater Academy, is lying all over him and hugging him tightly. Fourth and sixth sister not only didn't stop them, but were watching with amusement. What are you guys doing? Mujiji's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Helping Brother Muji train his body. Mukiai answered with a straight face. The corner of Mujiji's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Training his body? Does anyone train like this? He walked into the room. His gaze swept over my well-defined 8-pack abs. The jealousy in his eyes was almost overflowing. He asked sourly, "How many did you do?" 5 for each person. Mukiai answered, "I can do it too." Mujiji immediately puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Sisters, I can also carry you and do push-ups." Although Mujiji didn't intentionally train his muscles, he was still a street thug. He got into fights often and also played basketball frequently. He thought he had this much strength. But as soon as he said this, the sisters who were having fun in the room, their expressions immediately changed. The expressions on their faces all became a bit cold and indifferent, with no interest in responding to him at all, as if they really only wanted to help Muge train his body. Wasn't everyone thinking in their hearts about how to take advantage of their little brother Muge? When Mujiji saw that no one was paying attention to him, he felt a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth, imitated my actions, and directly took off his short-sleeved t-shirt. He wanted to prove that he was not inferior to me. But when his shirt was taken off, revealing the body inside, the atmosphere in the room immediately froze. The big star Muyukian's guess was indeed correct. She was very good at judging people. A green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, 2 crude tattoos, bearing their fangs and claws occupied, his dark skin, looking extremely ridiculous and ugly. Moreover, Mujiji usually loitered outside, had an irregular lifestyle. His skin condition was very bad, not only dark, but also had all kinds of acne. There were also many acne scars on his back that hadn't faded. There were no clear muscle lines on his body either, just a thin layer of flesh over his ribs. This appearance, compared to the physique next to him, which could be compared to a male model like me, was truly a public execution. The sisters all stared in a daze, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. So ugly. Mujiji's face was actually quite handsome. If I had to rate it, it would be an 8. Although not on the same level as my 9.5, it could still be considered top tier. But Mujiji, whether it was in skincare, dressing, demeanor, or physique, was completely outclassed by my charisma. They all quickly shifted their gazes back to my beautiful body to cleanse their eyes. No one said anything. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Even Mujiji's body had a faint smell, an unpleasant mixture of sweat and tobacco. An awkward silence filled the air. But Mujiji still thought he was great, showing off his ribby physique, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere. Sisters, who wants to come and feel it? Everyone remained silent. No one said a word. The sisters' eyes were locked on me, cleansing their eyes as if another glance at Mujiji would be a pollution to their eyes. The smile on Mujiji's face was a bit stiff. He could only turn his pleading eyes towards the one among the sisters present, who had a slightly better attitude towards him. Sixth sister Mukiai. Sixth sister, you try. Mukiai, having been called out, was extremely unwilling in her heart, but she wasn't like the other sisters, who would write their disgust plainly on their faces. She hesitated for a moment and still reluctantly agreed. All right, he's my biological brother after all. In front of so many people, I can't just completely disrespect him. As soon as Mujiji heard that, he was overjoyed. See, sixth sister really does love me. She's on my side. She is the crucial support for me to seize power in the Mu family in the future and to drive out this pretty boy Muji. He thought smugly to himself and immediately lay prone on the carpet, getting into a push-up position. Then came the problem. What position should we use? Mujiji was very expectant in his heart. hoping sixth sister could also, like seventh sister did with me earlier, get into an intimate, hugging position. But Mukiai looked at his back full of acne scars and ugly tattoos and felt that she didn't want any position. Especially the hugging position Karen used earlier. With me, she would agree 1,000 times over, but with Mujiji, Mukiai rejected it in her heart because he was ugly. At this moment, Mukexin, who was beside them, was very considerate and took out from the nearby cabinet a brand new pair of disposable slippers and gave them to Mukiai. Mukiai immediately understood. She took off the flip-flops she was wearing and replaced them with these clean, disposable slippers. Then she walked over to Mujiji and said with a blank expression, "They'll stand on you." Although Mujiji was a little disappointed, he still forced himself to say, "Come on up." Muyuyan and Mukaren came from the left and right, took Mukiai's hands, helping her keep her balance. Mukiai carefully placed both feet on Mujiji's back. Mujiji felt a great force coming from his back and couldn't help but gasp. Actually, Mukiai was only 47.5 kg. For a man, an adult who exercises regularly, this weight was basically nothing. But Mujiji didn't intentionally train. He was normally involved in all sorts of vices. His body had long been depleted. He was truly weak. He gritted his teeth and struggled to do the first push-up, his whole body trembling. Then the second one. His strength and stability were completely incomparable to mine from earlier. On the third one, Mujiji's entire arms began to shake violently, his face flushed red. Then he couldn't hold on anymore. His arms gave way, and his whole body slammed down with a thud, falling flat on the carpet. Mukiai, who was standing on his back, immediately lost her footing and let out a frightened cry. Her whole body uncontrollably fell forward. It looked like she was about to fall face first and crash hard onto the carpet. In the nick of time, I, who was standing nearby, reacted extremely quickly. I took a long stride forward, spread my arms wide, and precisely blocked the direction of Mukiai's fall. Immediately after, Mukiai's whole body flew into my arms and was caught steadily by me. The strong impact made me take a step back as well, and in that split second, due to inertia, Mukiai's face slammed into mine and then her fragrant lips unexpectedly and tightly pressed against mine. Whoa! The whole room seemed to hit the pause button. All the women present were frozen like statues on the spot. Mu Yoyan's charming, almond-shaped eyes were filled with astonishment. She unconsciously covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Mukexin's small, adorable face immediately turned pale. Her large eyes widened. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed hard by something, aching so much she could barely breathe. How could this happen? Little brother Muga first kiss, and the person being held tightly in his arms. Mukiai was also completely stunned. The sensation on her lips was clear and real. My mind went blank. I could feel the girl in my arms, body stiffen and tremble. I quickly pulled my lips away from Mukiai's and then carefully placed her gently onto the bed beside us. The entire room was still dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Mujiji, who was lying on the floor, finally got up from the ground. He saw this scene, was stunned at first, and then an unknown fire shot to the top of his head. He angrily pointed at me and roared, "Muge, what kind of hooligan trick was that?" He rushed forward, raising his hand to push me. "Isn't it because you're too useless?" Mukexin was the first to react. She rushed in front of me, blocked Mujiji, and angrily retorted, "If it weren't for you being useless, would sixth sister have fallen?" Mujiji was retorted into speechlessness. His momentum immediately halved. He knew he was in the wrong, so he could only apologize in a low voice. My arms gave out just now. "I'm sorry, sixth sister." But no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bed, on the dazed girl. Mukiai's face was so red it looked like it was about to drip blood. On her usually calm and rational face was now written embarrassment, panic, and confusion. She didn't dare to look at anyone, especially me. She suddenly stood up from the edge of the bed without saying a word, lowered her head, and just ran out of the room. After Mukiai ran out of the room, the entire Pink Princess room fell into a strange, deathly silence. I stood where I was, a bit bewildered, and unconsciously raised my hand, gently touching my lips. It seemed like there was still the lingering taste of Mukiai. Very fragrant, very soft, with a faint fragrance like the cool scent of mint. I could even feel that my lips still had a bit of her saliva on them, moist. That kiss was too sudden, so unexpected, I didn't have time to react at all. "Muge, you damn pervert!" Mujiji's angry roar broke the silence in the room. He pointed at my nose and continued his moral judgment. "What did you do to my sixth sister? Give me back my sixth sister's innocence." He cursed a few times and found that no one was paying him any attention. The remaining three sisters' attention was all focused on me and Mukiai, who had just run out. He felt bored, his eyes darted around, and came up with another idea. If you sisters won't handle it, I will." He pretended to be righteous and awe-inspiring. "I'm going to comfort my sixth sister right now, give her a warm brotherly hug." He said that and strode quickly out of the room. The small abacus in Mujiji's mind was clicking away. Mukiai wears a pair of glasses. She looks so beautiful and has a great figure, and she's never had a boyfriend. Maybe she's a lesbian. Completely uninterested in men. Now her first kiss was stolen by Muge, that damn pervert. She must be heartbroken. Maybe she's secretly crying in her room. If I, her biological brother, go in now and give her a warm and secure hug, comfort her, and enlighten her, then sixth sister will surely be moved to tears with gratitude for me. From now on, she will be completely on my side. The more he thought, the more he felt his plan was flawless. Truly a genius. He arrived at the door of Mukei's room. He straightened his clothes, prepared his emotions a bit. Then he raised his hand and knocked gently. Sixth sister, open the door. It's me, Xiao Cat. Sixth sister, don't be sad anymore. That Mugi is just a pervert. Don't be sad because of him. If you have any grievances, just tell your little brother. Little brother will help you vent your anger. The room was still dead silent. Mu Gigi couldn't hear any sound. He was secretly happy. See, I told you she must be crying. That kind of pitiful crying. So much so that she can't even speak. Then a more malicious thought popped into his head. He smirked. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Then he secretly took out his phone and opened a group chat that he had long since pinned. On the other side, in Mu Ketchen's room, the atmosphere was still heavy. The three sisters, Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Ketchen, their faces were all filled with complex emotions. There was shock, but more than that was a kind of jealousy and envy. Why? On what basis was it sixth sister? I stood in the middle of the room. My heart was in a mess. My mind was filled with the unexpected kiss from just now, and Mu Kei's flushed face as she ran out, filled with panic and embarrassment. What should I do now? My voice was a bit dry as I asked the three sisters present, should I go apologize to her right now? Is she very upset? Very heartbroken. That seems to be her first kiss. I really messed up. It was too rushed back then. I couldn't dodge it. My heart was filled with guilt. In my heart, Mu Kei has always been a calm, rational, and quiet older sister. I can't imagine how a person so calm after experiencing this would be in such inner turmoil. Mu Yuyan and Mu Kekshin also didn't know how to answer. Although their relationship with the quiet Mu Kei wasn't bad, they couldn't guess what that ice-cold, intelligent sixth sister really felt about me. So they also didn't know if Mu Kei's mood right now was heartbroken or angry or something else. But Mu Karen, as her twin sister, who had lived with Mu Kei day and night for 20 years, understood her sister very well. Heartbroken and sad? How could that be? Mu Karen rolled her eyes internally. Based on her understanding of Mu Kei, that secretly seductive woman was probably hiding alone in her room, hugging a pillow and giggling secretly. Maybe she was even reliving the feeling of the kiss. But she couldn't say this out loud. She saw my guilty appearance, about to blame myself to death, and came forward to gently pat my shoulder in comfort. Little brother Mugi, don't overthink it. It was an accident. No one expected this to happen. That sixth sister, don't be fooled by her usual cold demeanor. She's not that fragile. Just let her be alone and quiet for a while. Wait for her to calm down on her own. Talk to her properly at dinner time. Just make it clear and it'll be fine. Hearing Mu Karen's words, my heart felt a little more at ease. On the other side, Mu Yuyan took the jealousy in her heart out on Mu Keksin. She glanced at Mu Keksin and scolded, "It's all your fault. You're the only one with so many tricks all day, insisting on playing some push-up game. Now look what's happened. You've caused trouble." Mu Keksin was already sad because sixth sister kissed Mugi. Now, being scolded by fourth sister, she felt even more wronged and couldn't bear it. She pouted. The rims of her eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to talk back. After Mu Yuyan finished scolding, she felt a little better. She and Mu Karen exchanged a look and then left the room together. Only Mu Keksin and I were left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Mu Keksin sniffled and walked over to my side. She said in a low voice, "Little brother Muge, is all my fault." Before she could finish, both of our phones, almost at the same time, vibrated once. It was a WeChat message notification. We both unconsciously picked up our phones. The screens lit up. It was a pinned group chat named Loving and Caring Family. A new message suddenly appeared on the screen. The sender was Mu Gigi. The message content was, reporting to sisters, dad, mom. Something big just happened. That Mu Ji kissed sixth sister and made sixth sister cry. Sixth sister is now crying alone in her room, completely heartbroken. I just spent a long time comforting her outside the door, but sixth sister still won't open it. That Mugi is too much. Seeing this message, Mai and Mu Keksin's pupils simultaneously constricted violently. The 8 sisters of the Mu family all pinned the family group chat named Loving and Caring Family. Moreover, no one had turned on the Do Not Disturb mode for messages, so this message from Mujiji, which twisted the truth, was seen by everyone immediately after it was sent. One stone caused 1,000 ripples. The whole family group chat immediately exploded. The first to react were 4th sister Mu Yoyan and 7th sister Mu Karen. The moment they saw the message, their expressions all changed. This Mu Gigi, how could he talk such nonsense? Mu Yuyan was trembling with anger. She had just witnessed the entire incident with her own eyes. It was clearly Mujiji's own uselessness that led to this accident. Now he was biting back, throwing all the dirty water onto Muji. At the same time, second sister Mu Yulu, far away in Magic City, and fifth sister Mu Yuqian, who was on her way to work, saw this message at almost the same time. Both of them simultaneously sent a question mark in the group. They both found it hard to believe. In their impression, I had always been a sensible and well-behaved little brother. How could I do something as outrageous as forcing a kiss? Could it be that little brother Mugi has hit puberty and couldn't control a momentary impulse? This thought flashed through their minds, but they quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Little brother Muge isn't that kind of person. An eldest sister Mu Yulu, who was handling work at the company, after seeing the message, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. She didn't express her emotions first, like the others, but directly asked in the group, her tone carrying the authority and calmness of an eldest sister. Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, what's going on? When Mu Yoyan saw the eldest sister's message, she immediately turned on voice input. She didn't want to type, because typing couldn't fully express her anger at that moment. Eldest sister, don't listen to Mu Gigi's nonsense. Her voice carried an uncontainable flame of anger, reaching the ears of everyone in the group. Then she used the fastest speaking speed to recount the entire story from beginning to end, without leaving anything out. From when Mu Kexin suggested playing the push-up game, to when Mu Gigi failed to show off, and then to the accident that happened when I saved someone. She spoke very clearly and logically. After hearing Mu Yuyan's voice message, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then Mu Gigi jumped out again. He was still being stubborn, trying to continue his sophistry. Even if I couldn't hold on, when Mugi came to help, he could have just tilted his head. Why didn't he tilt his head? He did it on purpose. He just wanted to take advantage of Sixth Sister. I feel it's unfair for Sixth Sister, being bullied by him like this. These unreasonable words of his completely enraged Seventh Sister Mu Karen. Mu Gigi, don't talk nonsense. Do you understand what in the nick of time means? In that situation, who would think about their lips touching? Little brother Muji's first reaction was definitely to save someone. Do you think everyone is like you, with a mind full of dirty thoughts? Mu Karen's typing speed was extremely fast, a series of questions like a machine gun, leaving Mu Gigi speechless. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became tense. In the end, it was the eldest sister, Mu Yulu, who stepped in to control the situation. All right, stop arguing. I understand what happened. Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, you two go comfort Kiai and younger brother Mugi first. We'll deal with this tonight when Mom, Dad, and I get back. After the eldest sister spoke, the group chat finally quieted down. Mu Yulu put down her phone, rubbing her aching temples. She was filled with exhaustion. She was worried about Sixth Sister Ki and me. It must have been the first kiss for both of them, right? After an accident like that, I'm afraid it'll leave a knot in their hearts. Sigh, it's all that Mujiji's fault, always trying to show off, causing so much trouble. What a nuisance. Meanwhile, in Mu Kexin's room, Mu Kexin and I were looking at the message on the phone screen, and both of our faces were grim, especially mine. I never expected Mu Gigi's heart to be so malicious. Not only did he twist the truth right in front of everyone, but he also did it in the family group, in front of all, the elders and my sisters, openly slandering me. How could he do that? Mu Kexin was so angry her eyes welled up with tears. He's gone too far. How could he say that about you? She looked at my tense face, feeling both angry and heartbroken. Mu Kexin was so angry she started to cry. On one hand, she felt the first kiss that should have been hers was stolen, so she was jealous. But on the other hand, she felt that I certainly didn't want to kiss Mukiai either, so she felt sad for me. Younger brother, Muge. Mu Kexin's sobbing voice came from beside me. I turned my head, only to see the eighth sister, who was like a protective lioness just moments ago, now had her big eyes all red. Her small hand gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her lips pursed, her face full of self-blame and guilt. It's all my fault. It's all because I insisted on playing that game. I'm the one who hurt you, and Sixth Sister too. She sobbed, her tears smudging her small, pretty, and cute face. My heart ached. I raised my hand and gently used my fingertips, carefully wiping the tears from her cheeks. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. How is it not related? If I hadn't suggested playing the game, none of this would have happened. Now Mom, Dad, and our sisters all misunderstand you. Mu Kexin cried even harder. They won't misunderstand you. I looked into her eyes and said seriously, Sister Yuyan and Sister Kiran were there. They'll explain everything clearly. The one who deserves to be scolded is Mu Gigi, not you. I looked at Mu Kexin, feeling a little emotional. A moment ago when she was teasing me, she was like a little female rogue. Now that things got serious, she's turned back into a little sister, who blames herself over a small matter and will hide away to cry. Truly, a cute and pitiful little rabbit. All right, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you'll become a little crybaby. I used a coaxing tone and gently patted her head. Mu Kexin sniffled, raised her teary eyes to look at me, and asked in a small voice, Younger brother Muga, you're not angry at me, are you? I smiled at her. Why would I be angry at you? At the same time, in Mukiai's room, she had locked herself in. Her cheeks were burning. She raised her hand, her trembling fingertips gently touching her lips. That place still lingered with the other person's temperature and feeling. Soft, warm, the hint of fresh breath, the clean scent unique to a young man. She even felt that on them there was still a hint of my taste. That kiss was a complete accident, but this accident made her heart beat wildly. Just then, the phone screen lit up. The caller was the eldest sister. Mukiai tried to make her voice sound more normal. "Hello, eldest sister." From the other end of the line came Mu Yulu's concerned voice. "Ki, how are you doing now?" I'm fine." Mukiai's voice sounded a bit choked up, with a slight nasal tone as if she had just been crying. This was her pretending on purpose. Mu Yulu believed it, and her tone softened a little. "I saw the messages in the group. Yu Yan told me everything. Don't take it to heart. This was just an accident. Younger brother Mugi didn't do it on purpose." "Yes, I know." The other end was silent for a few seconds. Mu Yulu seemed to have thought for a moment before speaking again. "You and younger brother Muge, was it just a light touch or did you really kiss?" This question immediately struck a chord in Mukiai's heart. Her face flushed red, she unconsciously stuck out her tongue and gently licked her lips. My taste was really still on them, sweet, with a hint of a faint salty taste from just after exercising. This thought made her mind go blank. She spoke into the phone in an almost dreamy voice and answered honestly. "We really kissed. My saliva probably even got into younger brother Muge's mouth." After saying this, she herself wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Mu Yulu, on the other end of the line, was clearly stunned for a moment. She probably didn't expect it to be such a deep contact. She immediately imagined how her sixth sister must be feeling, so embarrassed and angry she wanted to disappear. She couldn't help but feel they were both still kids, and encountering this must have been both embarrassing and sad. "Ki, listen to me. This was really just an accident. You and younger brother Mugi shouldn't feel burdened. Just get some rest, wait until your mood stabilizes, then talk things over with younger brother Muge. Don't leave any unresolved issues." "Yes, I know, eldest sister." After hanging up, Mukiai leaned against the door as if all her strength had left her. She slowly took off the gold-rimmed glasses from the bridge of her nose. She stuck her tongue out again, very slowly and carefully licking her lips, as if savoring some wonderful delicacy again. 1 second, 2 seconds, then a small smile bloomed uncontrollably on the corner of her lips. That smile grew wider and wider, until finally Mukiai couldn't hold it in anymore, hugging a pillow and burying her face in her arms, letting out a giggle. My first kiss was with younger brother Muge. Although it was an accident, it didn't feel bad. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, startling Mukiai. "Sister, open the door. It's me." It was Mukaren's voice. Mukiai immediately wiped all expression from her face, quickly put her glasses on, and returned to her cold, dejected appearance. She went to the door, mentally preparing herself for a moment before opening it. Mukaren at the door saw her, with slightly red and swollen eyes, a gloomy expression, as if the whole world had abandoned her, and raised an eyebrow. Mukaren entered the room, closing the door behind her. She didn't say anything, just crossed her arms and casually looked at Mukiai. Mukiai knew she had been seen through, so she could only continue acting. She lowered her head, pretending not to want to talk. "All right, stop pretending." Mukaren finally spoke, voice carrying a hint of teasing. "Sister, what are you pretending for in front of me?" Mukiai's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and pretended to look at her sister with a blank expression. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know?" Mukaren walked up to her and gently poked her cheek with a finger. "Have you been hiding alone, in your room, secretly laughing for a long time?" "I haven't," Mukiai immediately retorted. "You haven't?" Mukaren looked as if she could see through everything about her. "Just confess honestly. Are you still not satisfied, and have licked your lips several times since then?" Mukiai felt her cheeks were about to catch fire. She was exposed. Exposed by the person in the world who understood her best. Thoroughly exposed. She angrily swatted Mukaren's hand away and yelled out of sheer embarrassment. "Mukaren, that was my first kiss. How can you talk to your sister like that?" Her voice, high-pitched from guilt, sounded completely unthreatening. Mukaren wasn't fooled at all, just smiling at her with an all-knowing look on her face. The two just looked at each other like that. The pained expression Mukiai was trying so hard to maintain under Mukaren's knowing gaze began to crack bit by bit. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore. With a poof, she burst out laughing. All right, you know me best." Mukiai stopped pretending. She plopped down on her bed, hugging a pillow, an unconcealable smile on her face. Mukaren looked at her love-struck appearance and couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Well, aren't you something, Mukiai? You really took all the advantage." Then she went over and pinched her blushing cheeks. You gotta be the damsel in distress saved by our hero, younger brother Mugi, and even stole his first kiss for free. Then you come back and act like a victim, as if the sky is falling, playing innocent after getting a great deal. Having been called out, Mukiai blushed even more. She buried her face in the pillow, her muffled voice coming out. Just be jealous. Me jealous? What do I have to be jealous of? Mukaren was verbally merciless, but her heart was sour with envy. Why did such a good thing have to happen to this secretly seductive girl? I'm clearly the one who played the most tricks, teased the most aggressively, but in the end I didn't even get to touch his lips. Sixth sister, on the other hand, did nothing and went straight to the finish line. You are jealous. Mukiai lifted her head from the pillow, licked her lips again, with an expression of utmost enjoyment. It felt pretty good. Mukaren angrily lunged forward and started tickling her. You really are a secretly seductive girl. Ha ha ha, stop it, Kieran. The two sisters laughed and played boisterously on the bed. After playing for a while, Mukaren finally stopped, lying next to Mukiai, her expression suddenly turning serious. Sister, let's be serious. Younger brother Mugi must still be blaming himself. He must think that he took advantage of you and feels guilty. Plus, with Mujiji causing such a scene in the group, he must be under a lot of pressure right now. Eldest sister just called younger brother Muge. I heard it. Although he said he was fine, his tone sounded very self-reproachful, as if he had committed a terrible mistake. Hearing that, the smile on Mukiai's face gradually faded. That's right, I'm here secretly laughing, but younger brother Mugi must be feeling terrible. He's so kind, so considerate of his sister's feelings. With this happening, he must have taken all the blame upon himself. You have to find a chance to talk to him clearly. Mukaren looked at her and said seriously. Mukiai nodded. I know, you'll talk to him. She paused for a moment, then added shyly, but I definitely want. Tell him that I was very happy. Mukaren looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why? Then where would I put my face? Mukiai shot her a glance, her cheeks flushing. It's too embarrassing. This is something I naturally have to keep in my heart and be happy about by myself. Mukaren looked at her, duplicitous appearance, and shook her head helplessly. She was still dying of jealousy. She got up from the bed, ready to go back to her room. This secretly seductive sister of hers is just too lucky. Just as Mukaren predicted, I was lying alone on my bed, my heart a tangled mess. I stared at the ceiling with my eyes open, my mind replaying the scene of the unexpected kiss from the afternoon. The soft feeling of Mukiai's lips, the faint fragrance on her body, the trembling at the moment she fell into my arms, everything was crystal clear. The more I thought about it, the deeper my guilt became. That was Mukiai's first kiss, taken away by me so ridiculously. The way she ran off then, so panicked, so flustered. She must be alone and sad in her room right now. How should I start my apology to her later? Should I just directly apologize? I didn't mean it. Is that too stiff? Will she think I'm some frivolous hooligan? I frustratedly ruffled my hair, cursing Mujiji 100 times in my heart. Soon, the sky outside the window gradually darkened. At dusk, there was a sound at the main door of the villa. Mom, Dad, and eldest sister Muyulu were back. Not long after, the nanny Zhang Ma called from downstairs. Young masters, young mistresses, dinner is ready. With a sigh, I sat up from the bed, adjusted my clothes, and walked out of the room with an anxious heart. The doors to my sister's rooms, on the hallway, also opened one by one. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Mukiai walking out from the room opposite mine. There were about 10 meters between us, and our gazes met in mid-air for a moment. In just a second, both of us, as if shocked, simultaneously looked away. Both of us looked extremely awkward. What caught my eye was Mukiai's instantly flushed cheeks. She lowered her head and quickly walked towards the stairs. I looked at her back, opened my mouth, but couldn't say a word. Oh well, maybe I should wait until after dinner to find a chance to apologize to her in private. The group went down to the dining room one by one. The long dining table was already filled with sumptuous dishes, smelling fragrant. Mukaren looked at the lavish spread, her eyes lit up, and she picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat. Wait! The mother, Bioju, sitting at the head of the table, stopped her. Let's wait for Gigi to come down and eat together. Mukaren pouted and grumbled under her breath. So many rules. That's the table etiquette of a big family. You can't start eating until everyone is present. Especially in this house, the person who dotes on Mujiji the most is the mother, Baoju. Towards this son, who was found after being lost, she felt full of guilt. She always felt that if they hadn't carelessly lost him back then, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much outside and become the unruly person he is today. So no matter what Mujiji did, she unconsciously wanted to compensate him, to indulge him. Mu Yangquan and Baoju showed no expression, observing me and Mukiai. Both of us had our heads down, looking rather listless, but they didn't notice any major abnormalities. The couple exchanged a look and decided to wait until after dinner to talk to them privately about this matter. Just then, a string of curses echoed from the stairs. Damn it, do you even know how to play? The support is so stupid. Mujiji finally came down. He was walking slowly, while holding his phone and playing a game. His mouth never stopped cursing. He pulled out a chair, plopped down, his eyes glued to the phone screen. The whole table was waiting for him alone, and the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Mu Yangquan, sitting at the head of the table, frowned and said in a deep voice, "It's time to eat. Put your phone away. Almost done. This round is almost over." Mujiji didn't look up, his fingers flying across the screen. Mu Yangquan's face darkened, but seeing his wife's pleading eyes, he didn't say anything more in the end. Then, he said to everyone, "Let's not wait, everyone, let's eat." Just as he finished speaking, Mujiji's game finally ended. Damn, finally won. He cursed, casually tossed his phone on the table. Without a word, he directly picked up a large piece of braised pork and stuffed it in his mouth, eating voraciously, making loud chewing noises. At the dining table, sisters Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin were about to roll their eyes into the back of their heads. With eating habits like that, and manners like that, just one more look would make them lose their appetite. The atmosphere at the whole table became even weirder, with Mujiji's presence. I was seated in the middle, with Mu Yoyan on my left and Mu Kexin on my right, while Mu Kai was across from me. This seating arrangement made me feel like I was sitting in the defendant's chair. I lowered my head and ate quietly. Occasionally, I would feel a complicated gaze from across the table. I couldn't help but look up and happened to meet Mu Kiai's eyes. Mu Kiai blushed like a frightened fawn and quickly lowered her gaze. My heart skipped a beat and I hastily lowered my head, pretending to focus on eating. The others at the table all saw this brief, shy glance and each had their own thoughts. Baoju and Mu Yangquan exchanged worried glances. Mu Kechin pouted her lips high, feeling sour inside. In this strange silence, Mu Kiai suddenly made a move. She hesitated, then reached out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender steamed fish, and carefully placed it in my bowl. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and finishing this action was as if she had completed a great mission. She quickly pulled her hand back, lowering her head, not daring to look at me. On the piece of fish in my bowl there was a translucent white grain of rice stuck to it, carelessly brought over by her chopsticks. Mu Kai also saw that grain of rice, and immediately became even more embarrassed. This action was too intimate, like something couples do. Her mind went hot, and she hurriedly reached out her chopsticks to pick the grain of rice away. I gently blocked her with my chopsticks, the two pairs of chopsticks touching in midair. Then, I picked up the piece of fish with the rice grain on it, calmly put it in my mouth, and chewed slowly. Mu Kia's heart was about to melt. A sweet warmth instantly spread throughout her body. She looked at my gentle cheeks, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a small smile. This scene was completely caught by Mu Kexin's eyes, who was beside her. The jar of jealousy in her heart was completely overturned. This wouldn't do. She wanted it too. Mu Kexin wasn't willing to be outdone. She immediately took action. She reached out with her chopsticks and picked up a crystal shrimp ball. Then, she deliberately used her chopsticks to pick up a few grains of rice from her bowl, blatantly sticking them to the shrimp ball. She put the seasoned shrimp ball into my bowl. "Little brother Muge, you should eat this too. This is delicious." I looked at the shrimp ball with 3 or 4 grains of rice stuck to it in my bowl, feeling both amused and exasperated. I thought to myself, these sisters of mine are really. Then I ate that shrimp ball. Only then did Mukechin let out a satisfied hum, feeling a bit more balanced inside. A dinner ended in an atmosphere that was strange, with undercurrents swirling, but it also carried a hint of sweetness. After dinner, the whole family moved to the sofas in the living room. Mu Yangquan and Baoju had gone upstairs, probably to discuss how to handle the afternoon's events. Mu Jiji was sprawled on a single sofa, continuing to stare at his phone, playing a game, occasionally cursing out loud. The sisters sat clustered together, each with their own phone. In the living room, only the sound of Mu Jiji's game echoed. I sat in a corner feeling restless, occasionally stealing glances at Mu Kei, who was sitting not far away. She was quietly looking at her phone, looking incredibly serene and beautiful. I knew I had to talk to her, so I mustered up my courage and stood up, walking over to Mu Kei's side. "Sister Kei, let's go for a walk outside." My voice was a little dry, trying to make my tone sound more natural. All eyes in the living room immediately turned towards the two of us. Mu Kei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at my sincere and nervous eyes, she was silent for a few seconds. She gave a soft mom before standing up. Mu Kei and I walked side by side on the small pebble-paved path. The night breeze was a bit chilly, blowing her skirt and the ends of her hair. Silence spread between us. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. In the end, I was the one who broke the silence first. "Sixth sister, about this afternoon. I'm sorry." Mu Kei stopped and shook her head. Her clear eyes sparkled under the moonlight. "Why should you apologize?" Her voice was very gentle. "I know everything. You didn't mean it. I know you did it to save me. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely had a painful fall. Come to think of it, I haven't even thanked you yet." The huge rock in my heart finally fell to the ground, and I let out a sigh of relief, a sincere smile appearing on my face. It's good that you're not angry. What would I be angry about? Mukai playfully tilted her head, changing the subject. But I should be the one apologizing. Huh? What would you apologize for? I was a little confused. A mischievous smile tugged at the corner of Mukai's mouth as she moved a little closer. Her beautiful eyes carried a hint of scrutiny and a bit of pride as she looked at me intently and said, "That was your first kiss, wasn't it?" Her words made my mind go blank. Uncontrollably, the captivatingly charming face of Mu Yuyan appeared in my mind. Yesterday and today, in her room, whether it was a teasing peck or a deep, passionate, lingering kiss, or the aftertaste kiss after we were done, my lips and Mu Yuyan's had touched countless times, let alone 50 times, even 100 times wouldn't cover it. How could I possibly still have my first kiss? I thought to myself, but can this truth be spoken? Looking into Mukai's eyes, I felt extremely guilty. My lips trembled, but I could only awkwardly avert my gaze. I didn't dare to look at her anymore. My silence became the best answer. In Mukai's eyes, my blushing cheeks and averted gaze were the best proof of my shyness and tacit admission. The small sense of triumph in her heart immediately swelled, turning into immense pride and joy. She had gotten it. She had gotten little brother Muji first kiss. "Ayah, our little brother Muji is getting shy." She deliberately said it in a teasing tone. The sweetness in her heart felt like it was about to overflow. Looking at my innocent and flustered appearance, she found it incredibly endearing. This unexpected accident was truly wonderful for her. The awkward atmosphere completely dissipated with her teasing words. The two continued to walk side by side on the small path, the atmosphere becoming relaxed and pleasant. They talked about interesting things at school, talked about a movie they had recently seen, talked about trivial everyday matters. Mukai's mood was better than ever, and she was more talkative than usual. After walking for a while, her hand accidentally and gently brushed against my fingers hanging by my side. It was a brief touch before quickly pulling away. I felt that softness and a tingling sensation spread from my fingertips. I subconsciously glanced at Mukai. She was looking at the path ahead. The curve of her cheekbones under the lamplight appeared gentle and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, as our arms came close again, Mukai's hand accidentally touched mine again. This time, the contact lingered, a little longer than the last. Her fingertips gently brushed across the back of my hand tentatively. My heart started to beat uncontrollably fast. I knew Mukai was doing it on purpose. This sister, who was always the calmest and most rational, turned out to know how to flirt too. I didn't pull away. The next time she touched me, I silently spread my fingers a little, and my fingers proactively and gently hooked hers. Mukai's body stiffened slightly, then immediately intertwined her fingers with mine. Our hands were finally holding each other. Her hand was soft and small, with a slight coolness to it, but in my warm palm, it quickly warmed up. I felt like I had gained a bit of initiative. This feeling was wonderful. I held her hand. We didn't say anything for the rest of the way, just silently feeling the warmth and heartbeat coming from each other's palms. "Oh, right," Mukai suddenly remembered. "The Ferrari that eighth sister gave you is too flashy. It's not suitable for daily use. I haven't shown you the G-Wagon I got you yet. When you go to university later, you can drive it to school discreetly," I said with a laugh. "A G-Wagon doesn't seem very discreet, does it?" "It's already very discreet," Mukai said as if it were obvious. "Otherwise, what do you want to drive? Mujiji's little electric scooter?" Hearing that, I was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Just then, Mukai pulled my hand and led me towards the garage. "Come on, I'll take you to see the car." The Mu family's garage was very large, with more than 10 luxury cars parked inside, and the most prominent spot was a brand new Mercedes G63. Mukai pulled me to open the back door of the car. "Get in and sit down." I obediently got into the car. Mukai also bent down and got in and closed the car door. In the confined space, only the sound of our breathing and heartbeats remained. In the air there was a faint scent of Mukai's delicate fragrance, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Mukai leaned over slightly, her proud curves becoming even more breathtaking. For a moment, I didn't know where to look. At this moment, I suddenly spoke up. "I haven't had time to get my driver's license yet. I still don't know how to drive." Mukai looked at me, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Then, "Do you know how to drive me?" I was stunned, wondering if I had misheard. What was she saying? Seeing my foolish expression, Mukai burst out laughing. She reached out and gently tapped my forehead. "Don't misunderstand. I mean, it'll teach you how to drive." That's what she said, but her sparkling watery eyes and slightly flushed cheeks still betrayed her true thoughts. The temperature in the car seemed to rise by several degrees. "I'm a slow learner," I felt. My mouth was a bit dry. "It's okay, I'm patient," Mukai said gently. Her gaze shifted from my eyes to my lips. "It'll guide you step by step, starting from the basics. For example, shifting gears, stepping on the gas, so you can experience the real joy of driving. As she spoke, her body unconsciously moved closer to me. I looked at her face, so close to mine, looked at her slightly parted lips as if inviting me to taste them. My Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. Mukei's hormones were raging. Her cheeks were charmingly flushed. Her breathing was a bit rushed. Her eyes were covered in a layer of mist. She looked dreamy and alluring. She looked at me, mustering all the courage she had, and asked in a trembling voice, "Little brother Muge, is it okay?" This question had no subject or predicate, but I understood her meaning immediately. I hesitated a little. Just yesterday, I had my first time with Mu Yuyan, and on the second day, this is too fast. I felt something wasn't right. I wasn't ready yet. Sister Ki, this isn't very good. However, Mu Ki showed unprecedented persistence. She looked at me, her eyes hazy, clearly at her limit. She shook her head, her voice so soft it could turn to water. "It's not what you think. I want to help you. Then you can help me too." I was bewildered. "Help you? Help me? What does that mean?" Just as I was feeling doubtful, Mu Ki smiled. "When we were playing games during the day, I noticed your little hobby." As she spoke, she slowly bent down, her pleated skirt riding up, revealing a patch of snow-white thigh. "It's so stuffy in the car. The summer is scorching hot. I must be muddled. Wearing these leather shoes is making me sweat. I should have worn sandals." She reached down to unbuckle her leather shoes, took them off, and threw them onto the floor mat. Next, her fingers hooked the edge of her white socks and slowly pulled them down. After taking off the socks, her bare feet were completely revealed before my eyes. Her delicate and cute feet could be described as perfect. Her toes were round and adorable. My eyes were completely captivated, and my throat felt even drier. "I don't have any hobbies, just playing basketball and reading. That's all." Mukei saw my gaze, was about to get stuck somewhere, and couldn't help but laugh. She brought her index finger to my lips and wagged it slightly, saying with narrowed eyes, "Naughty little brother Mugi, you've learned how to lie." Her voice was soft to the bone. Every word was like a feather, gently stirring my heart. My disguise exposed, my face turned red, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. I could only surrender. "Sister Ki, you're really amazing. You saw right through me." "Of course." Mukei was very smug. She gently placed her glistening bare feet on the leather seat. Her toes curled playfully. "I remember this afternoon when we were playing King of Glory in the living room. You even used yours to fight with mine. Mine is much more flexible than yours. You lost that match miserably. All the blood in my body rushed to one place. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Looking into her hazy eyes, I said in a hoarse voice, "How about we lock the car doors?" Mukei's eyes lit up immediately, revealing a triumphant smile, and she quickly pressed the central locking button. With a click, all the car doors were locked. She pressed another button, and the window tint gradually darkened, forming a privacy film. Immediately after, she turned her head and winked at me. "Good thing the backseat space of the G-Wagon is big enough. Now no one knows we're doing something bad." I couldn't control myself anymore. I reached out directly, wrapped my arm around Mukei's neck, pulled her towards me, and then kissed her ravenously. This time, I was the one who initiated it. I was no longer the passive, shy teenager. In the confined space, the temperature soared. The moonlight and streetlights outside the window could no longer peek at the amorous scene inside the car. An hour later, I got out of the car first, then helped Mukei out. They had been out for a walk for an hour already. If they didn't go back, the family would surely get suspicious. Mukei's legs were very tired and weak. She even had a slight cramp in her leg, almost unable to stand steadily. Her whole body leaned against me, supported by my strong left arm. She could barely stand firm. The two of them slowly walked towards the main building of the villa. Just as they were about to reach the door, I looked down at Mukei in my arms. Under the light, her cheeks were as red as an apple. Her gaze was still a bit unfocused, her expression a mixture of guilt and satisfaction. "Sister Ki, you look like you've just done something bad." I hadn't finished speaking when Mukei gently brought her index finger to my lips. "Shh." Her voice was both soft and alluring. "From now on, when we're alone, just call me Ki." The two of them straightened their clothes a bit, before pushing the door open and entering the living room. The living room was brightly lit. The whole family was there, including Mu Yang Quan and Bao Ju, who had just come downstairs. When everyone saw the two of them return, all eyes turned towards them. Mukei and I acted very naturally, then walked over to the sofa and sat down, as if we had just gone for a very normal walk. The two of them even chatted naturally, talking about interesting things at school. Their relationship seemed even more intimate and solid than before. The unexpected kiss in the afternoon seemed to have left absolutely no awkwardness between them. This scene made the others in the living room a bit confused. Especially Mu Gigi, he frowned, staring intently at me and Mu Kai. "What's going on? Shouldn't these two be very awkward? Shouldn't Muji feel guilty and not dare to look at Sixth Sister? Shouldn't Sixth Sister be heartbroken and not want to pay attention to him? Why does their relationship look even better now? Impossible." Mu Gigi couldn't believe it. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. Mu Yang Quan and Baoju were also full of doubt. They had thought the two kids would have some awkwardness between them and were planning to talk to them, but now it seemed they had overthought it. At this moment, Muyoyan took from the fruit platter 2 pre-cut apple slices and passed them over. Here, freshly cut, they're very sweet. Mukei very naturally took a slice, took a bite, and said with her mouth full, "Thanks, fourth sister." I also extended my right hand and took the remaining apple slice, but I just held the apple in my hand and didn't eat it. Muyoyan found it a bit strange and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Hearing this, Mukei also turned her head to glance at me, a smile in her eyes. I immediately said, "I am eating, why wouldn't I?" As I spoke, I brought the apple to my mouth and took a big bite. It's really good. I chewed a few times, and after finishing, I even licked my fingers. Mukei saw this action of mine and couldn't help but lower her head to hide a laugh. This scene made the others even more confused. "Muge, Kei, come sit over here." Baoju waved at the two of them, wanting to ask about the situation in the afternoon. Seeing this, Mukei shook her head. "Mom, I'm going upstairs for a bit to change. It's over 30 degrees outside. I'm all sweaty from the walk." I also stood up. "Me too. It's so sticky and uncomfortable." After saying that, the two went upstairs, one after the other. Mukei quickly went back to her room, and after locking the door, she practically rushed into the bathroom. Then she leaned against the door, sat on the toilet lid, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked up at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling, her lips slightly swollen. Her whole being exuded a charming allure. She recalled everything that had just happened in the car, still holding the white socks she had just taken off. Thinking it over and over, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, a happy and satisfied laugh. As if possessed, she brought the socks up to her nose and took a gentle sniff. Then she decided not to throw these socks into the laundry bucket, but instead found a hanger, carefully hung the socks up, hanging them in a hidden corner. From now on, these socks would be honorably discharged. They had a more important use. Then Mukei took a bottle of mineral water, wanting to rinse her mouth, but on second thought, she swallowed it. On the other side, I had also returned to my room. I closed the door and went to sit at my desk. My right hand looked translucent and sparkling under the light. Having just held a juicy apple slice, there was still some juice left on my hand. I like to eat sweets. I also usually like to drink some milk tea and eat fruit. I unconsciously put my right finger back into my mouth and gently sucked on it. I felt a bit thirsty. My mouth and tongue were a little tired, maybe from walking for too long just now. I was too tired. I took an unopened bottle of mineral water from the side, twisted the cap but didn't drink immediately. Instead, I took a big gulp first and gargled with it. After doing all this, I tilted my head back and drank more than half of the remaining mineral water. After drinking the water, I felt the heat inside me had subsided a bit, then I went downstairs again. Coincidentally, just as I reached the top of the stairs, the door to Mukei's room also happened to open. Our eyes met in the hallway. There was no longer the previous awkwardness, but an added unspoken understanding. Both of them had learned a new skill, which was after doing something bad, they could still keep a straight face and a steady heart. For me, today's experience was truly different. Being with fourth sister Muyoyan was direct, but being with sixth sister Mukei was indirect. Watching a girl who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside slowly melt in front of me, showing her most passionate side. The thrill brought by that contrast and the feeling of conquering a woman with a high IQ made me, a young man, full of vigor, with raging hormones, feel a sense of satisfaction. In the living room, Baoju saw the two of them come down and spoke up. "Muge, Kei, you two go to the study for a moment. Your father and I have something to talk to you about." "Coming." Mukei and I glanced at each other. Both of us already understood. The two followed their parents into the study on the second floor. At this time, Mu Yangquan was sitting behind a large desk with a serious expression. He pointed to the two chairs in front of the desk. "Sit. Regarding what happened this afternoon, I want to hear what you two think about it yourselves." Baoju also added, "Kei, I know you must feel uncomfortable inside for something like this to happen. Our daughter is always the one at a disadvantage." Before he could finish his sentence, Mukei interrupted with a dazed look. "Afternoon? What happened this afternoon?" She blinked her clear eyes, pretending to be innocent. Baoju and Mu Yangquan were both stunned. Her reaction was completely unexpected. Actually, Mukei really didn't think it was a big deal. It was just an accidental kiss, right? Compared to what just happened in the car, that was just child's play, like preschoolers playing house. Just now, their lips were almost kissed raw, and they did things 10,000 times more intimate than kissing. So now discussing that accidental kiss, she just found it a little funny. Baoju looked at her daughter, who genuinely seemed like she had forgotten everything, and was even more surprised. She probed with a reminder. "It's about the accident with you and brother Mu." Mukei seemed to finally remember, clapping her hands in sudden realization. "Mom, are you talking about that accidental kiss?" "I thought it was something serious, Dad. Mom, you two are overreacting. That was nothing. Brother Mugi and I are both not so narrow-minded. Besides, At that time, if it weren't for Brother Muji's quick reaction, I would have definitely fallen flat on my face and my face would have been scraped. Compared to that, I should be thanking him. After she spoke, she changed the subject, a clear look of dissatisfaction on her face. Speaking of which, it's all Muji's fault. He doesn't have the ability himself, but insists on showing off, and in the end, he couldn't handle it. Then he turned around and bit back, talking nonsense in the group chat. It's just too much. Hearing her daughter openly criticize Muji like that, Beoja's expression changed. The doting on her biological son in her very bones made her subconsciously start to defend him. Ki, no matter what, he's your younger brother. How can you talk about him like that? He suffered outside since he was a child. There are many things he doesn't understand as his older sister. You should be a little more lenient with him. I'm not wrong. It was his problem to begin with. Kiai's stubborn streak flared up. What she couldn't stand was her mother's unconditional favoritism. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. That's the most basic principle. It has nothing to do with whether he's my brother or not. Seeing that the mother and daughter were about to argue, I spoke up to take all the responsibility on myself. Uncle, auntie, this matter is actually my fault. The situation at the time was too urgent. I was only thinking about catching Sister Ki. I didn't think it through, which led to such an accident. Sixth sister said that to protect me, if you want to blame someone, blame me. These words of mine gave my parents a way out, and also protected Mukai. The atmosphere in the study finally eased a little. Mu Youngkwan looked at me deeply, his gaze complicated. This adopted son was indeed more than 100 times better than that biological son in terms of dealing with people. But he thought this was related to upbringing, and if he groomed Mujiji like me in the future, he could definitely make him outstanding as well. Then he nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, since the two of you involved don't mind, then this matter ends here. In the future, you must still be mindful of your boundaries in the house. This matter is considered over." After the conversation ended, Baoju stood up to leave the study. As she passed by me, she paused for a moment and looked at me with a complicated tone. "Mugi, you are a good kid." Baoju sighed softly as she spoke, her eyes revealing an emotion that even I couldn't quite put my finger on. I could clearly feel that. Since Mujiji returned, my mother's attitude towards me had changed. On the surface, she still cared for me as before, asking after me kindly, but the maternal love that came from the bottom of her heart and was without any impurities seemed to be missing something, with an added layer of politeness and a little more distance. Actually, I could understand. After all, women are emotional creatures. Discovering that the son she had painstakingly raised for 18 years was not her own biological child, to say there wasn't a hint of resentment in her heart would be impossible, especially after her biological son returned. That comparison and the guilt in her heart would make it even more complicated for her when facing me. In comparison, my father, Mu Yangquan's attitude had always been so serious. Nothing had changed. I thought to myself, after this summer vacation, he'll be going to university and it'll be time to move out then. I didn't want to live under the same roof with Mujiji anymore anyway. That guy is like a fly, always coming to provoke me. It's very annoying. Leaving would be good for everyone. Mukiai and I walked out of the study together. We looked at each other and saw a trace of resignation in each other's eyes. We didn't go back to the living room, but went to our respective rooms. After I returned to my room and closed the door, I collapsed onto the bed. I felt so tired. Today was truly too stimulating and too mentally draining. Starting from the unexpected kiss in the afternoon, to Mujiji's slander, then to the evening in the car with Mu Kai, an hour-long heart-to-heart, and finally, I had to brace myself to deal with my parents' questioning. My nerves had been in a state of high tension all day. At the same time, in Mujiji's room, his face was livid as he forcefully threw a porcelain cup to the ground. He had just heard from a maid that after I and Mu Kai came out of the study, nothing damn happened. Their parents didn't scold them at all. How could this be? An unmarried man and woman kissing in broad daylight in a big family like the Mu family that values family etiquette, isn't this a big deal? Moreover, what Mujiji couldn't understand even more was that after I and Mu Kai came back from their walk, their relationship seemed even better than before, impeccably intimate. Could it be that the unexpected kiss actually sparked feelings between them? The more Mujiji thought about it, the angrier he got. He had originally thought that his move, even if it couldn't get me kicked out, could at least cause a big rift between me and Mu Kai and create a huge crack, making Mu Kai feel that I was a hooligan who likes to take advantage and thus dislike me. But as it turned out, it became a catalyst for the two of them instead. Mujiji gritted his teeth as he said the name, his eyes filled with venomous resentment and jealousy. He couldn't understand. He was the official young master of the Mu family, the biological son of his parents, the biological brother of his sisters. Why did everyone defend a fake like me just because he knew how to be pretentious, knew how to please others? No, if this goes on, sooner or later there will be no place for me in this house. I have to think of a way to completely ruin Muji's reputation, to make everyone despise him. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. After today's incident, my sisters must all have a problem with me now. They're all on guard against me. It seems I need an ally, someone who is also not welcome in this house. An ally who is also dissatisfied with the current situation. Suddenly, a person's face appeared in his mind. Eldest brother-in-law Yan Huigang. The corner of Mu Jiji's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Then he took out his phone, found Yan Huigang's contact information, and composed a message to send. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? I have something to tell you. Is it convenient to come out for a bit? This is very important. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. It'll wait for you at the pavilion in the back garden. After sending the message, Mu Jiji changed his clothes and secretly slipped out of his room. It was late at night and the back garden of the manor of the Mu family was deserted. Mu Jiji sat alone in the pavilion, lighting a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his face looked particularly gloomy. Not long after, a figure hurried over from a distance. As soon as Yan Huigang stepped into the pavilion, he asked. He seemed a little tense and uneasy. Jiji, looking for me this late? What's so urgent? At this time, Mu Jiji blew out a puff of smoke, then leisurely said, Brother-in-law, don't be nervous, have a seat. Brother-in-law, I know you must be very curious why I'm looking for you. I've come to ask you to cooperate. Cooperate? Yan Huigang was even more stunned. Mu Jiji chuckled and stubbed out the cigarette butt in his hand on the stone table. Brother-in-law, do you know what arrangements my parents are planning for me? They plan to change my nationality to Nigerian. What? Yan Huigang was shocked. To Africa? That's right. A smug look appeared on Mu Jiji's face. With a black person's nationality, I can participate in their college entrance exam as an international student. As long as I get into the top 5% in their local area, it'll be eligible for guaranteed admission into Project 985 or 211 universities in our country. You might not know about the exams over there. Our level of technology there is a complete blow to the system. Cheating won't even be discovered. This is much easier than struggling with IELTS, TOEFL, and spending a large sum to study abroad. Besides, my parents don't want me to be too far from them. After all, I've been wandering outside for 18 years. Mu Jiji paused intentionally here, observing Yan Huigang's reaction. Yan Huigang's mind was spinning. He immediately understood the Mu family's intentions. This move was truly brilliant. Not only could it help Mu Jiji easily obtain a prestigious university degree, but it could also keep him by their side. It seemed that Mu Yangquan and Baoju were truly planning to devote themselves to grooming this long-lost biological son. At this time, Mu Jiji continued to speak. Most importantly, my parents said, when I graduate from a 985 university, they will let me into the family business and start handling the core business. So, the future heir of the Mu family will definitely be chosen between me and eldest sister Mu Yulu. As for you, you're completely out of the picture. A storm immediately brewed in Yan Huigang's heart. Do Mu Yangquan and Baoju really think so highly of this hooligan of a son? He knew that in the future, Mu Jiji would be an important competitor to Mu Yulu for the position of heir. The heir, that's the heir of the Mu family, the largest family in Jiangcheng. I'm a live-in son-in-law living in the Mu family like a dog. But Mu Jiji, this hooligan, just came back and immediately became a candidate for crown prince. Yan Huigang was jealous of Mu Jiji's luck and also jealous of me. Since he knew I was the fake young master, his attitude towards me had completely changed. Before, he could still console himself that the sisters treated me well because I was their biological brother. It was normal sibling affection, but now without blood ties, these beautiful, jade-like sisters, the way each of them looked at me was about to spin into threads of silk. At the dinner table, Mu Kei and Mu Kexin fighting over, serving me food, stabbed even deeper into his heart. Why, when we are both men? Why am I surrounded by everyone? And what about me? Let alone having other sisters cling to me even. His own wife, Mu Yulu, treated him like heir. They had been married for 3 years and still slept in separate rooms. Mu Yulu absolutely wouldn't let him touch her. One time, he accidentally caught her changing in her room. Before he could see anything clearly, she rushed over and slapped him hard. Get out! At that moment, Mu Yulu's cold and disgusted gaze was something Yan Huigang would never forget for the rest of his life. He clearly hadn't seen anything. This nominal eldest son-in-law of the Mu family was just a tool for Mu Yulu to handle trivial matters in the company and silence the public. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang's fists quietly clenched inside his sleeves. Seeing Yan Huigang silent, Mu Jiji quickly extended an olive branch. So, brother-in-law, we can cooperate. I know your ambition, and I also know your situation in the Mu family isn't good. To be honest with you, fourth sister's future husband is also Jia Zai of the Jia family in Jiangcheng. He has already allied with me. Do you want to join us, Yan Huigang's heart skipped a beat. Jia Zai is also participating? He felt as if a shortcut to power had appeared before his eyes. One side was to continue being trampled underfoot by Mu Yulu, working like an ox and horse with no end in sight. The other side was to support the new crown prince and become a founding hero. This choice required no hesitation at all. Yan Huigang almost blurted out, I agree to join and support you in becoming the future heir. Very good. Mu Jiji smiled with satisfaction. But brother-in-law, you have to think carefully. My opponent is your wife, eldest sister Mu Yulu. I understand. Yan Huigang's eyes turned vicious. She has never considered me her husband. I help her handle work at the company, busy as a dog every day. But what about her? She has never trusted me. Core documents, important meetings. She has never let me near them. I feel like I'm just a high-level assistant she keeps. I've had enough of this life. This was exactly the attitude Mu Gigi needed from him. The two of them were officially allied. Very good. But before I officially compete with eldest sister, there's one condition. That is, we have to remove the thorn in our side, which is Muga first. As long as he is in this house for a day, the sisters' hearts will still belong to him. I can't do anything at all. Yan Huigang nodded in agreement. What do you want to do? Mu Gigi leaned into his ear. You go get a few sets of eldest sister's underwear or panties and put them in his room. Then you find a chance to tell eldest sister, say that you seem to have seen Mu Ji sneakingly taking her things. When we catch him in the act, eldest sister will be angry and will definitely think he's a pervert, a peeping Tom. Even if our parents cover for him, eldest sister will absolutely not tolerate him and will definitely kick you out of the house. After hearing this plan, Yan Huigang immediately looked troubled. Without Yulu's permission, I can't get into her room at all. That's your business, and also your pledge of allegiance. Mujiji's face turned cold. Why don't I go myself? Because of what happened this afternoon, my sisters are definitely suspicious of me. Now they're watching everything I do with a magnifying glass. So it has to be someone who looks honest like you, the person least likely to do this, for them to believe it. You figure it out yourself. After saying this, Mujiji stood up and patted Yan Huigang on the shoulder. If this succeeds, you'll be my man. In the future, when I inherit the Mu family, you won't be left out. If it doesn't succeed, then our conversation today will be considered as never having happened. After saying that, Mujiji didn't look at him again and turned to disappear into the night. Yan Huigang sat alone on the stone bench, his expression changing constantly. Married for 3 years, that door was harder for him to enter than the imperial palace. He absolutely couldn't get Mu Yulu's underwear. What to do now? Pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? No. In Yan Huigang's mind, Mu Yulu's ice-cold face and the scene of me surrounded by the sisters appeared. In an instant, a flame of humiliation and jealousy reignited in Yan Huigang's chest. I can't give up. I have to become a man above men. I have to crush this high and mighty queen, Mu Yulu, under my body, but I can't get into her room, so how can I steal her things? Yan Huigang paced back and forth in his room, frustrated. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I can't get it from her room. Doesn't mean I can't get it from somewhere else. Clothes have to be washed. After washing, they have to be dried. The Mu family's balcony is so big, with so many clothes hanging out to dry. I just need to wait until Mu Yulu takes her washed clothes to hang on the balcony and secretly take one. Then, without anyone knowing, this method is much safer than sneaking into her room and much more logical. Yes, let's do it like this. Yan Huigang's mood immediately became excited. He seemed to have seen his bright future. I will become a core member, and when Mujiji, this true young master, successfully becomes the heir, I will be the #1 hero of the new dynasty. At that time, Mu Yulu, this dethroned queen, wouldn't she be at my mercy? She will become an obedient little wife, warming my bed every day, serving me tea, doing my laundry and cooking, even bathing every night to be fragrant, and obediently waiting for me to come home from work in bed. Heh. Yan Huigang thought. His mouth was about to twist into a grin. He was even about to drool. He was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. The next day was the weekend. I woke up at 8 a.m. sharp, ready to start my eventful day. As soon as I washed my face and went downstairs, Mu Yulu saw me. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly waved at me. Brother Muge, you're awake? Come quickly and have breakfast. After you eat, let's go out and exercise together. Yesterday I heard them say you went to the gym with them. Speaking of which, I haven't exercised in a long time. I'm busy with work every day. I feel like my bones are about to rust. I looked at her. Unlike Yan Huigang's sneaky glance, there wasn't a hint of impure thought in my heart, so my gaze was upright and honorable. My gaze fell on her pair of jade-like feet in strappy high heels, which made me unable to resist an urge to personally undo that strap, take off her high heels, and then cradle that perfect work of art in my hands to admire. Yan Huigang sat opposite, watching me unabashedly sizing up his wife. His lungs were about to explode with anger. Why? Why can you brat look so openly while I, the official husband, can only sneak glances like a thief? The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely, further strengthening his determination to ruin me. At this time, I retracted my gaze and asked with a smile, Eldest sister, this outfit you're wearing doesn't seem very suitable for exercise, does it? When Mu Yulu heard this, a faint blush flashed across her face again. She put down her knife and fork and said softly in a slightly coquettish tone, Isn't it because I was afraid you'd sleep in or think I'm too old and wouldn't want to take me? If you agree to go with me, I'll go change into sneakers and sweatpants right away. I looked at her appearance and found it amusing in my heart. So eldest sister has such an adorable side too. I agree. Why wouldn't I agree? Hearing my firm reply, Mu Yulu was overjoyed, her eyes smiling into crescent moons. Then let's go for a bike ride. As long as you agree. But eldest sister, you have to keep up with my speed. Brother Mugi, you dare look down on me. Mu Yulu pretended to be angry, extending her delicate hand and playfully pinched my ear. If I can't keep up, won't you wait for me? I'll wait, of course, I'll wait. I smiled, begging for mercy, then lowered my head and started to quickly finish the breakfast on my plate. Yan Huigong sat opposite them, looking at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. The radiant smile that came from the bottom of Muyulu's heart, the playful tone when she spoke, and her pouting expression, and the intimate act of pinching his ear. These were things that in 3 years of marriage he had never seen. Towards him, she was always just, cold, indifferent, and impatient. Why, on what grounds could he enjoy all of this? Yan Huigong felt his heart was being soaked in a centuries-old vat of sour vinegar. Sour to the point of bitterness, bitter to the point of acridity. After finishing breakfast, Muyulu patted my shoulder. Let's go. Brother, Mugi, which road are you planning to take me on today? I had already planned a route. Well, just cycle along the riverbank. It's about a 10-kilometer round trip. 10 kilometers? Tisk tisk. Muyulu clicked her tongue. That's a bit much. You have to pedal a little slower. My old arms and legs can't keep up with you. Don't worry, sister. I'll stick with you, I said with a laugh. The two of us got on our bikes and started today's exercise. As expected, I didn't pedal too fast. I deliberately controlled the speed, always maintaining a parallel position with Muyulu. The riverside wind was very pleasant, blowing a cool mist against our faces. Muyulu felt that it had been a long time since she had been this relaxed. She didn't need to think about the troublesome reports at the company, nor did she need to deal with phony business partners. Beside her was only this teenager who made her feel at ease and happy. Half an hour later, we reached the 5-kilometer endpoint. This was a riverside park. The two of us stopped our bikes, both drenched in sweat. We found a bench by the road and sat down. At this moment, Muyulu was fanning herself with her hand while panting heavily. Phew, I'm exhausted. Eldest sister, I didn't realize. You're quite good. I praised her with a smile. Muyulu said cheerfully, Of course, don't underestimate me. I could smell a very pleasant fragrance coming from Muyulu's body as she sweated from the exercise. Faint and fragrant, like the smell of a garden after the rain. Do beautiful women even have fragrant sweat? I subconsciously smelled myself. There was already a faint smell of sweat. I wonder if eldest sister will find it disgusting. I quietly shifted a little to the side. The two of them rested for about 10 minutes, preparing to head back. On the way back, I slowed down a bit. Muyulu was pedaling hard behind me, looking at the graceful lines of my arm and calf muscles. They looked incredibly powerful under the sun. My healthy appearance and focused gaze both made her heart flutter. Occasionally, I would turn my head to look at her. When she got closer, I would give her a radiant smile. When she was exhausted, fell behind, I would shout loudly, Keep it up, eldest sister. Then I would proactively slow down, patiently waiting for her. So considerate. Muyulu felt a strong sense of being protected wash over her. Doesn't this perfectly match my own standards for a partner and those of all women? A person full of youthful energy. He's really handsome, very considerate, very good at taking care of others, unconsciously. The boy who once needed my protection has grown into a man who can shelter me from the wind and rain. In Muyulu's heart, a wicked thought that shouldn't exist suddenly arose. She suddenly snapped back to her senses, silently scolding herself. Muyulu, are you crazy? He's only 18 and I'm already 28. Besides, I'm a married woman. Even if I have no feelings for Yan Huigong, I'm still a married person. Mugi definitely likes girls his own age. Young and lively ones. How could a university student like a married woman like me? Isn't this robbing the cradle? Wouldn't I be like cow dung sticking to the little flower Mujie? The more Muyulu thought, the more confused she became. The more she thought, the filthier she felt. She shook her head forcefully, wanting to throw out all those messy thoughts. The moment Muyulu lost her focus, an unexpected accident happened. An electric scooter was seen driving against traffic, rushing towards them from the front. The driver was a young man listening to music with headphones on. He was carrying 2 other people behind him, not looking at the road at all. Muyulu didn't notice at all, and with a loud bang, the electric scooter crashed hard into the rear wheel of Muyulu's bicycle. The immense impact caused her to lose her balance instantly. Her whole body was thrown from the bicycle, crashing hard onto the cement ground. I was not far away. Hearing the loud noise and the scream, my heart skipped a beat. I turned my head just in time to see the scene of Muyulu falling to the ground. My pupils contracted instantly. Without a second thought, I slammed on the brakes. Then I rushed towards Muyulu. Muyulu's left leg was pinned under the bicycle, unable to move. A sharp pain shot up from her leg. She looked down. Her long, snow-white legs looked miserable now. Her calf was scraped by the bicycle chain, leaving a black, oily streak mixed with fresh blood. It looked horrifying. Her knee and ankle were also scraped by the rough cement ground, tearing off a large patch of skin, a bloody mess of flesh and gore. Muyulu was in so much pain that her whole face was contorted in agony. The electric scooter that hit her also fell to the ground. The people on it fell flat on their faces. They were 3 thuggish-looking young men, All had mushroom haircuts identical to Mujiji's, wearing ripped skinny jeans, several piercings in their ears. They had the look of gangsters. Although the three of them fell hard, they were thick-skinned and tough. They didn't seem to be injured at all. They got up from the ground, swearing, brushing the dust off themselves. Then they pointed at Muyulu, who was still on the ground, and started cursing. "Fuck your mother. Are you blind? Do you even know how to ride a bike? The road is so wide that you crash into us. Are you looking to die?" One with blonde hair even walked over and kicked Muyulu's bicycle hard. Muyulu was in so much pain she was about to cry and subconsciously called my name. Eldest sister, I rushed over like a gust of wind, looking at the pitiful scene on the ground, without a second word. First, I gently lifted the bicycle that was pinning Muyulu's leg. Then I knelt on one knee and carefully supported Muyulu's back with my hands, letting her lean into my arms. "Eldest sister, are you okay? Where are you hurt?" When I saw the deep, black wound on Muyulu's calf, my heart clenched. The black grease from the bike was mixed with blood, and dirt was stuck in the wound. It looked both dirty and serious. "It hurts so much, little brother. It hurts so much." Muyulu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. She had never been so pathetic, nor had she ever been so weak in front of others like this. In front of me, all her strength and pretense crumbled in an instant. She just wanted to be in these arms that could bring a sense of security, to find some comfort. Seeing her cry, my heart ached as if it would break. "Don't be afraid, eldest sister. I'm here. Is the bone injured? I don't know." Muyulu was in so much pain that her consciousness was a little hazy. "Let me check for you. Please bear with it for a moment." After saying that, I reached out, gently taking hold of Muyulu's slender ankle. Then I moved up along her calf, probing little by little, pressing lightly. "Does it hurt here?" When my fingers pressed on the shin bone in the middle of her calf, Muyulu's body trembled violently, and she let out a painful moan. "Ah, it hurts." My heart sank. "The bone is injured. It might be a fracture, or even more serious. I can't handle this situation. The only way is to go to the hospital immediately. But first, I have to give the wound some first aid. Otherwise, an infection would be troublesome. Luckily, I have a habit of carrying a simple first aid kit." Then I carefully helped Muyulu lean against the roadside railing. Then I stood up and pushed the three thugs, who were blocking the middle of the road, away, and walked towards my bike. "Tisk, what are you pushing for?" The blonde-haired one cursed unhappily. The three thugs seemed to know they were in the wrong. They had been drinking a little, plus they were driving against traffic. But so what? In this area, they were the law. If you crashed into them, you had to compensate them. I took out the first aid kit from my bicycle's frame bag. Then I opened the first aid kit and took out iodine swabs and gauze. "Eldest sister, I'm going to disinfect it for you. It might hurt a lot. Please bear with it." After speaking, I used a wet wipe to clean off the visible grease and dirt on her calf. Then I tore open the iodine swab packet and carefully wiped the bloody mess on Muyulu's wound. Shh! The moment the iodine touched the wound, Muyulu's whole body trembled in pain. That bone-deep stinging was even more painful than the fall. Her small hand subconsciously grabbed my arm tightly, but because of the pain and force, her fingernails dug deep into my firm forearm muscles, almost drawing blood. But I didn't even frown. I didn't even let out a groan. All my attention was focused on the movements of my hands. I had to be quick. I had to clean the wound. Finally, the cleaning was finished. I used clean gauze and gently bandaged the wound. Muyulu felt like she had just been pulled out of the water. Her whole body was covered in a cold sweat. After the wound was bandaged, the stinging sensation seemed even more intense. Just then, the three thugs saw that things had settled down and staggered over to surround us. "Hey, you're done patching it up. So we should talk about compensation." "Compensation." I stood up and looked at them coldly. "You were the ones driving against traffic and crashed into us. If anyone should pay compensation, it should be you compensating us." "Bullshit." Another one with green hair jumped out, pointing at my nose and scolding. "Who saw us driving against traffic? It's obvious you weren't looking where you were going. You crashed into us. Look, our scooter is all scratched up, and this little bro of mine scraped his hand when he fell. You have to pay up," he said, rolling up his sleeve, revealing a tiny scratch on his arm that wasn't even as big as his booger. "That's right, pay up. Let me tell you, without 5,000 yuan, this won't be over today," the blonde one said arrogantly. I was so angry my whole body was shaking. "This is extortion." "Extortion? So what if I'm extorting you?" The blonde one poked my chest with his finger. "Kid, don't push your luck. Just obediently take out the money. Otherwise, none of you are leaving today." "He'll say it again. We don't have any money," I said as I pushed his hand away. "No money." The blonde one looked me up and down. Then he looked at the woman beside me, pale but still unable to hide Muyulu's stunning beauty. Then, the blonde one gave an extremely vile smile. "Heh, it's fine if you don't have money. Let the chick next to you play with us three brothers. Paying the debt with her body is also an option. We brothers wouldn't mind. We guarantee, well, make her feel good." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately froze. My body went rigid, then I slowly turned my head. In my once clear eyes, 2 flames now burned, enough to incinerate everything. An extremely cold killing intent erupted from me. "What did you say?" I said, "Let your girlfriend." The blonde one hadn't finished his sentence. I was like a completely enraged wild beast. I took the initiative and lunged forward. No wasted movements, no flashy moves. Just a simple straight punch, brutal, fast, precise, and vicious. Pow! A punch landed on the blonde's jaw. The blonde one let out a tragic scream. His whole body flew backward. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, mixed with 2 broken teeth. The other 2 were scared stiff. This guy is too fast. Unbelievably fast. Incomprehensibly fast. But they quickly reacted and rushed towards me. Fighting, especially bullying women, the elderly, and children, and people who are alone, was the specialty these thugs were best at. I knew well that when fighting many with few, you absolutely cannot divide your focus. You have to grab one person and beat them to death. Then I charged after him, giving the blonde one absolutely no chance to catch his breath. I got right on top of the blonde one. Punch after punch rained down on his face. Each punch carried a sky-high fury. The blonde one was beaten by me until he had no strength to resist. He quickly curled up, covering his head like a dead dog, cowering on the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the other 2 thugs immediately rushed up, punching and kicking my back and head. He's hitting someone. Muyulu saw this scene and hurriedly shouted for help in fear. But this was a non-motorized vehicle lane by the river. It was already remote. In the hot summer, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. Enduring the attacks from behind, I kicked the blonde's stomach hard twice more, until he was completely motionless. Only then did I abruptly stand up and created distance from the other 2. Those 2 saw the miserable state of the blonde one and were a little scared. They didn't care about their accomplice on the ground. Instead, they glanced at each other. Then they ran to the fallen electric scooter nearby, opened the rear compartment, and pulled out 2 shiny folding knives. A fierce and ruthless smile also appeared on their faces. "Kid, you fucking looking to die." Muyulu saw the 2 shiny knives. Her mind went buzzing, completely blank. She was completely panicked. An unprecedented fear enveloped her entire being. "Muja, be careful. They have knives." The 2 thugs looked at the blonde one on the ground. They were furious enough to burst. "Kid, you're dead meat. Do you know whose turf this is? This is the turf of our South Australia gang. Daring to beat a member of the South Australia gang here. I think you're tired of living." The other one also chimed in, shouting, "Our big boss has been in and out of jail 3 times. We also have a brother, who was recently taken in by a big clan. If you mess with us, just wait to die." Muyulu was so scared her face turned pale. She grabbed the hem of my shirt. Her voice was also trembling. "Muge, don't force yourself. You should go. They wouldn't dare owe anything to me. Just run." She knew I was fighting to protect her. She couldn't just watch me get hurt by these 2 knife-wielding desperados because of her. But how could I abandon eldest sister alone and run away? I protected Muyulu behind me. My hawk-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. I have to find something that can be used as a weapon suddenly. My gaze locked onto the pavement not far away. Next to a large tree, there was a long pole leaning against it. It looked like a broomstick, or something like a mop handle. My eyes lit up and I dashed over without hesitation. The 2 thugs saw me run and thought I was trying to escape. They immediately let out a contemptuous laugh. Trying to run? Too late. But they quickly couldn't laugh anymore. They only saw me run to the base of the tree, grab that pole and pick it up to look. I was completely stunned. This thing was actually a dog-catching pole. In an instant, my confidence exploded. "Come on!" I held the dog-catching pole and pointed it at the 2 thugs from a distance. My aura immediately changed. The 2 thugs were dumbfounded. What's this kid doing with a dog catcher? Does he want to compete with their knives using this? Is he stupid? Go, kill him. We'll leave you with one last breath later, so you can watch us humiliate that chick. I didn't retreat but advanced. I charged straight ahead. I stared intently at the green-haired one's movements, looking for the right opportunity. My wrist suddenly snapped. The loop of the dog-catching pole at the end precisely snared the green-haired one's neck. Then I abruptly pulled backward. The green-haired one only felt his neck tighten. His whole body was pulled backward by a great force. The knife in his hand almost fell. He was tightly controlled by the dog-catching pole. He was so angry he screamed, and swung the folding knife in his hand frantically forward. But the dog-catching pole was 1.8 meters long. His knife couldn't reach me at all. He was like a mad dog with a noose around its neck, only able to bark helplessly on the spot. The remaining thugs saw this, and wanted to attack from the side, but my footwork was extremely skilled. I dragged the snared green-haired one along, frantically changing positions as if walking a dog, always using the green-haired one's body as a shield between me and the other thug. Sit, 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 while I was walking the dog. My mouth was even making dog-teasing sounds. This was truly a great humiliation. The green-haired one was so angry his eyes turned red. The other thug was both angry and anxious, unable to find any opportunity to strike. Damn it, I'll risk my life against you. That thug was pushed to his limit. He decisively took a gamble and threw the folding knife in his hand at me. Muge, get out of the way. Muyulu was so scared she was about to have a heart attack. I had long predicted he would do this. My body leaned to the side with the momentum, easily dodging the flying knife. At this very moment, I let go of the dog-catching pole with one hand. My body suddenly shot forward, closing the distance with that thug. Then a ruthless, powerful punch landed on the face of that green-haired guy. This punch contained the essence of my 6 years of gym training. With a crisp crack, the bridge of that thug's nose was knocked sideways by my punch. Fresh blood spurted out immediately. He let out a terrible scream, and before he could even react, my second punch landed. Wham! This punch hit him right on the side of his face. His eyes rolled back, and without even a groan, he collapsed straight onto the ground. The second one was dealt with. Now only the last red-haired guy was left. I did the same thing, found the right opportunity, and the dog-catching pole in my hand struck accurately again. The red-haired guy's neck was also clamped tight. The battle ended without any suspense. Very quickly, 3 thugs were lying on the ground, wailing and rolling around incessantly. I threw the dog-catching pole aside and immediately took out my phone to call the police. Then I gathered the 2 folding knives and the dog-catching pole in one place as evidence of the weapons. At this point, a few scattered passers-by had gathered around to watch. They saw that there was a fight and knives were involved, so no one dared to come forward. "Please, keep an eye on them for me until the police arrive," I shouted to the crowd. A few bolder passers-by nodded in agreement. I knew I didn't need to stay here anymore. If anything happened, the police could talk to the Mu family. The Mu family is the largest clan in Zhengcheng, with unparalleled influence in both political and business circles. Handling a small matter like this would be as easy as flipping a hand. Then I quickly ran back to Mu Yulu's side. "Eldest sister, how are you?" Mu Yulu looked at me, her eyes filled with emotion and admiration. "I'm better now. I was in such a hurry just now, I only remembered to call the police and forgot to call an ambulance. Besides, the ambulance would be slow to arrive. I immediately decided to run to the roadside and start hailing a car. A private car stopped. "Driver, I'm in a hurry to get to the hospital. Sorry, it's not on my way." The driver was about to drive off and I quickly said, 1,000 yuan. The driver was stunned. "It seems it is on my way after all." I hurried back to the planter, pushed both bicycles into it, then walked up to Muyulu, a standard princess carry. I lifted her into my arms. Then I carefully placed Muyulu into the back seat of the car. Muyulu was still immersed in a great sense of emotion and shock. The pain in her leg seemed to have lessened quite a bit. She stared blankly at my face, which was a little dirty but still handsome, remembering everything that had just happened. Mugi is so manly, fighting 1 against 3 without flinching. Most importantly, he's responsible. He has a sense of responsibility. He was willing to stand up for me, regardless of the danger to his own life. Because her leg hurt and she couldn't bend it, Muyulu could only lean against the car door with both of her long legs stretched out across my lap. My hand also very naturally rested on her injured ankle, gently massaging it to help ease her pain. "Eldest sister, let me take another look for you." With that, I lowered my head, continuing the unfinished examination. My hand also moved slowly down from her thigh, section by section, gently pressing. "Does this spot hurt?" At first, Muyulu felt a little shy and awkward, but seeing my focused and serious expression and feeling the warmth and strength from my palm, her panicked heart gradually calmed down. She peacefully enjoyed my care. When my hand reached her left ankle, she gasped and frowned. "It hurts. I think my foot is sprained too." I made my diagnosis. Then I reached out to untie Muyulu's shoelaces, the sneakers on her feet. Muyulu's face immediately turned bright red. "Mugi, is he going to take off my shoe?" Her mind was in chaos. After cycling for so long, my soles must be all sweaty. They might even smell a little. If Mugi smells it, it'll die of embarrassment. As Mu Yulu thought this, she was actually revealing her true feelings. A woman only cares about these details when she's in front of someone who makes her heart flutter, wanting to hide her unflattering side. If they were real siblings, no matter how beautiful the older sister is, the younger brother only sees his sister as a flower, and vice versa. You two are not related by blood. If she really had no ill intentions, why would she care if her soles were sweaty or if her feet smelled? Although Muyulu knew her feet didn't smell, they had definitely gotten sweaty. "You don't have to." Muyulu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. "I have to." My voice was very firm, but my actions were very gentle. "Don't worry, it'll be gentle." With that, I carefully untied the laces, then gently removed her shoe. Next, my fingers hooked onto the opening of her white ankle socks and slowly pulled them down. A small, flawless foot was thus revealed before me. At this moment, Muyulu's 10 round, cute toes were curled up in embarrassment. If this jade-like foot belonged to someone else, I might have taken a moment to appreciate it, but unfortunately, the owner of this foot was the respectable Muyulu, so I had no indecent thoughts in my mind and treated myself entirely as a doctor. In my eyes, there was no appreciation, only examination. I looked closely, and indeed there was a clear bruise on the outer ankle. I gently pressed the top of Muyulu's foot. She cried out in pain as expected. Muyulu could clearly feel that the sole of her foot was indeed a bit sweaty and clammy. She immediately felt very embarrassed and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Although she couldn't smell anything, I was so close. Will he dislike me in the future? "Mugi, put my sock back on for me." Mu Yulu's voice was filled with embarrassment. Her face and ears were all red. No. I shook my head. A sprained foot can't be kept stuffy. Anyway, I'll be carrying you into the hospital later. You won't have to walk. At this moment, I was holding Mu Yulu's foot and could also feel that her pink sole was a little damp. I then took out the tissues I carried in my pocket and gently helped her wipe the sweat from her sole. Mu Yulu closed her eyes, bit her lip, feeling like she was about to faint from embarrassment. After wiping, I very naturally put the used wad of tissue into my pocket. After all, this was someone else's car. There was no place to throw trash. Besides, I noticed the driver in the front seat occasionally, glancing at the two of us through the rearview mirror. At this time, the Mu family mansion was quiet. Only Yan Huigang was in the living room. He sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand, but his eyes weren't reading the content on it at all. His gaze was unfocused and erratic, occasionally glancing towards the stairs, his heart pounding. The opportunity had arrived. Yan Huigang had waited all night, and finally, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come. Today, Mu Yulu and I went out early in the morning, and we still hadn't returned. The other sisters at home were all sleeping in. And most importantly, the household maids and driver had all been sent away by him. Just half an hour ago, he had accidentally broken the iron fence in the back garden. That part of the fence was already a bit loose. He just gave it a couple of kicks and it collapsed completely. The butler saw it and immediately took a few maids and the driver to the scene to repair it. Now in the entire main building, apart from the few young ladies and the young master sleeping upstairs, he was the only one left. Yan Huigang's heart pounded. He knew this was his only chance. By then, that pretty boy Mugi would be seen by everyone as a pervert who steals underwear. Even if the Mu sisters protected him, they absolutely couldn't tolerate such a filthy person. He would be completely kicked out of the Mu family. Yan Huigang stood up from the sofa and, like a thief, tiptoed towards the upper floor. The whole villa was frighteningly quiet. Luckily, nothing happened along the way. He successfully reached the third-floor balcony. This was a super large outdoor balcony with several rows of clotheslines on it. The Mu family's clothes were hung separately for men and women. Yan Huigang spotted the women's side with a glance and then he froze. The sight was truly spectacular. It couldn't be helped. This house had an overabundance of women, too many women, and it was summer, so everyone had to bathe and change clothes every day. Looking out, the clotheslines were full of all sorts of colorful women's clothing, especially the small, exquisite underwear items, in various styles and rich colors, which made a man like him dizzy just looking at them, his face red and heart-pounding. Yan Huigang's forehead began to sweat. He tried to remember when Mu Yulu went upstairs in the morning. She seemed to be holding red on the bottom, black on top. Yes, that was the combination. He began to search carefully on the clothesline. He quickly found his target, but the problem was there were two sets that matched this red and black combination, and the two sets were hanging next to each other. Yan Huigang's scalp tingled. What should I do? How could I know what style my wife's underwear is? I've never even seen it. Yan Huigang had no choice but to get closer and examine the two sets carefully. They were both black on top and red on the bottom, but one of the sets had lace-trimmed panties, which looked both sexy and alluring, while the other was made of very ordinary cotton, and the style was quite conservative. Yan Huigang was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Which set belonged to Mu Yulu? He began to analyze quickly in his head. What kind of person was Mu Yulu? Rigid, cold, arrogant, like an emotionless work machine. Would she wear something like lace? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yan Huigang immediately rejected this choice in his mind. In his opinion, something like lace was probably for young girls who liked to wear it for their boyfriends to see. For example, Mu Karen and Mu Ketchin. Mu Yulu was a woman approaching 30. How could she be so secretly promiscuous? Who would she wear it for? For this husband of hers to see. Don't be ridiculous. Yan Huigang was certain. Mu Yulu was a cold woman. Otherwise, after being married for so long, why wouldn't she come to me to satisfy her needs? Therefore, the remaining, most ordinary set, made of cotton must be hers. It must be. Yan Huigang felt proud of his tight analysis. He no longer hesitated and reached out a trembling hand, taking down the ordinary red and black set. Then, he guiltily looked around, confirmed that no one was there, and pulled out a pre-prepared black plastic bag from his pocket and hastily stuffed the set inside. Mission accomplished. Yan Huigang held the bag containing the evidence tightly in his hand, pretending as if nothing had happened, and quickly went downstairs. Then, he stealthily went to the front of my room, his heart beating even faster. I normally never lock my door, which was the complete opposite of Mu Yulu. Mu Yulu's door was always locked, because she had to guard against Yan Huigang like a thief. A venomous glint flashed in Yan Huigang's eyes. He grabbed the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and the door indeed opened. Then he slipped into my room and quickly closed the door again. The curtains in the room weren't drawn, so the sunlight was very good. The room was very tidy, with a few magazines placed on the desk. He didn't have time to look around, but went straight to the bed, took the set of underwear out of the bag, and then lifted my pillow, placing the red and black underwear set neatly underneath the pillow. After doing all this, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He could almost see that when this was discovered, everyone's shocked and disgusted expressions, and how I would be unable to defend myself, seen as a pervert by my sisters. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Then he carefully placed the pillow back in its original position, patted it, making sure no trace could be seen. Only then did he tiptoe back out, gently closing the door. After returning to the living room and sitting back on the sofa, he picked up the newspaper to hide his face, which was slightly distorted with excitement and tension. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Now, all he had to do was wait for me and Mu Yulu to return, and wait for the good show to officially begin. Meanwhile, in the car, Mu Yulu leaned against the car door, watching the street scene flash by outside the window. It feels so good, so happy to have Mu Gi by my side. She couldn't help but steal a glance at me beside her. I was holding my phone, my brows slightly furrowed, as if hesitating about something. I have to call home and tell them to come over. With that, I called Yan Huigang first. Yan Huigang on the other end quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Muji, what's up?" I said without hesitation. "Brother-in-law. Eldest sister is injured. We're on our way to Zhangcheng No. 4 hospital." "What? Injured? Is it serious?" Yan Huigang's voice sounded very surprised. "Quite serious. Everyone should come over quickly." After hanging up, I called fourth sister, Mu Yuyan. "Fourth sister. Sister, eldest sister is injured. Right now, she and I are on our way to hospital number 4. Mu Yuyan's voice on the other end immediately became anxious. "What? How did that happen? I'll be right over." We arrived at the hospital very quickly. I paid the driver 1,000 yuan, then took out from Mu Yulu's shoe the white ankle sock I had removed. Then I carefully put the sock back on for her. Mu Yulu looked at me strangely. "Mugi, didn't you just say a sprained foot shouldn't be kept stuffy? Why? Why did you put my sock back on as soon as we got out of the car? Could it be that you're afraid others will see this foot of mine?" After helping her put on the sock, I picked up the shoe, and only then did I carry her out of the car and rushed into the emergency room. When we arrived at the consultation room, the examining doctor was a woman who looked to be over 50. "Doctor, the patient was hit by an electric bike. She fell off her bicycle." I didn't wait for the doctor to speak and quickly explained the situation. "There are large abrasions on the left knee and outer calf. The wound is contaminated with grease from the bicycle chain. Suspected fracture of the tibia, sprained left ankle, with obvious external bruising and swelling." The female doctor was stunned as she listened. She gave me a slightly surprised look. "Not bad, young man. Quite professional. Speaking so clearly. It'll be much more convenient." With that, she smiled and looked at Mu Yulu. "Your husband is quite knowledgeable." The word husband exploded in Mu Yulu's mind, and her face flushed bright red. He's my younger brother, not my husband," Mu Yulu hastily explained. Sorry. The female doctor quickly apologized, but her face wore a knowing smile. "I thought it was an older woman, younger man relationship. That's all the rage now." Mu Yulu just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The female doctor stopped teasing and began to seriously examine the wound. She removed the gauze I had applied, cleaned it again with a professional antiseptic, and then immediately arranged for an X-ray. The X-ray films were ready very quickly, and the results were almost as I had predicted. There was a slight fracture in the left tibia. Luckily, it wasn't serious. No surgery was needed. She just needed to rest. The ankle had a strained ligament, plus a lot of soft tissue contusions, which meant various bruises. The female doctor held the films and began to explain the medical condition to the two of them. I listened very attentively, occasionally asking some professional questions to confirm some details with the doctor, such as medication, such as the recovery period, such as dietary restrictions. But Mu Yulu wasn't listening at all. Her entire attention was focused on my focused profile. She felt that with me here, she didn't need to worry about anything. She just needed to peacefully entrust herself to me. At this moment, the clinic door was pushed open, and Mu Yoyan and Yan Huigang rushed in. "Eldest sister, how are you?" Mu Yoyan rushed to the bedside as soon as she entered, her face full of worry. "Yulu, are you okay?" Yan Huigang also followed with a worried expression. "I'm fine, it's nothing serious." Mu Yulu answered coldly. Seeing the family had arrived, the female doctor continued to explain the things to be aware of later. "The fracture isn't a big problem. A cast and rest will be enough. The main issues are the sprained ankle and the bruises on her body. Recovery will be quite slow. It's best to gently massage the sprained and bruised areas every day to promote blood circulation and reduce swelling, which will help recovery. Looking at her condition, it's best to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. A nurse can help with the massage every day." "No, the company has a ton of work. I can't be hospitalized. I can only work from home." Mu Yulu refused without a second thought. "That's fine too." The female doctor didn't insist. "Then one of you family members must come learn the massage technique. This is very important. A good massage will lead to a fast recovery. A bad massage, on the other hand, will worsen the injury." With that, she looked around and asked, Which one of you will learn? I'll teach you. The clinic immediately fell silent. Yan Huigang, myself, and Wu Yuyan, all three of us were awkward. Logically, the most suitable person was undoubtedly Yan Huigang. After all, he was Mu Yulu's husband. But how could Mu Yulu let him touch her body? Let alone her thighs and feet, he couldn't even dream of touching her finger. However, in Yan Huigang's heart, a glimmer of hope flashed for a moment. It's my time to shine. Thinking back with his status as a live-in son-in-law before getting married, he had even specially signed up for a crash course for sons-in-law. It was just like those crash courses for a noble young lady. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang cleared his throat. Just as he was about to volunteer, I spoke up first. Let fourth sister learn. Ah, me? Mu Yuyan dazzly pointed to herself. Then she thought about it and agreed and nodded. Okay, let me do it. The female doctor began to teach Mu Yuyan that the pressure should be light, massaging in a circular motion from the outside in, and finding the right acupressure point. Mu Yuyan learned very seriously, but theory and practice are two different things. Come on, you try it. The female doctor told her to practice. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, reached out to Mu Yulu's ankle, and gently pressed on the bruise. Mu Yulu cried out in pain immediately. Fourth sister, are you trying to kill me with pain? Mu Yuyan was so scared she quickly pulled her hand back, with an innocent expression on her face. I don't know how. I've never learned this. Mu Yulu was in so much pain she was about to cry. She looked at me and said, Muge, you do it. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire scene became awkward again, especially Yan Huigang. His face immediately turned pale. What is this? Letting an outsider like him give a massage? That means he would have to touch Mu Yulu's fair legs and thighs. If he were her biological brother, it would have been acceptable. But Muge isn't. He's just a stranger with no blood relation. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. This isn't very appropriate. Yan Huigang's voice was slightly altered by jealousy, but Mu Yulu didn't even bother to glance at him. She just said gently to me, Brother Muge, you learn first. After you've learned, you can go home and slowly teach the other sisters. I didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the bed. Under the female doctor's guidance, I began to learn. Mu Yulu only felt a pleasant, tingling sensation spreading through her body from where my fingers touched. The burning pain seemed to have subsided a lot. She was so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. And this scene entered the eyes of Yan Huigang standing beside them. He stared intently at the hand that was gliding over Mu Yulu's snow-white ankle and calf. All the emotions of anger, humiliation, and jealousy were gnawing at his heart bit by bit. I am Mu Yulu's husband. The one who should be enjoying all of this should be me. But now, he could only stand there like a powerless cuckold, watching helplessly as I touched his wife's exquisite body all over. In that moment, the thought of chopping me into 100 pieces in Yan Huigang's heart to ruin my reputation became more urgent and clear than ever. Muge, you just wait. The humiliation you caused me today, I will soon repay you 100,000 times over. After learning the massage technique, I went to get medicine for Mu Yulu. I gave all the medicine to Mu Yuyan, then I went to the store myself, next to the hospital to buy a wheelchair. Everything was ready. I pushed the wheelchair with Mu Yulu in it onto the MPV that Yan Huigang drove. Together, we left the hospital. On the way, I recounted the whole story to Mu Yuyan. I told it very simply, especially the part about fighting 1 against 3. I just briefly said that. There was a small conflict with the other party. I don't like to boast about my achievements, nor do I like to show off my physical strength. But Mu Yulu wouldn't have it. She leaned back in her seat with a tone full of pride and admiration and filled in the details for me of that terrifying process. From how I used a dog-catching pole to deal with the bad guys, to how I took down the other 2 with my bare hands. Mu Yuyan was stunned as she listened. Her eyes looking at me were filled with shock and sympathy. Brother Muji, are you hurt? As she spoke, she quickly pulled my hand and checked me over. It's nothing, fourth sister. They're just superficial wounds. I smiled and shook my head. Those bastards are truly lawless. Mu Yuyan was so angry her face turned pale. This can't be left as it is. Later, I'll talk to uncle. This must be investigated thoroughly. Very quickly, the car returned to the Mu family's manor. The group got out of the car. It was still me who carried Mu Yulu out of the car and placed her curvy bottom into the wheelchair. Then, I pushed Mu Yulu into the villa's main hall. Yan Huigang stood to one side, his eyes almost bloodshot. In the living room, the 3 sisters, including Mu Kiai and Mu Jiji, were all awake. They saw Mu Yulu in a wheelchair, with her leg in a cast, and were all startled. They hurriedly gathered around. Eldest sister, what happened to you? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? The sisters chattered with concern. Mu Yulu smiled and replied to each of them, saying she was fine. It was just a minor injury. Mu Jiji leaned against the sofa, crossing his legs. A sarcastic voice chimed in at the wrong time. Muge, oh Muge, you're really something. You just had to insist on taking my eldest sister to ride that piece of junk bicycle. Now look what happened. She has to be in a wheelchair. You really are talented. Mu Yulu shook her head. I was the one who wanted to exercise, so I asked brother Muji to take me. It has nothing to do with him. Is that so? Mujiji raised an eyebrow. So even if eldest sister wanted to go, you're the younger brother, the man. Don't you know how to protect eldest sister properly? You actually let her fall and get into this state. I think you're a pretty lousy bodyguard. That's enough, talk less. We're family, don't say such things. If you say more, it'll get angry. Muyulu said, then turned to look at me. Brother Muge, push me upstairs, I'm tired. I want to rest. Okay. I pushed Muyulu to her room door. I was planning to take her to the door and leave. Wait. But Muyulu called me back. Then, she pointed to the wardrobe. Help me get a few sets of clothes to change into. Pajamas will do. Okay. I opened the huge wardrobe. Inside was filled with all kinds of women's clothing, mostly business attire. Following Muyulu's instructions, I took out a set of pajamas. Then I went to the bedside, bent down again to lift Muyulu from the wheelchair, and gently placed her on the large bed. Thank you, Brother Muje. Muyulu lay on the bed, looking up at me. Her gaze was as gentle as flowing water. Eldest sister, get some good rest. Just call me if you need anything. I helped her pull up the blanket, then turned to leave and thoughtfully closed the door for her. Only Muyulu was left in the room. She lay on the bed, struggling to change into her soft silk pajamas. Afterward, her whole body relaxed. She let out a long sigh. She closed her eyes, planning to take a nap, but her mind couldn't calm down. Every scene that happened today kept replaying in her mind. Muyulu was 28 years old this year, at the peak of a woman's vitality. But because of her family responsibilities, because of that marriage in name only, she had always suppressed all her emotions and desires. Incredibly beautiful, Mu Yulu was pursued by countless men, yet she was still a virgin. Mu Yulu was cold as ice on the outside, but a fire burned within her. It was just that no one had ever been able to light this fire, until today. The hormones in her body were raging wildly. She felt her whole body flush and her heart beat fast. She couldn't sleep anymore. She directly took her phone out from under her pillow and flipped through the photos taken at the Riverside Park this morning. Mu Yulu gently stroked with her finger the handsome face in the photo that would make gods and men envious. Looking at my fit figure and my powerful muscles, she felt her breathing become rapid. Then, she put her phone down. Trembling, she pulled open the drawer of the nightstand and took out a small object with a remote control. I returned home and relaxed. As the adrenaline subsided, the pain in my body became distinct. My head had been punched a few times by those two thugs, and it was still ringing a little. My back had also been kicked a few times, but it was all just superficial injuries. At this moment, Muyoyen pulled me down to sit on the sofa. Brother Muge, sit down quickly. I'll apply medicine for you. Mukexen also ran over with the first aid box, her eyes red, like a frightened little rabbit. But Brother Mugi, it's all because of those bad people. Does it hurt? She took out a cotton swab, carefully dipped it in some iodine, wanting to help me treat the scratch on my face. I looked at their worried expressions, and my heart immediately warmed. It's nothing. I have thick skin. It doesn't hurt. Muyoyan took the cotton swab and shot me a glare. Still saying it doesn't hurt. Your skin is all scraped. She gently disinfected the wound on my face, then applied ointment. Mukechin was by my side, handing me water, getting an ice pack, busying herself non-stop. In a corner not far away, Yan Huigong and Mu Jiji looked at each other. They both saw in each other's eyes a sinister smile. Let him be smug for a little longer. Let him enjoy the sisters' tenderness a little more. I wonder what their expressions and reactions will be when these sisters find out that the beloved little brother they cherish is actually a damn pervert who likes to steal women's underwear. I wonder what their expressions and reactions will be. However much he is doted on now, that's how much he'll be despised later. He will immediately become the target of everyone's criticism, spat upon by everyone. Then, like a stray dog, he will be kicked out of this house. This feeling of falling from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye is the cruelest and most satisfying punishment. The corners of Yan Huigong's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Mujiji was even more smug, shaking his leg. He was already calculating in his mind how, after I'm gone, he would step by step take control of this house. After applying the medicine, I felt sticky and very uncomfortable. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Mu Yuyan nodded. Go ahead. After your shower, get a good night's sleep. After lunch, the injury on Mu Yulu's leg felt much better. She sat in her wheelchair, and I pushed her for a stroll around the manor. It's not convenient for her to bathe now, so she can only ask her younger sisters for help. This morning before resting, she was looking at photos on her phone, and after she was done, Mu Yuyan helped her clean up. There's no other way. She has to clean up, otherwise it's easy to get an infection. Biological sisters don't need to be so formal. Mu Yulu now just felt refreshed, her whole body full of vitality. Although she normally did that quite a bit, she never really got into it. Women's needs are higher than men's, but this morning, she could be considered to have broken through to a new realm. She suddenly felt the world open up. Just by looking at my photo on her phone, she could reach an unprecedented peak. Although she was mortified afterward, feeling like she could never face me again, because in her mind, I had been thoroughly tormented. Eldest sister, what are you smiling about? Are you in a good mood? My voice came from behind. Mu Yulu came back to her senses, a radiant smile on her face. Yes, it really is very good. Just then, the three youngest sisters, including Mu Ketchin, ran over chattering and pulling me, insisting I go to the gym to work out with them. Unable to refuse them, I had to hand Mu Yulu's wheelchair over to Yan Huigong, who was standing beside us. Yan Huigong pushed Mu Yulu slowly for a stroll in the flower garden. He changed his usual attitude and said very little today. He sighed from time to time, his brow furrowed, looking like he wanted to say something but held back, as if he had something difficult to say. Mu Yulu had long noticed his unusual behavior. She couldn't be bothered with him, but this guy kept sighing next to her. It was really annoying. When they reached a secluded spot, Mu Yulu finally stopped. What's wrong with you? Yan Huigong pretended to be troubled. Yulu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. If you don't think it's appropriate, then don't say it. Mu Yulu hated this wishy-washy attitude of his the most. Then I'd better say it. Yan Huigong gritted his teeth. Yulu, just now I saw Mu Ge. Hey. As soon as she heard it was about me, Mu Yulu immediately became alert. What about brother Mu Ge? Yan Huigong sighed again, a pained expression on his face. I saw Mu Ge on the balcony just now. He took something he shouldn't have. What shouldn't he have taken? Mu Yulu asked doubtfully. Yan Huigong pretended to be very troubled and stammered. It looked like women's underwear. As soon as the words were spoken, Mu Yulu was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, she was thinking of ways to tease me, and now this man was telling her that I steal women's underwear. This is slander. This is defamation. A bright, open young man like brother Mu Ge. How could he do such a thing? That's something only those perverts on the news do. An unknown fire immediately erupted. Mu Yulu directly scolded him loudly. Yan Huigong, what nonsense are you talking about? Yan Huigong immediately put on an innocent and wronged expression. Yulu, I really saw it. Otherwise, I wouldn't just say it, right? How would I dare to talk nonsense about this? I even saw him sneakily take those things back to his room. Mu Yulu completely disbelieved him. You must have seen it wrong. Brother Mu Ge is not that kind of person. I also hope I saw it wrong. Yan Huigong had a pained expression. But that's the truth. What I saw with my own eyes were red and purple. Definitely a girl's style. Red and purple. Mu Yulu's eyes immediately widened. Her whole body froze. Wasn't that the set she had just washed this morning? The set she liked the most, the sexiest one. How could it be? Seeing her reaction, Yan Huigong knew the fish had taken the bait. He continued to add fuel to the fire. Yulu, don't be angry, and don't get too agitated. I guess Mu Ge is also going through puberty. His hormones are raging, and he can't control himself. Almost every boy will have this phase. It can be considered normal. As he spoke, Yan Huigong put on the air of a lecturing elder. Mu Ge is usually strictly managed by the family, unlike little Gigi who often goes out to fool around with other girls. So he must be a bit repressed in this aspect, which led him down the wrong path. I don't think this is a big deal, but it needs to be corrected in time. If he's still like this when he goes out into society later, the problem will be much bigger. We are his elders, and we have the responsibility and duty to help him get back on the right path. Yan Huigong felt he was truly a genius. These words not only belittled Mu Gigi, but also built the image of a good brother-in-law who cares for the younger generation and understands the greater good. Most importantly, he also specifically emphasized educating him privately. Thinking of this, Yan Huigong continued, I think, you are his elder, you should find him and talk to him privately. Talk to him about this, but absolutely do not make a scene, and certainly don't let the other sisters know. He's still young, at an age where his self-esteem is at its highest. Making this mistake is also very normal. We can just educate him privately. We absolutely must not hurt his self-esteem. Mu Yulu was stunned as she listened. What Yan Huigong said was so reasonable, so considerate of me, that for a moment she couldn't find any reason to refute it. But reason still made her unable to accept this fact. Then she waved her hand in frustration. Don't say any more. I don't believe brother Mu Ge would do such a thing. Push me back, I'm tired. Yan Huigong knew when to stop, so he could only sigh and push her back. But he knew Mu Yulu definitely wouldn't be able to resist. After returning to her room, Mu Yulu sat conflicted in her wheelchair. On one hand, she truly trusted me, a bright and upright young man who could risk danger to protect her. How could he do such a dirty thing? But on the other hand, what if it was true? Boys in puberty are indeed prone to being impulsive. Furthermore, Yan Huigong really had no motive to lie like that. If Mu Gigi had said it, she wouldn't have believed a single word. But Yan Huigong, what reason and motive did he have to frame brother Mu Ge? There was no benefit in it for him. The two of them had no conflict of interest, no disagreements. At this moment in Mu Yulu's mind, two little figures were fiercely battling. No, I can't just rely on Yan Huigong's one-sided story to doubt brother Mu Ge. I have to go to my brother's room, myself to confirm it, and prove his innocence. Right now, I must be with the three younger sisters exercising in the first-floor gym. Mu Gigi is playing games in the living room. Yan Huigong is handling work in the study. This is a perfect opportunity. Then she controlled her electric wheelchair and quietly left her room. Next, she quickly snuck to my room door. After pushing the door open, the room was very quiet. Her gaze immediately locked onto the large bed. Mu Yulu first opened the nightstand drawer, and after seeing nothing, she shifted her target to the pillow on the bed. Mu Yulu held her breath and lifted the first pillow. Underneath was empty. There was nothing. She immediately sighed in relief, and her whole body relaxed. As expected, Yan Huigang saw it wrong. Or he was talking nonsense. I knew you weren't that kind of person. The large stone in her heart was finally lifted. She even felt a little lucky that she hadn't impulsively confronted me. That would have been too hurtful to others. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell on the remaining pillow. It was the spare pillow. I usually just propped it against the headboard. Mu Yulu reached out without hesitation and lifted the second pillow. Then, her movements froze. Her breathing stopped as well. Her pupils in an instant also dilated to their maximum. Under the pillow was a set of lingerie, a red and purple set of lingerie. In this moment, Mu Yulu only felt like something in her head had completely exploded. Mu Yulu was completely stunned. She stared at the two pieces of fabric under the pillow. The red and purple were so glaring, but this wasn't hers. Mu Yulu's mind buzzed, falling into chaos. These are all women's clothes. They belong to the other sisters in the house. How could Brother Muji be like this? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Mu Yulu desperately tried to deceive herself, but the truth before her was like a resounding slap, striking her hard across the face. She couldn't deceive herself anymore. To say you took it by mistake? Who would believe that? The difference between men's and women's clothing is so great, how could you not tell them apart? Mu Yulu felt her worldview collapsing. You, this bright and cheerful young man. You, the young man who would risk his life against 3 thugs, with weapons to protect me. You, the young man who would carefully treat my wounds, who would gently hold me, making me feel incredibly secure. How could you be a pervert hiding in a dark corner, stealing girls' underwear? Unconsciously, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the back of her hand. I don't understand why you did this. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, so painful she couldn't breathe. But a few seconds later, the surging sadness and disappointment were replaced by a stronger emotion. It was the responsibility of an eldest sister. I can't let this be exposed. If the family finds out about this, or if the other sisters find out, you'll be seen as a monster by everyone, and then you'll be kicked out of the Mu family home. Your life will also be completely ruined. Mu Yulu closed her eyes and after taking a deep breath, forced herself to calm down. There must be a hidden story behind this. Maybe he was framed by someone. A person quickly appeared in Mu Yulu's mind. It was Mu Jiji. Besides, even if you really made a mistake, it's because you're still young and you were momentarily confused. I can't just give up on you. I am your eldest sister. I have a responsibility to protect you and also a responsibility to guide you. She decided to hide this set of clothes and take them back first. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Then I'll find you privately to talk things through. Absolutely no third person can know about this. I want to protect you, and I also want to protect the other sisters. This secret, I'll bear it alone. Mu Yulu wiped away her tears, her gaze becoming resolute again. She started searching in my room, looking for a bag to put the items in. But just then, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack. Immediately after, Mu Jiji's head peeked in. He and Yan Huigang had planned this beforehand. They had calculated that Mu Yulu would come to my room to check. They also guessed that Mu Yulu, the eldest sister, who valued family honor and kinship above all else, would definitely choose to cover for me. Therefore, it wasn't enough for just Mu Yulu to discover it. They had to be the ones to light this fire. Eldest sister, what are you doing here? Mu Jiji pushed the door open and entered, pretending as if he had just found her. Eldest sister, about me taking the exam under Brother He's name. How are the procedures you're handling coming along? Mu Yulu was startled, panicked inside. I came to look for something. I think I left my medicine at Brother Mugi's place, Mu Jiji said. Oh, but his eyes darted around the room. Then, his gaze fell precisely on the pillow that Mu Yulu had lifted a corner of. Immediately, as if he had discovered a new continent, he strode forward. Eldest sister, what is this? As he spoke, he reached out and flipped the entire pillow over. In an instant, the red and purple lingerie set was exposed without any cover before the two of them. Mu Jiji's act also began. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot, his eyes wide as saucers. He pointed at the lingerie, his voice changing. This. What is this? This is something girls wear, isn't it? As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Mu Yulu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, his face a mask of utter shock and disgust. Brother Mu Gay steals girls' clothes, eldest sister. You've discovered it too, haven't you? Mu Yulu's face immediately turned pale. She was frantic, at a complete loss. Her mind was blank. Seeing that she was silent, Mu Jiji pressed on even more aggressively. Eldest sister, you already discovered something was wrong, didn't you? That's why you came to his room to search, right? Mu Yulu's lips trembled, unable to say a single word. After a few seconds of silence, she finally found her voice again, carrying an imperceptible hint of a plea. Little Gigi, give that to me. This is just a misunderstanding. Nonsense, a misunderstanding? Mu Gigi acted as if he had heard a huge joke, his voice suddenly rising. Eldest sister, at a time like this, you're still covering for Brother Mugi? Brother Mugi is a well-known pervert, a pervert who likes to steal women's underwear. With someone like that in the house, tell me, how can my sisters sleep peacefully at night? Eldest sister, you are too biased. Every word was like a stabbing knife. The word biased pierced Mu Yulu's heart. She had indeed been biased. As the eldest sister of the Mu family, she should have prioritized the safety of all her younger sisters. But her first reaction was to protect me. But she always felt that there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. If it was exposed directly, it would only ruin my reputation, and I wouldn't even be able to hold my head high. Therefore, she felt that what she did was not wrong. Before clarifying everything, no one else could know. If it was truly discovered that I had done something wrong, she would also protect the other sisters and make me move out. Mu Yulu also seemed to feel that her reasoning was a bit weak, but she still gritted her teeth and spoke firmly. This is a misunderstanding. I said I would handle it. Her voice carried the unquestionable authority of an eldest sister. Mu Gigi was startled by her sudden outburst of aura and reflexively took a step back, but he quickly reacted. Today, he was the one on the side of justice. Mu Yulu looked at him, her tone softening. Little Gigi, come here. Haven't you always been worried about getting into university? I promise you, I will help you solve it. Qingbei or Donghai University, as long as you want to go, I guarantee you can get in. Clearly, for my sake, she could only choose to compromise, making a deal that she despised the most. She also thought this condition was tempting enough. However, Mu Gigi laughed, laughing with extreme triumph and contempt. Everything was going according to the plan he and Yan Huigang had devised. The more Mu Yulu wanted to smooth things over, the more it proved she had a guilty conscience, the more it proved that I was guilty. Then, a vicious expression unfitting for his age appeared on Mu Gigi's face. I can skip university, but this pervert Mu Ji must be punished. He must get out of the Mu family home. After saying that, he didn't give Mu Yulu any chance to react, and turned to run towards the door. He wanted to go out and call for people. He wanted everyone to see what kind of person they were, cherishing in the palm of their hands. Come back. Mu Yulu was completely panicked now. She suddenly maneuvered her wheelchair, wanting to rush forward and block him. Mu Gigi, you get back here for me! Her voice grew hoarse with fear and anger. Although the wheelchair's speed was pushed to the maximum, in the cramped space, she couldn't possibly catch up to a teenager who was determined to run. In her haste, she wanted to grab Mu Gigi's arm, but because the wheelchair turned too sharply, it crashed hard into the corner of the bed. The immense impact sent her flying out of the wheelchair, and she fell hard onto the cold floor. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream instantly echoed throughout the second floor. Her leg, which was in a cast, her left leg, slammed onto the ground. The wound, which had just shown some signs of improvement, immediately split open. Intense pain overwhelmed her. She was in so much pain that her whole body trembled and tears flowed uncontrollably. Despair, helplessness, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, but Mu Gigi only gave her a cold glance before rushing out of the room without hesitation. His voice was like a thunderclap, booming through the quiet villa, carrying a sick excitement. Is anyone there? Come quick! Something big has happened. Brother Muge is a pervert. Brother Muge steals his sister's underwear. This loud noise immediately startled the people downstairs, creating chaos, and the sound of heavy footsteps quickly rushed towards the second floor. Very quickly, Yan Huigang was the first to appear at the door. He looked at Mu Yulu on the floor, her face full of tears and in great pain. Then he looked at the glaring red and purple lingerie on the bed, the corner of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile, cold and vicious. Several maids also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Eldest miss, what's wrong with you? What happened? Yan Huigang rushed in, a look of appropriate panic and concern on his face, and supported Mu Yulu by her shoulders. Everything was playing out perfectly, according to the script he had designed. At this moment, Mu Yulu's entire body felt like it was falling apart, especially the pain in her injured left leg, which was so intense her vision went dark. But right now, Mu Yulu was completely not paying attention to that. She just felt, it's over. Everything has been exposed. The situation can no longer be hidden. The thing she worried and feared the most had finally happened. Mu Gigi's shouts made the entire villa buzz. In the gym downstairs, I was surrounded by my younger sisters, teaching them how to use the newly bought equipment. What's that noise? Mu Yoyan was the first to stop her movements, frowning. Intermittent, piercing screams came from upstairs. It sounds like eldest sister and Mu Gigi. Let's go check it out. Is that bastard Mu Gigi bullying eldest sister again? My heart tightened, and a bad premonition immediately enveloped me. Immediately, I threw down the dumbbell and was the first one to rush out. Mu Yoyan and the other 4 sisters also hurriedly followed. The group quickly rushed up to the second floor. The source of the sound was my room. The door to the room was wide open. I rushed in, and the first sight that met my eyes was eldest sister Mu Yulu being supported by a maid, her face pale, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She had fallen. My mind buzzed, and I was immediately panicked, unable to pay attention to anything else. I rushed forward in one step. Eldest sister, why did you fall? Did your wound open up again? The atmosphere in the room was extremely strange. Mu Yulu was in too much pain to speak. She just kept shaking her head, but the despair and panic in her eyes could not be hidden. Yan Huigang stood to one side with a worried expression, while Mu Jiji stood by the bed with his arms crossed, a look of pleasure and coldness on his face. I supported Mu Yulu and finally realized something was wrong. Everyone's eyes seemed to be, intentionally or unintentionally, falling on me and that large bed. My heart sank, feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. As expected, Mu Jiji suddenly acted. He took a step forward and with a judgmental, indignant tone, pointed at me. Brother Mu Jae, do you still have the face to care about eldest sister? If it weren't for you, would eldest sister have fallen? I looked up, my brows furrowed tightly. What do you mean? What do I mean? Mu Jiji let out a cold laugh, suddenly turned around, and with one hand flipped over the pillow on the bed. Immediately after, two-piece red and purple women's lingerie set suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The air froze in that moment. Mu Yoyan, Mu Kiai, Mu Karen, Mu Kishin. The four sisters' eyes widened simultaneously. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Why would this lingerie appear under Brother Mu's pillow? I followed their gaze, and when I saw clearly what was under the pillow, my entire body froze. It felt like a string in my mind snapped. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? After a second of confusion, I immediately understood. I had been framed. Then, my gaze shot like daggers towards Yan Huigang and Mu Jiji standing to the side. It seemed there was no one else but them. Such a vicious scheme. This is trying to push me to my death. Brother Mu Gay, you ungrateful beast, do you have anything else to say? Mu Jiji's voice was piercing, as if it wanted to tear people's eardrums. He pointed at my nose and cursed viciously. Our Mu family took you in, gave you food and clothes, and raised you like a human being. Is this how you repay us? You went and stole my sister's underwear. Do you have any shame? I suddenly stood up, my face pale. I didn't take that. You didn't steal it. Then who did? Did this thing grow legs and run under your pillow? Mu Jiji was arrogant and aggressive, unforgiving now that he had the upper hand. The evidence is right here, and you're still making excuses? You are a thoroughly ungrateful wolf, you bastard! I think you're just a pervert. His curses grew increasingly vile. Those filthy words were like dirty knives stabbing towards me, and also stabbing towards every sister present. The sisters' worldviews were completely shattered at this moment. They looked at the lingerie, then back at me with my pale face, their minds in a complete jumble. Brother Moog, you stole this. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. They frantically denied this thought in their hearts. How could that bright and kind younger brother do such a filthy thing? But the truth was laid out before them. It was not an illusion. Mu Yoyan was the first to react. She immediately stood in front of me protectively. Little Gigi, what nonsense are you spouting? This must be a mistake. Maybe when collecting the laundry, a maid accidentally mixed someone's clothes with our brother's clothes. This reason was very forced, but she knew better than anyone. I wasn't that kind of person. Mu Kai also spoke up immediately, her voice firm. That's right, Brother Mu. He would never do this. Her reason was even simpler and more direct, but it couldn't be said out loud. Mu Yoyan and Mu Kai, the two of them, had both had the most intimate contact with me. They knew that if I really had needs and desires in that area, I could absolutely come directly to them, and they would even proactively respond. I had absolutely no need to use this sneaky and almost pathological way to satisfy myself. It didn't make sense logically. Therefore, they knew I had definitely been framed. You're all covering for him? Seeing that both sisters were defending me, Mujiji immediately flew into a rage. At a time like this, you're still protecting him. Are your hearts clouded by lard? Immediately after, Mujiji snatched the lingerie from under the pillow and held it up high, as if displaying a trophy. Fine, you don't believe it, right? Then you tell me, whose clothes are these? As he spoke, he looked around at all the women present. Just then, in the crowd, Mu Kexin's doe-like, clear eyes instantly widened. Her body trembled slightly. That style and that small bow on the strap was the set she had just changed out of yesterday and gave to the maid to be washed. How could it appear under Brother Moog's pillow? Brother Moogie stole from me. Mu Kexin's face instantly turned pale, drained of all blood. She felt the world spin and nearly couldn't stand firm, but this thought lasted less than a second before Mu Kexin forcibly cut it off. No, it's impossible. Brother Mugi is absolutely not that kind of person. The way Brother Muge looks at me is always so clear, so gentle. Brother Muge could never do this. It must be Mujiji, framing Brother Muge. Yes, it must be. Seeing that no one spoke up, Mujiji's cold smile grew wider. What's wrong? No one's claiming it? My dear sisters, don't let this ungrateful wolf sell you out and still be foolishly helping him count the money. As he spoke, he waved the lingerie in his hand and said in an utterly heartbroken tone, "I'm begging you, please wake up. Don't be so generous when it's not your business. This time he steals from someone else. Next time he might steal from you. By then, it'll be too late for tears. You all figure it out for yourselves." Mujiji asked again, his tone aggressive. "So who does this belong to?" Everyone immediately fell silent. Mu Yulu endured the intense pain. She knew that someone had to step up and claim this set of clothes and then use a reasonable excuse to get past this. Then, Mu Yulu's gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on the face of her seventh sister, Mu Karen, her eyes carrying an almost imperceptible plea. Among all the sisters, Mu Karen was the cleverest and most mischievous, the most daring, and the best at muddying the waters in chaotic situations like this. She would surely understand my meaning. Mu Karen caught her eldest sister's gaze, paused for a moment, and understood immediately. Meanwhile, the innocent Mu Kekshin looked at me as I was being suspected by everyone, lonely and helpless, her heart both worried and pained. She couldn't let me be slandered by Mujiji like this. She wanted to help me out of this predicament. Therefore, the moment Mujiji's voice faded, a clear voice and a weak voice, two voices sounded out almost at the same time. "It's mine, it's mine!" Mu Karen raised her hand. Mu Keksin also raised her hand at the same time. The scene immediately fell into a deadly silence and extreme awkwardness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mu Karen and Mu Keksin, scanning back and forth, their expressions on their faces incredibly vivid. One piece of lingerie, two owners. Mu Karen realized something. She approached the item in Mujiji's hand, narrowing her eyes to look closely. Then she pretended to have an epiphany and slapped her forehead. "Ah, I must have mistaken it. This isn't mine." Her words caused the atmosphere to ease slightly from its tension. Mu Karen indifferently shrugged her shoulders, saying in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Although I'm also a B-cup, I'm a bit vain, and usually like to wear one size larger. I must have mistaken it just now." Having said that, Mu Karen's gaze shifted to Mu Keksin, blushing beside her. Eighth sister is relatively honest, never putting on an act. It must be eighth sisters. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Mu Keksin. At this moment, Mu Keksin no longer had even a trace of the panic and fear she had before. In her clear, innocent eyes, a flame of anger was now burning. Next, she quickly stepped forward, snatching the lingerie from Mu Jiji's hand, clutching it tightly. "That's right, it's mine." Mu Yulu's heart was in her mouth. Although she knew eighth sister was naive and usually stuck to her the most, she wasn't sure if this younger sister, not even 20 years old, suspected her or would collapse on the spot. After all, this was a very serious and embarrassing situation for any girl. Seeing this, Mu Jiji was overjoyed. "This is great, the owner has admitted it herself." He felt that eighth sister Mu Keksin, after being subjected to such actions by a pervert like me, would surely be disgusted with me to death. From now on, she would want to stay 800 meters away from me. My perfect image in her heart would completely shatter here today. Excellent, now there's both witness and evidence. Mu Jiji's excitement was almost palpable. He immediately pulled out his phone and raised it high. "I'm calling the police now so the police can deal with this pervert. The suspect and the victim are both here. Let's see how you can deny it." My fist clenched instantly, veins bulging. "Mu Jiji, damn it, are you sick? I told you I didn't take it." "You didn't take it? If you didn't take it, did it grow legs and crawl under your pillow by itself?" Mu Jiji wore a look as if he were staring at a dead man. "Just wait to go to jail." But at this very moment, Mu Kekshin's voice suddenly rang out. Next, she took a step forward, her small figure shielding me, facing Mu Jiji. "This item is indeed mine, but it wasn't stolen by Muge. I came to talk to Muge this afternoon and accidentally dropped it here. I even forgot about it myself, and it has nothing to do with Mugi. Don't slander me like that." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, especially Mujiji and Yan Huigang, who were watching the drama unfold from the corner. If others didn't know where this item came from, surely these two did. It was they who had placed it there. How could Mu Keksin have come here and dropped an item here? This was impossible. She was lying. She was covering for Mugi, but they couldn't reveal the reason. They absolutely could not admit they had planted it. "Eighth sister, you serious?" Mujiji put on an act of disbelief and extreme distress. "Don't go out of your way to cover for Mugi by forcing yourself to lie like this. This matter is not to be trifled with. Eighth sister, are you being threatened by him? Don't be afraid. We're here for you. Please don't ruin your own reputation for this ungrateful wretch." Mu Keksin looked at Mujiji and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Covering up? Mujiji, are you an idiot? Namtunya is getting married, and you're singing and dancing? Are you sick? This is my lingerie. I can leave it wherever I want. What business is it of yours, you idiot, to butt in? What does it have to do with you? I just accidentally forgot it in my little brother Muji room. So what? You're not happy? You. Call the police. Sue me for leaving things around. Covering up? Cover up your own head." Mu Keksin no longer had any desire to be polite with Mujiji. Her mind was as clear as a mirror, and she knew that I would never do such a thing. This entire situation, from beginning to end, was a scheme concocted by that scum, Mujiji. Today, she intended to expose him. Mujiji, being directly confronted and scolded by Mukexin, was left utterly speechless. He wanted to retort, to curse back, but seeing Mukexin's eyes, which seemed ready to devour him alive, and the increasingly unfriendly gazes of the sisters beside her, he was momentarily speechless, turning purple with rage, like a liver. Muyulu looked at the scene before her, the heavy stone in her heart finally lifting. She no longer cared whether Eighth Sister's words were true or false. Perhaps this was truly just a big misunderstanding, or perhaps Eighth Sister, like her, thought of this as a way to forcefully resolve the situation in order to protect me. But regardless, this dead-end situation could finally be salvaged. Seeing Mujiji's deflated state, Muyulu felt her leg pain lessen considerably. She cleared her throat. All right, since it's just a misunderstanding, everyone disperse. Making such a fuss over a trivial mix-up? What kind of behavior is this? Mu Yoyan and Mu Kei quickly. Each took an arm to support me, looking at me with concern, afraid I had been wronged. Mu Karen went to Mu Keishin's side, patted her shoulder, and gave her an appreciative look. Mu Jiji, seeing the cheerful harmony and the united front against outsiders, was furious. He had planned for so long, his supposedly perfect strategy was foiled by this little brat, Mu Kexin, with such an absurd excuse. He was unwilling to accept this. The farce in the room finally concluded. Mu Yulu glanced at me, who was still in a state of shock and grievance. Little brother Mu Ji pushed me back to my room. Yes, I came back to my senses and quietly moved behind the wheelchair. The hallway was deathly silent. Even now, my mind was blank. This accusation was too huge, too malicious. It was clearly intended to drive me to ruin, to disgrace me, and ensure I could never hold my head up in this family again. I knew clearly in my heart that Eighth Sister Mu Kexin had risked everything to save me. She hadn't actually been to my room today. The story about accidentally dropping it was a huge lie she fabricated to protect me. My heart was filled with gratitude and pain, but more than that, with a belated fear. What I feared most, however, was what elder sister would think. Would she believe me, or would she, like Mujiji, think I was a pervert hiding in the dark? I didn't dare to ask, nor did I dare to think. As we reached Muyulu's room door, as I pushed her in, she coldly said, "Close the door." My heart skipped a beat, but I turned and closed the door gently. The atmosphere in the room immediately became suffocating. I lowered my head, unsure where to put my hands. I wasn't sure if elder sister believed me. Mu Yulu sat in her wheelchair, not looking at me, but quietly gazing out the window. On her beautiful face, a layer of cold frost was now cast. She truly intended to cover for me, and even if I had truly made a mistake, she would have desperately protected me from the outside. This was the responsibility of an elder sister. But in private, if I had truly done something shameful, she would absolutely teach me a lesson in the strictest manner. A spanking if necessary, a whipping if needed, she would show absolutely no mercy. She would make me understand what I could do, and what was absolutely forbidden. After a long silence, Muyulu finally spoke. "Tell me what happened today, from your perspective." My body trembled. I looked up and my lips moved. Elder sister. Eighth sister didn't come to my room today. That item wasn't dropped by Eighth sister in my room. She must have said that to cover for me. Muyulu slowly turned her wheelchair, finally meeting my gaze directly. Then, did you take it? This question struck my heart like a sledgehammer. I felt my breath catch in my throat. Elder sister still suspected me. A wave of immense hurt and despair washed over me. I crouched down in front of Muyulu's wheelchair, then looked up, my clear eyes looking straight at Muyulu, even with a hint of tears facing Muyulu. Elder sister, it really wasn't me. You have to believe me. The words that followed were choked by sobs in my throat, unable to be spoken. Seeing me like this, Muyulu's heart, encased in ice, shattered. She could no longer restrain herself. Her elder sister's dignity, her strict upbringing, at this moment were all thrown to the wind. Then she opened her arms and embraced me, who was crouching before her. Little brother Muge, elder sister believes you. Elder sister was just waiting for you to say this, I asked, my voice choked. Elder sister, did you suspect me just now? Muyula's arms around me tightened. Then she closed her eyes and honestly said, indeed, just a little, because the villain was too cunning, but it was only that little bit. As long as you tell me yourself that you didn't, I will firmly believe you didn't. I will believe you unconditionally. It's my fault, little brother Muji. Elder sister shouldn't have doubted you. I'm truly sorry. Elder sister will never doubt you again. Never again. I'm sorry. Seeing this, I gently patted Muyulu's back to comfort her. The two of us hugged. After a while, our moods gradually calmed. After Muyulu let go, she said, "What exactly happened today? Tell me yourself." My body trembled, and I looked up, my lips moving. Elder sister. Eighth sister didn't come to my room today. That item wasn't dropped by eighth sister in my room. She must have said that to cover for me. Muyulu slowly turned her wheelchair, finally meeting my gaze directly. Then, did you take it? This question struck my heart like a sledgehammer. I felt my breath catch in my throat. elder sister still suspected me. A wave of immense hurt and despair washed over me. I crouched down in front of Mu Yulu's wheelchair, then looked up, my clear eyes looking straight at Mu Yulu, even with a hint of tears, facing Mu Yulu. Elder sister, it really wasn't me. You have to believe me. The words that followed were choked by sobs in my throat, unable to be spoken. Seeing me like this, Mu Yulu's heart, encased in ice, shattered. She could no longer restrain herself. Her elder sister's dignity, her strict upbringing at this moment were all thrown to the wind. Then she opened her arms and embraced me, who was crouching before her. Little brother Mugi, elder sister believes you. Elder sister was just waiting for you to say this. I asked, my voice choked. Elder sister, did you suspect me just now? Mu Yulu's arms around me tightened. Then she closed her eyes and honestly said, Indeed, just a little, because the villain was too cunning, but it was only that little bit. As long as you tell me yourself that you didn't, I will firmly believe you didn't. Looking at my red-rimmed eyes, she quickly reached out and wiped away a tear for me. Next, my mind started racing at high speed again. If it wasn't me who took it, and it was an eighth sister's unintentional act, then this matter isn't as simple as it seems. When you came to my room earlier, did you see some of your clothes next to your pillow? Did you put them there yourself? I shook my head. Half yes, half no. One half was what I was in a hurry to wear. The other half was probably put away by the nanny in the afternoon, and she casually placed them on the bed. Mu Yulu's eyes sharpened. Then there are only two possibilities. Either the nanny accidentally included someone else's clothes with yours while putting away the clothes and coincidentally placed them right under your pillow, or someone deliberately set you up. As soon as these words were spoken, you and she looked at each other. Then, a name simultaneously popped into both of your heads. Today, in the room, Mujiji's playful demeanor and his desire to stir up trouble made him highly suspicious. He was truly too suspicious. But Mu Yulu immediately then recalled an important detail. That's not right. Mugi younger brother, this matter was initially brought to my attention by your brother-in-law, Yan Huigang. He said he saw you on the balcony, secretly taking a girl's underwear. At that time, I didn't believe it, so I secretly went to your room to confirm, and the result was this. When I was being pushed around the garden by Yan Huigang. What exactly were you doing? I carefully recalled for a moment. After I handed you over to your brother-in-law, seventh sister, and others pulled me away. Oh right, before going to the gym, I did go to the balcony to collect the clothes I washed in the morning. Mu Yulu's pupils constricted slightly. In other words, Yan Huigang did indeed have the opportunity to see you collecting clothes on the balcony. So, did he mistake them? Mistaking other clothes for a girl's underwear? Or was he from the very beginning an accomplice of Mujiji? Were his words meant to lure me to your room to watch this big play? Question after question swirled in Mu Yulu's mind. At this moment, she looked at me and already had the answer in her heart. Then, she gently pushed me away. You go back first and help me call Yan Huigang in here. I nodded, got up, and prepared to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Mu Yulu suddenly from behind wrapped her arms around me tightly. Mugi younger brother, do you blame Big Sister? Big Sister was a little suspicious of you just now. I shook my head, rubbed my eyes, and forced a smile. No, Big Sister. Anyone who saw that item appear under my pillow would be suspicious. This is very normal. It's not normal, Mu Yulu immediately retorted, her tone even a little agitated. This is not normal at all. This proves I still don't trust you enough. As the eldest sister, I am a failure. Big Sister was wrong. Mugi younger brother, please don't have any grudges in your heart. I looked at her worried expression and my heart immediately warmed. I won't, Big Sister. But Mu Yulu was as stubborn as a child. No, you definitely do. After all, being suspected by the person closest to you, saying you don't have a single doubt in your heart is a lie. You're just comforting me. Saying this, she suddenly seemed to have an idea, her eyes lighting up. To prove that Big Sister truly no longer suspects me of being a pervert, from now on, the task of massaging Big Sister will officially be assigned to you. If Big Sister still thinks I'm a pervert, why would she feel at ease letting me touch her legs, and even her thighs? You surely feel that our Mugi younger brother is a radiant young man with no impure thoughts in his heart, which is why you feel at ease in trusting such a private matter to me. This also proves Big Sister's straightforwardness with me. I looked at her serious expression as she spouted nonsense and couldn't help but laugh, all the lingering hurt in my heart completely dissipating. Big Sister, you just find my massages enjoyable, so just say it directly instead of finding so many excuses. Oh dear, you figured that out too. Mu Yulu, caught red-handed by my words, blushed slightly and gently pinched my ear. Only you are so clever. Hurry up and go. Yes, I replied with a laugh, turned, and left the room. My mood was like riding a roller coaster, finally stopping at the warmest place. After leaving the room, I found Yan Huigang at the door of the study. At this moment, Yan Huigang was restlessly flipping through a magazine. Seeing me come out, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up, forcing a concerned smile. Muge, your big sister. Is she all right? What did she say to you? I looked at him with a blank expression. Big sister asked you to come in. After saying that, I walked straight away, not even giving him a superfluous glance. Yan Huigang looked at my retreating back, and his uneasiness immediately amplified to the extreme. What's wrong with this attitude? Have I been found out? Is Muyulu calling me in now to confront me? Yan Huigang, full of fear, dragged himself step by step to Muyulu's room. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he felt a bone-chilling aura. Yulu, you were looking for me? Muyulu didn't turn her head, only a cold, emotionless word escaped her lips. Kneel down. Yan Huigang couldn't hear clearly at first, thinking he misheard. Huh? What did you say? Muyulu suddenly spun her wheelchair. At this moment, her face was stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were colder than the Siberian wind. Then her voice suddenly rose. I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? Kneel down for me. Muyulu was completely enraged. It was a long-suppressed rage, finally finding an outlet, a world-ending rage. As the future heir of the MU family, in front of outsiders, she was always like this. Without being ruthless and decisive, she couldn't possibly manage the monstrously large Mu family. Only in front of me and her sisters does Muyulu shed all her armor, revealing her softest side, especially in front of me. Even when it comes to suspicion towards me, she could only carefully search for evidence, looking around, wondering if it was a misunderstanding, considering if she was being framed, and trying her best to preserve my self-esteem. But in front of outsiders, she always believed in better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty go. Although Muyulu still couldn't be certain that Yan Huigang deliberately framed me, even a hint of suspicion was enough. She would exert the greatest pressure, crushing him completely, forcing him to confess the whole truth. Whether he did it intentionally or not, his actions today have caused irreparable harm to me, because Yan Huigang made me feel that my dearest big sister suspected me. This small doubt is like a tiny invisible crack appearing between her trust and me. This is enough to make her fly into a rage. Muyulu needed an outlet for her anger, and Yan Huigang, the main culprit, was the best choice. Yan Huigang was terrified by the fearsome aura of Muyulu. Losing his composure, his legs went weak. Unable to support his body's weight, he fell to the floor with a thud. As a live-in son-in-law, his status in the family was no better than a dog's. Muyulu looked at him coldly, then wheeled herself to the shoe rack by the door, took a jump rope from it, then returned to face Yan Huigang, looking down at him from above. Without any warning, she swung the jump rope in her hand, striking Yan Huigang's face hard. Yan Huigang let out a miserable cry, and a burning red mark immediately appeared on his face. He clutched his face, looking at Muyulu in disbelief. He never expected that the woman who usually treated him coldly, but still maintained politeness, would actually strike. However, Muyulu didn't give him time to react. Crack, crack, crack. Several more lashes followed, striking him hard. Wearing only a thin, short-sleeved shirt in the summer, the rope striking his skin was excruciatingly painful. Yan Huigang writhed on the floor in pain. Yulu, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. It was my carelessness. I misread. I misunderstood Muge. I deserve to die. I really didn't mean to. However, his pleas only earned him, Muyulu's even fiercer wrath. You truly deserve to die. Do you know how much damage your words today inflicted upon the heart of my dear younger brother Muge? He's only 18 years old. How is he supposed to face his sisters in this house from now on? How is he supposed to live in this family? We've been married for so long. I, Muyulu, dare say I haven't treated you badly. I've never uttered a single curse word at you, given you enough money to spend, and given you the face of the Yan family. I believe I've treated you well enough. And this is how you repay me? By stabbing the person I love most in the back. Muyulu's voice became hoarse with anger, those beautiful eyes filled with disappointment and cold, killing intent. She looked at Yan Huigang cowering on the floor like a dead dog, her anger not abating one bit. Did you truly just misread it carelessly? Yan Huigang trembled all over. He suppressed the intense pain, tears and snot streaming as he pleaded. Yes, Yulu, I really just misread it. I just deliberately recalled it. When Mugi came down from the balcony, among the pile of clothes he was holding, there seemed to be a red short-sleeved shirt and a pair of purple sports shorts. I was standing far away, so I misread it. I truly misunderstood Mugi. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Muyulu was almost driven to death by anger. She naturally didn't believe his words. It was too coincidental. So coincidental that it seemed prearranged. It's just that right now, there was truly no evidence to prove he was lying. Then Muyulu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This couldn't be rushed. She had to investigate slowly. Immediately after, she threw the jump rope in her hand onto the floor. Go back to your room and kneel all night. After all, you don't need to go to the company tomorrow. Do you hear me? And remember this, there will be no next time. If there is a next time, you can get out of the Mu family. Yan Huigang, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet from the floor. Understood, Yulu. I understand. Meanwhile, I, with a complicated mood, returned to my room. As soon as I opened the door, I found that in the room, there was no one else. Only Sister 8, Mu Ketchin, was still sitting by my bed in a daze, clutching her own underwear tightly in her hand, her face pale, her eyes somewhat vacant. She seemed to still be in shock after the recent chaos. Upon seeing me enter, Mu Kexin was like a startled fawn, her head suddenly snapped up in fear. Muga, you're back! Her voice was soft and gentle. Then she glanced at the door and said in a low voice, "Close the door." I nodded and obediently closed the room door. Now it was just the two of us in the room, and the atmosphere became momentarily awkward and delicate. I looked at the item in Eighth Sister's hand, my heart filled with gratitude and guilt. Then I walked up to her, looking at her seriously. "Eighth Sister, thank you. I know that item wasn't something you accidentally left in my room. You came today to help me." Hearing my words, Mukechin, her clear, watery eyes darted around, and then a bold and intriguing thought suddenly sparked in her mind. She decided to use this as an excuse to tease me, the one she longed for. Only then did her small, fair face suddenly flush slightly. Then she lowered her head, seeming a bit shy and not daring to meet my eyes. Then she pouted her small lips, juicy like cherries, and in a tone that was both wronged and slightly resentful, she whispered, "Muge, if you really liked it, I could have just given it to you. Why would you resort to this?" As soon as I heard these words, I was completely stunned. "Eighth Sister. You don't actually think I stole it, do you?" "What else would it be?" Mu Kexin puffed out her cheeks like an angry little rabbit. "The item in my room? I didn't take it. Did it grow legs and walk in by itself?" "It really wasn't me," I hastily explained, my forehead about to break out in a sweat. "I don't care." Mu Kexin huffed, not angry at all, but instead took a step forward, then extended a finger, white and delicate, to poke my chest. "Confess honestly, what exactly did you want with that item? If you don't tell me, I'll get mad and it'll teach you a lesson." Finally, I realized the true purpose of this little rabbit. She wasn't angry at all. She was clearly acting spoiled, learning bad habits from seventh sister Mu Karen, changing her way of teasing me. Those big, clear eyes held no accusation, only a bright, mischievous glint, and her pouting, rosy lips, like ripe cherries, made one want to take a bite. A few seconds later, seeing my silence, Mu Kexin stopped pretending. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I know it definitely wasn't you. But do you suspect anyone?" Her expression turned serious. "Maybe the nanny miscollected the clothes and they got mixed up. Or it could have been Mujiji. It's definitely Mujiji." As soon as Mukexin heard that name, her face showed undisguised disgust. "That scumbag, he's so disgusting, using my sister's belongings to frame you. How can he be so vile? I really want to beat someone like him to death." Mukexin's chest heaved with anger, clearly hating Mujiji to the extreme. After cursing a few times, she looked up at me again, her pupils swirling, a sly smile returning to her face. "But to be fair, Mugi, did you like Eighth Sister's item?" After saying that, she didn't wait for my reaction, but threw the item straight onto my bed, turned, and ran out of the room, leaving behind a clear, bell-like laugh. Watching her happy, retreating figure, I helplessly shook my head. Then I looked down at the bed, only to feel my cheeks burning. Meanwhile, Mujiji, at this moment, full of anger, returned to his room, and after slamming the door shut, he paced angrily around the room. "Damn it! Are all my sisters insane? An illegitimate child proven not to be of Mu family blood? On what grounds are they protecting it like this?" One by one, they've all gone mad. Mujiji couldn't understand, and even less could he accept it. In a situation where they were caught red-handed, they could still agree on their stories, lying through their teeth to cover for Muje, especially the eldest sister, Muyulu. He originally thought the eldest sister, who held power in the Mu family and valued rules the most, would surely be the first to step forward and sternly reprimand me. But what happened? She was the one who defended him the most fiercely, not only stopping him from the start, but also dragging her injured legs like a mother hen protecting her chick to shield Muji, and even using the supposed reward for passing university entrance exams to bribe me. On what grounds? That kind of protection, regardless of right or wrong, shouldn't it be for his own biological younger brother? A strong sense of jealousy suddenly surged within Mujiji and was then submerged by deeper resentment and envy. He had been wandering outside for 18 years, enduring all sorts of hardships, and only after much difficulty did he return to this home, only to feel like an outsider. While Mugi, this interloper, was enjoying all that should have been his. It wasn't fair. It was too unfair. Just as Mujiji was fuming, his phone suddenly rang. The moment he answered, a familiar, anxious voice erupted from the other end. Jijika, save us! We've been arrested this morning. We got into a conflict with a cheating couple and got beaten up. They called the police." Hearing this, Mujiji grew even more enraged. Then he cursed loudly into the phone. "You men can't even handle a cheating couple, and you've been taken to the police station? You've made me lose face completely." Hong Huang Lu on the other end hastily replied, "Jijika, it's not that we're useless, it's that the man beat us up so well. The three of us couldn't match him. He beat us like dogs." Hearing this, Mujiji angrily said, "Which bastard is so formidable that he dared to mess with you? All right, stop shouting. Which police station? They'll come bail you out right now." At the same time, sixth sister Mu Kai was preparing to take a bath. She was exhausted after the whole day. At this moment, Mu Karen had just entered Mu Kiai's room, intending to talk to Mu Kiai and scold that scumbag Mu Gigi together. But just as Mu Karen reached the bathroom door, she suddenly spotted the socks from last night. She casually picked them up and sniffed them. Sister, why do your white socks smell so strange? Don't you have mysophobia? Why haven't you washed them after wearing them? Mu Kiai's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I'm about to be found out, but seeing Mu Karen's innocent yet critical expression, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I went for a walk yesterday and got sweaty. It got a bit smelly. I forgot them there. Give them here. Saying that, Mu Kiai took the socks from her hand, then carefully placed them into the closet nearby, intending to deal with them later when no one was around. Seeing this, Mu Karen suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why wasn't she throwing away the smelly socks but putting them in the closet? Mu Karen became suspicious, but didn't think too much of it and started complaining about Mu Gigi. Sister, do you think Mu Gigi is crazy? He deliberately framed Mu Gi and even stole 8th sister's belongings to frame him. I really don't understand why he's our biological brother. He's nothing like us at all. Mu Kiai sighed. He grew up outside from a young age, developed such a personality. It won't change overnight. I don't think he'll ever change in this lifetime, Mu Karen said angrily. I also heard that Mom and Dad are planning to cover for him, sending him to Africa to pose as a black brother, and then retake the college entrance exams for a prestigious domestic university. It's so unfair. They must have had high expectations for Mu Gigi, but with his current state, does he look like he can achieve anything? I think he's a lost cause, a real ado. He's stolen everything that rightfully belonged to Mu Gi, and now he's back to bullying Mu Gi. I'm really going to die of anger. Seeing her younger sister's fury, Mu Kiai also felt uncomfortable. Then she patted Mu Karen's shoulder and said softly, Don't be angry anymore. It's not worth getting upset over that kind of person. Karen, remember this. No matter what happens in the future, our 2 sisters must stand by Mu Gi. Mu Karen nodded without hesitation. Of course. What is he, Mu Gigi, anyway? Mu Gi is our only younger brother. No matter how much Mom and Dad favor him, I will only acknowledge Mu Gi as my only younger brother for my entire life. The 2 sisters in the bathroom immediately reached an agreement, and at this moment, I was alone in my room. Suddenly, Mu Yulu texted me, telling me Yan Huigang's explanation, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. When I was packing my clothes, there were indeed red items and purple sports pants, but how could I have mistaken them? The textures were completely different. Moreover, I noticed that when Mu Yulu and I were together, especially when I massaged Mu Yulu's injured leg at the hospital, Yan Huigang was so jealous he could die. Although this live-in son-in-law, Yan Huigang, was trying to hide it, I could feel the murderous intent radiating from him. I felt speechless. Mu Yulu and I are completely innocent, okay? I also believe I am very considerate, especially respecting Mu Yulu. Furthermore, Yan Huigang is Mu Yulu's husband, and they are much more intimate than I am. Isn't that supposed to happen often? What is he jealous of? Is it necessary? If Mu Yulu has been married for so long without ever letting Yan Huigang touch her, that's impossible. Could the eldest sister still be a virgin after being married for so long? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The eldest sister is also a woman, especially since she's 28 years old. How could she endure it? I thought to myself, if that were true, then Yan Huigang's anger would be understandable. In this situation, I can still give Mu Yulu a massage, so he's jealous and envious. Based on this envy, I guess Yan Huigang has allied with Mu Gigi. My phone vibrated again at this moment. It was a message from Mu Yulu. Mujie, come to my room for a bit. Help me downstairs, give me a proper massage, and apply some medicine too. Seeing this, I got up and went to Mu Yulu's room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Mu Yulu sitting in her wheelchair, staring blankly out the window. Let's go, Mugi. Push me downstairs. I hesitated slightly. After all, Yan Huigang, the live-in son-in-law, was downstairs right now. All men need dignity. Although massaging the eldest sister was justified and necessary, and the doctor said that massage could speed up recovery, Mu Yulu was so busy with work, she surely needed to recover quickly. He's still so stubborn and so serious. Why does he always have to go against me? Did he mistake me for someone else? I thought he was going to hit me. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. He's been bullying me since I was a kid. I even had nightmares about him. I can't believe he's still so arrogant and overbearing now. He's always been like this, ever since he was young. He's such a bad person. He's the reason why I can never trust anyone. He's the one who's made me this way. He's always been so domineering. He's also quite the bully, and he's always been so pushy. He's been like this ever since he was a child. He's the type who can't take no for an answer. He's always been like this. He always has to be in control. He's really the worst. He's so selfish. He never cares about anyone else. But if it's done in front of Yan Huigang, I always feel something strange. I don't want to provoke that man anymore. Making too many enemies in the end isn't good. So I considered speaking up. Eldest sister, Yan Huigang is still downstairs. Let's do the massage in your room, or wait for him to go back to his room before coming down. Mu Yulu frowned slightly upon hearing this. What are you thinking? Mu Yulu's voice was a little displeased at this moment. We are being open and honest. What is there to avoid? Besides, only I and the whole family know how to give massages. Your leg is injured like this. If I don't massage it, it will recover very slowly. However, I still felt a bit awkward. Then let's massage it here. No. Muyulu shook her head. I want to watch TV, and I want to talk with you and your sisters. After saying that, she looked at me, her tone becoming a little gentler. Don't worry, younger brother Muga. Between us, it's open and honest. We don't fear any rumors. If anyone thinks in that direction, then that's truly a dark heart that sees everything as dirty. I promise I won't let them off lightly. Hearing her say that, I also wavered. I thought for a moment. My eldest sister was right. After all, the two of them are 10 years apart. This age difference is indeed not easy for others to misunderstand. Besides, my eldest sister's personality surely likes an overbearing CEO older than herself. She surely isn't interested in me. Women all admire strong people, wanting to find a shoulder to lean on. Although legally the two of them can register their marriage, she really has no reason to have any thoughts about me. I thought to myself, then pushed Muyulu's wheelchair downstairs. At this moment in the living room downstairs, Yan Huigong sat alone behind a large rosewood desk, stacks of documents spread out on the table. The red marks on his face, although treated with medicine, were still quite visible. Now that Muyulu's leg is injured, the documents piled up like mountains in the company naturally fall partly on the shoulders of this live-in son-in-law. Of course, he doesn't pay the price in vain. As the live-in son-in-law of the Mew family, he owns 10% of the shares in the subsidiary company. That makes the most money within the Mew Corporation, with a market value of up to 5 billion. For someone from a small town, entirely relying on diligent studies, to rise up, this is already a class leap that an ordinary person might not achieve in several lifetimes. Outside, he is President Yan, respected by everyone, respected wherever he goes, with boundless glory. But in this deep, affluent mansion of the Mew family, he knows his place very well. At this moment, I pushed the wheelchair of Muyulu out of the elevator. Then Muyulu spoke. Come here, come here. My sisters, come here. Younger brother Mugi is about to give me a massage. All of you learn from him, then you can massage me too later. The sisters, hearing this, gathered around curiously. After clearing a spot on the sofa, I pushed Muyulu's wheelchair next to the sofa, then crouched down, carefully lifting Muyulu's casted right leg and gently placed it on the coffee table. Almost at the same time, Yan Huigong, by the desk, dropped the fountain pen in his hand onto the desk. He suddenly looked up, his gaze locked onto my hands. A flame of jealousy immediately ignited in his heart, burning until his eyes turned red. On what grounds? On what grounds can this bastard child touch her? However, I ignored that resentful gaze, removed the slipper from Muyulu's foot, then said to Mu Kai beside me, Watch closely, sixth sister. This is the ZAC acupoint. It can promote blood circulation and unblock meridians, reduce swelling and fatigue in the ankle. Yan Huigang's gaze behind the desk grew darker and darker. He pretended to lower his head to look at the documents, but his eyes couldn't help but steal glances towards the sofa again and again. That scene pierced his eyes. Men all need face. As a live-in son-in-law of the Mu family, Yan Huigong had actually prepared himself for the possibility that Muyulu might have a lover. Whoever has absolute dominance in a marriage, that person has the right to have an affair. The condition is that as long as he doesn't know about it, or, to take a step back, as long as it's not done in front of him. To take another step back, it can be done in front of him, but not in front of everyone, so that everyone knows he is being humiliated. But Muyulu dared to let me massage her in front of so many sisters. At this moment, Yan Huigong felt like he was going crazy. He felt like a pitiful person, secretly peeking in the dark. Conversely, my fingers were now tracing along Muyulu's instep, slowly moving upwards. My strength was just right, able to make Muyulu feel comfortable without hurting her. This spot requires the strength of fingertips to push along the bone gaps. Mu Kai watched attentively and continuously mimicked my movements. As for Muyulu, she leaned against the sofa, closing her eyes. The tingling sensation from the ankle allowed the tense nerves of the day to relax. She could feel the warmth from my palm, that warmth penetrating her skin, heating all the way to her heart. This feeling made her feel extremely at ease. The remaining sisters on the sofa watched this scene without feeling anything was wrong. Their eyes carried a hint of admiration. If we could also be cared for by Mugi like this, how wonderful it would be. I truly envy the eldest sister. Even though the price paid was falling, they never thought that, in the eyes of an outsider, this scene might be, how astonishing. They simply felt that my massage skills were truly very good. Half an hour later, Mukiai had memorized my techniques by heart. She felt that her skills had become masterful. At this moment, Muyulu also slowly opened her eyes, then looked at me with a hint of doting affection. Younger brother Mugi, your massage skills are truly getting better and better. Please, push me back to my room to rest first. In the living room, Mu Kai's gaze kept following my retreating figure until the elevator door completely closed. Her heart was beating a little fast, and her palms were also sweating slightly. This scene had stimulated her, causing her hormones to be released. The scene in the G-Wagon yesterday kept replaying in her mind. She knew she was addicted to me. Yesterday in the car was just a beginning, a warm-up, not really anything significant. What she wanted was more, a deeper and different experience. I pushed Muyulu back to her room. After settling her, I went downstairs alone. Karen was still preoccupied with those socks in her heart. Kai's socks made her always feel that something was wrong. Although she was a young girl with no experience, she had no experience. But even if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? Could it be that my sister is in love? Or... A scary thought suddenly flashed through her mind. This thought made her whole body tremble, and she dared not think any further. She decided she had to find out the truth. Afterwards, Karen stealthily took advantage of the time when the other sisters weren't paying attention and went upstairs. Next, she quietly went to Kai's room, opened the box where Kai hid her socks. Then, without hesitation, she brought it to her nose and sniffed again. After taking a deep breath, she finally confirmed what the smell was. This scent immediately struck Karen like lightning. She couldn't imagine at all how intimate the relationship must be for something like this to happen. At the same time, in the living room downstairs, I had just come down from the 3rd floor. Before I could even take a sip of water, Kai approached me. I saw her hand, in a moment when no one was paying attention, gently touch the back of my hand. My heart skipped a beat. Then, I turned my head to look at Kai. At this moment, a smile played on Kai's lips, and her eyes were full of unspoken meaning. She said nothing, only communicating with her eyes. After that, she turned and walked straight towards the stairs. I looked at her back as she went upstairs. I knew that Kai wanted me to go upstairs. Her gaze and actions were all clearly conveying this intention. My heart started beating faster and my throat felt a little dry. I knew this time it might be a little different. Therefore, I was looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Karen was still in the room, hearing her sister's voice. She was about to confront her sister with the socks, but then heard the sound of a door locking. Immediately after, she heard the footsteps of a second person. Karen froze and quickly hid in the bathtub in the bathroom. At this moment, Kai was standing by the window, her back to me. After hearing the door open, she didn't turn around, only a faint smile curved her lips. Karen in the bathroom covered her mouth tightly. She hid behind the shower curtain, her whole body stiff, trying to hold her breath, afraid of making even the slightest sound. "You're here." Kai slowly turned around. "Younger brother Mugi, after our walk last night, I got cramps all over. How are you going to make it up to me?" Hearing this, I chuckled. "Sister Kai, what are you talking about? I'm also exhausted. After the walk, I had to drink a lot of water to recover, you know?" Kai giggled charmingly. "Then, younger brother Muge, can we take it one step further?" This conversation reached the bathroom. Karen completely turned to stone. Her hands still covered her mouth, eyes wide open. She felt like her breath was about to stop. Her twin sister and younger brother Mugi, didn't they say they were going for a walk last night? Weren't they just going for a walk and talking? What does take it one step further mean? What are cramps? What does drinking water mean? What does recovery mean? Having seen pigs run, Karen could imagine that scene. They had already progressed to this extent. Her worldview completely collapsed at this moment, so the teasing remarks that she considered bold were just a clown in Kai's eyes. Karen already felt like she was progressive, but Kai, who looked cold on the outside and warm on the inside, was actually the conservative one who had already eaten the meat. Karen was about to go mad with anger. Kai looked like someone who was cold on the outside and warm on the inside, yet she was the first to win over the younger brother. Then myself, a cheerful and lively person. Wouldn't I just be a clown? Does younger brother Mugi only like people like Kai? Or is it that I am simply too conservative? Karen clenched her small fists. So the person younger brother Mugi likes is only her. It must be that this secret was discovered by Kai first, creating an information gap. Karen was both anxious and angry. Her twin sister is about to be eaten, while I'm like a pervert, trapped in the bathroom. Conversely, in the room, I looked at Kai's small head lifting up, taking it one step further. Does it mean completing the final step of that matter, or becoming an official couple? Kai's lips curved into a sweet smile. That's right. I want to become your wife. As soon as these words were spoken, my body suddenly stiffened. I absolutely didn't expect Kai would say such words. Husband, isn't this progress a bit too fast? I looked at Kai's sweet face. Her eyes were so serious, it didn't seem like she was joking. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Kai to be so straightforward. I thought of Uyan. Uyan had already had me, but she had never made such a request. After all, Uyan is about to get married. She has her own worries. But Kai was so straightforward, so bold. Sister Kai. Just as I was about to speak, Kai was one step ahead. Honey. She called me that directly. Her voice was as sweet as honey. My pupils dilated slightly, stunned by this address. I felt my cheeks heat up a little. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? Mukei didn't think so. Does a wife necessarily have to have a marriage certificate to be considered one? It's like if I call you baby, it doesn't mean you were born from me. I was immediately speechless. Seeing that I didn't argue back, Mukei revealed a triumphant smile. She gently tugged at my collar. Shouldn't you also call me your beloved wife? My heart pounded as I looked at Mukei's eyes full of anticipation. Beloved wife. Mukei's eyes immediately lit up, her smile becoming even brighter. Then, she proactively tiptoed, gently placing a kiss on my cheek. Next, she looked at me with satisfaction. So next, can we do something that only couples do? I was immediately stunned. This is too fast. Anyway, I still want to give Mukei some time. Young ladies from prestigious families are mostly in arranged marriages. And in arranged marriages, unless it's living with the bride's family, or marrying someone of lower status like Moo Yan, otherwise, the virginity of the daughter is highly valued. I also know that I am not yet capable of taking responsibility for the entire life of the sixth sister. Therefore, she can be impulsive, but I cannot. Mukei's smile froze on her face. Her eyes immediately became a bit dim. Too fast? Mukei looked at me with some anger. Muga little brother, you're really a killjoy. Her voice carried a hint of grievance and a hint of sulkiness. She turned around, her back to me, her shoulders trembling slightly, like a neglected kitten. But after 2.5 minutes, seeing that I didn't come to comfort her, she became even more angry inside. Then, she put her hands on her hips and pouted. You think I'm too old for you? Fine, if my husband refuses, then let's repeat what happened last night. At this moment, Mukei's voice softened. Being angry is one thing, being stubborn is another, but it's definitely important to have fun when working. She walked up to me and proactively crouched down to unbuckle my belt. Let's begin. An hour later, Mukei took my hand and led me to the ensuite bathroom. Mukeren was hiding in the bathtub at this moment. She clutched the shower curtain tightly, her body curled into a ball. She felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. The sounds coming from outside made her entire body tremble. She was afraid of being discovered. Although it sounded like we hadn't gone all the way, it was already extremely inappropriate. Her cheeks felt hot, filled with embarrassment and shock. In the bathroom, the sound of running water. Mukei and I stood in front of the sink. Mukei's body pressed against mine, her arms around my waist. I lowered my head slightly and kissed her lips without any aversion. After kissing for 2.5 minutes, I gently pushed her away. We have to go downstairs. It's almost time for dinner. I'll go first. Mukidi watched my retreating back. Then she walked to the mirror, looking at her flushed reflection in the mirror. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Then, unwilling to rinse her mouth, she reapplied a light layer of makeup and happily went downstairs. In the bathroom, Mukeren heard the door close and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't discovered. Her legs felt numb. Carefully parting the shower curtain, she climbed out of the tub. A faint blush still lingered on her face, and her heart was still pounding. Then, she put the socks back in their original place and sneakily left the bathroom. After leaving the room, she crept back to her own room like a thief. She collapsed onto the bed. Those intimate actions, all of this left her astonished. Her emotions were in turmoil for a long time. She felt a fierce jealousy. Why her? Why not me? Muga little brother and I are clearly so close. Why could she reach this point? Conversely, after I returned to my room, I didn't shower. I just quickly washed my wet hair before going downstairs. At this moment, the eldest sister Muvulo was sitting in the main seat. She looked around and couldn't help but wonder, where is Karen? Why hasn't she come down yet? Mugi little brother, go call her. I went to Mukaren's door and knocked. Seventh sister, it's time to eat. A dejected reply came from the room. The door was quickly opened. Mukeren stood at the door, her expression somewhat complicated, carrying an unclear hint of resentment. Her eyes looked straight at me. But she wasn't planning to right now. Expose the good deed of Mukiai and me. Muga little brother, where did you just go? Looking at you, you seem quite frail. My heart skipped a beat. I tried to maintain a calm expression. I didn't do anything. I was just resting in my room for a bit. Mukeren drew out her words, nodding as if smiling or not. That probing gaze made me feel uneasy, and my back felt a little cold. Why did I feel that the seventh sister's gaze was a little off? She seemed to know something. But I had been so careful. How could I have been discovered? The seventh sister doesn't have X-ray vision. Mukeren assessed me, calculating internally. I need to make a comeback at the next turn. Should I use this weakness to threaten and force Muga little brother to submit? Or should I use a gentler approach? As she followed me, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. After going downstairs, I sat between Mukei and Mukeren. But not long after sitting down, I felt my trouser leg being gently nudged by something. I looked down. It was Mukei's leg, restlessly, lightly kicking my calf. So I turned my head to look at Mukei. At this moment, she was elegantly eating, without any superfluous expression on her face, as if she wasn't the one doing something naughty at all. Her composure was becoming truly remarkable. In broad daylight, in front of so many sisters, she dared to be so bold and even play games. But my competitive nature also stirred within me. I'm a man, how can I be more timid than her? My right hand held chopsticks, maintaining my posture, casually picking up food, but my left hand stealthily went under the table, gently patting Mukei's leg by feel. Mukei's body stiffened slightly. She put down her chopsticks and her right hand also went under the table, grasping my left hand. Then we sat very close to each other. The wide tablecloth concealed everything under the table. From the tabletop, my right hand was eating, and both of Mukei's hands were on the table. Her right hand had already picked up her chopsticks, so no one could see anything unusual. The whole family was eating dinner, and a popular urban drama was playing on TV. The sisters occasionally discussed a few lines about the plot or shared interesting events from their day. This male lead is such a scumbag. Juggling two relationships at once, he's not even as loyal as the male supporting character. Eighth sister, come shopping with me tomorrow. All sorts of sounds mixed together, no one paid particular attention to anyone. There was one exception, Mu Karen. Her gaze flickered between me and Mu Kei, but she couldn't see anything. After all, we were acting too normally. But just then, Mu Kei's hand suddenly trembled and the chopsticks in her hand dropped to the floor. The dining room immediately fell silent. Everyone looked towards her in unison. Mu Kei's cheeks flushed red. She gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I got too absorbed in the movie. This male lead is too much of a scumbag, too evil. It's infuriating. No one thought much of it, and the dining room quickly returned to its previous lively atmosphere. Only Mu Karen's pupils contracted. She seemed to know something. These two are really daring. They dared to hold hands while eating. After that, Mu Karen looked at me, saying with a hint of sarcasm, Muga little brother, keep your right hand on your bowl while eating. I froze for a moment and immediately reacted, yes. After dinner, Mu Karen sat on the sofa and Mu Kei was beside her. Their long legs were placed side by side. Mu Karen looked at her small feet, then looked at Mu Kei's delicate feet next to hers. It was strange. We are clearly identical from head to toe, everywhere from top to bottom. Why was Muga little brother seduced by her first? For example, these feet are exactly the same. While thinking, a sudden idea occurred to Mu Karen. The thought made her freeze in place. She didn't move. That's right, we are identical, so if Kei can win over Mugi little brother, what if I impersonate her? Thinking of this, Mu Karen felt like she had struck gold. A daring plan was born. Next, Mu Karen's gaze scanned back and forth between her sister and herself and she thought, is there any disguise in this world, more perfect than identical twins? Once things are settled, Muga little brother has excellent character. He will surely be responsible for me his whole life. Mu Karen's heart felt like it was being scratched by cat claws, both itchy and a little sour. Next, she began to outline the details of the plan in her mind, from how to imitate her sister's tone and demeanor to how to avoid being discovered. Her heart began to beat faster. She felt blood boiling within her. This excitement, this risk, made her extremely thrilled. At the same time, a black Mercedes commercial vehicle was speeding towards the Mu family mansion. In the back seat, Mu Gege crossed his legs, a cigarette in his mouth, his expression extremely arrogant. Sitting beside him were the three named Red, Green, and Yellow, whom I had beaten black and blue during the day. Brother Guy, you're still the most capable. One phone call got us out. Red Hair with a fawning expression offered a light. Mu Gege chuckled proudly and exhaled a ring of smoke. What's that big of a deal? Let me tell you guys, in this city of Jiang, there's nothing. But the Mu family can't do it. All my older sisters dote on me. My parents even treat me like a treasure. If you dare to touch my siblings, that means you don't respect me. I will definitely deal with that dog-like couple. He suddenly remembered something, turning his head to ask Yellow Hair. Right, didn't you guys say that girl was very beautiful? As soon as Yellow Hair heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickly nodded. She's more than just beautiful. Brother Gigi, her figure, her face, truly like a fairy descended to earth. A lustful glint flashed in Mu Gigi's eyes. Just you wait, sooner or later there will be a day. I will definitely handle her. Lu Mao, standing beside him, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Brother Gigi, when the time comes, can you let us brothers? No problem. Inside the car, immediately there arose unbearable vulgar laughter. Very quickly, the car stopped in front of the main gate of the Mu family mansion. Mu Gigi told the driver to take those three scummy dogs back to their kennel. Then he adjusted his collar, swaggering into the building, the luxurious villa, a symbol of power and wealth. After Mu Gigi entered, with a cigarette in his mouth, he walked unsteadily, his body reeking of alcohol mixed with the smell of cigarettes, assaulting others' noses from afar. He had just picked up some brothers from the police station and then took them to a KTV for foot massages. They partied until now. He felt like his body had been drained, very weak. The lively and cheerful atmosphere in the living room. The moment he stepped through the door, it immediately turned cold. He didn't seem to notice, walking to the sofa by himself and plopped down, continuing to puff on his cigarette. Mu Yulu frowned and said coldly, put out the cigarette. Mu Gigi was stunned for a moment. Seeing the serious expression of his eldest sister, he obediently stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. The seat next to him originally belonged to 8th sister, Mu Kexin, and 4th sister, Mu Yoyan. But But the moment he sat down, Mu Kexin held her breath in disgust and quietly moved aside a little, also pulling Mu Yoyan along. The two of them just wanted to be 3 meters away from him. This person is truly disgusting. Mujiji didn't pay attention either, just took out a package of betel nut from his pocket, tore off a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing with gusto. That appearance, combined with the chewing sounds in his mouth, made the sisters speechless, only to see Mu Yoyan stand up first. "Mom, I'm a bit tired. I'll go upstairs first." Mu Kexin also quickly said, "I'm going back to my room too." They didn't want to spend another second with Mujiji in the same space, but Baokuk pulled them back. "Don't go, Tujiji just got back. You are his sisters. Stay and talk with him more. Let's spend some time together. Mother has spoken." The sisters reluctantly sat back down, but their faces clearly showed "don't come near me." About half an hour later, everyone downstairs went back to their rooms one by one. As soon as I returned to my room, before I could even close the door, a figure slipped in. It was Mu Karen. My gaze fell to her feet. She was wearing fluffy slippers. Even in this hot summer, she didn't seem hot. Mu Karen is truly very smart. If I had seen her removing nail polish, I would definitely have been suspicious. So during this time, she always planned to wear these kinds of slippers that don't show the toes. She was like a wanderer in my room, looking around and touching things, acting like she owned the place. With a cucumber in her hand, she crunched on it. I looked at her, finding it a bit amusing. "Seventh sister has graced me with her presence. You have any orders?" Mu Karen walked around, and finally stopped in front of me. Then she brought the half-eaten cucumber in her hand to me. "I couldn't finish it, so you eat it for me." I looked helpless. "Seventh sister, why are you making me your trash can today? Do you find me so annoying that you're deliberately teasing me? You're overthinking it, brother Muji." Mu Karen said reasonably, "It's because I love you. I thought of you when I had something delicious." I looked down at the cucumber in my hand, but it had her saliva on it, and how long had she left it there? It felt like it had been soaking in water, all soft and mushy. Mu Karen became unhappy after hearing that. She reached out and pinched my ear. "How dare you dislike your seventh sister's saliva? Eat it for me. If you don't finish it, I'm not leaving today." After saying that, she put her hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks, and glared at me angrily. I was amused by her demeanor. Then I picked up the cucumber and obediently took a big bite. I have to say, on this cucumber, it really had the taste of seventh sister, sweet and quite delicious. Seeing me finish the rest of the cucumber in a few bites, Mu Karen nodded with satisfaction. Only then did she let go of my ear. She stared intently at my face for a moment and suddenly leaned closer. "Brother Muge, how long has it been since you shaved?" Her finger traced my chin, her fingertips feeling the stubble that was just starting to grow, pricking her fingers slightly. I felt a ticklish sensation from her touch. "Probably a few days." "No, that's too sloppy. He'll shave it for you." She said that and ran into my bathroom to get my razor. 2.5 minutes later, I felt my smooth chin. It truly felt much better. "All done. I'm leaving now." Mu Karen clapped her hands, then casually grabbed the razor and turned to leave. Because she almost forgot the biggest difference between herself and her sister, and that difference was enough to expose her in a second. Mu Karen returned to her room to wash up. In the misty steam, she looked at her rosy cheeks in the mirror and giggled uncontrollably. She had made up her mind. It would be tomorrow. She would launch her plan of substituting the crown prince. Tomorrow she could completely win me over. Sister 6. Oh, Sister 6. In the end, I'm still one step ahead of you. Heh. Time slowly passed until past 11 p.m. At this time, fourth sister Mu Yuyan was lying in bed. She tossed and turned, her mind filled with my image. Finally, she couldn't help it and picked up her phone to call me. "Brother Muge, can you sneak into my room for a moment?" I was silent for a moment. I knew what fourth sister wanted. Then I slowly said, "Sister, it's too late, it's too risky." Mu Yuyan naturally understood my meaning. She knew that her sisters hadn't made a move yet because their moral standards were quite high. They couldn't bear to devour this tender 18-year-old boy. Once they realized they had devoured me, it would create a broken window effect, and they would have no more reservations. They would pounce like lionesses. But I clearly belonged to her alone. Mu Yuyan sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. She had to choose another way. "So how are you now? Do you need fourth sister's help?" I heard her seductive voice, but my mind was very calm. "Fourth sister, no need. I'm fine now." Mu Yuyan was a bit disappointed, but she didn't force it. She then said a few more cheesy, sweet words to me. "Brother Muge, you must be good. Don't think about any other sisters. Fourth sister loves you the most. Good night. Make sure I'm in your dreams." Hanging up the phone, Mu Yuyan threw her phone aside, feeling empty inside. As soon as she closed her eyes, the phone rang. It was her fiancé, Jia Zai. Mu Yuyan frowned, a wave of annoyance rising in her heart, but she still answered. "Hello?" On the other end of the phone, Jia Zai's voice sounded very urgent, even carrying a hint of pleading. Yuyan, are you home?" I want to open that chastity lock. Don't misunderstand. I don't intend to do anything with you before marriage. I simply want to open it." I'll do it myself. I definitely won't bother you. The chastity lock was given by Jia Zai's parents to show their loyalty to the Mu family and specially put on him. The purpose was to ensure that he would absolutely not commit adultery before marriage so that Mu Yuyan could marry into the Jia family with peace of mind. That thing required the unique key in Mu Yuyan's possession to open. Without the key, Jia Zai didn't even have the right to take care of himself. Mu Yuyan heard this and found it wasn't a big deal. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Come downstairs to my place and get it yourself. I'll tell the maid to bring the key down to you. Jia Zai on the other end of the line heard this and was ecstatic. Okay, I'm coming right over. You'll be there soon. After hanging up, Jia Zai drove his Porsche, flooring the accelerator, speeding towards the Mu family villa. He hadn't opened that thing for days. Earlier, he and a group of friends went out to the suburbs for a drag race and all his friends had hot young models next to them, but he was alone. He had to endure this. Who else could it be but his future wife, Mu Yuyan? Not being able to cheat was the ultimate limit. Seeing his friends hugging young models in the wilderness, he really couldn't hold back anymore. That intense desire surged up, and there was nothing he could do about it. Any man would understand that pain. So now he was eager to cast off his restraints. 10 minutes later, the Porsche stopped in front of the Mu family villa's gate. Jia Zai sent a message to Mu Yuyan. I've arrived. Mu Yuyan received the message and was about to call the maid downstairs to bring it to the gate, but her actions suddenly paused, because she suddenly remembered that she had already given Jia Zai's key to me. Mu Yuyan had no choice but to call me back. Brother Mugi, Jia Zai's key is with you, isn't it? He is now right at the gate of my house demanding this key. Hurry and give it to me. I'll have the maid bring it down. I was stunned for a moment, walked to the window, pulled the curtain open a crack, and looked outside. Sure enough, in front of the villa gate, a dazzling Porsche was parked. A man was anxiously pacing back and forth beside the car, like an ant on a hot pan. It seemed he really couldn't hold back any longer. I thought to myself, it's been days. This brat Jia Zai has really shown some restraint. Then I opened the drawer to search inside, but the moment I picked up the key, a mischievous thought suddenly struck me and I couldn't help but smirk. Fourth sister, can we not give it to him? On the other end, Mu Yuyan immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, she reacted. She let out a soft laugh, and in that laugh there was a hint of understanding and a hint of indulgence. Brother Mu Ge, you are truly wicked. Stop sleeping with other people's wives. Don't even give them a chance to sort themselves out. Tell me, do you have a special possessive streak towards me? Is it that you won't allow other men, even if only in their minds, to even imagine a hint of your charming appearance? I heard the teasing laced with her older sister's laughter on the phone. My heart couldn't help but beat faster. My voice also deepened. That's right, older sister. I am indeed very possessive of you. The thought of another man picturing you in his mind drives me insane. I especially dislike that name, Jia Zai. Mu Yuyan on the other end heard me, so frankly assessed the person, who was soon to be her husband, and instead of feeling any displeasure, it was as if countless fireworks bloomed in her heart, so dazzling that she felt a bit dizzy. She covered her mouth to suppress the laughter about to burst out. Possessiveness proves that my younger brother Mugi loves me. This made her tremble even more than any sweet words. Okay, then I won't give it to him. I'll listen to you. Mu Yuyan's voice was filled with affection and indulgence. It seemed that no matter how unreasonable my request was, she would agree. A wicked smile deepened on my lips. I liked this feeling. The feeling of being able to control someone else's destiny, especially controlling the destiny of the man who was about to become my brother-in-law. I specifically wanted Jia Zai, the future son-in-law of the Mu family, to keenly feel the kind of suffering and humiliation of seeing but not being able to have. This highest level of control made the blood in my veins boil. It also suddenly piqued my interest. So, older sister, what will you tell him? Just make up a reason. Mu Yuyan's voice became cheerful. Come to my room first so you can hear it directly. Okay, I hung up the phone, tossing the exquisite key back into the drawer. Leaving the room, I went to Mu Yuyan's door. I gently pushed the door open and entered. Mu Yuyan was pacing back and forth in the room. The shiny floor reflected her alluring figure. Her form-fitting nightgown concealed her juicy peach. Her two peaks were similarly concealed. With one hand on her chin, she seemed to be contemplating what reason would be best. At this moment, Jia Zai, outside the main gate of the Mu villa, was going mad with impatience. He was constantly pacing next to the Porsche, occasionally pulling out his phone to check the time. Why isn't she out yet? I'm dying of impatience. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. Every second was torture. This feeling was truly excruciating. Actually, he could have had his parents unlock it via facial recognition on his Apple Watch earlier, but last time Jia Zai, to demonstrate his loyalty and determination, had removed his parents' authentication. Therefore, the only person who could open it now was Mu Yuyan. In Mu Yuyan's room, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had finally come up with a brilliant idea. Then she picked up her phone and called Jia Zai, then cleared her throat. Using an extremely calm tone, even with a hint of solemnity, she spoke. Jia Zai, I've thought about it. I've decided not to give it to you after all. Jia Zai on the other end was stunned. He thought he misheard. Why? If it weren't for your desperation, you absolutely wouldn't be disturbing me in the middle of the night to ask for this key. Mu Yuyan's tone remained calm. Jia Zai Zhu taught us to eliminate heavenly principles and destroy human desires. A truly successful person is someone who can restrain their inner desires. Our lives should be occupied by noble sentiments, not drowned in mundane desires. I hope our future union will be built on a high degree of spiritual harmony, a soul connection, not merely physical attraction. I am always a practitioner of platonic love. I hope you can also reach this noble realm with me. I hope our marriage is pure and untainted and can withstand all tests. Jiazai listened to Mu Yuyan's words. On the phone, completely dumbfounded, he was stunned. At first he found it absurd, but as he listened, he gradually found it very reasonable. His future wife was such a person of noble thoughts and a pure soul. A surge of emotion and admiration rose from the depths of his heart. He felt he was truly incredibly lucky to be able to marry such a celestial being. At the same time, a deep sense of guilt overwhelmed him. Why am I so base? My mind is full of dirty thoughts. Compared to Yuyan, I am truly an unbearable, vulgar person. Yuyan, thank you. Jiazai's voice was already a little choked up, filled with gratitude. Thank you for your teachings. I understand now. It's because I was too shallow. It's okay, Zai. Mu Yuyan's voice was gentle and encouraging. Let's work hard together. Okay, I'll try. Jiazai was like a devotee receiving a divine revelation, extremely excited. His goddess was willing to improve herself with him. What an honor this was. But perhaps she needed to give him some time to adjust. Mu Yuyan nodded. Okay, you try. Maybe you'll like this feeling. Bye-bye, good night. Hanging up, Jiazai felt as if he had ascended. He felt his life's realm had been elevated to an unprecedented level. His fiancée was willing to connect with him on such a deep level, eliminate heavenly principles, destroy human desires. That's right, why didn't I have this enlightenment before? He excitedly got into the car, muttering Mu Yuyan's words. Then he started the Porsche, driving away with a sense of solemnity after his great awakening. Jiazai made up his mind at this moment. From today onwards, he would be a man of noble sentiments. Only by becoming such a person would he be worthy of becoming the husband of the goddess Mu Yuyan had spoken of. She was a practitioner of platonic love, and furthermore, there were no rumors of romantic affairs involving Mu Yuyan. Did this mean that Mu Yuyan was still a pure and tender maiden? Jiazai was so excited he was going crazy, his whole body trembling. Before their engagement, he had countless relationships, but those relationships came too easily. Only by obtaining the flower on the high branch like Mu Yuyan would give him the greatest sense of accomplishment. Therefore, he looked forward to the wedding night with Mu Yuyan even more. That night would surely be wild. All his current restraint was in preparation for the perfect release that night. His goddess had preserved her chastity for him. He couldn't let her down. At the same time, in the room, Mu Yuyan couldn't help but laugh after hanging up the phone, laughing so hard she was doubled over, tears welling in her eyes. She and I, standing beside her, exchanged a look, our faces red from holding back laughter. We both saw the intense amusement in each other's eyes. Older sister, you really know how to talk nonsense. I walked over to her and playfully pinched her delicate nose. Eliminate heavenly principles, destroy human desires. Why don't you eliminate them yourself? Mu Yuyan wrapped her arms around my neck, hanging all over me, her eyes alluringly fixed on me. Whoever likes to eliminate can eliminate. Anyway, I can eliminate them. As she spoke, her red lips moved close to my ear. Embracing the primal desires within one's heart is my code of conduct. Saying that, she slightly raised her head and kissed my lips. Without hesitation, I tightened my embrace, powerfully returning the kiss, and with a forceful slap. I truly hope this loud sound could reach Jiazai's ears. Older sister, your fiancé now is probably frantically reading Juxi's teachings. I'm cuckolding him again. If he knew, he'd surely die of anger. The better he dies, the better. Then you won't have to get married, and we can do bad things together every day. I even want to have a baby with my younger brother Mugi. I smiled and said, older sister, can I be a grown-up baby then? Mu Yuyan didn't mind and even seemed a little expectant. Of course you can. The next day, I woke up very early. As soon as I went downstairs, several sisters were already in the dining room preparing breakfast. As usual, I went to the refrigerator, planning to have a glass of milk before breakfast. And early in the morning, Mujiji was holding Baoju's hand, acting spoiled. Mom, you have no idea how miserable my three friends are. They were attacked for no reason while on the road. They were beaten badly. Is there any law in broad daylight? The attackers were fine, but my friends ended up in jail. Is this what they call justice? Baoju, upon hearing that her beloved son was being wronged, also became angry. She didn't even consider the truth of the matter and immediately believed him. This is outrageous. How can this be allowed? You'll call the district chief of Nanjiang district right away and tell him to investigate immediately. Find that culprit and get revenge for your friends. Mujiji's face lit up upon hearing this. Thank you, Mom. Mom loves you the most. He clung to Baoju's arm like a weaned child. Baoju's phone call was already made. The call was quickly answered, and a cold, decisive female voice came through. "Mom, what's wrong?" Baoju spoke into the phone, her tone full of distress and anger. "Tangchun, you need to do me a favor, and it's also for your brother." Mujiji on the side heard this and was overjoyed. The person Baoju called was Mu Tangchun. Could this plan fail when the biological mother asked her biological daughter to investigate her opponent? At this moment, Baoju spoke. "Xiaojiji's friends were attacked yesterday near your area in the Nanjiang district. I remember the district chief of Nanjiang district is your friend. Ask him to investigate for me. You and he are not close, so I won't call him." Saying that, Baoju's voice rose 8 octaves. "In broad daylight, under a clear sky, this is truly lawless. You must investigate thoroughly and bring that culprit to me, to give your brother's friends an explanation." Mu Tangchun on the other end was silent for a moment. "Okay, I understand. Mom, you'll arrange for someone to investigate immediately." After hanging up, Baoju clapped her hands at Mujiji. "Don't worry, your third sister handles things reliably." Mujiji was extremely pleased. He licked his lips and grinned. He pictured Huang Mao and the others describing the woman. Having been around for so many years, he might not have had much money, but with one phone call, he could easily have 3 or 4 young girls at his beck and call. And now, a stray dog had turned into a Keelan. He had encountered many women who took the initiative to embrace him. Now he just wanted to try something different, something stimulating. A rose with thorns like this would be more flavorful. Hehehe, wait until I catch her, and it'll make her regret it. Let's see how you'll act tough then. Hehehe, I'm really looking forward to it. Hehehe, the things you said about me when I wasn't there, I'll make sure you pay for them one by one. Damn it, I hate you the most. You bitch, you really think you're something else, don't you? I'll tear you apart. You think you can get away with this? It'll make sure you suffer. You dare to frame me? Do you know who I am? You'll regret this. It'll make you pay. You're dead. It'll make you regret being born. You're not going to get away with this. It'll make you pay. You're dead. It'll make you regret being born. You're not going to get away with this. It'll make you pay. You're dead. It'll make you regret being born. You're not going to get away with this. It'll make you pay. You're dead. Let's see how I deal with you. After breakfast, Mu Yulu still looked a bit tired. She went upstairs first. Mu Kei followed her upstairs, carrying a glass of warm water. She had to change the dressing for the wound and give Big Sister a massage. The atmosphere in the living room sofa area was completely different. I sank deep into the soft sofa. To my left was Mu Yoyan, and to my right was Mu Karen. Mu Kexen sat obediently on the single sofa opposite, sipping a glass of milk in small sips. I held a cup of coffee, the air filled with its rich aroma. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, making everything look pleasant. Mujiji looked at this scene and felt indignant. How could this fake young master sit here so comfortably, enjoying the attention of the sisters? Meanwhile, he, the real young master, was treated like an outsider. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. Next, Mujiji went to Baoju, a smile on his face. "Mom, my friends want to come over and hang out. Can they?" As soon as Baoju heard this, she immediately nodded. Of course, they are welcome. She was worried she wouldn't have the chance to learn more about her son's social circle. Hurry and tell them to come so they can meet us too. Mujiji immediately showed a smug smile. Okay. Not long after, the villa's doorbell rang. Mujiji, like a host, personally went to the door to greet them. Standing outside were red hair, blonde hair, and blue hair. The 3 men looked at the grand, palace-like villa before them, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit. Damn, Gigi, is this your house? This is so fucking awesome! They followed Mujiji inside, their eyes scanning everything. Just the row of luxury cars parked in the garage made them drool with envy. Each car was enough for them to strive for their entire lives. Mujiji reveled in their admiring gazes, boasting proudly. This is nothing. All of this will be mine later. Gigi, you are mighty. Gigi, you are imposing. The 3 followers behind him continuously praised him, their flattery reaching the heavens. Mujiji led them into the living room. Mom, my friends are here. Then he pointed to the 3 people behind him and introduced them to Baoju. Mom, you can call them a Hong, a Huang, and a Lu. That's how I usually call them. They are my sworn brothers. Baoju's smile froze when she saw the 3 of them. Are these 2 Gigi's friends? She saw the 3 of them wearing brightly colored tight pants, slip-on shoes, and hair dyed in various colors. There was also an unidentifiable smell about them, a mixture of cigarette smoke and cheap perfume. Baoju felt disgusted inwardly, but after all, she was the matriarch of the Mu family, so she had to maintain appearances. Then she forced a polite smile. Welcome, welcome. Please sit down. The 3 men didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, they picked up fruit and started eating, their eyes darting around the living room. Then their eyes fixed on the sofa area not far away. On the sofa were several stunningly beautiful women. Mu Yoyan was noble and elegant. Mu Karen was mischievous and clever. Mu Kishin was pure and lovely. Each of them was so beautiful they couldn't look away. The eyes of the 3 thugs widened. They had never seen beauties of this caliber before. Each of them started breathing heavily. Their gazes were filled with undisguised lust and greed. It was the kind of look that wanted to strip people bare and devour them. Utterly lewd. Mu Jiji saw their useless demeanor. He nudged blonde hair with his elbow and asked in a low, smug voice, "What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? These are top-tier beauties. Compared to the girls we met before, they are 10,000 times better, right? These are flowers from the high mountains of noble families." Blonde hair nodded vigorously, almost drooling. "Gigi, are these your sisters?" Blue hair also rubbed his hands together, a lecherous smile on his face as he moved closer. "Gigi, tell us. Do we? Do we have a chance?" Mu Jiji glared. "Do you want to die? You want to be my brother-in-law? Are you planning a rebellion?" The three thugs quickly chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding, Gigi." Mu Jiji also laughed, his smile carrying a hint of malice. "It's not impossible." The eyes of the three thugs immediately lit up. "Really, Gigi?" "Of course," Mu Jiji lowered his voice. "I'm their biological brother, so I definitely don't have a chance. But the water from the pond shouldn't flow into others' fields. Such good bok choy will eventually be rooted up by some outside pig anyway, so it's better to give it to my brothers, you guys, to benefit." Red hair seemed a bit unsure. "But Gigi, your sisters are so beautiful, they definitely won't think highly of us." "How could that be?" Mu Jiji patted his chest, assuring them, "I'm their pampered little brother. My sisters adore me the most." Although he said that, his mind was calculating something else. His eyes swept over his sisters, who were laughing and chatting happily, each one surrounding me, especially Sister Sai. Sisters 7 and 8, they were showing blatant favoritism. "Fine, aren't you all so high and mighty? Don't you look down on your own brother? Don't you like Mugi? Wait until I give you 3 thugs whom you despise the most. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. After being insulted and trampled by thugs, let's see if you can still maintain that aloof demeanor." Mu Jiji grew more excited the more he thought about it, a twisted smile appearing on his face. He felt that his plan was truly a stroke of genius. As he was thinking, he waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet my sisters." Saying that, Mu Jiji lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He led the 3 thugs behind him swaggeringly towards the sofa seating area. The eyes of the 3 thugs, like sticky flies, stared intently at the young ladies, imagining countless scenarios in their minds, thinking that Gigi truly didn't treat them as outsiders. Such generosity from this brother was truly worth befriending. Blonde hair squinted at the man, the only man on the sofa. "Gigi, is that the fake, illegitimate young master?" Today, I hadn't styled my hair much, and my soft hair naturally fell down, partially covering my eyebrows and eyes, completely different from the slicked-back look I had when exercising yesterday, so they didn't recognize me at first. A glint of malice flashed in Mujiji's eyes. "Make sure to humiliate him later for me." The 3 thugs immediately understood, a sinister smile appearing on their faces. "Don't worry, Gigi. We guarantee that in front of your sisters, we'll make him lose all face." The atmosphere in the sofa area was very pleasant. Mu Karen gently nudged my calf with her toe, gently nudging my calf. "Muge, my brother, how are you preparing for your driver's license test?" I took a sip of coffee and lazily replied, "I'm practicing for the practical test. My instructor said I have a natural talent." Mu Yuyan smiled and said, "That's because our Muge is the smartest. Why don't Sister Si practice driving with you? My driving skills are the best in the family." Mu Karen immediately retorted, unconvinced. "Puff! Is that what you call good skills? That's called driving slowly." "Mugi, my brother, don't listen to her. If you want to learn, you should learn something exciting. Sister 7 will take you mountain racing." Mu Kexin also chimed in softly, her gentle voice saying, I can also teach Mugi, my brother, to drive a Ferrari with one hand." Seeing my sisters vying, I couldn't help but laugh. The sun was beautiful, beauties surrounded me, everything was almost unrealistically beautiful. Mu Karen thought that today she had to execute her Li Miao tricks, the Crown Prince plan. Or perhaps use the excuse of taking Mugie, my brother, to practice driving, to lure him into the mountains and consume him whole. At this moment, Mu Jiji's group of 4 circled around to the back of the sofa. The strange smell from them grew stronger, but the people on the sofa, happily chatting, were completely unaware of the approaching shadows. Red Hair, the most brazen and self-proclaimed handsome, brushed his red hair and approached first. His target was Mu Karen, who seemed the liveliest. "Hello, beautiful." He revealed his golden teeth, his voice greasy and slick as he reached out and casually patted Mu Karen's shoulder. This inappropriate way of initiating contact was a tactic he often used at internet cafes and billiard halls to hit on young girls. Mu Karen's body suddenly stiffened, a nauseating feeling rising from the pit of her stomach. She felt as if she had been touched by a fly covered in slime. Mu Yoyan also sensed movement nearby. She frowned and turned her head, just in time to see that dirty hand resting on her 7th sister's shoulder, and anger immediately erupted. Instinctively, without thinking, she raised her hand and flung the coffee cup in her hand. The coffee splashed onto Red Hair's face and chest. "Ah!" Red Hair screamed miserably. The people on the sofa all turned their heads at this moment. Mu Karen stood up, angrily scolding. "Who the hell are you? Where are you putting your hands?" My gaze also fell upon those three faces: red hair, blonde hair, blue hair. Even though their hairstyles were messy and their faces were stained with coffee, I recognized them immediately. These were the three people I had beaten up yesterday. My eyes turned cold. It's you. Red hair, in pain from the hot coffee, was yelling, and beside him, blonde hair and blue hair, who were watching the scene, suddenly looked at me upon hearing that voice. That face, identical to the person who had beaten them yesterday, matched perfectly. Damn, it's you? What a coincidence, enemies meeting. Blonde hair and blue hair pointed at me and cursed. Damn it, what a coincidence. You brat, you ran fast yesterday. The atmosphere in the living room instantly turned rigid. Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin all stood up, their faces filled with confusion. How did they know each other? But seeing the three vicious dogs barking before them, and the ugly faces and malicious curses spewing from their mouths, Mu Yoyan and Mu Karen instinctively moved to my left and right, shielding me. Mu Gigi was also stunned. What was going on? He pointed at me, then pointed at his three brothers. Do you guys know each other? Blonde hair, holding his swollen face, angrily tattled. Gigi, yesterday he got into a conflict with us and beat the three of us into the hospital. It was this bastard. My expression turned completely grim, staring at the three of them. You three stray dogs, what are you doing at my house? Blue hair heard this and seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. Then he burst into exaggerated laughter. Your house? You illegitimate child. This is Gigi's house. Is it your turn to speak? You illegitimate thing? Blonde hair also cursed along. That's right. You useless thing with no father or mother, like a parasite clinging to the Mu family, eating the Mu family's food, drinking the Mu family's water. You disgusting, ungrateful wretch. Hearing this, I wanted to charge forward and once again use my signature move to catch dogs, but after taking just one step forward, then saw eighth sister Mu Kexin trembling with anger, her small face flushed red. She instinctively wanted to take off her slippers and throw them, but then thought throwing this would truly be a reward for them. She immediately changed her mind and grabbed a glass from the coffee table. Mu Karen was also furious. She looked around the table thinking what to throw at the opponent's head to vent her anger the most. Then she picked up a large red apple. Just as she was about to raise her hand, Mu Yuyan got there first. She could no longer hold back, her anger reaching its peak. A furious curse echoed loudly. Damn you all. On the shelf next to her, there happened to be a kettle of freshly boiled water, filled with hot water for making tea for guests. Mu Yuyan didn't hesitate. She grabbed that kettle of boiling water and threw it directly at the three thugs. Watch out! Mu Gigi shouted. The three thugs were also startled by this sudden display, their souls scattering in fear, scrambling backward on the ground. With a clang, the glass kettle, thrown onto the marble floor where they had just stood, instantly shattered. Boiling water and glass shards flew out, splashing everywhere. If they had been a second slower to dodge, the three of them might have died right there today. The three thugs' legs went weak with fear, and they collapsed to the ground, a smell of urine emanating from their pants. They had actually wet themselves from fear. Mu Gigi was also ashen with fear. He looked at Mu Yoyan with murderous eyes, his voice trembling. Fourth sister, are you crazy? Someone will die. Mu Yoyan's chest heaved, her eyes red as she glared at him. It would be best if they died. You brought a pack of stray dogs to the house, bark nonsense. They deserve to die. Mu Gigi trembled from the scolding, but still tried to mediate, pretending to calm things down. My brothers were indeed rude in their language. Then he turned to me, saying with a forced smile, Brother Mu, this may have hurt your fragile glass heart. I apologize to you on their behalf. But Brother Mu, yesterday you beat someone and ran away. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Also, I heard from my brothers that you were with your girlfriend yesterday. How could such a big thing like dating not be mentioned to the family? As soon as these words were spoken by Mu Gigi, Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin, the three of them, the anger on their faces immediately vanished, replaced by identical expressions of shock and disbelief. Then they all turned their heads to look at Mu Gigi. Seeing the sudden change in expression of the three sisters, he felt immense joy inside. The opportunity had arrived, a perfect chance to sow discord. Brother Mu didn't just beat people. He did it to protect his little girlfriend, which is why he attacked my brothers. The three thugs chimed in. Yes, Brother Gigi is right. That brat was protecting that girl like crazy. My three brothers just looked at that girl twice, and she was ready to fight us. Tok-san added fuel to the fire, a lewd smile on his face. Tisk, tisk, truly a hero saving the damsel. Brother Mu, your little girlfriend is so lucky to be protected by you like a treasure. Girlfriend? Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin were stunned. Brother Mu has a girlfriend? Since when? Why has he never told us? Who is this girlfriend he secretly met yesterday? What vixen dares to seduce Brother Mu? They couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly stamped their feet. Brother Mu, what exactly is going on? Seeing their identical shocked expressions, the corners of my mouth curled into a cold smile. I was quite discreet and didn't detail yesterday's events, unexpectedly giving Mu Gigi, this idiot, a chance to stir up trouble. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today. Mujiji, are you stupid? Early yesterday morning, before I could finish speaking, the elevator door not far away suddenly opened. We saw sixth sister Mu Kai pushing Muyulu out of the elevator. Following them was Bao Ju, rushing over. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they were met with the sight in the living room, which astonished them. On the floor were fragments of a glass bottle, a complete mess. Me and the three other sisters were confronting Mujiji. Bao Ju quickly walked over. What's going on? As soon as Mujiji saw his mother and eldest sister arrive, his back immediately straightened up. He immediately ran over, pointed at me, and loudly tattled, "Mom, eldest sister, I want to report him. Brother Mu is secretly dating behind our backs. He even, for that girl, beat up my three brothers." Baoju froze for a moment. Looking at me with slight surprise, dating? Muji, is this true? Even if he is dating, why would there be a fight? Is there some misunderstanding here? Not all fights are due to romantic relationships. Yellow Hair swore to the heavens, "Auntie, we saw it with our own eyes. It's absolutely 100% true. Brother Mu's eyes were red with fury for that girl, and he wanted to fight us to the death. If that's not a couple, then what is it? It must be a couple." In an instant, all eyes turned to me. However, Muyulu was sitting in her wheelchair. When she heard the words couple, her body stiffened. Of course, she knew who they were talking about, that the so-called girlfriend was herself. A strange feeling spread from the depths of her heart. Muyulu's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Her entire face immediately flushed red, as if countless tiny pink bubbles were vying to burst out, filling her chest. My relationship with Brother Mu is clearly innocent. How could we be a couple? Muyula's cheeks started to burn, hateful. She should have been angry, but being misunderstood like this made her feel a little amused. Uncontrollably, in her mind, scenes from yesterday replayed. So, in the eyes of others, she and Brother Mu look like such a couple. Couldn't they see that I'm 18 years older than this younger brother? I'm 18 years older than this younger brother? This thought not only did not embarrass Muyulu, but also brought a secret joy. The barrier in her heart seemed to lower a little. No, I can't think any further. She glanced at the three younger sisters beside her. Seeing their crestfallen faces, a sense of glee rose within her, as if teasing them. After indulging in her secret delight, Muyulu cleared her throat, regaining her composure as the eldest sister. Ahem, you all have misunderstood. All of yesterday morning I was with Brother Mu. The so-called girlfriend you mentioned is me, and Brother Mu attacked those three to protect me, which is why he attacked them. Having said that, she finally looked directly at Mujiji. Mujiji, you brought this scum to the house. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire living room changed. Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin, the shock on their faces immediately vanished. So that's what it was. They had rejoiced in vain. They had thought it was a real girlfriend, but it turned out to be just the eldest sister. The eldest sister is such a serious person. How could she be Brother Mu's girlfriend? They had really overthought it. Mu Karen felt as if she had come back to life, immediately turning her attention to Mujiji. Well done, Mujiji. So it was your good brothers who injured the eldest sister. They even wanted to attack the eldest sister and Brother Mu. How dare you be here acting like the victim while being the aggressor? Mujiji was completely stunned, his mind blank, buzzing. What? The person Yellow Hair and his friends caused trouble with yesterday was the eldest sister? The woman with the hot body, as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth, was Mu Yulu in their description? Mujiji's face immediately turned pale. It's over. The three thugs lying on the ground were also bewildered. The beauty they had teased yesterday was actually Brother Jiji's own sister, and the eldest sister of the Mu family? Thinking of the power of the Mu family in Jiangcheng, the three of them trembled even more violently. Brother Jiji. Yellow Hair's voice was laced with tears. Damn it. Mujiji suddenly snapped back to reality, lunging forward like an arrow and punching Yellow Hair. Damn it, you blind fool! That's my eldest sister! Who allowed you to mess with my eldest sister? Today, it'll kill you all. The harder he hit, the more it seemed like he was trying to distance himself. The three thugs held their heads, not daring to retaliate, mouths emitting cries of agony like pigs being slaughtered. Mujiji, panting, pointed to the door. Get out, all of you, get out! Don't let me see you again. He wanted to favor them, to make these three hot potatoes disappear quickly, which could also be considered protecting them. The three thugs crawled and stumbled, wanting to flee, but at this moment Muyulu said coldly, Stop. Are you just going to leave? You assaulted someone and now you're trying to run? And now you come to the house and cause a scene. Do you think the Mu residence is a marketplace? No one is leaving today. Wait for the police to arrive. Baoju's expression also turned extremely displeased. She looked at Mujiji, her eyes full of disappointment. Mujiji, are these the friends you associate with? A bunch of hoodlums? Why did you bring them home? Just then, the main door of the villa was also pushed open forcefully. Immediately after, Mu Tongchun and the district chief of Nanjiang district entered, followed by several uniformed police officers. As soon as Mujiji saw that woman, his heart sank. Why is she here? At this moment, Mu Tangchun spoke first. Mom, I've investigated the situation. The so-called victim that 2GG mentioned was actually the one who initiated the provocation, and the person they harassed and clashed with was precisely the eldest sister and brother Mu. As soon as she finished speaking, the police officers behind Mu Tangchun immediately stepped forward, blocking the three thugs who were about to escape. Stop, this is the police. Mu Yulu saw Mu Tangchun, a smile appeared on her face. Third sister, you've come at the perfect time. Seeing this, Mu Tangchun quickly walked to the front of Mu Yulu and crouched down to gently examine her leg in the wheelchair. How is your leg? Is it better? Mu Yulu smiled and nodded. Much better, thanks to brother Mu as well. Mu Tangchun stood up and looked at me beside her, her eyes carrying a gaze of scrutiny and some surprise. Not bad, I've seen the camera footage. I didn't expect your agility to be so impressive. Her compliment was direct and open, without any hint of ulterior motives. This was my most normal sister. I felt like third sister seemed to dislike men a bit. For her to be so nice to me was already very good. I even suspected she might be into women. I felt a bit shy from the praise, only able to smile foolishly. Mu Tangchun nodded, then she turned and said to the police officers behind her, "Take them away, deal with them according to the law." The three thugs, screaming, were led out of the villa by the police. The mess on the floor was quickly cleaned up by the housekeeper. The living room was back to normal. Just anger finally erupted. She pointed at Mu Gigi. "Look at what you've done, abusing the Mu family name to help your trashy friends get away with it. You still indulge them in their recklessness, harming your eldest sister. If your younger brother Mu Gi hadn't been there, what would have happened to your eldest sister? Did you even consider that? Be bullied to death by your friends. Would you be happy then?" Mu Gigi was scolded fiercely, bowing his head and not daring to say a word. He knew he had gone too far this time. Then he started pulling Bao Just's hand, acting spoiled. "Mom, I was wrong. I really didn't know they would. If I had known, I would have beaten them to death before letting them get close to eldest sister." At this moment, I was surrounded by Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kechin. They didn't say a word, all smirking and enjoying Mu Gigi's humiliation. It wasn't until lunchtime that Mu Gigi finally managed to appease Bao Ju by persistently pestering her. The whole family sat at the long dining table. Bao Ju took a sip of soup, then looked at Mu Yulu beside her. "Lolo, you're not getting any younger. You've been married to Hui Gang for a few years now. When do you plan to have a child?" As soon as this topic was brought up, the atmosphere at the dining table froze. Bao Ju wasn't in a hurry before, but seeing the state of uselessness that was Mu Gigi today, the scales in her heart tilted slightly. The Mu family's business is so large, it cannot be entrusted entirely to Mu Gigi alone. There must be a next generation, and it must be an outstanding generation. Mu Yulu paused for a moment, her face devoid of emotion and her voice very calm. "I don't want to. I'm busy with work." Bao Ju frowned. "No matter how busy you are, you must have a child. It's a matter of sooner or later. You're still healthy now. You'll recover quickly. If you delay for a few more years, you'll be in advanced maternal age, and there will be risks." At the dining table, my sisters and I were silent. We could all tell eldest sister was unhappy. Mu Yulu remained silent, quietly cutting the steak on her plate. Seeing her like this, Bao Ju knew it was useless to continue, so she didn't pursue the topic further. The lunch ended in silence. Mu Yulu was in a terrible mood. She knew she had to bear the family's heavy responsibilities. Eldest sister and second sister married far away, and their future children would not carry the Mu surname. Fifth sister is a star. Sixth sister is dedicated to scientific research. Seventh and eighth sisters are naive. In business, the family could only rely on her. In politics, they could only rely on third sister. Therefore, she must have her own child. Thinking this, she said sadly, "Younger brother Mu Ge pushed me to the garden to sunbathe. Yes." After I replied, I pushed her wheelchair out of the dining room. The Mu family villa, even in the hot summer, the garden corridors were cool due to the central air conditioning. Slowly pushing the wheelchair along the small path in the back garden, Mu Yulu leaned back in her chair, looking at the blooming flowers before her, but her thoughts were far away. Mu Yulu also wanted to have such a lovely baby herself. But that person could absolutely not be someone she didn't love, and certainly not a malicious scoundrel like Yan Huigang. Thinking about having a child with such a man made her feel physically nauseous. If she absolutely had to have a child of her own. Mu Yulu's mind clearly pictured my name. After all, there was no blood relation between us. Legally or biologically, this was permissible, but she knew very well that I wouldn't agree. A strong sense of unwillingness surged within Mu Yulu. Why was she so old? Why couldn't she be a few years younger, even just by 5 years? If she were also in her early 20s, wouldn't she be able to openly stand beside younger brother Mu Ge and pursue him? Would younger brother Mu Ge then have a chance to like her? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Mu Yulu didn't know why. She felt so insecure in front of me. At this moment, Mu Yulu's hand quietly clenched. Then she turned her head to look at me, who was pushing the wheelchair beside her. "Younger brother Mu Ge, do you like babies?" Upon hearing this, I smiled brightly, nodding without hesitation. Of course I do, eldest sister. Babies are so soft and adorable. I thought eldest sister was still worried about the topic at the dining table earlier, so I tentatively asked her, "Do you want to have a baby?" Muyulu nodded without hesitation. Yes. I immediately smiled sincerely, my tone full of anticipation. Then I'll get to be an uncle later. Just as you loved me before, I will love them just as much later. Muyulu took a deep breath. What I mean is, do you yourself want a baby of your own? I was stunned for a moment. This question was a bit too far-fetched for me, but I still thought about it seriously. I'd quite like to as well. Muyulu's heart pounded as if struck by something. He wants it. He said he wants it. I hadn't yet realized how much my words had shocked Muyulu and continued talking. But I'm not ready right now. That I want it is enough. Muyulu directly interrupted me. The words after that no longer mattered. As long as you want it, it's enough. A crazy idea quickly sprouted in Muyulu's mind. If that's the case, then preparations can indeed be made. A child of her own and younger brother Muge. But the younger brother Muge in her heart was an untouchable deity. She couldn't bear to, nor could she bring herself to use any scheme to take him. Moreover, without romantic feelings, natural conception was impossible. Some technology would have to be used. Since there was no physical relationship, then there was naturally no talk of anything, and certainly not cuckolding Yan Huigang. As for the method, Muyulu's gaze, without a trace, swept from my face downwards. It seemed she would have to steal a bit of what belonged to younger brother Mu Jae. At that time, the baby would not be his nephew or niece. Thinking about having a child for me, a child that would carry my bloodline, that baby would be like a little angel smiling at me, calling me mom in a baby voice, and Muyulu's heart melted. The entire plan quickly took shape in Muyulu's mind. This had to be carried out in secret. Absolutely not could younger brother Mugi know that he had suddenly become a father. He definitely wouldn't be happy, and might even feel insulted. After the child was born, she would compensate younger brother Mugi well and treat him even better. But there was a practical problem at hand, which was how to steal that thing. This had become the most important issue at the moment. After strolling in the garden, I pushed Muyulu upstairs and took her to her room. Seeing her lie down to rest, I gently closed the door. So much had happened today. Everyone was a bit tired. The sisters all returned to their rooms to rest, as did Mukei. She went to her room and quickly fell asleep. But her twin sister, Mukaren, was not sleepy at all. She went to her room, locked the door, and immediately began her plan. Half an hour later, the person in the mirror had completely transformed into the appearance of sixth sister Mukei. She then took from deep within the closet a pre-prepared outfit. It was a purple slip dress. Mukaren couldn't help but mutter looking in the mirror. It's so similar, too similar. She dared to guarantee that I absolutely wouldn't notice. Then she began her final rehearsal in front of the mirror, practicing the slightly introverted expression, but very direct gaze of sixth sister, muttering and memorizing the prepared lines, all for the perfect performance later. She wanted me to completely fail to notice any clues. After 2 p.m., this was when Mu-Ki slept the deepest. This also gave Mu-Karen a perfect opportunity. She opened her room door and stepped out. Then barefoot and silently, she approached my door. She didn't knock, her hand directly on the doorknob, gently turning it and pushing the door open. Just as I was about to get into bed for a short rest, I saw a slender figure sneak in, and the door was locked by this woman. Mu-Karen, with her back to me, silently counted 3, 2 in her heart. Then she turned around, a smile practiced countless times on her face. Mu-Ki's smile. Seeing the person who had arrived, I, as expected, had no suspicion. Sister Ki, what is it? Why are you here? Mu-Karen was ecstatic inside. Indeed, a little fool, unable to recognize that the plan was more than halfway successful. She suppressed her excitement and maintained the image of Mu-Ki slowly approaching the bed. Then she leaned down and naturally got into the bed. Looking at Mu-Ki today, clad entirely in purple, was truly special, possessing an ineffable charm. What sixth sister intended to do was crystal clear to me. I chuckled. Sister Ki, you want to again? Mu-Karen inwardly rejoiced again. Even this intimate topic was responded to, proving that I truly regarded her as sixth sister. She emulated sixth sister's tone and hummed softly. Yes, but today is no longer a game of family play like before. I want to go all the way. The smile on my face froze. Just as I was about to say something, Mu-Karen completely denied me the chance to speak, directly interrupting me. I know you want to refuse. You want to say I'm not well behaved, saying it's just a momentary whim. You can't indulge in this recklessness with me. You surely still feel that right now you are unable to take responsibility for me, so you can't do this. But younger brother Mugi, let me tell you, these are all things I decided after careful consideration. I don't need you to take responsibility. My life, I can take responsibility for it myself. This is my decision. I won't regret it. Hearing these words and looking at the beautiful, determined face of Mu-Ki, I was completely stunned. I thought to myself, Sister Ki's determination today was not ordinary. I was also a young man full of vigor. The woman before me, wearing a seductive purple dress, hugging her mature figure, coupled with that domineering declaration, my last line of defense crumbled. All right, I'll listen to you. Moo Karen's face instantly broke into a radiant smile. The smile was so radiant it lit up the entire room. Countless fireworks were exploding in her heart. Success. It's finally almost successful. She was about to die of excitement. Countless little deer were running amok in her chest, bumping into each other, making her dizzy, a feeling of overwhelming happiness. She couldn't hold back any longer, throwing her arms around me. Then she closed her eyes and pressed her lips to mine. It was a kiss that was a little innocent, but incredibly passionate, and it was Moo Karen's first kiss. I skillfully returned the kiss, even taking the initiative to deepen it. Moo Karen's head buzzed. A blank void? So this is what kissing a boy feels like? She had no idea how to respond, stiff as a wooden mannequin. Even though she had crammed some skills last night, they were all exposed in the heat of the moment. I realized something was wrong. Then I quickly pulled back, creating a small space between us, and saw Moo Karen's flushed cheeks in my heart. Karen, you're not okay. Moo Karen's heart skipped a beat. She immediately panicked. Did he see through me? Where did I slip up? Was my acting not good enough? I looked at her panicked expression and smiled. A little nervous, aren't we? Then I reached out and pinched her cheek. It feels like you're acting all by yourself. Moo Karen let out a long sigh of relief. So that's what he was talking about. I was so scared. Then she quickly echoed my words, her cheeks so red they could bleed. After all, it's almost my first time. I thought, like my younger sisters, boys are all careless and thoughtless. Girls must be nervous. This shy expression made me believe her even more. Inside, Moo Karen was cursing furiously. Mukei, this seemingly innocent girl looking like a harmless white flower, only caring about math, physics, and chemistry all day, is actually so perverted and proactive. How can she not be embarrassed by this at all? The contrast is too stark. I'm an art major. I should have had many handsome male classmates around, so I should have experienced countless encounters. But now, after just one kiss, I'm almost dying of embarrassment. This is truly shameful. At this moment, Moo Karen suddenly looked up. Then I'll adjust my emotions a bit. Wait for me. I watched her take a deep breath and slowly exhale, mentally preparing herself. Then she looked at me again, her eyes determined. Let's continue. This time, it was Moo Karen who initiated. She attacked proactively, using the methods she learned last night. Although her skills were still clumsy, her initiative and passion were genuine. I felt a sense of familiarity. That's right, this is the Moo Karen, I remembered. Bold, frank, and a bit endearingly clumsy. Moo Karen was also gradually finding her groove. She was no longer stiff, her body relaxed, holding me tighter and tighter. 10 minutes later, we finally broke apart, panting. Moo Karen's lips were red and glistening. She leaned into my arms, catching her breath. Muge, do you want to play PUBG first or Honor of Kings right away? Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. As you say. So, like before, let's play PUBG first. Moo Karen frowned. But my leg seems to have been sprained just now. This was the excuse she had prepared, a patch she had ready. She wasn't sure if her gaming skills could match that hidden gaming demon. What if she was exposed? Where? Let me see. As soon as I heard that, I immediately became worried. Then I got out of bed, carefully squatting down, and lifted Moo Karen's leg. A current surged from the sole of her foot, immediately spreading throughout her body. Moo Karen's body tensed up. No, it's nothing serious. Moo Karen shook her head and quickly withdrew her leg. If I continued to massage it like that, she was afraid she would melt on the spot. The two of them took out their phones and started playing games. 20 minutes later, the game ended. As expected, Moo Karen played terribly. But since she had the excuse of being injured, I didn't suspect anything. But it didn't matter. The atmosphere in the room had become more ambiguous over the past 20 minutes, and that was enough. I put down my phone and asked the final question, "Are you sure you're ready?" Hearing this, Moo Karen glanced at me. Muga, weren't you very manly when you protected elder sister yesterday? Why are you acting like a woman now, so indecisive? Boys should be more decisive, more courageous. I don't like cowards. I chuckled. You said that. Yes, I said it. Moo Karen tilted her chin up, continuing to provoke. Are you not convinced? If not, come and hit me. I smiled, and without hesitation, I directly pulled down her underwear. An hour later, Moo Karen didn't want to lift a finger. I handed her a glass of water. Moo Karen took it, gulping it down in one go. Then she glanced at the clock. It's already 3:30. It's time to go. If I don't leave now, Sister Six, that lazy pig will wake up soon, she said listlessly. Help me get dressed. I helped her put on that purple dress. She leaned on the bed frame and shakily stood up, her legs trembling. Moo Karen whispered, keep today's events a secret. Just pretend today never happened. Also, don't worry about me getting pregnant. I'll handle it myself. You don't need to worry. I'm not a child anymore. You'll be careful. If you ever bring this up again, you'll be angry. And never mention this on the phone. Those two troublesome devils, Kieran and Kexon, often sneak glances at my phone. Okay, I agreed without a doubt. Then I walked to the door, first cracking the door open, carefully confirming no one was outside, then waved her out. Moo Karen stepped out the door, reflexively heading towards her own room. After 2 steps, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Moo Kiai now. She froze, turned her head, and saw me still standing at the door watching her. Moo Karen quickly waved me away, signaling me to go back. Only then did I nod and close the door. Mu Karen breathed a sigh of relief. She took a step, looked back 3 times, confirming my door was truly closed. Then, like a thief, she hurried back to her room. After locking the door, she immediately rushed into the bathroom to remove her makeup and washed off my scent from her body. After finishing all this, she finally threw herself onto the bed. Immediately after, she pulled the covers over her head. Heh heh heh. It was finally successful. On the other hand, for me, I also felt a bit tired. I wanted to lie back down and rest, but when I looked down, the bedsheets were completely messy, crumpled up into a ball, making it impossible to sleep anymore. Sister Six, why did you provoke me like that? Resignedly, I started tidying the bedsheets. After pulling off the sheets, I prepared to throw them into the laundry basket. But at this moment, a particularly bright streak of color caught my eye. My actions immediately stopped. Then an idea sparked in my mind. Immediately, I found a pair of scissors, carefully cut off that piece of fabric. Then I carefully folded the fabric into a small square. I wanted to keep it safe, and one day in the future, when the time is right, I would give it to Mukai as a surprise gift. When she saw it, she would surely be both shy and touched. At 4 p.m., Mukai's alarm clock rang on time. She sat up from the bed, stretching her body with a long yawn. After sleeping, she felt much better. But she kept feeling her left eyelid, twitching non-stop, twitching again and again. She had a persistent feeling that something unpleasant was about to happen, or perhaps had already happened. What could it be? She couldn't figure it out. By 6 p.m., the sisters gradually woke up. Mu Karen really didn't want to get up at all. Her whole body ached, feeling like her bones were about to fall apart. She just wanted to sleep until the end of time. But she was afraid that sleeping too deeply would arouse suspicion. Someone who did nothing would be this tired? She could only force herself, her weary body climbing out of bed, then choosing a bright yellow dress to wear. As she walked out of the room, she couldn't help but limp. I happened to be walking out of my room as well. Seeing me, Mu Karen felt guilty. Her makeup now was also in her own style, and I recognized it immediately. Sister 7, I greeted her with a smile. Your outfit is beautiful. As soon as Mu Karen heard this, she quickly straightened her back, trying to resume a normal walking posture. Oh, little brother Mugi, your words are so sweet. Did you just eat candy or drink soda? I didn't understand the meaning behind her words, but I had indeed just drunk soda. I honestly nodded, yes. Mu Karen giggled inwardly. This fool is too cute. Her mood was very good, happily linking her arm through mine, and we went downstairs together. As soon as I looked, I saw the person sitting. On the living room sofa was Sister 6. On the coffee table in front of Mukai, a pile of sunflower seed shells and tangerine peels. That little mountain told me at a glance that she had been sitting there for at least over an hour. I couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Is Sister 6's stamina and endurance that good? This made me unconsciously think of Sister 4, Mu Yuyan. Every time Mu Yuyan finished a bad deed, she looked like she was about to die, needing at least one night to recover. I felt that Mukai was quite robust. It hasn't been that long, and she's already full of life sitting here munching on seeds. Although not good at gaming, she's much better than Mu Yuyan in this regard. It was quickly time for dinner. Tonight, the head of the Mu family, Mu Yangquan, had returned. As soon as he returned, he called Mu Jiji to the study and gave him a severe scolding. You're causing trouble. You've disgraced the Mu family. Mu Jiji lowered his head, repeatedly apologizing. In the end, it was Baoju who interceded, and the matter was smoothed over. During dinner, I still sat next to Mukai. I picked out the largest piece of fish meat for Mukai. Then I leaned close to her ear, whispering in a voice only we could hear. Eat this to nourish you. You must be tired. We had only played 2 rounds of games earlier, and I had already asked to stop. In today's PUBG match, she was too weak, so I didn't get any gaming experience. The subsequent Honor of Kings match was even worse. I carried the team the entire match. She was just dead weight, waiting for a win. Compared to that, Mu Yuyan's Honor of Kings was much better than Mukai's. When playing duos, Mu Yuyan always carried the team. I just needed to lie back and win. Muki's hand holding the chopsticks froze. She looked at me with surprise and suspicion. Tired? What's there to be tired about? I slept very well this afternoon, but she didn't voice her question. Feeling my concern for her, her heart warmed, so she cut me a piece of steak as well. You eat more too. Mu Yuyan, sitting to my right, watched our interaction and giggling, picked up a large chicken leg and put it directly into my mouth. Come on, brother Mu, open your mouth. That pampering was unmistakable. I cooperated and took a bite. Mu Yuyan looked at my enjoyment and was extremely happy. Mu Karen, sitting opposite, saw this scene without any jealousy in her heart. She felt that she was the winner now. She leisurely drank the soup, a triumphant smile on her lips. You all just keep playing these family games. Mu Karen is the only one in this world who can truly have brother Mu. Eldest sister Mu Yulu was eating, seemingly a bit distracted. She held her chopsticks, picking small bits of rice into her bowl. Her mind was filled with only one thing. How can she steal that from me? Brother Mu is young, full of vitality, alone in his room. He must surely be secretly doing some things, but I don't know when. I need to steal it at the right time. Thinking of this, Mu Yulu suddenly felt disgusting. She was so angry she laughed at herself. The atmosphere on the other side of the dining table was completely different. Mu Karen was engrossed in peeling shrimp. Her fair fingers moved nimbly, and soon whole shrimp fell onto the plate in front of her. She peeled more than 10 shrimp in one go, piling them into a small pink mound. Then she pushed the whole plate in front of me. She thought I was very tired earlier and needed to be replenished. Feed the horse more grass, it will run faster later. Seeing the full plate of shrimp, everyone was surprised. Seventh sister, did the sun rise in the west? Mu Yuyan beside me also reached out with her chopsticks. Hey, brother Mu, let fourth sister have a taste too, Mu Yuyan said as she took a few shrimp. No, I want some too. Mu Kie also joined the grab. Seventh sister is biased. Why are you only peeling for brother Mu? Eighth sister Mu Kexin pouted and also used her chopsticks to steal from the plate. Sisters, don't fight over them. These are for brother Mu. Mu Karen pretended to be angry and used her chopsticks to hit their hands. Go, peel them yourselves. In an instant, the dining table was filled with cheerful laughter. I was surrounded by my sisters, savoring this sweetness. And at the edge of this harmonious and joyful scene, Mu Gigi was like an unwanted orphan. He quietly ate the rice in his bowl, watching them laugh and joke, feeling a wall between himself and them. This scene was truly blinding. Baoju saw this and felt a pang of pity. On one hand, she felt that as siblings, her daughters should also care for Mujiji as they do for Mugi. But on the other hand, she knew Mujiji's personality, and his character was truly unlikable. She couldn't force her daughters to like or pamper him, but as his mother, she couldn't bear it. She sighed and picked a large piece of meat for Mujiji. Then she put on gloves and quietly peeled a small bowl of shrimp for Mujiji. Little Gigi, eat more. Mujiji looked at his bowl, full of food and shrimp, and was touched. Thank you, Mom. You love me the most. After the meal, everyone moved to the sofa in the living room to continue chatting. The atmosphere was still good. Mu Ketchin drank some yogurt and suggested, We haven't exercised today yet. Brother Mu, tonight let's continue, leading us in a weight loss workout, I said with a smile. Sure. How about we go swimming today? Swimming is the best way to lose weight, nothing beats it. That sounds good. Swimming is fun. Mu Yuyan and the sisters all happily agreed. Mu Yulu, sitting in her wheelchair, sighed. It's a shame my leg is injured. I can't swim. I've wanted to learn to swim for a long time. Before, when you were preparing for college entrance exams, I didn't have time. Now that you finally have time, I get injured. I comforted her. It's okay, eldest sister. There will be many more opportunities later, and he'll teach you properly then. Just then, a discordant voice sounded. I'm going too. It was Mujiji. He had followed, I don't know since when, standing in the corner of the living room and let out a cold laugh. He rejoiced inwardly. Swimming, he was an expert swimmer. Having grown up swimming in rivers and lakes since childhood, his swimming skills were excellent, definitely better than this greenhouse-grown Mugi. Later, at the swimming pool, in front of everyone, I will torture him to death. As soon as Mujiji finished speaking, the previously cheerful atmosphere in the living room instantly turned cold. The sisters did not respond to him, and there was silence. That silence was a silent resistance. I glanced at the atmosphere and broke the awkwardness. All right, let's all go together. 40 minutes later, I was wearing black swim trunks with smooth, muscular contours, well-defined 8-pack abs, and a broad, firm chest, exuding the youthful hormonal aura of a young man. Shortly after, the four sisters also came down. Then Mu Yoyan walked straight towards me. Brother Mu, has your physique improved even more? Mu Yoyan smiled and reached out to touch my abs. It felt firm, warm, and hard. Yes, you've become even more handsome. Mu Karen was also not polite, placing both hands on me and pinching. Mu Kiai said nothing but poked my chest. I was surrounded and groped by the three sisters, smiling a little shyly, and Mu Kexin next to me blushed beet red. She was very shy because her parents and eldest sister were sitting in the nearby lounge watching. Although she had touched before, who would refuse more? She also wanted to go up and touch a little, but she was afraid of showing her feelings too obviously and being seen through, so she could only stand there and secretly admire. Muyulu, sitting in her wheelchair, looked at me by the pool and also secretly swallowed. Those smooth curves, those powerful muscles were truly seductive. If she hadn't experienced so many ups and downs over the years and honed her skills in managing expressions and emotions to a high level, she would have blushed to death long ago. Mu Yulu, on one hand, maintained her image as the cold eldest sister, while clearly seeing everyone's state by the pool. Her mind began to analyze quickly. It seems, eighth sister definitely has feelings for brother Mu. Look at her, face red as a monkey's behind, watching the three sisters tease me. Her eyes showed admiration mixed with anger, her toes curled up from tension. Clearly, she wanted to join but didn't dare, afraid her parents and I would see through her feelings, so she could only stand there blushing with helpless anger. According to Mu Yulu, when a girl sees the boy she likes before fully acting on her desires, she will definitely be shy. This is instinct, and Mu Kexin fits this perfectly. As for the other three sisters, they were too direct, too casual. Their actions of touching abs showed no shyness or ambiguity. This is not how one looks at someone they like. Therefore, the only possibility is that the three of them merely appreciate me. That's why they can tease me so casually. Could it be that all three of them have already done bad things? So their tolerance is so high? This thought flashed through Mu Yulu's mind. But she immediately rejected it. It's impossible. Thinking of this, Mu Yulu suddenly had a brilliant plan. If Kexin likes Brother Mu, then maybe my problem has a solution. She thought of two methods. The first way is to secretly put something into my drink. After I've indulged myself, she can sneak in and steal it. But this method, she only thought of it briefly before abandoning it. It's too disgraceful. It's also too unfair to Brother Mu. I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. As for the second way, Mu Yulu's gaze suddenly fell upon the blushing eighth sister not far away. Or should I give Brother Mu to our eighth sister? Eighth sister is so beautiful and she likes Brother Mu so much. This might not be an unfavorable match. Moreover, if the two of them were together, I would gain the strongest ally in eighth sister. Then I could secretly tell her my thoughts so that after she does bad things with Brother Mu, she can help me. Then it wouldn't be called stealing, but borrowing. It would be with eighth sister's consent as the official girlfriend. Although it still sounds disgraceful, it would be effective. And the guilt would be much less. This eighth sister is only 19, she has plenty of time. But I'm already 28, I really can't wait anymore. I want a baby immediately. Thinking of this, Mu Yulu's lips curved into a smile. Just then, Mu Jiji also came downstairs. He was only wearing a pair of gaudy, tiny swim trunks, revealing a skinny upper body. Most offensive was the tattoo from his chest, stretching all the way to his lower abdomen. He probably thought he looked cool like this and deliberately puffed out his meager chest. The noise immediately ceased. Everyone's eyes fixed on him. It was truly an eyesore. Skinny as a twig, sallow skin, a disgusting stance. Combined with that ugly tattoo, he looked just like a street thug. He even seemed to exude a faint stench. Even Bao Ju, who always favored him, frowned upon seeing the tattoo. Her eyes were filled with disgust. What the hell is this? So ugly! The group silently walked towards the swimming pool. Mu Jiji arrogantly walked at the very front, like a peacock displaying its tail feathers. Mu Kexin walked alone at the very end. She looked at me in front, surrounded by the three sisters, feeling a sour pang in her heart. She was about to die of jealousy. She also wanted to go up like seventh sister, boldly link arms with me and feel the solid strength of my arm. But she didn't dare. After all, her parents and eldest sister were watching. If she lost control of her expression and revealed it, how embarrassing would that be? Mu Yulu was pushed to the poolside by her nanny. The villa was too stuffy. It was good to get some fresh air outside. Of course, the main purpose was still to officially admire my physique, to gather some material for herself. My sisters and I chose to enter the water from the shallow end. I took some colorful swimming floats and threw them into the water. Then I was the first to enter the water, getting accustomed to the water temperature. And at this moment, suddenly a loud splash sounded. Only then did Mujiji, to gain attention, not use the stairs, but jumped directly from the poolside, immediately splashing a large amount of water. I glanced back and ignored him. Then I reached out to the sisters on the shore. The water temperature is just right, you can get in now. Among the four sisters, only Mu Yoyan could swim. The other three couldn't swim. Mu Yoyan shot Mu Jiji a glare and elegantly entered the water from the stairs. The water surface rippled gently. The other three looked at each other, looking from one to another, hesitant. I smiled to encourage them. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Mu Karen was the most timid, standing by the pool, afraid to move. She had just exercised vigorously, and her whole body was already sore. After sleeping, not only did it not help, but her legs felt even more tired. It's all Brother Mu's fault. Next time I have to teach him a lesson. A man must cherish his woman carefully. Could he do this? Mu Karen truly feared she would slip and drown in her own pool. That would be too unjust. Mu Kai was more decisive than her. She held onto the handrail carefully, being the first to step down. I immediately stepped forward to take her hand. Then, I casually grabbed a pink swim ring and put it on her. I felt a bit amused. Clearly, Mu Kai had been severely tormented by me, yet now she was so brave. On the other hand, Mu Karen stood, at the edge, timid as a chick. These twin sisters are truly interesting. Mu Karen felt my gaze on her, and her face flushed. She feared that any more hesitation would arouse suspicion, so she could only force herself towards the stairs. Younger brother Mu Gi, you must hold me firmly. If I drown, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Her demeanor amused me. Don't worry, seventh sister. If you die, I definitely won't live alone. I'll go die with you. Puffed! 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 What nonsense are you talking about? Her mouth scolded me, but her heart felt sweet. Finally, she mustered the courage to step into the water. Just as she stepped on the second stair, her foot suddenly slipped. Ah! Mu Karen let out a frightened scream. Losing her balance, she fell straight into the water. I lunged forward, my long arm reaching out, grasping her arm tightly before she could fall into the water. By inertia, Mu Karen's whole body was thrown into my arms. Her body reacted purely on instinct, her hands wrapping tightly around my neck, and her slender legs unconsciously wrapped around me, crossing and locking behind my waist. She clung to me like an octopus. She was genuinely terrified, her body trembling slightly. I was also momentarily stunned. This was the first time Seventh Sister and I had such intimate physical contact. The soft body of the young girl pressed against me. Through her swimsuit, I could almost feel the warmth and elasticity of her skin. My face felt a little hot, and I felt a bit embarrassed. But why did Mu Karen hold on tighter? It's okay, I've got you. I patted her back gently, comforting her. Mu Karen only then snapped back to reality, realizing how embarrassing her position was. I felt her stiffness, and smiled and carried her towards a yellow swim ring nearby. Then I carefully placed her in it. Mu Kexin, watching from the side, was so angry she almost ground her teeth to dust. Seventh Sister is too calculating, using this method to take advantage of younger brother Mu Ge. It was her turn to be the last one into the water. Mu Kexin approached the stairs, not stepping down immediately, but mimicking Mu Karen's previous posture, calling out to me, "Younger brother Mu Ge, can you reach out and catch me?" I'm scared. Seeing this, I spread my arms wide. Mu Kexin's eyes lit up immediately. From the last few steps, she fell towards me. Then she also mimicked Mu Karen's pose, her whole body hanging onto me. She held on even tighter than Mu Karen, her legs wrapped even more tightly. I was pushed back a step by her impact before I could regain my balance. Reluctantly, I took the last swim ring. "Eighth Sister, you can get in now." Mu Kexin buried her face in my neck, inhaling my pleasant scent, and shook her head coquettishly. "I don't want to. I'm a bit afraid of water. Just carry me around the pool for a bit so I can calm down, okay?" I was very reluctant, but a sister's request could only be agreed to. Then I continued to hold Mu Kexin and walk slowly in the pool like that. Not far away, the other sisters had started playing in the water. Fourth Sister Mu Yoyan swam the breaststroke with perfect form like an elegant mermaid. Her peaches would occasionally surface, looking plump and attractive. Mu Ki and Mu Karen, wearing swim rings, their long, fair legs kicked randomly in the water, creating ripples, looking incredibly cute. Mu Kexin, satisfied, clung to me, her head resting on my shoulder, praising me softly. "Younger brother Mu Ge, you're so good, so obedient." Just then, Mu Yangquan and Baoju also came from the lounge, standing by the pool to watch the spectacle. Seeing them from a distance, I immediately felt this pose was too improper. "Eighth Sister, get down, Mom and Dad are here." Mu Kexin glanced back, but instead of getting down, she held on even tighter. "I won't." My scalp immediately tingled. "This pose isn't good, it wouldn't look good if others saw it. How about I carry you on my back?" Mu Kexin thought for a moment. "That suggestion isn't bad, okay?" Then she let go. I then turned around, allowing her to lie on my back. Mu Kexin adjusted her position, her slender legs from behind, wrapped around to the front of me, crossing and locking around my waist and stomach. I could clearly smell the maiden's fragrance emanating from her. My back pressed against a soft, warm area. The sensation was astonishing. I truly didn't want to, but my body was always honest. Mu Kexin, smugly, suddenly felt her feet, touching something firm. At this, Mu Kexin's entire body stiffened, her cheeks burning as if with fire. "Younger brother Mu Ge, you put me into the swim ring." I was also unbearably embarrassed, okay? After I agreed, somewhat stiffly, I swam to the poolside, took a swim ring, and put it on Mu Kexin. Then I cleared my throat and clapped my hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Sixth Sister, Seventh Sister, Eighth Sister, all of you come here. Come ashore, I'll teach you to swim. Since we're just starting, let's begin with the simplest breaststroke." At this moment, Mu Yangquan also approached. "Mu Ge, be a bit strict with them. Don't show them any leniency. They're all this old, and they don't even know how to swim. What kind of people are they?" After saying that, he turned and walked back to the lounge like a supervisor. I saw the immediate dejected faces of the sisters and couldn't help but smile. Then I cleared my throat, imitating Mu Yangquan's tone. "Did you all hear that? I have imperial orders. If you don't learn well today, there will be punishment. Of course, if you learn well, there will also be rewards." As soon as Mu Karen heard about rewards, her eyes lit up. "What kind of reward? Is it a kiss from younger brother Mu Ji? Or younger brother Mu Ji coming to warm my bed?" I blushed from her teasing and flicked her forehead with my finger. "The reward is eating one less bowl of rice, which is good for weight loss." Mu Karen held her forehead and feigned anger with a huff. I had the three of them lie face down on the large towels laid out by the pool and first taught them the arm movements. I must say, the sight was truly magnificent. Those three peaches were too alluring, but my mind was unfazed, my gaze unwavering, without a single impure thought. Sweep the water outwards like this, then bring it back towards your chest. The most important parts of breaststroke are the leg movements and breathing technique. As I spoke, I lay down to demonstrate myself. One leg kick and pull in. Did you see clearly? Not yet. The three sisters nodded and began to imitate. After they finished, the scene was truly unbearable to watch. Mu Ki was better. Her movements, though slow, were still considered standard. Mu Karen and Mu Kexen completely, kicked randomly, looking utterly ridiculous. I sighed helplessly. Sigh, it seems I'll have to teach each of you individually. Then I went to Mu Kiai's side and crouched down, taking her ankle in my hand. Sister Kiai, relax. Feel the force as I guide you. Next, I guided her leg through a complete kicking and pulling motion. Then it was Mu Karen's turn, but this girl wasn't obedient. As soon as I grabbed her ankle, she deliberately wiggled her toes and even pretended to lose control and kicked her foot towards my face. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have actually been hit by her, but I ignored her and impassively guided her through the movement. After teaching each of them in turn, I stood up straight. This is the feeling. Practice it yourselves 100 times, develop muscle memory, and then you can try getting into the water. 100 times? The three sisters cried out in unison. But complaints aside, they obediently lay face down, on the ground and began practicing. They all wanted my reward. At this moment, Mujiji also climbed out of the pool. He shook the water from his hair, then looked at me with disdain. Muga, I don't think you're that skilled. Why are you being so strict with your sisters? He thought he was speaking up for his sisters, and they would surely be grateful to him and side with him. However, the three sisters didn't even lift their heads. Mu Karen even said impatiently while kicking her legs, "We are willing." Mujiji's smile froze on his face, choked for words. He was so angry that he directly challenged me. Mugi, do you dare to race me? Just 100 meters, any stroke. After saying that, Mujiji turned to their parents in the lounge and said loudly, "Mom, Dad, let's have a race. The winner will teach the sisters to swim from now on, and the loser is forbidden from interfering." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the three sisters practicing changed. They didn't want to be taught by Mujiji. Baoju knew my strength, then pulled me aside and whispered, "Mugi, go easy on Tujiji. Don't let him lose too badly." I nodded. "Don't worry, Auntie. I know the limits." Mujiji looked at everyone, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was eager to ruthlessly extinguish my arrogance in front of the whole family. At this point, I went to the sister's side. "Don't be lazy, keep practicing. I'll be right back." The three sisters absently replied, continuing their movements perfunctorily, but their minds were already engrossed in the upcoming competition. With Mom and Dad present, they couldn't openly show favoritism, so they could only silently cheer for me in their hearts. At Mu Yuyan's signal, Mujiji and I both jumped into the water. We both swam freestyle. When the race began, for the first 50 meters, I deliberately controlled my speed, always maintaining an equal pace with Mujiji. To those on the shore, it looked like a fierce competition, neck and neck, a fierce competition. As we neared the 50-meter mark, it was time to turn. A malicious glint flashed in Mujiji's eyes. His lane began to stealthily drift towards me. The initial 2-meter gap between us was quickly reduced by him to less than half a meter. As we both reached the wall almost simultaneously, in the moment before the turn, Mujiji, underwater, suddenly swung his arm towards my face. He yanked my swim goggles strap, giving it a hard tug. As my goggles immediately shifted out of place, the icy pool water rushed in, making my eyes sting. Mujiji's hand deliberately hit me on the head. Because all of this happened underwater, and the movements were quick, outsiders couldn't seem to see the details clearly. I was forced to stop, awkwardly adjusting my goggles underwater, and even choked on a mouthful of water. My rhythm was completely broken. Everyone on the shore was astonished. "Little brother Muge!" the sisters cried out in worry. Everyone stopped their practice. Actually, Mujiji thought, his actions were very discreet, but everyone present was not a fool. The process was too obvious. How could someone who was 2 meters away, why, before turning his head, did he suddenly get within half a meter? Why did an incident happen to me the moment he got close? This wasn't an accident at all. It was blatant cheating. Mu Karen and Mu Kexen, pale with anger, stopped their movements too, stood up straight from the water, and then angrily reported to their parents. "Mom, Dad, he cheated. He deliberately interfered with little brother Mugi." Mu Yangquan and Bao Ju also saw it very clearly. The expressions on their faces were extremely displeased, their faces burning as if slapped in front of everyone. This Mujiji truly made them lose face. I adjusted my goggles underwater, and because of this delay, Mujiji was now almost 20 meters ahead of me. This distance, for opponents of comparable skill, was almost a death sentence, impossible to catch up. Mujiji looked back and saw me far behind, his heart blooming with joy. "I've definitely won. Let's see how arrogant you are this time." However, his smugness lasted only a few seconds, as a thunderous roar erupted from the shore. It was like mountains shouting and seas roaring. The sisters were no longer pretending. "Go, little brother Mugi, go Jijich up Mugi, you're the best, I believe in you." Even Mu Yulu, who had always been sitting primly in her wheelchair, could no longer maintain her composure. She used all her strength, her voice hoarse from shouting. "Go, little brother Mugi, your eldest sister supports you. If you win, your eldest sister will reward you." The sisters' cheers were like a stimulant. My blood was boiling. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot disappoint my sisters. Every time the sisters' cheers increased by 1 decibel, my kicking frequency increased by a notch. My arms felt like they were equipped with engines, like propellers furiously churning the water. Mujiji was swimming with all his might, but when he looked back, he was panicked. I was like a dragon emerging from the water, approaching him with an unbelievable speed. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Mujiji panicked and also started to flail wildly, but his limited street-style training was no match for mine. How could it compare to mine? The distance was closing at a visible rate. Finally, I caught up to him. At the exact moment we were neck and neck, I even had enough energy to lean my head over, smirk, and suddenly accelerate. That powerful surge of water directly splashed Mujiji's face. I left him far behind. Finally, I was the first to touch the wall, while Mujiji was left more than 10 meters behind me. "We won, little brother Moog. He is amazing. I'm your big sister fan," Mukexin shouted loudly. Mukei was not to be outdone. "I'm a career fan." Mukaren rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, please. The one who attacked little brother Mooga first was you. Don't pretend to be a career fan. Just admit you're a crazed fan," Muyulu said weakly then. "I'm a mother fan. Actually, everyone is a wife fan, but no one dares to say it." Cheers erupted from the shore. Mukaren and Mukexin were excited, jumping up and hugging each other. Their frenzied celebration made anyone who didn't know think I had won an Olympic championship. Mujiji swam to the finish, stunned. He clung to the pool wall, gasping for breath, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Is he even human? Scoring over 700 on the college entrance exam, getting into Donghai University was one thing, but being this freakishly good at sports? This made me, a high school graduate, clumsy and completely clueless, wonder where I could hide my face. At this moment, I could no longer hold back and look towards Mujiji. "Using such dirty tricks, did you feel good? Too bad you couldn't win even with cheating." "Don't slander me," Mujiji, hit where it hurt, jumped up in anger. "I didn't do anything. Do you have any proof? If you don't have proof, stop talking nonsense." I let out a cold laugh, not bothering to waste another word on him. I swam straight to the edge and got out. The sisters immediately swarmed me like a swarm of bees. "Little brother Mugi, you're so amazing, so handsome." Mukaren was even more excited. She lifted my still damp face in front of everyone and planted a loud kiss on my forehead. "My little brother Muge is invincible." Our parents, not far away, watched this scene in shock. Mujiji saw it too. Seeing me surrounded by my sisters like a hero, and then seeing himself alone, he felt like a ridiculous clown, with no place to belong. Mu Yangquan's face turned pale. He felt that this son of his truly needed to be properly disciplined. If it continued like this, he would be beyond help. Then, he beckoned to Mujiji. "Come here to your father." Watching Mujiji's dejected figure walk away, the two bunnies, Mukaren and Mukexin, sneakily made fists and stuck out their tongues at him. "Nya, nya, nya." After they had gone a distance, I wiped my hair and said to the three sisters, "All right. Now that the celebration is over, have you finished the 100 exercises I told you to practice earlier?" The three sisters immediately looked guilty. Mukaren rolled her eyes and immediately snuggled up to me affectionately. Weren't we busy cheering for you just now? Think about it. Without our cheers, you definitely wouldn't have been able to swim so fast, right?" I was amused by her and reluctantly nodded. Okay, all right, my little ancestors. The greatest credit goes to you all. So, can we continue practicing now? We've almost finished practicing the land-based movements. Next is actual practice in the water. I told them all to put on their goggles and learn to hold their breath first. Put your faces in the water and try practicing kicking and arm strokes. The three sisters obediently followed. They all lay face down on the float, their bodies floating on the water's surface, their waists dipped, revealing the curves of 3 round, perky buttocks, looking incredibly alluring. Mukei learned the fastest. She seemed to have a natural talent for swimming. Most importantly, having me by her side gave her an indescribable sense of security, making her much bolder. Mukei felt she was doing okay. Seeing this, I tried removing the float from her body. As expected, her movements were precise and her body balance was excellent. I didn't expect she could swim on her own. The more Mukei swam, the more excited she became, gradually moving away from her sisters, and I stayed by her side, protecting her. "Sister Ki swims so well, you really have a talent for it." I was generous with my praise. Hearing my praise, Mukei felt as sweet as honey inside. Little brother Mugi praised me. She stopped, kicked the water, her sparkling eyes looking at me. "So, Coach Mu, remember you said there would be a reward for learning well earlier?" I immediately understood what she meant and smiled. "I know. What reward do you want? Can we talk about it tonight at home?" Mukei shook her head. I turned my head to look, seeing the other sisters practicing far away. Nobody was paying attention to us. "Sister Ki, didn't we just this afternoon?" Mukei looked dazed, looking at me with slight confusion. "Huh? This afternoon, I thought she was playing dumb. Just as I was about to say more, Mukai, like a nimble mermaid, suddenly dove underwater. The next second, my pupils constricted sharply. I felt Mukai had gone mad. Has she always been this brave? Besides, didn't she almost cry this afternoon? Why is she recklessly provoking me now at night? She truly doesn't know fear until she's faced death. I must teach her a lesson, properly. Mukai, wearing her goggles, after taking a deep breath, dove strongly into the water. Although she wasn't a great swimmer, her courage was truly immense. Underwater, she opened her eyes and immediately saw a Gatling gun at a 90-degree angle. She thrashed her limbs like a fish, her target clear. Her objective was very clear. I sensed her intention and, shocked, quickly dodged. Then I immediately dove down too. Just as Mukai was about to succeed, I quickly grabbed her wrist, stopping her. We stared at each other underwater. Seeing her plan fail, Mukai came up with another idea. She suddenly moved closer and kissed me directly on the lips. At first, I was a bit surprised, but I quickly responded. A romantic underwater kiss, something I had also wanted to try. Then, I naturally took Mukai's hand, guiding them to wrap around my neck. Mukai understood, pressing her body against mine. Using my lung capacity and diving skills, I used the strength of my legs and arms to bring Kai down with me to the bottom of the pool. This was the deep end, with a depth of 1.7 meters. Our lips were pressed together. I was a good swimmer. I slightly opened my mouth, letting the cold pool water enter my mouth, not afraid of choking. Mukai, however, kept her lips sealed, so I took the initiative. Beneath this deep blue water, our bodies pressed together, we slowly explored. Mukai pressed against me as I guided her movement in the water. She felt this was truly the most romantic thing in the world. Until she felt a shortness of breath, almost unable to breathe, she then forcefully patted my back. I immediately understood and quickly pushed her up to the surface. Then I surfaced myself. We were underwater for nearly half a minute, and the sisters practicing in the distance completely failed to notice anything unusual. On the other hand, the lifeguard on shore had been watching the pool intently. Seeing two figures submerged for a long time without surfacing, he was startled. He was just about to jump in to save them when he saw the two surface. You really scared me for a moment. Mukai and I floated on the water, looking at each other and smiling, both feeling that the experience we just had was very interesting. Sixth sister, is this reward enough? Mukai let out a soft and glanced at me. Don't think you can fool me. Of course it's not enough. Saying that, her hands started to get unruly again. This was the deep end. Mukai's feet couldn't touch the bottom, so she could only cling to me, her arms around my neck, her body half submerged in the water. So what more do you want? I asked, sounding a little helpless. Mukai leaned close to my ear, whispering in a voice only we could hear. Nothing more. Just like last time in the car. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop messing around, sixth sister. You can't swim. Aren't you afraid of drowning? You don't need to know. I'll show you a performance like underwater artistic swimming on TV. Just do a handstand in the water. You're not even good at handstands underwater. What if you choke on water and drown? You're learning to swim, not artistic swimming. Mukai looked at my serious explanation and immediately burst into laughter out of annoyance. Then she poked my forehead with her finger. You silly, you idiot. Before, our feelings were mutual, but now you're definitely not obligated. This is because I swam well, so I'm rewarding you with this one-sided affection. What are you thinking? It was only then that I reacted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Okay, I get it. You really are a female hooligan. Then, I took back a swimming float and gave it to Mukai. Mukai showed a smug expression, lying obediently on the swimming float, her face full of arrogance. I took a deep breath and dived underwater. From underwater, I looked at the long legs of Mukai, which were flailing around in the water, and her chest, lifted by the swimming float. I must say, it was truly very alluring. Then, I flipped over underwater, switching to a reverse diving position, using frog kick leg movements, completely submerged, and began my performance to show off my skills. I have to admit, my underwater acrobatics are quite impressive. The lifeguard on the shore was startled and was now nervously staring intently at the water. When he saw me disappear again, he immediately panicked again. Where is young Master Mu? Why has he disappeared again? Damn it, where has he gone now? These shouts attracted everyone's attention. The sisters all stopped what they were doing, their hearts pounding as they looked in this direction. Where is young Master Muge? Kai? Where did young Master Muge go? Mu Yoyan shouted worriedly. Mukai didn't seem embarrassed at all. Her face, through repeated practice, had become thicker and thicker. Her face wasn't red, and her heart wasn't racing. She waved to her sisters, loudly replying, It's fine, don't worry, young Master Mugi is acting as an underwater engine, pushing me to swim. Hearing this, the sisters all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they saw Mukai lying on the float, her arms clearly not paddling, and even leisurely waving to them, yet the float beneath her was steadily moving forward. Muyulu, holding a megaphone, shouted, Ki, are you bullying young Master Muge again? Mu Yoyan also looked annoyed. That's right, making young Master Mugi push you in the water Do you see him as an underwater horse carriage? Mukai said with a smile. Hey, you sisters can just be jealous. At this moment, underwater, I used a reverse frog kick, my face towards the sky like a human-powered engine, continuously pushing Mukai towards her sisters. A distance of about 40 meters, I pushed her for over a minute. Until we were about 10 meters away from the sisters, I surfaced from the water. Then I stood up, went beside Mukai, pulled her float, and continued to move forward. Mukai let out a soft humph. I'll let you off the hook this time, but you, my playboy, don't think you can provoke me and then just walk away. Not convinced? I can only laugh. You're really a hooligan, aren't you the one who provoked me? Mukai pouted and humphed softly. Who told you to be so handsome? Your face appearing before me is essentially seducing me into making a mistake. If you're so capable, then don't appear before me anymore. Otherwise, every day I see you will be a day I bully you. I was completely speechless with this hooligan logic. But can this really be considered bullying? I must say, this experience was quite interesting. The two of us swam back to our original spots as if nothing had happened. Next up was Mu Karen. She also learned very quickly, although not as naturally talented as Mu Ki. Under my guidance, she was also soon able to let go of the float and swim a short distance on her own. I also praised her a few times without reservation. Mu Karen was happy like a child, splashing in the water with even more joy. The next one was Mu Kekshin, but Mu Kekshin struggled to learn. As soon as the float was removed, she would sink, flailing her limbs in panic, resulting in her swallowing several mouthfuls of water. An hour later, Mu Ki and Mu Karen were both tired, so I told them to go ashore and rest first. After the three sisters left, only Mu Kekshin and I remained in the pool, and Mu Yulu was sitting quietly, in her wheelchair in the distance, watching us. Mu Kekshin was a little impatient, sitting by the edge of the pool, her small, fair feet constantly kicking the water, venting her frustration. Why am I so stupid? Everyone else knows, only I can't learn. Her angry demeanor was particularly cute. Her cheeks flushed with impatience, her lips pouting in a wronged manner. Those rosy lips made one unable to resist wanting to bite them. But in my eyes, this wasn't anger. It was clearly acting cute. I smiled and sat down beside her, reaching out to pat her head, comforting this pouting little bunny. Don't rush, take your time. With a golden coach like me providing one-on-one instruction, aren't you happy? It's free, you know. Mu Kekshin looked up, her large, teary eyes carrying a hint of grievance and unwillingness. She pouted and looked at me. You're definitely thinking I'm stupid in your heart. Mu Kekshin crossed her arms over her chest, sitting by the pool edge with a sulky expression, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her voice was choked, and her eyes were red-rimmed. Shimmering tears welled up in her eyes. It seemed she was truly feeling insecure. Mu Yulu, on the shore, seeing this, gently comforted her. Kekshin, don't think that way. The eldest sister doesn't know how to swim either. If I were to learn in the water, I would definitely be much more foolish than you. You're already better than the eldest sister. If Mu Yulu's leg wasn't injured now, she would have truly wanted to jump in and be a negative role model for Mu Kekshin to cheer her up a bit. Comforted like this by her eldest sister, Mu Kekshin's sadness lessened somewhat. She sniffled, then looked up at me with her teary eyes. Then, young Master Mu Ge, when you teach me, please don't be impatient. If you find me bothersome, call me stupid or lose patience with me. I'll cry. Her cuteness melted my heart. I gently used my fingertip to wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye. I promise I'll never call you that. Come on, my little student, let's continue. After that, I supported Mu Kekshin under her arm, carefully helping her back into the water. Supported by me, Mu Kekshin suddenly felt that it wasn't so bad not being able to learn. All the other sisters were gone, and now the entire pool had only Mu Ge and herself. Being alone together. Only at this time could she dare to be a little bolder. Mu Yulu on the shore watched the pair, talented young man and beautiful girl in the water. My patience, my gentleness, Kekshin's cuteness and loveliness, a harmonious scene like a painting. In her heart, she also felt an indescribable sense of inadequacy. Kekshin was truly lovely, full of youthful vitality. Mu Ge was also very patient with her. Could it be that the two of them were truly a match made in heaven? Sigh, youth is truly wonderful. Mu Yulu quietly put away her phone. Just now, she had taken the opportunity when no one was paying attention to secretly take many photos and videos of my physique. She had accumulated enough material. She felt that if her life continued like this, just being able to look at these things would be enough to satisfy her. Eighth sister definitely likes young Master Mugi. Young Master Mugi must also have feelings for eighth sister, right? Looking at how he comforted Kekshin earlier, those gentle, doting eyes, it was clearly like coaxing a pouting little girlfriend. Mu Yulu shook her head, feeling a bit melancholic. She asked the nanny to push her back. She wanted to give the two of them more private space. Only then could the two of them reveal their true selves. Seeing that the eldest sister had also left, Mu Kekshin's courage immediately grew. Then she leaned close to my ear and whispered, Muge, tell the lifeguard to leave. I want to learn privately with you. I nodded and shouted to the lifeguard on shore, "It's fine with just me here. You can all go rest." Soon, the indoor swimming pool was left with just the two of us. I looked at Kexin and said with a smile, "All right, Kexin, shall we begin now? You're so intelligent, you'll definitely learn very quickly." Sixth and seventh sister learned faster than you because they practice yoga often, so their body coordination is a bit better. This is your first time learning to swim, and to have progressed this much is already better than most people. Really? Kexin's eyes lit up. Then let's start. With me here, don't be afraid of drowning, just boldly make the movements. I supported her by the waist, encouraging her. Kexin nodded firmly. I trust you. You definitely won't let me die. She took a deep breath, put her face down, relaxed her body, and floated on the water. Then, her hands, following my instructions, began the paddling motion, and I, behind her, used my warm, large hands to envelop, her small, rosy legs guiding her in the frog kick motion again and again. Frog kick motion again and again. Under my patient and meticulous one-on-one guidance, Kexin quickly got the hang of it. I slowly released my hands, and to her surprise, she was able to swim on her own. Although still a bit wobbly, she had actually swum nearly 20 meters. The teaching task for today was considered complete. Sixth and seventh sister only learned up to this point too. Later, you can gradually learn the breathing technique. Sister Tam, who says you're foolish? You're very capable. Kexin was overjoyed. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had just eaten honey. The slight insecurity from earlier had long since vanished. Muke, you're so smart too, and very patient. Truly a great tutor. I really want to give you 1 billion so you can teach me math and swimming for the rest of my life. Kexin looked at me, her heart overflowing with immense emotion and love. This feeling surged intensely, almost as if it would burst through her chest. As patient, thoughtful, and gentle as I had been earlier, so was Kexin moved now. The love the sisters in this house have for me has never been love at first sight, nor has it been driven by lust at first sight, but rather it has been nurtured through our time spent together day after day. She truly couldn't hold back any longer. Gathering all the courage she had in her life, she looked into my eyes and asked seriously, can you walk ahead of me for my entire life and be my guide? This statement had a double meaning, both about learning skills, like swimming and advanced math, and also asking if I was willing to walk with her for the rest of my life. In fact, this could already be considered a formal confession of love. After saying these words, Kexin was so nervous her heart felt like it would leap out of her chest. She looked at me affectionately, awaiting my answer. When I heard this, I didn't think much of it at all. In my heart, Sister Tam was so good to me. Every time Mujj bullied me, she was always the first to defend me. Especially last time when Mujj used lingerie to frame me, she didn't doubt me at all and took the blame for me. From that moment on, I vowed, for such a good sister, I would naturally protect her for my entire life. So without hesitation, I solemnly replied, "Of course I agree. Not only am I willing to be your guide for life, but I'm also willing to shelter you from the wind and rain for a lifetime." As soon as these words left my mouth, Kexin froze completely, becoming completely stiff. She was completely speechless, overwhelmed by a feeling of shock and joy, so immense it felt like it would consume her. Her heart was melting, and tears couldn't be held back, streaming down, blurring her vision. Her eyes, full of deep affection, looked at me, then she reached out her hands, cupped my head, and kissed me. At the same time, this scene was witnessed by someone on the third-floor balcony, Mu Yulu, who saw the entire process clearly. At this moment, she put down the phone in her hand and couldn't help but smile, a smile that also carried an undisguised hint of surprise. She had just been using her phone to zoom in as much as possible, originally intending to capture some close-up shots of my body, but unexpectedly managed to record this rather steamy scene. She looked at the video saved on her phone, the image clear, the angle perfect. It seems my plan is about to succeed. Meanwhile, after Kexin's kiss, her entire being was in a state of extreme tension and embarrassment. Although it wasn't a kiss on the lips, it was still her first kiss. This was something she had gathered all her courage to do, the greatest act of bravery in her life. The reason she dared to do it was because she saw Sister 7, Mu Karen, kiss my forehead, which gave her a spark of inspiration and courage. Otherwise, even with 10 times the guts, she wouldn't have dared to take this step. As she ran back to her room, she secretly praised her own remarkable progress. But at the same time, she was terrified, afraid that I would hate her, thinking that she was a girl who had no sense of boundaries and was too forward. She rushed into her room and buried her head in the blanket. She buried her face in the soft pillow, whispering words of encouragement to herself. Muke is so good, so gentle. He surely won't hate my kiss. Maybe he even wants to be kissed. Thinking this, the tension in her heart was slowly replaced by a great sense of happiness. Her face flushed, she hugged the blanket and happily rolled around on the soft, large bed, feeling as happy as she could possibly be. It's just a kiss on the cheek now, so the next step must be lips. I must be the first person to kiss, Muke on the lips. Hehehe. Kexin was lost, in her beautiful fantasy, when suddenly there was a knock on her door. Mukexin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Muki? Does he miss me too, and came looking for me? Thinking this, Mukexin hurriedly got out of bed, then ran to the mirror to messily fix her wet hair. She patted her flushed cheeks, took a deep breath, and then went to open the door. However, after opening the door, she saw her eldest sister, Mu Yulu, sitting in her wheelchair. Elder sister? What brings you here? Mu Yulu had a smile on her face, a smile that was hard to read. Nothing. I was just passing by to see how you were doing. Mukexin thought her eldest sister came to care for her and felt warm inside. Elder sister, thank you for your comfort earlier. With your encouragement, I feel like I'm learning much faster. Oh, really? Mu Yulu asked with a smile. Is it my encouragement that helps you improve, or Muki's encouragement? Mukexin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why would elder sister ask that? That's strange. Her eyes began to dart away, her guilt showing. Of course. Of course it's both. Elder sister, why do you ask? The smile on Mu Yulu's face deepened. Let me guess. Muki's encouragement accounts for 90%, and elder sister's encouragement is only 10%, right? Mukexin was immediately overcome with embarrassment. No, it's clearly 50-50. Mu Yulu looked at her adorable, stubborn demeanor, refusing to admit it, and shook her head with a smile. Then she slowly took out her phone, opened the video she had just recorded, and held it up in front of Mukexin. Here, Kexin, if elder sister's encouragement means so much to you, then give elder sister a loving kiss too. Mukexin's eyes fell on the phone screen, where the moment was captured, completely and perfectly. Mukexin's face immediately turned deathly pale, her mind completely blank. It's over, caught red-handed and recorded too. The evidence is clear, no denying it. Elder sister is so serious, she's the most principled in the family besides mom and dad. Elder sister is like a mother, a matriarch. She'll definitely scold me to death, punish me, even tell mom and dad about this. Just thinking about the consequences, Mukexin trembled in fear. How will mom and dad look at Muke? Will it be because of me that they'll ask Muke to move out? If that bastard Mugegi finds out, how will he use this to cause trouble? How will he mock Muke and me? Mukexin was terrified. It took so much courage for me to finally be so bold, and must I face such a crushing blow? Her eyes welled up and tears immediately flowed. She was really about to cry. But Mu Yulu's face held, a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and even a hint of pride hidden in her eyes. Mukexin trembled as she spoke, her voice quivering so much it was barely audible. Elder sister, I didn't mean to. I was too emotional at the time. That kiss was to express my gratitude towards Muki. Just like Sister Seven kissing Muki's forehead, it really wasn't because I like Muki. Elder sister, please don't misunderstand. The smile on Mu Yulu's face grew wider. She found Mukexin's timid demeanor utterly adorable, especially her stubborn refusal to admit anything. She decided to tease this frightened little bunny a bit. Oh, really? Then why not give elder sister a kiss like that? Mukexin was trembling all over. She lowered her head and quickly, lightly kissed elder sister on the cheek. Is that okay? The next second, the smile on Mu Yulu's face vanished instantly, her expression turned serious, and her voice suddenly became much higher, carrying an air of authority. Okay? What's okay about this? Do you think you can get away with this? Don't think I don't know your wicked intentions. Do you feel that since Muki and you aren't related by blood, you can bully Muki? You two grew up together anyway. What kind of behavior is this? Muki doesn't resist, so you're taking advantage, aren't you? Every word struck Mukexin's heart. She was so scared she started crying, then desperately shook her head, sobbed, and denied it. No, Muki surely isn't because he's afraid of me that he doesn't resist. Muki is so good to me, he surely doesn't hate me either. Mu Yulu looked at her timid and pitiful appearance and found it very amusing. This little rabbit is indeed very interesting. Then she seized on the loophole in Mukexin's words and immediately pressed, So you admit it, don't you? You have wicked intentions towards Muki. This kiss wasn't simply an expression of gratitude, was it? Only then did Mukexin realize. It's over, elder sister has trapped me. Earlier, in order to prove that I wasn't forced by her, I indirectly admitted that the kiss was far from innocent. Her face immediately turned pale, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet elder sister's eyes. Mu Yulu felt the time was ripe. She pushed her wheelchair closer to Mukexin, and her voice softened again. Kexin, tell elder sister the truth. Do you have some other feelings for Muke? Mukexin bit her lower lip, her fingernails digging into her palm, tears still falling, looking both pathetic and adorable. She said with a nasally sobbing voice, Elder sister, I'm telling the truth. Can you please not tell Muke and mom and dad? I'm afraid mom and dad will kick Muki out. Mu Yulu looked at her trembling, crying shoulders, shook her head with a smile, and then reached out to pat her head. Silly Kexin, elder sister isn't that cruel. So is it or isn't it? Mukexin could only whisper, like a mosquito, quietly admitting, Yes, a little bit. Mu Yulu deliberately put on a stern face. Silly Kexin, you're not a good girl. Is it really just a little bit? Kexin lowered her head even further, her voice filled with indignation. It's a lot, so much it's almost overflowing. Hearing this answer, Muyulu finally couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted Kexin's head and said, "Honesty makes you a good girl, yes, a good girl." Kexin looked up, her face tear-streaked, filled with remorse. "Elder sister, I was wrong. I had wicked intentions towards Muki. I kissed him without his permission. I'll go apologize to him." Muyulu looked at her, a hint of teasing in her eyes. "Silly Kexin, how do you know Muke isn't happy? Eldest sister, you not only saw that I like young Master Mu, but you also saw that he likes me too." Kexin's whole body froze. She stared blankly at Muyulu, completely unable to process the statement, the immense amount of information contained within it. "Young Master Mu likes me too? How can that be?" Muyulu looked at her dazed expression, a gentle yet meaningful smile appearing on her face. "What eldest sister means is that I support you bravely, pursuing the life you love and the person you love." As soon as these words were spoken, Kexin was completely stunned. Her mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, buzzing and echoing. "Eldest sister supports me? Supports me pursuing young Master Mu? How can that be? Is this still the eldest sister who values rules more than the heavens?" Kexin looked at the gentle smile on Muyulu's face, a wild thought arising in her heart. Isn't eldest sister setting a trap? Kexin was completely flustered. This reversal had truly come too quickly. One second, eldest sister was strictly criticizing, her voice so stern it felt like she wanted to kick her out of the house. The next second, she had turned into a love advisor, encouraging me to pursue young Master Mu. Muyulu reached out her hand, gently pinching Kexin's flushed cheeks. "Kexin, young Master Mu and you are only about a year apart. You two are not related by blood, and the law clearly states that you two can completely get married. Besides, you're both handsome and beautiful, you two are a perfect match. Young Master Mu will definitely like you. I can see it, especially when he was teaching you to swim. I've seen many people like that. A person's eyes can hide their thoughts, but the look in their eyes when they love someone cannot be hidden." Kexin's cheeks turned so red they looked like they could bleed. She was incredibly embarrassed, but at the same time, she was secretly delighted. Young Master Mu has a secret crush on me? Could it be that I, being the one involved, am blind to it, like people say one in the dark cannot see? While eldest sister, being an outsider, could immediately see that young Master Mu likes me too. A great sense of happiness and embarrassment mixed together, making her lower her head, no longer daring to look at eldest sister again. Muyulu was extremely pleased. She contentedly looked at the little rabbit who had finally been appeased. "Little Kexin, eldest sister not only supports you, but I will also assist you." This statement made Kexin exclaim in joyous shock. With eldest sister's help, the success rate of me pursuing young Master Mu had truly increased exponentially. Kexin felt that eldest sister wasn't joking. So moved, she squatted down, hugging Muyulu's waist. "Thank you, eldest sister, thank you." Muyulu patted her back. "All right, stop crying now. But eldest sister also has a small condition. I wonder if you can agree to it." Kexin, without any hesitation, immediately looked up. "Whatever eldest sister says, I will agree to." Muyulu smiled. That smile carried a hint of smugness. "All right, you said that yourself. Eldest sister wants, after you and he are together, to borrow a few things from you." Kexin was a bit puzzled. The Mu sisters lacked nothing, and whatever she had, eldest sister also had. What did eldest sister want to borrow? She tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Eldest sister, what do you want to borrow?" Muyulu leaned down, slowly pushed her wheelchair closer to Kexin's ear, and gently whispered a sentence. "When you two are together, you will definitely do naughty things together, won't you?" Kexin's cheeks flushed red again. A wave of heat rushed straight to her ears. She shyly reached out her hand, gently tapping eldest sister's shoulder. "Eldest sister, what are you talking about? That's definitely something for much, much later." Kexin said this with her mouth, but in her heart she was secretly calculating. She thought it would be best if, on the first day, I agreed to her, he would devour me. This scenario, she didn't know how many times she had rehearsed in her head. Muyulu chuckled softly, then leaned close to Kexin's ear again, her voice even softer as she said, "The thing I want to borrow is..." After Muyulu finished speaking, she leaned back, her eyes intently watching Kexin's reaction. After Kexin heard it, her whole body went completely numb. This astonishment was tens of times stronger than before. It took her half a minute, she still hadn't recovered from the huge shock. She weakly asked aloud, "Eldest sister, are you serious?" Yulu's face also turned red, although she tried to remain calm. Saying these words required great courage from her. A lot of courage. "Of course, I'm serious." Kexin was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the serious eldest sister, cold and composed before her, who was now blushing like a young maiden. "Doesn't eldest sister already have a husband? I call Yan Huikong brother-in-law every day. Is eldest sister trying to cheat on her brother-in-law? Moreover, that's not the main point. The main point is that what she's interested in is. This contrast is too great. Is this still the serious, rational eldest sister who rarely smiled in my heart?" Muyulu knew that if she didn't tell the truth now, all her plans would be impossible to carry out. Sigh, actually, eldest sister here is just like you girls. Even now, I'm still a. Muyulu said, her voice carrying pain and forbearance. I don't love Yanhui King, and I don't want to have his child, but I want a child, and only young Master Mu is the most suitable. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to snatch young Master Mu away from you. I just want a healthy child and intelligent. Eldest sister wants to be a mother. As Muyulu spoke, she couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes immediately reddened. But I don't dare to tell young Master Mu, nor do I dare to tell anyone else. I only dare to tell you. Mu Kexin looked at eldest sister's pitiful state. Her defenses completely crumbled. She had never seen eldest sister cry before. In her impression, eldest sister was always the pillar of the Mu family. She married a man she didn't love, and now she was acting so pitiful for a child. Mu Kexin, heartbroken, hugged Mu Yulu again. Eldest sister, please don't cry. I agree to your terms, that's enough. But how should we implement this? Hearing that Mu Kexin agreed, Mu Yulu immediately stopped crying. It's simple, there are many ways, use your imagination. Mu Kexin bit her lip thinking, her mind also struggling internally. But these were all theoretical. Nothing was certain yet. A brilliant smile bloomed on Mu Yulu's face. She kissed Mu Kexin on the forehead. With eldest sister here, you two will definitely be together very soon. Eldest sister guarantees it. But you must remember this. Don't tell anyone, including sisters and parents. After everything was discussed, Mu Kexin stood up, pushed eldest sister's wheelchair back to her room. Conversely, I was still immersed at this moment in the underwater kiss with Mu Ki, those earth-shattering kisses, and Mu Kexin's kiss, my heart filled with happiness. I returned to the living room and saw Mu Yoyan's face looking very unwell, so I walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Mu Yoyan looked up, a hint of grievance in her eyes. "Young brother Mu, I'm so pitiful. Next week is my wedding ceremony, and the Jia family is holding a very grand ceremony. Many celebrities and major families will attend. In my heart, I also felt very reluctant. I looked at the woman I had slept with, about to become someone else's wife, and still felt unwilling. Although I could be sure that turtle Jia Zai couldn't even touch one finger of fourth sister, and at the same time she would keep her chastity for me, but I still felt a sense of powerlessness. I vowed in my heart, one day I will take Mu Yuyan back. Mu Yuyan's complexion was still not good. I quietly stayed beside her, waiting until the living room was completely empty. Mu Yuyan also became bolder, only to see her suddenly move closer to me. Young brother Mu, but just thinking about the fact that we're cheating on Jia Zai still feels very exciting. But we've done it many times at home, it's boring. Mu Yuyan's eyes sparkled, implying something. I understood her meaning. I hesitated slightly and said, "It's not a good idea. I heard that at your wedding, even the richest person and the heads of major families, young masters and princesses will be present. On such an occasion, if something unexpected happens, then Jia Zai's cuckolded status will immediately spread throughout the world." Mu Yuyan's eyes lit up. It's precisely because it's on such an occasion that it's exciting. After saying that, her face showed an eager expression. Actually, deep down, I also enjoyed a thrill. I tried to imagine that scene, Mu Yoyan wearing a beautiful wedding dress under the blessings of prominent figures from all walks of life, walking into the wedding hall. The result was that backstage beforehand, Mu Yoyan was making love with another man. That could indeed bring me an immense sense of accomplishment. I genuinely began to anticipate it, but still hesitantly said, "But after doing something bad, you probably won't have time to shower, right?" Mu Yuyan's gaze became even more fiery. "Then I won't shower." I chuckled, thinking to myself, it's no wonder, these two people who are fond of each other both enjoy excitement. After returning to my room, I looked out the window with a somewhat complicated mood. In less than 2 weeks, I'll be going to Shanghai for university and will have to move out. It's likely that eldest sister Mu Yulu, third sister Mu Tangchun, and fourth sister Mu Yoyan will have fewer opportunities to meet in the future. I probably won't move back in either. Sighing, I couldn't help but wish, if only I were the true young master of some wealthy family. At 12 a.m., after I finished showering, Mukiai suddenly sent me a message. "Come to my room to finish the reward we left unfinished earlier." I recalled what happened underwater with Mukiai. The thrilling sensation of the passionate underwater kiss still lingered in my mind. It was no joke. Although it was a one-sided reward for Mukiai, it still piqued my interest. Then I went to the wardrobe, looking at the bright red sample I had cut down earlier. Then I carefully took it out. It was time to give it to Sister Ki as a gift. She would surely be very surprised that I had put so much thought into it. After adjusting my clothes, I, with a bit of anticipation, went to Mu Kiai's door, then gently knocked and immediately pushed the door open and entered. But upon seeing her alluring outfit, I still couldn't help but freeze. Mu Kiai looked at me, a teasing smile in her eyes. "Why are you spacing out?" I coughed lightly to hide my fluster. "No, it's just that I find you very beautiful today." Mu Kiai walked to the bedside and sat down. Then she patted the spot next to her. "Come here, why are you standing there?" I walked over and sat beside her, then turned to look at Mu Kiai. Sixth sister, what reward do you want? Upon hearing this, Mukei reached out her hand, gently unbuckled her belt, and then revealed a scene, even more astonishing within. A piece of purple fabric enveloped her honeyed peaches and her northern and southern hemispheres. And at the same time, Mu Karen, who had just finished bathing, also had a feeling. Earlier, while swimming, she had taken great advantage of me. That thrill made her restless now. Then she stood in front of the mirror and started applying makeup. Clearly, she wants to disguise herself as Mukei to come to my room and do bad things. But after Mu Karen finished her makeup, she arrived at my door, then gently pushed it open. After discovering no one was there, the corner of her mouth curled into a cunning smile. I'll give her a little surprise later. After that, she went to the bedside, lifted the blanket, and lay straight down into my blanket. As for Mukei, she was clinging to me at this time. Little brother Muge, earlier in the pool, the second kiss only lasted a minute. I'm sure you haven't enjoyed it enough. Before, in the car, I kissed you for half an hour before I was satisfied. Hearing that, I couldn't help but slap her curvy backside. She pouted and said, "Naughty. It's so late. Aren't you afraid someone will hear?" I immediately felt a bit strange. Sixth sister, during the day in the room, weren't you even louder? Why didn't you care then? Now you care? Besides, the room is so well soundproofed. Saying that, I directly kissed her, and then wanted to repeat what we did in the room in the afternoon. Mukei was stunned for a moment, then responded to my passionate kiss. But as her hands moved from my neck down to my body, she suddenly felt something in my pocket, which even made a plastic rubbing sound. She instinctively assumed it was a condom. Why does little brother Mugi have that with him? Could it be that he's figured it out and wants to do something with me? In Mukei's heart, immediately, a surge of excitement arose. Without further ado, she took the item out of my pocket. When she looked at it, it was a transparent plastic film, wrapping a small piece of bedsheet with a bright red stain on it. She immediately looked at me with confusion. Little brother Muge, what is this? I immediately thought Mukei was playing dumb, and directly gently held her chin. Sister Kei, don't worry about what this is. I want it now. Mukei immediately turned pale with shock. She didn't expect me to be so direct. She looked into my burning eyes, and for some reason felt nervous. Little brother Muge? We don't have condoms. Go buy some, or steal a few from parents' room. Hearing that, my movements immediately stopped, and I couldn't help but wonder. You didn't need them at noon, but now you do. What is Sister Kei thinking exactly? But it's true, one should be a bit careful. But it's already past 12 o'clock, so going out to buy some isn't practical. If I were to steal from parents' room, the risk would be even greater. Thinking this, I sighed helplessly. Sister Kei, let's just skip it. We'll play the youth version. Seeing this, Mukei nodded gently, then placed her hands on my waist and slowly knelt down in front of me. Half an hour later, I carried Mukei into the bathtub and gently kissed her forehead. Sister Kei, you take a bath. I'll head back first. But as soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, I saw the bedsheet sample I had forgotten. I thought to myself that it was time to officially give her the gift. Then I picked up the sample, turned, and went back into the bathroom. Sister Kei, here, this is for you. I handed the bedsheet sample to Mukei. Mukei opened her eyes and glanced at it, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. What is this? I wanted to ask earlier. When I heard her ask again, I felt that Mukei had become addicted to playing dumb. Stop playing dumb. Isn't it yours? Mukei was completely bewildered. She looked at my serious expression and had no idea what I was talking about. Little brother Muge, are you hallucinating? Don't you have a fever? I'm still a young girl, okay? Hearing this, I froze completely. Then I looked at Mukei with disbelief. You're the one who's really confused, already pretending to have lost your memory with me so quickly? Should I ask if we need a DNA test? Seeing me so serious, Mukei also began to panic. She suddenly sat up from the bathtub. What on earth are you talking about? The more I don't understand. Are we not on the same wavelength? My head started to spin. Could Sister Kei have lost her memory? Impossible. But looking at Mukei's innocent eyes, it didn't seem like she was lying. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down and pointed at the bedsheet sample. It's from this afternoon in my room. After you did that bad thing, I cut it out. Mukei's face immediately turned pale. Her body trembled. What are you talking about? After 2 p.m., I was sound asleep in my room until after 4 p.m. Mukei's voice was filled with extreme shock. Then, as if she realized something, she was startled. Did you sneak into my room? I was completely dumbfounded. I stood frozen with the bedsheet sample in my hand. Then I quickly calmed myself down and analyzed the possibilities. You said after leaving the living room this afternoon, you rested continuously in your room. Can you be sure? Mukei was also flustered. I'm sure, 100% sure. I even had a dream. I dreamed of you. After waking up, I took a bath and changed the sheets. Why would I lie to you? But during that time, you clearly came to my room and did that bad thing with me. Saying that, I held up the small evidence bag. This sample came from there. Why would I lie to you? Mukai looked at the item and was completely at a loss. Her worldview was severely shaken. She tried to recall, but apart from that vague dream, there was nothing else in her memory. Could I have sleepwalked? Because I really dreamed that you and I were in my room. Did I come to you myself, or did you call me? Also, did you say anything then? My voice was firm. I was the one who sneaked into your room. Moreover, I was the one who said I wanted to go to the final step, and even said I wouldn't regret it, and didn't need you to take responsibility. I can take responsibility for my own life. Upon hearing these words, Mukai immediately flew into a rage. There's no way I would say words like that. Besides, whoever sleeps with me has to be responsible for me for life. That's my worldview. If anyone sleeps with me and doesn't take responsibility, it'll definitely castrate him. Looking at her fierce demeanor, it was completely different from the person I met in the afternoon. The person in the afternoon was proactively attacking, bold yet a little shy. The person in front of me now was defending her territory, strong and a bit wild. Could we have been drugged by someone? This thought occurred to me, but I quickly dismissed it. That's not right. I remember I was very clear-headed then. I remembered every detail. Mukai also calmed down a bit, her mind working quickly. So, what color clothes were you wearing? I quickly replied, a purple dress. I've seen you wear it before at Mom's birthday party last year. You were wearing that one. Mukai's heart suddenly sank. Then she quickly went to the wardrobe, pulled the door open forcefully, and started searching inside. I clearly remember that dress being here. Why can't I find it? She had turned the entire wardrobe upside down, but still couldn't find the purple dress. At this moment, I suddenly seemed to recall something. How many pairs of glasses do you have? Mukai was stunned for a moment, and instinctively replied, 1 pair. Immediately after, she corrected herself. No, there are 2 pairs, and one is an older pair, with a weaker prescription, always kept on the desk as a backup. Saying that, she turned and went towards the desk in the room to search. But the small box where she usually kept her glasses was empty, with nothing inside. That backup pair of glasses was also gone. At this point, both of us stopped. We looked at each other from several meters away and immediately saw in each other's eyes the same astonishment and disbelief. Immediately after, a preposterous, yet the only logical answer, popped into our heads. If we still haven't figured it out by now, then we really shouldn't live anymore. We nodded almost simultaneously, with expressions of sudden realization. It was her. I rewound every frame of the afternoon in my mind, and every detail that seemed reasonable then now appeared full of loopholes, all connected clearly. She acted very convincingly, wearing your clothes, wearing your glasses, doing her makeup, like you. She even imitated your unique skills. But her passive talent was indeed just like yours, but her active talent was a bit lacking. I recalled her unharmonious, subtle movements in the afternoon. Mukai's body was very flexible and coordinated, with a unique sense of rhythm. But the person in the afternoon did not. She's very smart, telling me she sprained her ankle, using this excuse to hide her clumsiness, so I didn't suspect anything then. Now it seems it wasn't a sprain at all, but rather she was forced to improvise, completely unable to imitate you. She's truly a cunning little fox. After hearing my analysis, Mukai's face turned ashen. Her body trembled slightly with anger. She and I often bathe together, so I know her body best. But I remember she and I have one very obvious difference. I thought of something else and immediately chuckled. The other night she came to my room to borrow something. Mukai immediately understood. She'll stop at nothing. Our moods were both extremely complicated. The problem now is, it seems she knew long ago what happened between us, so this trap has been set for a long time. When were we exposed? This was a crucial question. The intimacy between me and Mukai was always our deepest secret. How did she know, and so clearly, so well that she could imitate Mukai's skills perfectly, and even pull off such a role-swapping act? Did she install a camera in my room? My expression darkened. If that were truly the case, the nature of the situation would be too severe. Mukai shook her head. No. She wouldn't do something like that. Although she likes to cause trouble, she wouldn't cross such a line. She often sneaks into my room, uses my makeup, wears my clothes. I remember, last time we were in the room, she could have been in my bathroom. She hid in there, overhearing everything we said. That cunning little fox has been secretly observing everything from the beginning. She gathered all the information, and at the most opportune moment, delivered her fatal blow. She successfully tricked me, and took what rightfully belonged to me. Then I looked towards Mukai, and found she was also looking at me. At this moment, Mukai let out a cold laugh. Let's go. Let's confront her, and teach her a lesson. At this moment, Mukai was almost driven mad by jealousy. She felt that after all her efforts, she had only played the honor of King's youth version with me. And yet Mukaren, that brat, it's like directly leaping to the heavens. This is truly rebellion. Even though she's my older sister, she hasn't even eaten me yet. Hasn't the bloodline suppression lost its effect? Mukai swore in her heart she would definitely teach Mukaren a lesson, so she would know that men have to pay a price. Mukai and I walked one after another down the hallway, heading straight to Mukaren's room. We didn't even bother to care how late it was, whether she was already asleep or not. Even if she was already asleep, we had to drag her out of bed and teach her a lesson. But as it turned out, when we pushed open Karen's door, we discovered no one was inside. The bed was neat and tidy, without a trace that someone had slept there. I felt it was strange and turned to look at Mukai. The answer was all too clear. Karen must have run to my room again. Mukai was so angry, she was about to explode on the spot. This lustful devil, she gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. It wasn't enough this afternoon. Taking advantage of me at the pool wasn't enough. This is too much. Hearing this, I found it a bit funny. So Mukaran really is lustful. That little head of hers is filled with nothing but this. We went back to the front of my room. We tiptoed in and pushed the door open, and as soon as we stepped in, we saw on the bed, indeed, someone was lying there. The figure was lying on its side, seemingly fast asleep, completely unaware of our entry. She had been swimming and acting all day, exercising for so long, she must have been exhausted. Mukai and I went to the bedside to get a clear look at the person in the bed. As expected, it was the fake Mukai. Just as I was about to call out to her, Mukai grabbed my arm and stopped me, shaking her head at me. Let her reveal her true colors. I want to see just how good her acting is. After she said that, she pointed to the closet nearby and hid inside, leaving only a crack in the door to observe. I thought that was a good idea too. I also wanted to see for myself just how well Karen, that cunning little vixen, could act. So without further hesitation, I directly reached out and lifted the blanket. As soon as the blanket was lifted, I was stunned. Underneath the blanket, Karen was wearing only a flimsy piece of lingerie. I immediately covered her back up with the blanket, but even with this single action, Karen was awakened. She sleepily opened her eyes and rubbed them. As soon as her vision cleared, she saw me standing beside the bed. She instantly became wide awake. Brother Muge, you're finally back. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for so long. Come to bed and sleep with me. I've already warmed the bed for you. Seeing her like this, I intentionally teased her. Sixth sister, are you making a move so quickly? Karen was taken aback for a moment. Then, her cheeks flushed slightly and she playfully pushed me. How could it be so fast? I just wanted to hold you and rest. I've never even slept with a boy before. Besides, I didn't come here to do anything bad. I sneered inwardly. It couldn't be that simple. So I went along with her wishes and lay down beside her. But as soon as I lay down, Karen immediately clung to me. Her long, fair legs were placed directly on my legs, her arms wrapped tightly around my waist, her whole body pressed against me, holding me tightly. Brother Muge, you smell so good. I still want to do naughty things. What should I do? In the darkness, a smile curved my lips. I turned on the light again. Let's play a game. Then I took from the bedside table a black blindfold and a cooling blanket. When Karen saw these two items, her face instantly turned bright red. Brother Mugi, if you like it, I can. But a boy should be gentle with the girl he likes. So be a little gentler, okay? I nodded. Of course. You can't peek. Put on the blindfold. At this moment, the closet door opened, and then Mukai stepped out from inside. Karen felt someone, wrapping her in the blanket, thinking it was me. She was still smiling. Brother Mugi, my hands are so cold, and when did my fingernails get so long? I stood by and replied nonchalantly. They were always this long. You just misremembered. Karen smiled, feeling the sensation. Then she couldn't help but giggle. I didn't expect Brother Muge to have this preference. Karen was full of anticipation for what was to come. Then the blindfold on her face was yanked down. The light made her blink uncomfortably, but when she opened her eyes again and clearly saw the person in front of her, the smile on her face froze instantly. The person standing in front of her was not me at all, but the person she had been impersonating all day, sixth sister Mukai. Mukai looked down at her from above. Her gaze was so cold it could freeze a person. Karen's pupils dilated violently from shock. Ah! Her scream tore through the silence. The sound was so piercing, it could almost pierce through walls. I reacted extremely quickly. Almost the instant the sound was made, I reached out and covered her mouth tightly. Karen's body trembled violently, her eyes wide as saucers, filled with pure terror. She had never been this scared in her entire life. Her mind went blank. Just a few seconds ago, she thought that after removing the blindfold, she would be greeted by my loving kiss. She had even puckered her lips high, ready to receive it. But reality had given her a shocking surprise. After a long time, that extreme fear slowly faded away, replaced by endless despair and shame. Karen's little mind raced frantically. It's over. I'm done for. This isn't just being found out. This is a public shaming. Feeling that the person in my arms was finally no longer struggling, I slowly removed my hand from her mouth. I glanced at my palm. It was covered in the saliva of Karen, glistening. Karen, now tightly, wrapped in the cooling blanket with only her head exposed, like a sticky rice cake about to be put into a pot, completely unable to move. She looked at the two people in front of her, awkwardly curled her lips, and forced a smile. Sister, why are you here? Mukai looked down at her from above. Which sister? What sister? Aren't you Mukei? You should be calling me older sister, shouldn't you? With that, Mukei turned around and said coldly, Brother Mugi, help her up. I silently complied. I lifted the entire blanket along with Mu Karen inside and sat her up. Mu Karen, like a roly-poly doll, wobbled a bit before sitting steady. Mukei stepped forward, getting close to the edge of the bed. You're such a little imp. You're so audacious. What are you thinking about all day? Even resorting to such a dirty trick as impersonating your older sister and playing such a deceptive game, all just to get close to Brother Mugi. You truly have no fear of heaven or earth. Mu Karen was scolded so hard she couldn't lift her head and mumbled softly, It's the same for both of us. Though her voice was soft in the quiet room, it was remarkably clear. Mukei's eyebrows immediately shot up. What did you say? Mu Karen immediately shook her head, putting on a fawning smile. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. That look on her face showed no sign of remorse, because as she thought about it, she immediately felt incredibly wronged. It was clear that her older sister had done the bad deed first, with Brother Muji. She was merely learning and referencing, borrowing strength to fight strength. Why should she be punished for lighting a fire when others are allowed to light lamps? Mukei was angered by her unrepentant attitude, making her laugh out of sheer frustration. Fine, you dare to argue back. Then she turned to look at me. Cover her mouth for me. Today, I'm going to teach her a proper lesson. Mu Karen immediately panicked upon hearing this. She quickly looked at me. Her large, watery eyes were filled with a plea for help. Brother Mugi, you should decide who you help. You are the one who slept with me. If you are a man, you should protect the woman who is yours. Don't let the woman you care about be bullied by others. I was stunned for a moment. Her words seemed reasonable. But then I thought, today's actions by Mu Karen were indeed excessive. This move was too dirty. She needs to learn a profound lesson so that she never forgets. So I ignored Mu Karen's pitiful yet slightly fierce gaze. From the bedside drawer, I took out a new handkerchief and went to the bedside. Grabbing Mu Karen's chin without any hesitation, I folded the handkerchief several times and stuffed it into her mouth. Mukei watched this scene, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Good boy, Brother Mugi, she said. Lay her down. Then Mukei took a long white feather from a decorative vase on the floor and gestured with her eyes to me beside her. Hold her legs and body down. Don't let her move around. I understood and held down Mu Karen, who was struggling nonstop. And Mukei, holding the feather, slowly squatted down. Her gaze then fell upon Mu Karen's small, fair feet. Mu Karen immediately understood what she was going to do. Her body struggled even more fiercely. She had been ticklish since she was little, especially her soles. Mukei's lips curved into a smile. She gently brushed Mu Karen's feet with the feather. A strange ticklish sensation shot straight to her head. Mu Karen's body suddenly arched, her body writhing in extreme discomfort, tears welling up in her eyes. She desperately tried to curl her toes, but her body was held down tight, completely unable to move. With her mouth stuffed with a handkerchief, she couldn't even utter a plea for mercy, only manage muffled groans. That ticklish feeling that reached her core, mixed with the shame of being caught. She let out pitiful cries like a small animal. This strange torture continued, Mu Karen lying on the bed, struggling in vain. If I hadn't held her tightly with my arm, she probably would have rolled off the bed long ago. After about half a minute, I looked at her tear-streaked face, her whole body trembling, and finally softened. After all, if this continued, I was afraid I might truly break her. So I directly said to Mukei, it's okay. Mukei only wanted to teach her a lesson, not to truly torment her. Upon hearing me speak, Mukei also stopped, okay? Mukei also just wanted to teach her a lesson, not to truly torment her. Then, I stopped and stood up, looking down from above at the pathetic sight of my little sister on the bed. As soon as the restraints were removed, Mu Karen immediately curled up into a ball, gasping on the bed. She rested for a long time before slowly pushing herself up on the mattress. Her long, messy hair stuck to her sweat-drenched cheeks. Her eye makeup was smudged by tears, the black eyeliner blurring, making her look just like a calico kitten who had endured endless grievances. Mukei crossed her arms, her face cold, and asked, Do you know you were wrong now? Mu Karen lowered her head, her shoulders trembling with each sob. The discomfort of being punished had not yet passed. A surge of pent-up emotion welled up. She lifted her head, her eyes red and teary, and whimpered, You guys, you're all ganging up on me, boo-hoo. I'm not talking to either of you anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Tears as big as beans fell drop by drop. She cried heartbrokenly, tearing her heart and lungs. Mukei was completely taken aback. Clearly, she was in the wrong, yet now it seemed as if she was the ultimate villain. But seeing her sister cry so mournfully, she couldn't help but soften, even though she was born a few minutes earlier. But as the elder sister, seeing her sister cry like this, her intention to lecture immediately deflated by half. She even started to question herself if she had truly been a bit too much just now. But on second thought, that wasn't right. This little fox was so skilled at falsely accusing and framing. It was clearly lacking in chivalry, impersonating me to turn things upside down. Didn't you do something bad to younger brother Mu-ji first? I just used a little trick. Mu-Karen cried and shouted. A single sentence left Mu-Kai speechless. Mu-Kai was so choked up she could barely breathe. Her face turned red from holding back. Then you should also use your own identity. Don't use mine. If you do something wrong, shouldn't you be punished? Mu-Karen immediately counterattacked. Then didn't you also do something bad? You were the first one to lay hands on younger brother Mu-ji, and the very first one too. Seeing the two sisters about to argue on my bed, my head started to ache. I quickly hurried to mediate. Why don't you both calm down first? Everyone go back to your own rooms. Mu-Kai tutted. She glared at Mu-Karen, who was still sobbing, and then said to me, you teach her properly. She knows she's wrong but doesn't correct it. After speaking, she turned and left, slamming the door shut. As soon as Mu-Kai left, Mu-Karen's crying became even louder. Then she threw herself into my arms, her small fists hitting my chest. You're bad, you're a terrible person. You just helped Sister 6 instead of me. I already gave myself to you. And you're helping someone else lecture me. Do you even have me in your heart? This afternoon I acted so hard that my legs are about to break. Wasn't it all for you? And you, on the other hand, turned around and ganged up with your sister to bully me. You're a heartless traitor. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you think that since you've already got me, you don't need to care about my feelings anymore? You're too wicked. I don't like you anymore. I was so flustered by her crying that I quickly hugged her, gently patting her back. Okay, stop crying. It was just a minute of tickling, right? Look, in the end, I was the one who told Sister 6 to stop. Mu-Karen suddenly lifted her head from my arms. Her large, tear-filled eyes glared at me. What the punishment was is not important. What I care about is your attitude. You helped Sister 6, not me. In your heart, I'm not as important as she is, am I? You're so biased. Looking at her wronged expression, I felt both annoyed and amused. This little fox dared to say that. Who told you not to be honest and to lie to me? And you dared to impersonate Sister 6? You're too audacious. Isn't it because you like me? It's precisely because you like me too much that you've thought of every way and resorted to these little tricks. Would you treat a girl who likes you with all her heart like this, to let her be bullied by others, and you stand by and help them? Don't you like me at all? Mu-Karen cried harder as she spoke, her tears flowing more freely. I was completely at a loss and had to patiently coax her. Okay, I was wrong, all right? It won't happen again next time. It'll definitely help you. Mu-Karen sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at me, her expression full of disbelief. You're lying. You'll definitely reject me later. Boo-hoo. Younger brother Mugi doesn't need me anymore. After sleeping with me, you want to dump me and go find another woman. Mu-Karen's voice grew softer and softer, finally turning into a desperate whimper. Hearing this, my heart broke and I quickly held her tighter. I won't. Absolutely not. You don't believe me and I can swear to it. Mu-Karen sniffled, her crying gradually subsiding. Then she lifted her delicate, tear-streaked face and looked at me with eyes washed clean by tears, which had become unusually clear, carefully asking, what you mean is, you will accept the identity of Mu-Karen? Seeing the fragile hope in her eyes, I couldn't possibly say no, so I could only solemnly nod. Yes. Mu-Karen's eyes immediately lit up. She stared at me intently for a few seconds. You said that. Don't go back on your word. I nodded without hesitation. I won't go back on my word. After receiving my affirmation, the sadness on Mu-Karen's face gradually disappeared. Then she sat up straight from my embrace, and a smug smile curled her lips. Immediately after, she quickly kissed me on the cheek. Good boy, younger brother Mugi. Then she cheerfully hopped off the bed and ran out of the room without looking back. That light figure had none of the aggrieved appearance from moments ago, desperately seeking solace. Looking at her retreating back, I was speechless for a moment. I had been tricked again. This little fox was too cunning, truly impossible to guard against. But I wasn't that foolish either. I could feel that Mu-Karen had probably been genuinely hurt just now. That grievance and helplessness were not faked. It was just that when I agreed to accept her identity as Mu-Karen, that immense joy immediately overwhelmed her sadness. The next morning, as I yawned and went downstairs, I saw Sister 6 and Sister 7 already in the garden downstairs. But the atmosphere was a bit strange. They were very far apart. One was on the east side of the garden, the other on the west. Their relationship used to be very good, often waking up early together for exercise, talking and laughing. But today the air was filled with tense tension. Neither of them paid any attention to the other. Mu-Karen was holding a jump rope, skipping one by one. Her ponytail swung behind her head, full of youthful energy. Meanwhile, Mu-Kai sat on a rattan chair under a parasol, holding a cup of coffee. Her gaze, cold and distant, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. One felt that the other was impersonating her and stealing what was rightfully hers, shameless and despicable. The other felt that the other had acted wrongly first, and she was merely learning and referencing. Why should the official be allowed to light a fire, but the commoner forbidden to light a lamp? Neither was willing to back down. Especially in Mukiai's heart, there was an extreme imbalance. Clearly, she had connected with me first, paving the way step by step, and was on the verge of success. But then the little fox, Karen, used a preemptive move and reached the goal first. How could she swallow this insult? Moreover, a thought flashed through Mukiai's mind that shocked her even more. There were clearly no balloons in the house, and it was because of this that she and I couldn't reach the final step last night. So, did Karen and younger brother Muge, did they secretly go out and buy some? Or did they steal from their parents' room? Or even? Mukiai dared not continue thinking. This woman was too reckless. At this moment, both of them saw me descending the stairs, and almost simultaneously they immediately rose from their positions and quickly ran towards me. Younger brother Muge, did you sleep well last night? Karen rushed to me first. A sweet smile graced her face, and she naturally put her arm around mine. Did you dream of me? As she spoke, she looked at me provocatively. Mukiai, following behind, her expression darkened, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she went to my other side, her tone so gentle it could melt. Are you tired, younger brother Mugi? I've prepared breakfast for you. It's your favorite crab roe buns, and I've warmed milk for you too. She then reached out her hand, wanting to take my other hand and lead me towards the dining room. The twin sisters were now in direct confrontation. One used physical contact to claim ownership. The other used thorough care and attention to show her affection. The smell of gunpowder from jealousy almost set the living room ablaze. Caught in the middle, my head immediately felt huge. However, what the sisters didn't notice was that in the shadows of a corner of the living room, a pair of eyes filled with malice and envy was staring intently at us. It was Mujiji. Last night, he was summoned by his parents to the study and thoroughly lectured. Finally, his parents made a decision to let him calm down and also to prevent him from further conflicts with me and his sisters. They decided to send Mujiji to Africa for a while as soon as possible to participate in a special competitive project. If he passed, he would be directly admitted to a top-tier university in the country. In Mudungtwin's eyes, this was a dedicated and caring arrangement, but to Mujiji, it sounded like sheer exile. What kind of godforsaken place is Africa? Why should Mugi stay home and enjoy the attention of his sisters and the care of his parents? While he, the true young master of the Mu family, is about to be banished to such a place. He vowed to make me pay dearly, to make me ruined and infamous, forever unforgiven. Mujiji's gaze was terrifyingly dark. He took out his phone, sent a message to a brother he knew from his past life on the streets. He wanted to get a special kind of drug, a drug that could make people lose their minds, leaving only the most primal instincts. Thinking of this, Mujiji's gaze slowly swept across the women in the living room. Each of them was so beautiful, so high and mighty. Now they had all become pawns, to be exploited in his revenge plan. Who should be the first sacrifice? Mujiji's eyes first fell on Muyulu, but after a quick glance, he immediately dismissed it. The eldest sister was impossible. She was too strong. Besides, Yan Huigang was his ally, so the remaining targets were only fourth sister Mu Yoyan and eighth sister Mu Kexin, but fourth sister Mu Yoyan was about to be betrothed to the Jia family. This marriage was extremely important to the Mu family. If at this crucial moment Mu Ge and Mu Yoyan, who was about to become the Jia family's daughter-in-law, were to do something, once the matter was exposed, Mu Yoyan would make a scene for everyone to know. The Mu family's reputation would be ruined, the family's honor and interest would suffer a devastating blow. Thinking of this, Mujiji's gaze locked directly onto Mu Kexin. Eighth sister, just a first-year university student, must still be a pure and delicate young girl. At home, she was always like a little angel that everyone loved. If a pampered sister, so pure and spotless like her, was to have something done to her by Mu Gi, with her timid and innocent personality, Mu Kexin would surely be terrified to the point of collapse, and then immediately report it. By then, there would be enough witnesses and evidence, the crime would be established, and Mu Ge would just wait to rot in jail. Mujiji seemed to have no guilt, feeling that this was what they deserved. Why else would you all dote on this little puppy? Yesterday, you even went to cheer for that bastard during swimming. I heard it all. You could cover up the previous lingerie incident, because you are all innocently obsessed with your little brother. So what if it was about losing virginity? At that point, Muji would become in their eyes a devil, their faith would be shattered. Purity is what every girl cherishes the most. Having something happen with someone they don't love, who could withstand such a shock? They would probably cry themselves into despair. In contrast, Mu Kexin at this moment was sitting on the sofa with a heavy heart. She had thought about it all night and still felt that aligning with the eldest sister was a good thing, although this would cause her future husband to lose a few children, but she would gain the eldest sister's help. Moreover, the eldest sister was so pitiful, trapped in that unhappy marriage, giving her a child would be a good deed. So when Mu Kexin saw me coming down the stairs, her small face blushed involuntarily. She was too shy to approach. Yesterday, she had secretly kissed her little brother Mugi cheek at the pool. He must have been terribly embarrassed then. This was probably the first time this pure young boy had been kissed by a girl. Thinking of this, Mukexin was secretly delighted. She just wondered if her little brother Muge now felt awkward talking to her. At this moment, Muyulu suddenly pushed her wheelchair to her side. Kexin, what are you thinking about? Mukexin jumped in surprise, quickly turned her head, and shyly asked in a small voice. Eldest sister, what do you think? Is my little brother Muji unhappy about what happened yesterday? Muyulu nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps, after all, he's a growing boy with thin skin and sensitive thoughts. You suddenly kissed him yesterday like that. He might not know how to face you today or how to behave around you. Hearing the eldest sister's professional analysis, Mukexin became even more shy. She chuckled shyly and twirled a lock of her hair with her fingers. Was I a bit naughty doing that? Muyulu looked at her worried, yet excited demeanor. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. It was a bit naughty indeed. How about this? After little brother Muji finishes breakfast later, you go find him. Explain it to him face to face. First apologize with a sincere attitude. Tell him it was unintentional, just a moment of impulse. Let him know you didn't mean anything else. Then the knot in his heart will be untangled and he won't avoid you. Mukexin nodded vigorously upon hearing this, feeling the eldest sister's words were so reasonable. As expected of the eldest sister, so thoughtful. The two of them had never been in love. All their knowledge about love came from movies and imagination. As innocent as a blank sheet of paper, they were seriously here, analyzing the thoughts of the innocent young man that is me. And at this moment, I had no idea that I had been defined by the two sisters as an innocent boy needing careful protection. At this moment, I was flanked by Mukei and Mukaren as we walked into the dining room. Since I came down very late, everyone else had already finished eating, but there were still 3 hot breakfast portions on the table. It was because the 2 of them specifically stayed behind to wait for me to eat with them. The 3 of us sat around the dining table. Mukaren picked up a crab roe bun, took a small bite, and then deliberately dipped it with her chopsticks. Immediately after, she took the golden crab roe, rich and creamy inside, and placed it on the plate in front of me. Here, all the good parts are for you. She knew I wouldn't mind her saliva. We had already done much more intimate things, and Mukiai on the other side, after seeing Mukaren's action, also imitated her. I looked at the 2 buns on my plate, both covered in love crab roe. This feeling of being pampered was truly wonderful, but I saw the twin sisters still exchanging silent glares and felt the need to mediate. Then I cleared my throat. Actually, you 2 don't have to. Eat my food. Can't even stuff crab roe buns into my mouth? Immediately, 2 voices filled with the scent of gunpowder rang out in unison. Right after, Mukei and Mukaren glared at me simultaneously. I shrugged helplessly and wisely chose to eat in silence. It seemed these 2 women were at complete odds. This feud couldn't be resolved immediately, but it wasn't a big deal. Sisters have minor conflicts sometimes. They'll be fine in a few days. After breakfast, I went to the garden alone to walk off my meal. The early morning air carried a bit of coolness and the scent of plants, making my sluggish mind much clearer. But as I walked under a blooming rose bush, my shoulder was gently patted from behind. I turned my head, and the fair, pretty, small face of Mukachin appeared before my eyes. At this moment, her small face was flushed red, and she dared not look directly at me. Her gaze was somewhat evasive. Eighth sister, are you here to see me? As soon as I saw her, she broke into a radiant smile. Mukachin nodded like a pecking chicken, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. The 2 of us walked slowly side by side on the small path in the garden. Mukachin lowered her head, looking at her shoe tips, repeatedly giving herself a pep talk. Finally, she stopped and looked up at me. Yesterday. I'm sorry. I immediately feigned confusion. Sorry? Why are you apologizing to me? Mukexin fidgeted with her fingers, a little flustered. It's about yesterday when I secretly kissed you at the pool. I was a bit taken aback. That's all? What's there to apologize for? There are many other places to kiss. It was just a kiss on the cheek. It's over now. I didn't take it to heart at all, but seeing her tense and serious demeanor, Mukexin, I immediately realized. In front of this innocent young girl, I had to play the role of an equally innocent young boy. Then I cleared my throat lightly, looking away, pretending to be a bit embarrassed, and smiled faintly. It's a small thing. No need to apologize. Seeing my pretense of indifference, Mukexin became even more convinced of her judgment. Little brother Mugi was indeed very shy. It was a kiss on the cheek, only the closest people would do such a thing. I'm so naughty to be able to make the innocent little brother Mugi this embarrassed. An indescribable sense of pride and accomplishment rose in Mukexin's heart. She felt like a love goddess who could make me like this, with just a little effort. Little brother Muge, I was too impulsive yesterday. I promise I will never again spontaneously kiss you without your consent. As she spoke, Mukexin reached out her small hand and gently clasped mine, then looked up at me with her large, pleading eyes. Can you forgive me? Seeing this, I clasped her hand tightly. It's all right. I'm not angry. Mukexin immediately beamed with joy. That's great, little brother Mugi. You're so kind. Eighth sister was right to care for you. As As Mu Kexin laughed, her lips also showed two shallow dimples, so adorably that they could melt hearts. I couldn't help but pat her soft little head like petting a well-behaved cat. It felt surprisingly pleasant. Mu Kexin enjoyed my petting, narrowing her eyes comfortably. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, right, little brother Muge. Can you let me kiss you for no reason every day?" I looked around and lowered my voice. "It's not a good idea. What if someone sees us? How about this? A secret kiss is fine." Mu Kexin tilted her head. I decided to tease her, deliberately putting on a stern face and looking at her suspiciously. "Don't you like me? If not, why do you want to kiss me every day?" Mu Kexin immediately blushed bright red. She bit her cherry lips, even her earlobes turned pink. "You. What nonsense are you spouting? I just felt this was a way to express friendship. I consider you my best friend. Don't get the wrong idea." Seeing her flustered speech, I almost burst out laughing. Only a genius could explain it like that. So I suppressed my laughter and nodded, pretending to have just realized. "Oh, I see. All right then. As long as no one sees it." "Really?" Seeing that I agreed again, Mu Kexin's eyes lit up. Then she immediately glanced around sneakily, confirmed no one was there, then tiptoed, pursed her cherry lips, preparing to pounce for a kiss, but I quickly raised my hand to stop her. "Wait, there's a camera over there." As I spoke, I pointed at a not-so-obvious camera in the distant corner. Mu Kexin looked in the direction I pointed, immediately reacted, and quickly pulled back. She stuck out her tongue and whispered, "In that case, then I'll sneak into your room tonight to kiss you." Without waiting for my reply, she turned and ran away. At the same time, in the living room, Mu Karen and Mu Kai sat next to each other on the soft sofa. After the morning confrontation and the silent battle during the meal, the gunpowder scent between them had significantly faded. At this moment, Mu Kai picked up her glass of water, took a sip, then slowly set it down. "Oh, right. There's something I still need to tell you." Mu Karen immediately became vigilant and immediately covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." "You chanting tortoise?" Mu Kai looked at her childish behavior, feeling a bit helpless. "I'm being serious. My serious matter is disciplining you, and you're not listening." Mu Karen made a face at her, her little tongue darting out, full of defiance. Mu Kai elegantly rolled her eyes, deciding not to argue with her. "Even if you don't listen, I still have to say it. I'm advising you to remember to take your medicine." Mu Karen paused for a moment, her hands covering her ears, lowering. "What medicine? I'm not sick." Mu Kai looked straight at her with a scrutinizing gaze. A few seconds later, Mu Karen's cheeks gradually flushed. She remembered. She had been so engrossed in the exchange and enjoying the sweet taste of victory that she seemed to have forgotten to take her medicine. Seeing her expression, Mu Kai knew she had guessed correctly. "As expected, you're quite audacious," Mu Karen still stubbornly muttered, her voice low. I'm willing to bear a child for my younger brother, Mugi. Besides, Muge actually cares a lot, saying that taking medicine harms one's health. He's very worried about me. He's not inside, so the probability is actually very, very small." Mu Kai heard these words, her expression softening slightly. "That's good then." Mu Karen turned away and said softly, Thank you for your concern, but I will remain firm in my choice. I apologize for impersonating you, but sneaking around to enjoy yourself isn't exactly virtuous either." Mu Kai looked at this childish sister, feeling both exasperated and amused. Sigh. "What can I do? I'm the older sister. I have to yield to her a little. All right, from now on, it's up to each of us to rely on our own abilities. Who Muji ultimately chooses is up to him. But we must make a gentleman's agreement. In front of Muji, we absolutely must not speak ill of each other or play dirty." As soon as Mu Karen heard this, she immediately nodded. "Of course, love is love, and our sisterhood is our sisterhood." Seeing her decisive agreement, Mu Kai let go of her last reservation. She also softly apologized. "Tickling you yesterday was my fault. It was a bit much." Mu Karen was very pleased with this apology, arrogantly puffing out her chin and smiling. Then, mischievously, she leaned into Mu Kai's ear. "Actually, the reason I cried yesterday was mainly because my younger brother Mu Ge helped you, not because you tickled me. My tears were shed for my younger brother Mu Ge. You heartless person." Mu Kai couldn't help but laugh at her and playfully poked her forehead. "Are you forgetting about your sister for someone attractive?" "No, I know you definitely wouldn't. Have the heart to punish me." Mu Karen giggled and hugged Mu Kai's arm, acting cute. When they returned from the garden, seeing this scene, the two sisters laughing and joking boisterously as if the unpleasant incident had never happened. Truly, sisters, especially between twin sisters, there are no grudges that last overnight. Seeing this, I felt happy too. At this moment, not far from the floor-to-ceiling window, an elegant figure was holding a phone. She seemed to be on a call. It was Mu Yuyan. Holding the phone, her brow furrowed slightly. She seemed to be troubled by something. The call was from Jia Zai, and Jia Zai's voice on the other end was full of suppressed anguish. "Yuyan, I need your help to open that lock. I'm sorry, I know I'm useless. These past few days, I've read so many books on Juxi's philosophy and Lu Wang's Neo-Confucianism. I even considered getting tattooed with the 6 characters, preserve the heavenly principle, destroy human desire on my body. but I really can't control myself anymore. I am a useless man. I don't deserve you. I can't keep up with your high-minded platonic view of love. I'm just a mortal. I can't achieve purity and detachment like you. I truly can't be as pure and detached as you." Mu Yuyan listened to his wailing. She had already anticipated this in her heart. She felt that as long as one is human, it's impossible to truly abstain. She reflexively started to say, "Let me ask." Before she could finish, Mu Yuyan suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately swallowed the rest of her words, but Jiazai still heard it. "Ask? Ask what?" Mu Yuyan was startled inwardly and quickly corrected herself. "I meant, I need to ask if your inner self is truly determined to keep pace with me and make some progress?" Jiazai on the other end immediately vowed, "I absolutely can, Yuyan. Please believe me. As long as you open it for me once a week, that's enough. Just once. Please give me some time to think about it." After speaking, Mu Yuyan hung up the phone. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't exposed. If Jiazai knew the key was in Muji's hands, he would probably commit suicide. That would indeed be damn useless. Then she walked over to my side. Jiazai has come again, begging me to open the lock. I raised an eyebrow, not surprised by this at all. As expected. "So, are you going to open it for him?" Mu Yuyan was a little indecisive. I chuckled. "Open it for him. You can always suppress this type of person. You have to give them a little sweetness sometimes. Give them a slap, then an apple. That's the best way to control them." Mu Yuyan understood my meaning. She went aside and called Jiazai back, telling him that she had agreed to have someone send it over to him. Jiazai on the other end was so happy he almost cried, thanking her profusely and promising that he would definitely make gradual progress and strive to elevate his ideological realm. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yuyan returned to my side. "Mugi, do you really want to throw me to Jiazai?" I looked at the unease in her eyes and answered without hesitation. "Of course not. I hope you remain single for your entire life." A warmth spread through Mu Yuyan's heart. "Then what should we do?" Thinking about living with that man, in the future, even if they slept in separate rooms, she couldn't avoid his lecherous gaze and scrutiny. Just thinking about it made Mu Yuyan feel nauseous and fearful. I felt the same way. Although I have a bit of a mischievous spirit, it's on the premise that the other person has already fallen into misfortune and is already married. I go to rescue them. In cases where they are not yet married, I would never push them into a fire to satisfy myself. This depends on you. If you truly don't want this, we can think of a way together for you to avoid this marriage. Mu Yuyan's face immediately fell. Easier said than done. This engagement was personally decided by father. Originally, the Jia family sought us out. A nomadic family from outside owed a debt to the Mu family, hence this marriage. If I regret it now, won't our Mu family become dishonorable betrayers? I shook my head. Of course, we cannot arbitrarily break off the engagement without cause. That would put us in the wrong. But if Jiazai actively commits an unforgivable mistake, then we have sufficient reason to annul the engagement. The nature of the situation would be completely different. Mu Yuyan was stunned for a moment. Then her face fell again. That's still too difficult. How can we make him make a mistake? Jiazai is now trying so hard to please you that he's practically living like an eunuch. He's practically begging for self-castration. Unless he commits murder and arson and goes to jail, it's hard to catch him making a mistake. A smile played on my lips. What if it's a principled mistake? What if we find someone to seduce him? Considering his current state of suppressed desire, do you think he can resist? I continued. Wait until he takes the bait. Wait until he makes a mistake. Then, at your wedding, in front of all the guests, we'll publicly show the video of him being caught. At that point, it won't be our Mu family that loses face. The Jia family, to save face, will have no choice but to propose to annul the marriage out of shame. This plan was undeniably malicious, hitting them right where it hurts. Mu Yuyan was moved. So how do we catch him in the act? We can't just send people to follow him. Her question made me laugh. I gently tapped her forehead with my finger. Sister Sai, are you confused? Every time Jiazai unlocks, doesn't it require your approval? Oh, that's not right. It's my consent. Furthermore, to show his loyalty, hasn't he already shared his location with you? Think about it if he truly goes out and cheats with someone else. The first step would definitely be for us to unlock it for him. As soon as he asks us, we'll receive a signal, and using his real-time location, we can directly track him down. Wouldn't that be catching him red-handed? Mu Yuyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your mind is indeed sharp. Let's do it. If this plan succeeds, father will have no reason to force me into this marriage. Then I can be with Mugi for my entire life. Heh. Mu Yuyan couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Not long after, in another villa, Jiazai had just finished a 5-minute battle. Logically, after finishing, he should have immediately reported to Mu Yuyan and then locked the chastity lock to show his loyalty. But Jiazai lay on the bed, feeling the emptiness after the act, and somehow couldn't bring himself to press that send button. 5 minutes, how humiliating. If Yuyan knew, she would definitely look down on me. She's so noble, always pursuing spiritual purity, she'll surely think I'm both mundane and useless. No, I absolutely cannot let her know the truth. I have to wait another hour. That will sound more like an accomplished man. An hour later, Jiazai finally breathed a sigh of relief and automatically locked the chastity lock. Meanwhile, with Mu Yoyan, after seeing the lock confirmation message, she turned and showed me her phone. Mugi, do you believe it? He managed to last an hour. I glanced at it and scoffed. I don't believe it. The more someone lacks something, the more they like to brag about it. This is an eternal truth. Mu Yoyan nodded, but then a new problem arose in her mind. What if he's really too weak, that we arrive too late, and he's already finished? Wouldn't that mean we'd be unable to catch him in the act? If he denies it no matter what, we'll just have to accept it. Her serious expression made me laugh. Sister Sai, don't worry, with his prideful personality, do you think he'll report it truthfully? Even if he really finished early, to save face in front of you, he'll definitely stretch it to half an hour. He might even wait an hour before locking it. And that time is our golden opportunity to catch him red-handed. Mu Yoyan was completely convinced. Then, it'll go with you to catch him. It'll be your accomplice, your support. I looked at her sparkling eyes and nodded solemnly. It's a great honor. In the afternoon, I was preparing to go to the suburbs to practice driving. The twin sisters, who had recently reconciled, along with Mu Kekshin, immediately started a new round of competition. You're coming with me, sister, my younger brother Mugi. You sit in the passenger seat, you know the way. After a period of Jungduo contention, Mu Kexin, in the end, thanks to her unbeatable charm and pouting tactics, successfully secured the chance to come along. And in the corner of the living room, a sinister smile flashed in Mu Jiji's eyes. He had obtained the drug from the underworld figures who prepared it specifically for me. He looked at the person who was about to go out with me. Sister 8, Mu Kekshin, wearing a cute, revealing outfit. She was the chosen prey. Mu Jiji knew that these past few days I've been going to practice driving in the afternoon. Before leaving, I have a habit of taking a few bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator in the living room. He had already prepared everything. While no one was around, he secretly added the drug into a few bottles of mineral water. To ensure there were no loopholes in his plan, he also took all the other bottles of mineral water that were not drugged from the refrigerator and consumed them. Now, in the most visible spot in the refrigerator, only those special bottles which he had tampered with remained. At this moment, before Mu Kekshin and I went out, I casually grabbed 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator. They happened to be the 2 bottles that Mu Jiji had prepared. We went to the garage. Mu Kekshin excitedly got into the driver's seat. You drive first and let me drive when we get to a less crowded place. I had no objection to this. After all, I already had my license. I just needed to get more familiar with the driving feel. After driving for a while, we left the city area and entered a deserted suburban road. At this moment, Mu Kekshin beside me suddenly took a bottle and handed it to me. Younger brother Muge, please open this for me. I took the water bottle and opened it with little effort, handing it back to her. Thank you, Muge. Mu Kekshin smiled sweetly as she took the bottle, then tilted her head back and drank several large gulps. After driving a short distance, Mu Kekshin voluntarily switched places with me. Now she was in the passenger seat, her large, bright eyes looking at me. Younger brother Mugi, your driving skills are amazing. You've only been learning for a few days, right? How can you drive so well? I'm smart, you know, I chuckled and joked. That's not it. It's because your instructor, me, is a great teacher. Mu Kekshin seriously refuted. She looked at my profile as I focused on driving, unable to get enough of the view. She even felt her cheeks begin to warm up. This feeling was actually very common, because every time Mu Kekshin looked at me, her heart would flutter. But as the car continued forward, Mu Kekshin gradually felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a flow in her body, a strange hot heat rising from her lower abdomen, which then slowly spread to her limbs. At first it was very light, like usual, but gradually, the heat intensified. It felt like a fire was burning within her body. What's going on? She licked her slightly dry lips and reached out to lower the car's air conditioning. But that hot flow showed no signs of subsiding. On the contrary, it grew more intense. Her skin even began to flush an unusual pink, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Could it be that I've been completely captivated by the charm of younger brother Mugi? This wild thought crossed Mu Kekshin's mind. But that wasn't right. Although she usually enjoyed looking at younger brother Muge and her heart would beat faster, it was definitely not like this feeling now. This feeling was like an uncontrollable desire. Her gaze started to become a little hazy, her eyes uncontrollably fixed on my profile. Her mind began uncontrollably, flashing with random images. No, Mu Kekshin, you need to maintain your dignity. She shook her head forcefully, trying to discard those inappropriate thoughts. Another 2.5 minutes passed. The car stopped by a spacious lake. This was the place we had chosen beforehand, to have a picnic. Then I unbuckled my seatbelt, turned my head to look at Mu Kekshin. We're here, let's set up the tent first. However, before I could finish speaking, I noticed that Mu Kekshin was in a very abnormal state. Her whole body was slumped against the seat, her small face flushed red, her eyes hazy, and she was emitting soft, panting breaths. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? My heart tightened, and I reached out to touch her forehead. You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Or do you have a fever? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Mukexin shook her head, her voice soft as water. She feebly tried to unbuckle her seatbelt and open the car door to get out, but as soon as she stood, her legs went limp. She swayed as if about to fall. I quickly caught her. And you call this being fine? Did you get heat stroke? No, I can handle it, Mukexin vaguely replied. Right now, she just wanted to find a place to lie down. I first got heat stroke and cold medicine from the first aid kit for her. Then I took the tent out of the trunk and started setting it up. Mukexin felt completely devoid of strength. Her head was also swimming, and she could only reluctantly hand me things. Seeing that she was really uncomfortable, I told her to go into the tent and rest first. The tent was quickly set up. Mukexin crawled inside and didn't want to move anymore. She lay on the moisture-proof mat, feeling the hot flow in her body, was about to melt her. I stood by the lake for a while, casually picked up a few flat stones and skipped them across the surface of the water. The stones danced lightly on the water, creating beautiful ripples. My technique was excellent. Each stone could skip 7 or 8 times. But at this moment, I didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery. I turned my head to look back at the tent, feeling uneasy in my heart. After all, the state of Mukexin didn't look like heat stroke. So I walked back to the front of the tent. Sister Kexin, are you feeling better? Mukexin inside the tent was curled up, her body trembling slightly. Hearing my voice, she suddenly lifted her head. Her once clear eyes were now veiled with a misty haze. She looked at me as if I were a lifesaver. The next second, she suddenly lunged forward and kissed me with all her might. The soft sensation carrying a burning heat made my entire body freeze. My mind went blank for a moment, and instinctively, I wanted to push her away. But then I remembered this morning, our agreement about a kiss each day. So I didn't push her away in time. But I quickly realized something was wrong. Her kiss was chaotic, hasty, and disorganized. Her body was incredibly hot, and even through her clothes I could feel that abnormal heat. This was definitely not a normal kiss. I reacted immediately, holding her shoulders, slightly widening the distance between us. Then, looking into her hazy eyes, a terrifying suspicion occurred to me. Sister Kexin, listen to me. You might have been drugged. Mukexin's movement stopped. A hint of clarity flickered in her dazed eyes. Drugged? She panted, trying to think. Then she remembered the bottle of water, the mineral water bottle she had drunk more than half of in one go. It was Mu Gigi. It must have been him. That scoundrel resorted to such a despicable tactic again. But what do we do now? The hospital is too far from here. Sister, I feel so uncomfortable. The fire within her body had burned away, Mukexin's last shred of reason. She looked at me in front of her, instinctively pleading for help. Younger brother Muge, can you help me? Her small hand clutched my shirt, her eyes full of pleading. They say doing that is the best antidote. The ambiguous atmosphere fermented in the small tent, and I looked at her suffering state. My Adam's apple uncontrollably bobbed up and down. How could I stand by and watch her endure this torment? Okay, I'll help you. I decided to gladly help, but absolutely couldn't go all the way at once. It had to be like last time with Mukei, just a taste and then stop. Slowly. An hour later, the temperature in the tent finally returned to normal. Mukechin weakly leaned against me. Her entire body felt like she had just been pulled from underwater, weak and exhausted. But the scorching heat that tormented her finally subsided. Her sanity also returned. The first thing she thought of upon regaining consciousness was the culprit, Mu Gigi. A fierce hatred surged from the depths of her heart. That scoundrel is truly evil. He must have used this vile method to harm Mukexin. At this moment, she even felt like killing him. But then she thought, if it weren't for him, Mukexin and younger brother Mugi might not have had this intimate opportunity today. To some extent, he seemed to be an enabler. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Mukexin's face turned red. She secretly glanced at the person who was gently helping her adjust her disheveled clothes. To help her recover, younger brother Muge must be very tired. Logically, this should be mutual, but due to the drug's effects, she had been like a weak patient, barely doing anything herself. The entire process was initiated and led by the doctor, Muge. Younger brother, Muge is too good to me. Mukexin's heart was filled with a sweet emotion. It's all because of that scoundrel Mujiji. After regaining some strength, Mukexin angrily, yet cutely, cursed. He definitely drugged my water. She shook her little fists. Her angry, puffed-up cheeks looked incredibly adorable, despite her ferocity. Even though she felt a hint of gratitude for his help, she would never admit it. I know, I said while helping her put on her clothes. If we tell Mom and Dad about this, our secret might be revealed. Mujiji probably calculated this, which is why he dared to be so brazen. How could someone be this evil? I truly never expected it. She's Mujiji's own sister. How could he do this to you? Mukexin still leaned limply into my arms. Her body still carried the aftertaste of the recent storm, but her mouth had already started scolding. Her voice was soft and weak, but her scolding was remarkably clear. That scoundrel definitely wanted to harm me, And what's more, he wasn't targeting you, but me. The water we just got were all new bottles. He must have thought I was thirsty and would drink from that bottle, so he wanted me to take the drug and then do bad things to you. As she said this, Mukexen's voice grew softer and her cheeks grew redder. He thought that at that time, you would definitely be scared and call the police, accusing me of rape. I would be arrested and sent to jail. But I didn't drink from the new bottle. I drank the old water bottle left over from yesterday, so I escaped that fate. He's truly too wicked. Although I agreed with Mukexen's analysis, looking at her teary eyes, still containing remnants of panic and fear, but more so, a look of worry for me. I suddenly felt a bit curious. If you had really drunk that water bottle, but I hadn't, would you have helped me? Mukexen's cheeks immediately turned as red as if about to bleed. This question was too improper. Her little heart pounded rapidly. Well, of course. She blurted it out almost involuntarily. After saying it, she felt embarrassed, raising her small fist to lightly punch my chest. You're asking the obvious. Seeing this, I continued to ask. What if I did something bad to you? Would you call the police? Of course I would. Mukexen immediately puffed out her chest and replied sternly. I would definitely send you to jail. I'd imprison you until you wasted away. I looked at her trying hard to appear fierce, and couldn't help but curve my lips into a smile. I don't believe you. Mukexen's imposing air immediately deflated. She turned her face away, not daring to meet my eyes, muttering softly, Of course not. But you'll use this to blackmail me, forcing me to obey you my whole life and become Mukexen's man. After saying this, she giggled, looking like a little rabbit whose scheme had succeeded. I was immediately amused by her. Hey, can't you pretend a little? You're not even bothering to pretend anymore. Heh heh. Mukexen proudly shook her little head, extremely cute. After laughing and joking for a while, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. My gaze fell inside the tent. The moisture-proof mat was useless. The entire tent was a complete mess. A strange scent still lingered in the air. This, after we're done with it later, just throw it away. It's probably unusable anymore. Mukexen nodded vigorously. She didn't want to take something filled with these embarrassing memories home. After that, she pulled me to the lakeside and we found a clean, large rock to sit on. Mukexen took off her shoes and silk socks, revealing a pair of delicate, fair legs. Next, she dipped her feet into the water of the cool, comfortable lake, narrowing her eyes. Then she playfully kicked the water with her toes, sending clear droplets splashing onto my pants. I looked at her little feet dangling in the water, and a thought suddenly sparked in my mind. It was quite a disadvantage earlier. I was too focused on being a doctor saving someone. These beautiful little feet, I hadn't had a good look at them yet, or even played with them a little. As I was thinking, a dry throat sent a message through my throat. I had exerted quite a bit of energy earlier, but the old, untainted water bottle had been finished long ago. It was midsummer, and after struggling for so long, my tongue felt like it was sticking together, but the remaining water bottle was drugged, completely undrinkable. Mukexen played in the water for a while, her whole body completely relaxed. She tilted her head, looking at my profile, her heart filled with tenderness and sweetness. This was the first time a boy had put in so much effort to help her like this. He was truly generous just now. His heart and mind solely focused on healing me, never considering taking advantage of the situation, even avoiding touching me unnecessarily to spare me embarrassment. He was so gentlemanly, not touching my body much at all. Thinking this, Mukexen said sincerely, Mugi, my dear brother, you are so kind. Even in this situation, you didn't think of taking advantage of me. Consider it that I owe you this time. In the future, you can come to me anytime. I will definitely repay you. As she spoke, her voice grew smaller and her face grew redder. I smiled. No need, but I'm really thirsty right now. As I said this, I licked my dry lips. No clean water, this is troublesome. Mukexen also frowned her little nose in concern. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, then she looked at me mischievously. Next, she stirred the water with her little foot. How about you drink the lake water? I looked at her delicate white feet, stirring in the water, and couldn't help but roll my eyes. I'm not drinking your foot-washing water, you pest. Mukexen playfully splashed some water at me. We sat by the lake like that, doing nothing, just chatting idly and playing with the water. At the same time, at the Mu family villa, Mujiji was pacing restlessly, back and forth in his room. He occasionally glanced at his phone, then at the wall clock. More than 2 hours had passed. Logically, the drug should have taken effect by now. That brat Muge must now be completely losing his mind and having his way with that slut Mukexen. After that, Mukexen would surely cry and report to the police. By then, with witnesses and evidence, Muge rape charges would be confirmed. No matter how capable the Mu family is, they couldn't possibly save a rapist from prison, right? That way, I would completely eliminate a great source of trouble for myself. And that foolish girl Mukexen, tainted by Muge, would never be able to marry into a good family again. She could just marry anyone to get it over with. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a perfect plan. The more Mujiji thought about it, the more pleased he became. His lips couldn't help but curve into a sinister smile. He seemed to see my miserable appearance, being shackled in handcuffs. He even saw the entire Mu family descending into chaos. However, at this moment, my voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Where's the water? Give me a bottle, I'm dying of thirst. Hearing our voices clearly coming from upstairs, Mujiji froze as if struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened on the spot. How could this be? Impossible. Where's the drug? Where did I inject it myself? Why is Mugi unharmed? Why is Mukekshin still smiling so happily? Did they not drink that water bottle? It can't be. He clearly saw them each holding a bottle. So where exactly did things go wrong? Mujiji's mind was completely scrambled. In the living room, the sisters saw me and Mukekshin enter together and immediately teased. Why were you two gone for so long? Did you sneak off somewhere to play? Mukekshin arrogantly tilted her chin. That's right. We had a lot of fun. As she said this, she walked straight to Muyulu. Eldest sister, I have something I want to tell you. Muyulu noticed the unusual look in her eyes. She nodded, and the two went to the bedroom. After closing the door, Mukekshin recounted everything that happened in the suburbs today to Muyulu. From Mujiji's plot to her own situation of falling into his trap, Muyulu listened, her expression growing more serious. Mujiji, that beast. He's committing a crime here. Should we tell mom and dad? Did you bring back the evidence?